Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Part 3, Dr. Pay nodded. A very different thing. You might have heard the expression face slapping. It means humiliating someone. It could easily rise to a life and death vendetta. I think that was the idea. Yes, Hyun nodded. Dr. Pei drew a steady breath and carefully looked Cheon over once again. You say your care for our patients is driven by spite. Explain that. Cheon tried to put into words what he had only understood emotionally. Eventually, he cupped his hands and slightly bowed. May I speak without minding my language? How? Go ahead. Fuck each and every person who throws people in the garbage. Cheon gasped and folded over on himself. He hadn't known those were the words trying to come out, but it was true. It was what happened to him. Sick, burned, crippled, practically blind. Dying of every single thing and thrown in the garbage. Then they threw rocks at him when he cried for help. When he reached out, when he dared to exist in their sight, they threw him in the trash. Then they threw rocks at him for trying to live. If it wasn't for Grandpa Jun, he would have died. If it wasn't for his hugs, for that constant feeling of love and presence, he would have become a monster, a heretic, a being without compassion. My brothers and sisters are good people, mostly. And even the ones who aren't are still people. They aren't rags to mop up heretics and be thrown out when they are too dirty and torn up. I hate that anyone thinks of them that way. So I'm retaliating. By giving a damn. By being the one who turns up and listens and is just there. Who fights against the pain. Because I've been hurt and I'm hurting now, but fuck it all to hell. I'm used to living with pain. And maybe, if I scream hard enough, fight hard enough, get big enough fists, I will prove I'm human too. That nobody can throw me or my brothers in the garbage. Dr. Pei inhaled sharply, then nodded. Can you let go of your feud with the Lee clan? I don't have a feud with the Lee clan, doctor. I don't even have a feud with the little idiot. Despite wanting to slap his head up into a point then round it off. I absolutely have a feud with whoever set us up. That's fair. Dr. Pei pulled a battered book from his ring. It wasn't very thick compared to his first aid manuals, but there was a strange weight to it. It pressed on the air on it. This art is not suitable for circulation. It never entered the Sextau repository, let alone made its way out onto the library shelves. I didn't hand it in because we have dozens of manuals that do practically the same things. And this particular art could be terribly misused, in the sense that someone could use it improperly and cripple themselves, especially at the earthly person realm. On the other hand, it's one of the very few true healing arts usable with vital energy alone. Dr. Pei extended the book to Cheon. Keep that heart. Keep studying. Keep fighting. And one day, I will be proud to call you doctor. I am already proud to have a junior like you. Cheon couldn't get his head straight the whole rest of his shift. He couldn't even name all the emotions he was feeling. He was greeted at the door by a member of the disciplinary squad. Come with me. Supervisor Chen has called for you. They walked over to the depot gate. There was an enormous bird, big as the one that swallowed Cheon, waiting. It was a crane, white feathers, a red crest on its head, and its long beak looked like the father of all pikes. Marshal Uncle Chen and 20 members of the disciplinary squad, including Hong Liren, were standing around its towering legs. Marshal Uncle summoned me. You are exactly on time. Good. We are going. It seemed they were going. Where? Why and how were still mysteries. Still, if the heavenly person said go, the earthly person went. Marshal Uncle Chen waved a hand and everyone was lifted onto the back of the crane. A platform was floating just above the bird's broad back. Formation lines glowing around the edges. The bird leapt into the air, and Cheon stayed firmly planted on the platform. The whole thing moved and shifted with the bird, keeping everyone flat and steady on it. They weren't even being battered by the wind. It was one of the strangest things Cheon had ever seen. There was a fair amount of movement on the bird's back, but they could ride it out well enough. They were, after all, cultivators. I'll fill you in on the mission details while Senior Redmond carries us to our target. The heretics have a small base near here, more like a fortified inn or refuge than a proper base. But it amounts to the same thing. We have been leaving it alone as it made for easy surveillance. Not anymore. I want prisoners. I want the ledgers. I want a thorough inventory of every grain of sand in that place and where you found it. Clear, yes, sir, the disciplinary squad shouted. And Tian tried to keep up. Good, Junior Tian. You will stay out of the fighting and focus on keeping people alive. US and them. Junior Hong. You will stay out of the fighting and focus on the inventorying. Yes, sir, they chorused. Tian noticed that Hong was fixating on the platform. There seemed to be a particular knot she had her eyes locked onto. He stood closer to her. Nobody was speaking, so he remained silent. Then he started cultivating. He saw the corner of her mouth twitch slightly. Maybe it was helping. The wasteland looked beautiful from high up. The colors seemed to shift and move. All the reds and oranges and browns suddenly swept aside by miles and miles of black gravel and little jagged rocks. Even then there were shades of black, some with a bright shine, others ground matte by the blowing desert sands, stark, harsh, but undeniably fascinating. He definitely preferred seeing it from several hundred feet up. We are almost there. Get ready. Tian couldn't see what the martial uncle was talking about, but he pulled out his rope dart and glared at everything he could. Chen drew a heavy saber from his storage ring. 5 gold rings pierced the back half of the saber's spine. Tian couldn't imagine why the saber looked like that, but there were faint shimmers of metallic chi coming off them. Whatever it was beyond his realm. Then the martial uncle raised his blade and showed Tian what the world of a heavenly person powerhouse looked like. The heavy saber rose, and with it, a ghostly blade made of metallic chi. Tian thought he could see a brutal tiger printed in that chi, its round eyes full of fury, the king's symbol burning on its forehead. Senior Chen swung down at a rocky outcrop hundreds of feet below. The tiger descended from the mountain. The earth split apart. Rocks exploded. Stone fragments sitting across the desert, leaving long furrows behind them. The outcrop split open. There had been a hidden channel buried inside the rocks. Tian hadn't seen a hint of it. He could have been right next to it, and he'd have missed it. Chen split it in half the long way with his saber, ripping open the side of the rock face and exposing the caves within. It was like ripping open a termite mound or an ant's nest. And now the ants are swarming, and lawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. The heretics ran out in showers of sparks and twists of chi as talismans and formations shattered in swirls and mobs of goo, or the shrieks of monkey-faced demons with wings for ears and long, claw-like paws. A withered-looking heretic exploded upwards in a cloud of boiling demonic chi. Chen, you bastard! Chen didn't frown, didn't grunt, didn't even blink. His saber did his talking. He flew off the platform and hacked down once more. The saber chi smashed into the demonic chi, splitting it wide apart. The heretic swung something too fast for Tian to see, but there was a deafening clang as blown rocks and dust showed the protective dome over the platform. Elder Redmond came in hot, crushing a few heretics under his long legs and spearing a few more with his beak. The level 9s hooked ropes to the side of the platform and, bracing their feet against the elder and holding their bodies up with the rope, ran down the side of the giant bird. Hong held up her hand and slowly closed one finger at a time. She reached 5, then ran for the ropes. Come on, it was chaos. The heretics were running, not interested in fighting to the death. Not all of them were level 9 either. Tian watched the sister in the disciplinary squad knock out 3 with 3 punches, then looked shocked when her 4th punch exploded a heretic's head. The disciplinary squad was moving fast. Some were throwing out talismans that landed like little bolts of lightning, paralyzing those struck. Others tossed around exploding balls of smoke powder that left the heretics choking and gasping, and their goo dying. Mostly they ran in with sabers and heavy maces. A few hung back with heavy bows, shooting down heretics trying to escape with light body arts. Nobody was allowed to escape. It all went terribly quickly. A couple of heretics spotted Tian and Hong and ran for them, wanting hostages, perhaps, or just seeing a weak spot to break through. None came within 50 yards of them. The speed and violence of the raid was overwhelming. 5 minutes after they landed, the disciplinary squad was ripping through the hidden way station. 7 minutes after they landed, it was pronounced all clear, and the prisoners were ready for treatment. I'm up. Tian nodded at Hong. Me too. My first time inventorying a whole base. I hope someone is helping or we will be here all day. I mean, they already spread the base out on the ground for you so it's easier to count. That's helping, right? Oh ho, doing okay? She asked in a quieter voice, not remotely. I know what's going to happen to these people once I patch them up. My brothers tell me a lot of things, yeah. My sisters too. Didn't match up to seeing it. Tian, it's okay to just leave before they get started. Nobody will think less of you. Tian set to work. Blood clotting powder, bandages, clearing blockages to the throat, in many cases hidden weapons that got lodged before they could be spat out. In one case, someone nearly choked to death on their own teeth. Anything not fatal wasn't treated. The blindness, for example, or broken bones. The goo crushed inside their host's body, poisoning them from within. An antidote was administered enough to hold them for a little while. What's that, Brother Tian? The level 9 guarding him asked. I think this one is Brother Go-san. The face was different. The line of the jaw had changed. The angle of the eyebrows. Even the shape of his eyes had all changed. The rest of his body hadn't. Nor had the feeling of his vital energy on the air. It was subtle. But the kind of subtle Tian paid attention to. My name is. Please don't tell me. Tian shook his head. What? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I know what's going to happen to you soon. It makes me sick. I have been killing and eating my own food for as long as I can remember. But I didn't leave animals to suffer. I made it fast and clean, as best I could. Tian carefully checked that he could slip two fingers under the wrapping on the bandage. There. No chance of bleeding out or cutting off the blood supply to your leg. Tian bandaged everyone who needed it, then walked away. The heretics were all piled up out in the desert, cooking in the sun. One by one, they were dragged inside the ruins of the base. They didn't come out again. He found himself in the shadow of Senior Redman. Grandpa was holding him, letting him feel his emotions. I thought this would feel better. I was kind of looking forward to beating the piss out of someone. A hot-blooded fight. Huh. I think I'm going to puke. He didn't bother keeping his voice down. A kind boy. The voice was warm, rich, older. Tian didn't look up and see which senior brother was speaking. He was lost, drawing circles in the sand. I grew up without any kindness. Then I was shown it by my brothers. My happiest moments of existence were the happiness with my brothers in the temple. And I know it wasn't free. Someone paid for it with their work and with their blood. I get that. My joy, someone else's suffering. I ate meat, eat plants. They were all living things. Someday, worms will eat me. It's just. Do I have to be suffering until then? Does everyone know? They don't. You don't. You can live in a state of serenity and contentment. Your emotions will often feel a bit more dim or ethereal, like you were drifting through life. But you can do it. It just takes an immense amount of practice. Thousands upon thousands of hours of cultivation, immortal detachment, as some call it. Well, I do enjoy cultivation, Senior. Tian looked around and didn't see anyone. Redman. You may call me Marshal Uncle, if you like, or Senior Redman. Both are correct. The giant eye of the crane peered down at him. It was like being eyeballed by a predatory hill. Tian clasped his hands and bowed. I greet the Marshal Uncle. Thank you for your kind words and your advice. It was pure Brother Fu, instinctive courtesy. When his brain caught up with his body, his internal monologue was a series of expletives, and the fucking bird talks. Why did nobody tell me the giant bird talks? What advice? I'm not saying you should do that. If you can learn to accept suffering rather than trying to rise above it, your life will be a lot more fun. At least in the short term, anyway. A couple of centuries. Maybe 4 or 5 with luck. But if you want to go the distance, the ethereal mindset is mandatory. Up to you, really. That boy Chen knows pain all too well, and embraces it. Most of the inner court doesn't think that deeply about it, but the Taoist masters up at the top of the monastery, the ones really holding down the sect, like a cloud drifting on the wind, or a pine in a deep glade. Marshal Uncle Chen came striding over, dragging a wiggling black sack behind him. How's he doing, Senior? He's feeling like shit. As he should. The bird snorted. He was doing everything right, and still got dropped in it. Why you thought this little outing would make him feel better, I can't imagine. The big man gave the bird a long-suffering look. Tian instantly recognized the expression. Sometimes seniors say things, and all the juniors can do is put up with the constructive criticism, even if it's coming at an unhelpful moment. And the most juniors present need to be selectively deaf, Or else, because I can't let him beat up the Lee boy, who, I'm sorry to say, isn't cursed or insane, just arrogant and pampered to the point where the difference is difficult to spot. It doesn't cheer you up at all to see your enemies crushed, to know that they are helpless before you, to know that their suffering is tens or hundreds of times greater than your own. Respectfully, Marshall Uncle, it's not me they are helpless before. I haven't crushed anything, and I don't take any pride in their suffering. He shouldn't have said it. It was a stupid thing to say. Just sticking the word respectfully in front of it didn't mean a damn thing. He bowed apologetically. There was a thoughtful pause. Then Senior Redmond snorted, "Chen boy, you will be busy here for a while yet. I'll give him a dose of what he really needs." Spend some of the time in reflection. The platform vanished from Redmond's back as a wave of chi lifted Tian up and onto the giant crane's shoulders. "Hold on tight." The bird shoved himself up and into the air, mighty wings beating, softly thundering through the clear sky. Up, high, higher than a mountain. So high the land just became orange and flecks of white clouds below him. The sky wasn't solid blue. There was a gradient to it, light to dark. Thousands of shades of sapphire in the great emptiness. Don't think. Don't even cultivate. Just be. Just open yourself up to the moment. How could he? His mind was torn with everything that had happened since he came to the desert. The stupid cruelty of it all. And the kindness. And the care from people around him, who were suffering in the same blasted wasteland. All the thoughts about virtue, and motives and martial arts. About too much yin and balancing yang. About building relationships and fluffing the pillows of malice and slapping the teeth clean out of little shits and healing someone up so they can be properly tortured before their summary execution. It was like ignoring 1,000 tigers roaring. Like trying not to hear the monsoon rains beating down on your ragged nest. Wondering if the trash heap would collapse and bury you. Just breathe. Just breathe and focus on your breathing. See where you are. Accept that you are here. It is now. And really, in this vastness. Where do you end? And where does the sky begin? Just breathe. And accept it all, Redmond said. I was already worried about being too yin. Jian thought. Then he laughed. It started silently inside of him, but it quickly escaped. It was all too much. How often had he said he would ignore the pain and focus on getting stronger? So why not accept it? Why not be like his seniors for a moment and accept that this was the best he could do for now? Tian settled his breathing and looked out across the heavens. He didn't try to understand what he was seeing. He drifted through the sky on the back of a mighty crane. Saw the world as that mighty ancient did. He breathed. At some point, the moment felt right and he stood. Tian spread his arms wide, and he breathed. In and out. The wind was blowing around him, but it didn't knock him off his path. The sky existed all around him, but it was in him too. A sky in his mind, breath and chi. There was no distinction. Tian was a mess, hurting, beaten, but not broken. The sky was big enough to hold all that, and there was no boundary between Tian and sky. He needed to empty the bowl of his mind and let the bowl of the sky carry the complicated thoughts for a while. Tian breathed, and for a moment, or an eternity, or for just long enough. He breathed in time with the Tao. Senior Redmond was a thoughtful old bird. He waited until Tian left that special state, then returned silently to the depot. He arranged for some of his brothers to sit with him on the back patio of the hospital until he entirely returned to himself. He was more or less functional by dinner time, but silence was coming easy today. It was a floaty sort of feeling, like he was utterly connected to everything around him, but was having trouble thinking anything about it. Chopsticks seemed impossibly complicated, but he managed his spoon after carefully watching the people around him. Everything tasted so much. It wasn't broken down into boiled chicken and coriander and gently warming vegetables. It was the soup. Soup was enough of an idea all on its own. The endless ocean of soup, overwhelming his ability to abstract or deconstruct. The notion that there might be other, different soup, or that he had enjoyed soup before and might again in the future, simply did not occur. There was no space for those thoughts to occur. The feeling finally completely faded away when he returned to the barracks and saw Brother Fu's empty bed. I wish I could share this with him. I bet he's experienced it at least once. All those words, all that fighting with ideas, the books, trying to wrap complication around an idea so big, so simple, Humans can't manage it. Mortals can't. But we are cultivating immortality. Little brother, now you know why the words enlightened and enlightenment get thrown around so much. Why our most ancient and sacred texts say that the Tao which can be spoken is not the true Tao. Brother Su rested his hands on Tian's shoulders. His smile seemed very kind tonight. Tian hadn't realized he was speaking out loud. That's why I'm here. Moments like this. No, it's all the other stuff. Really, it is. I know you wrestle with yin and yang a lot. All this. Everything you have seen and done and been through. Every choice you made. Everything you studied. Every thought you had about everything you saw. It all builds up. You are so young. Everything is so shocking. So new. It's all accumulation. It all builds up, settles, gets broken down and compacted, and from that accumulation comes a sudden burst of life. A new thought, immortal and free. Young growth from yin accumulation. A single explosive moment. Brilliant, but fragile. It can't last forever. He looked around the barracks and saw the smiling faces of his brothers from the West Town Temple. Fewer now, but still their hearts and broken. Their care for him so plain. Tian bowed to his brothers. He didn't have the words to wrap the emotion in. His heart felt too big for his chest. He could only offer them what he knew. He bowed, and they laughed, straightened him up, and embraced him. He didn't cry. He was 14 now. Much too old to cry, even if he really wanted to. The feeling had faded by the time he woke, but he could feel that he wasn't quite the same person as he was this time yesterday. He dropped into the lotus position on the back patio of the hospital and watched the dawn rise, cultivating with the sun, and trying to place his emotions on his body. The terry ball of hate was still there, but much smaller, much more fragile, perhaps. Though he sensed something dreadfully hard within it. Grandpa, your hatred of the heretics originally was an emotional response to pain. They hurt you by hurting the people you love the most. So you hate them. Then you started hating the sect. Or aspects of it anyway. As you learn more and more about it, it all seems so phony, right? So much lies, so much stupid cruelty. Then you learn more, and things got more and more complicated. And people were still kind to you in the middle of all that cruelty, and, in the end, I couldn't hold it all. But instead of breaking or going crazy, I poured it into the sky. And the sky poured itself into me. Basically, you didn't stop hating the heretics. But now, buried under that instinctive emotion is something tested. You have verified to your satisfaction the things you truly despise about them. Same with the things you don't like about the sect. And the things you do like. You have heard the phrase Tao heart. You are forging yours. It wasn't quite the way they expected, but the disciplined squad still gave you the best possible answer for your humiliation. Transcendence. You will still be just beginning your immortal journey when even the dust of that Li animal has broken down into nothing. Tian snorted at that. Grandpa, just why the hell is the sect such a mess? None of this should be run this way. I don't know what the right way is, but this has to be the wrong way. Operational confusion due to a lack of leadership focus. I understood all the individual words, but not what they mean in that order. It's an entirely sincere religious organization that runs a protection racket while also maintaining a vast network of other businesses and administrative functions to pay for their religious and military instruction. The people at the very top have no urgency to do anything since they are going to live for centuries and millennia. The people in the middle know they aren't valued much, and the people at the bottom are doing their best to live good lives. Everyone has a lot of things to do, and they contradict each other all the time. Welcome to immortal sects. It's a damn messed up fun fact. Ancient Crane Monastery is considerably better run than many I've seen. That feels impossible. Not at all. Nobody's offered you a job as an experimental medical subject in exchange for a trivial number of contribution points. And you have even been given free arts. That's huge. That's amazing. On that point, you really should read what Dr. Pei gave you. It's spicy. Spicy. Tian was absolutely sure books didn't taste spicy. He gave it a sniff. It smelled like paper and medicinal herbs. He considered licking it, and concluded that someone, somewhere, was definitely watching and he would never live it down. Demon-pulling art. Didn't Dr. Pei say this was a medical art? Tian muttered and opened the old volume. He couldn't help smiling a little. The herb smell was pretty nice. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. In the days of old, before the Book of Golden Prescriptions was published or the Treatise on the 9 Phases was compiled, and even the essential manual of human physiognomy was unknown, the ancients believed, as their ancestors did, that sickness was caused by demons. Relying on the shamanic teachings, they found ways to heal the sick. Lacking a true understanding of medicine, their methods were unreliable. However, I Con Long Tian have managed to transform poison into medicine and have transformed ancient error into modern wisdom. Treat poison and sickness as a demon. Drive it from where it hides in the body, pull it through the veins, and force it from the patient. This honorable ancient didn't read the instructions on how to write introductions, did he? Clearly felt that modesty best suited people of modest intellect and modest achievements. Yes, keep reading. Tian did. The diagrams were instructive, even if the text was cryptic. I can't be reading this right, can I? Can you even do that with vital energy? Dr. Pei sure seems to think so. But you can also see why he would be worried about someone crippling themselves in the process. Yeah, but training it. My knowledge of how to manipulate the 5 elements and yin and yang will be huge. Tian's eyes were so wide, it would take half a minute to blink. Demon pulling art. Just have to set the right bridle on them, and find the right whips to drive them, and the right bait to lead them on. You know you aren't going to practice this for real for ages, right? But until then. The week before he left for the 6 Turns caverns were slammed. He did his best to stock up on everything he could think of. Chatted with everyone, studied everything he could. The night before he left, Brother Fu returned. They had a happy dinner together. Then once again walked out into the wasteland. Master Root arranged for me to be here before you set out for the caverns. I've never been, but I've heard things. Don't overthink it. The old man smiled. Though I hear you have had a breakthrough in that regard. I am incredibly proud of you, Tian. Everything was suddenly worth it. Everything that he had endured, all the pain, all worth it. His dad was proud of him. He had done well. Thank you. Father. Double quotes. Come, Tian. Let's see if you haven't learned a bit more about effortless action. If what I heard is true, it will be of great help to you in the caverns. Brother Fu looked awkward, turning away and rubbing his nose before facing Tian with a smile. Tian jumped forward, trying to move with the wind. And failing. He swung his palms out, trying to catch that feeling of weightlessness, of being part of something so vast. It could hold the world. And failed again. He frowned, reaching for the feeling but only feeling it slip further and further away. TSK. You can't reach effortless action by forcing it. Tian, the hint is in the name. Effortless. The same with what you felt on the back of Senior Redman. You didn't force it. You were ready for it. You welcomed whatever it was, but it's so passive. I saw you attacked, did I wonder. But yes, it is often passive. You are letting the world push you around, to a certain degree. Start with just being aware of the world around you. Brother Fu smiled. Use your perception art, and just feel. When something presses on you, let it move you. If it wants to harm you, let it move you out of the way, and counterattack. Like the scale in Brother Wong's medicine hut. When one arm goes down, the other comes up, but the pivot, the center, eternally steady. They played back and forth across the desert until the moon set. In the morning, Tian greeted the dawn cultivating alongside Brother Fu. Elder Ru met Tian and Hong at the gate, along with Senior Redman. Brother Fu bowed to his master and watched his son leap into the sky. Elder Ru was in no hurry to talk, which left the 2 juniors waiting at attention. Eventually he glanced over to them. You realize that this reward is disproportionate to your services to the sect? Yes, I see you do. The elder smiled. There was an edge to it. You are the beneficiaries of positional politics. The short version is that I was owed a debt sizable enough that it was a problem if I didn't cash it in immediately. That won't make sense to you right now, but believe me, sometimes being owed a favor is more dangerous than owing one. Tian believed him. He also had no idea where this was going. Your reward is entirely based on you to being my people, as my naked favoritism for the West Town Outer Court is well known, as is my severe dislike of Elder Yi and Elder Sun, who now find themselves in the unfortunate position of scrambling to find alternative opportunities for their grandchildren. Brats who make that Lee boy look brilliant and well-behaved. And, not unrelated, one of the Lee clan's Quillen sons will be at the cavern today, though not the one who hit you. Elder Rue smiled and breathed a happy little exhale. Are those meadowlarks I hear? I swear I have been hearing them wherever I go for weeks now. The Six Turns caverns are a trial ground. The caverns are extremely chi-dense. 5 of them are elementally aligned, while the centermost cave, the Null Cavern, allows you to experience a chi void. Chi voids are very useful, in small doses, for developing minute control over your internal circulation, diagnosing any problems you may have with your arts, that sort of thing. Too long in there and you would die, of course. So use it in extreme moderation. But none of that is really what makes the place a once-in-50 years treasure. The smile evolved from edge to wretched. Each of the caverns is ruled by a particular element, and possesses a sort of guardian, sometimes a spirit, more often an environmental condition, sometimes both. To defeat it, you must understand it. Violence alone, at least in the earthly realm, won't do it. The conditions in those rooms do not easily allow for rest. You must defeat a chamber before you will be able to rest. Heal and access the Null Cavern. The elder chuckled grimly. There will be 3 more disciples in the same batch as you. Each of you will be placed in your own chamber. Each chamber has a time limit, and the overall time you can spend in the Six Turns caverns is 1 month. Defeat the Guardian, and you can cultivate in that chamber until you are shifted to the next open one. Fail to defeat a Guardian, and you are eliminated from the Six Turns caverns entirely. You might well die. You could live. But if you do, you will live knowing you are inferior. Tian felt Hong swear internally that she would not be eliminated. Tian quite agreed. The elder looked away, across the sky. Admiring a cloud, Tian supposed. Eventually, he continued. The Six Turns cavern is a place within the monastery's control. But it has a master who does not belong to the sect. That master is not your friend. They won't sabotage you, but they benefit from your failure and your death. If a danger looks fatal, it is. I can't tell you anything more useful than that. Just be aware that the supervising elders will try to protect you. But try is all we can promise. Elder Rue looked uncomfortable, bordering on nauseous. Then he waved the moment away. I cannot easily put into words just what you will earn from this experience, as everyone gets something different out of it. Everyone who cleared the whole cycle became a powerhouse, essentially unrivaled within their level within the monastery and the sects we are closest to. Those who managed to find the true center of the wheel and survived had few rivals within their realm. While I can't say it was causally linked, I can tell you that each person who cleared the whole trial ground broke through to the heavenly realm, and several were taken as direct disciples when they did. Core discipleship is all but guaranteed. So, succeed. Your whole future counts on it. A useful reminder that some people don't read the author's notes. I'm taking a week's break to read, recharge, and get my head straight for what I want to do with Volume 3, which I'm already 23 chapters deep on. So, I should probably sort that out sooner rather than later. Sky Pride is not on hiatus. Am I doing my usual summer thing of retreating deep into the Green Mountains, camped out on a ridge with a secure source of clean water and clear sightlines of the roads, as my ancestors did before me? But let's not dwell on the comfortable doomsday bun. The nice house I'm staying at. This is a very reassuring post reassuring you all that all is well, and your regularly scheduled story will continue on Monday at its usual time and schedule. You have nothing to worry about and everything is fine, just fine. Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit. There was a great joke there, but only the people with the secret decoder rings got it. But then, you had to crack the codes in previous chapters to get the address for the art that would eventually lead you to an abandoned culvers outside of Blueearth MN, hopefully with a shovel and a balaclava. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, some enterprising spark has repurposed the whole place as a heritage logging theme park, where visitors can use handsaws and axes to fell simulated old-growth timber then haul it by oxen to an all-too-real sawmill. New decoder rings are being buried as we speak, possibly. The new clues on the org site are damn cryptic, and the pictures I'm getting back from the team would have Rainbow guessing for seconds. Probably not double-digit seconds, but 5, 6 seconds easily. They are that cryptic. So I'm back on the 23 road. Unless the feds crack the code, in which case, I was never here. It took 2 weeks to travel to the Six Turns Cavern. The last 3 days of the journey were spent traveling through a suspiciously convenient cloud bank. Elder Rude didn't say anything, and the juniors, used to complete silence after 2 weeks of travel together, didn't ask. The caverns were entered through a modest-sized hill inside the bend of a river. It managed to be both spiritual, elegant, and utterly horrible. Everything was dead. It was clear that, until quite recently, there had been sizable trees here, and shrubs and grass. But they had all withered and died. Tian reckoned it was the wall of clouds covering the entirety of the sky for days in every direction. It wasn't night dark, but it couldn't have been kind on the plant life. The lone guard, an ancient martial uncle, carried a similar feel as the surroundings. He tossed the trial takers a necklace with a talisman on it that would summon the supervising elders in the event of fatal danger. And that, apparently, was that. Tian didn't get much chance to look at the other 3 cultivators getting dropped in the cavern. 2 young, handsome men, and a staggeringly pretty woman. The men were slim and immaculately dressed. The woman wore scuffed-looking robes but had a wide-eyed fragility to her. Tian was certain that her robes were messy because it was her nature, not because she didn't have anyone to wash them. He was also privately certain she wasn't a Li clan scion. The insane boy was fancy. This sister looked like she had been dragged backwards through a hedge. 50 years of accumulation for 1 month of miraculous display. So long as the heavenly formation is active, the magic of the caverns will persist. Once the moment is lost, once the stars move out of alignment, the magic of this place will end as well. You should all know what you need to dot and you get, one at a time. The martial uncle's voice was raspy and his intonation fell off. He seemed uncomfortable talking. You first. A bony finger stabbed out. One of the handsome young men stepped forward. My thanks, senior. I'm Ma Tang, Will. We aren't doing all that. The senior disappeared from where he was standing and reappeared behind the speechifying young man for just long enough to deliver a boot to the ass. The potential hope of the sect, or at least a faction, was sent flying into the pit. A moment later, there was a soft flash of red light and a rumbling noise. Double quotes right. Next up. You? He pointed at Tian. Tian bowed quickly and jumped in the hole, which, when his brain caught up with his feet, was not the brightest idea he ever had. Tian fell for a short distance, then hit water. Or did he? He wasn't really sure. It felt for a moment like he had fallen into a pond. He had the barest flicker of terror, a memory of the mind-destroying sensation of drowning. Then his feet touched lightly on the cavern floor. He could breathe well enough. The air was dense with qi, wet and cold, but not terribly so. It was quite refreshing. Water qi, my second strongest elemental alignment after wood, if I remember correctly, and water nurtures wood. I got lucky. The cavern was big enough to drop the barracks into without touching either side. Huge seemed like a fair description. It was also pitch dark. Tian had switched over to counter-jumper immediately and was relying on echoes and vibrations to get a sense of the space. The elder had said that the cavern's guardians couldn't be defeated with mere violence at the earthly realm, but that didn't mean they were peaceful. Tian sent his awareness into his storage ring, then hesitated. He had a few sources of light, but he wanted to test a theory. He pulled out a bit of char cloth, some flint, and a steel striker. It was a bit fiddly in the dark, but he reckoned that he would see immediately if his theory was right. He struck the flint and steel. There were bright sparks. But even when they landed on the char cloth, there was no fire, not even the start of an ember. The sparks went cold almost instantly too. Interesting. Tian pulled out a little crystal. There were light talismans available for purchase from the crafters or even the quartermasters, but those cost money and stopped working once the power in them was exhausted. A bit of a broken hospital lighting ray saved from a trip to the trash heap, however, was free. Better still, it would work so long as he ran his vital energy through it. A little tiring, perhaps, but once he switched from counter-jumper to the advent of spring, it was manageable. When properly mounted in the appropriate spellery and activated with a spirit crystal, the little light crystal would emit a blinding, harsh white radiance that had to be shielded and focused down on the operating table. With Tian's vital energy, it just about managed a soft warm glow, enough to see what was around him and to cast the rest of the chamber into deep shadow. Tian immediately discovered that having the crystal held in his hand was extremely annoying. The light was constantly swinging around. If the crystal moved around in his hand even slightly, new shadows would shift and spread. Not having both hands free meant that he couldn't effectively use his rope dart. If he did need to fight, he would have to drop the crystal and would be instantly blinded by the dark. He gutted it out. It was still better than fumbling in the dark, hoping that counter-jumper would be enough to guide him. The cavern was dim and gray and undulated deeper under the hill. The air felt thick and heavy. The cool, watery chi weighed down every movement, every breath. Tian explored for what felt like hours, but never found the slightest sign of a guardian. He couldn't find the entrance to the void room either. The shadows were messing with his sense of space. The longer he was in the cavern, the less of a grasp he had on its exact dimensions. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Tian shook his head in frustration. He had been on the back of a giant bird for weeks. No privacy, no conversation worth mentioning. Then a corpse-like senior threw him in a hole. It was all too much. He was going to have a sleep and figure it out in the morning. Besides, the way the shadows were flickering was frankly scary. He'd just see how it all went. It would be fine. It's not like he really wanted to come to the attention of the monastery anyway. They were pretty blatantly cruel with their pawns. Lying safe in the dark was definitely the better choice. Snap out of it, Tian. Snap out of it, Grandpa. Think, what is the nature of water? What are the attributes of the element? Extremian. Associated with winter and renewal. The gathering of energy before the burst of spring. Water blocks the flow of chi, or it can anyway. Traps it. Wisdom. Depth. All the good things. And what else? Fear, indecision. Passivity. When out of balance. Anyway. Anything else? Not really. It's not that or anything. It's just water. The parable of the flowing river and the rock. Water moves easily through its channel. If there is a rock in the way, it flows around and carries on. It doesn't fight the rock. But over time, the rock is worn away, and the river is still flowing. Bring it all together now, Grandpa. I have no idea what you are talking about. Follow the trail. Figure it out. Just like we always do. You have all the information you need to conquer this cavern. Tian just shook his head, but habit took over. He had everything he needed to conquer the cavern. To do that he had to defeat the Guardian. But Elder Ru said that violence couldn't defeat the Guardian. So, he didn't really know where that left him. He couldn't even find the Guardian. Water was symbolized by the color black. Could the darkness and here be related? But it wouldn't be as simple as making light, or he would have already won with his little light stone. Seemed like a definite post-snap question. Winter, a period of accumulation. The resting earth getting ready for fuck. Grandpa Jun had no comment on the crude use of an expletive. Tian could feel the old ghost nodding firmly. I'm inside the Guardian right now, aren't I? Why yes, you are. And do we fall asleep while we are being eaten by giant spiritual entities? No, Grandpa, are you sure? Yes, Grandpa. You can't be sure. Because if you were sure, you would be doing what now? Killing my way out, Grandpa. Why aren't you doing that? Because I don't know how to, Grandpa. Yes, you do. I already laid it all out for you. Hell, you have prior experience with being eaten by giant yin creatures. This chamber is practically a freebie. Do better, grandson. Tian sighed the sigh of put upon kids everywhere, and dropped into lotus pose. It really was the most comfortable way to sit for him. The Guardian was invisible, intangible, and everywhere. It somehow was the water chi in the cavern, and all that water chi was making him sleepy. He would fall asleep in here and just never wake up. Sooner or later, the supervising elder would come and rescue him, but he would be branded forever as a person who fell at the first hurdle. Unacceptable. And there was no reason to fail either. He was only tired. He wasn't being compelled to sleep. The corner of his mouth twitched in what threatened to become a rueful smile. Advent of spring. From watery winter accumulation, the yin nurturing, is born new life. Yanwood grows. Yes indeed. I don't think a good cultivation session is going to be enough. Not on its own, but right now, you aren't paying attention to your cultivation much. What would happen if you gave it your full attention? Tian nodded and took a deep breath of the chi-rich air. It tasted amazing. like water pulled from a deep well on a hot day, or scooped from a fast-running stream, buried in the cave. It was hard to imagine the tree as the span between heaven and earth. Instead, he remembered the blackwater willow tree he had harvested with Brother Wong, long roots stretching down into the water. He felt the art drawing in the thick chi in and out, growing strong. Brother Wong had explained it ages ago. The wood is just the structure. The weight of it, the mass of it, comes from the water. Pull all the water out of wood and it crumbled into dust. Even ancient furniture still had some water in it. Draw in the water chi, let it fill him up. The wood chi providing structure, and it all fueled his growth. The hell-suppressing body refining art was spinning its magic through his body. His flesh steadily grew more dense, his meridians and chi stronger and more pure. Tian wasn't drowning in the chi. He was floating on it, drinking it in, growing with it. All the misery and frustration of the last year seemed to melt away. He let his breath flow, let it fall from him, let his thoughts tumble like a mountain stream. He wasn't a willow tree, he was a lotus, floating in a beautiful pond, and willing to share with other flowers, though other animals were acceptable. That is the ugliest turtle I have ever seen, Tian thought. He didn't want to say it out loud. Ghostly blue threads outlined a black shape swimming through the air. Its shell was maybe 15 feet long, but its neck stretched out another few feet further. It seemed unnaturally long, but that was the least of it, really. It also had a snake growing out of its rear. A viper several times longer than the shell. I'm glad fighting is off the table. I'm pretty sure that thing would kill me in one blow. Our grandson, Junior Rui, didn't say there wouldn't be any fighting. He just said that you can't win. Would it cost you too much energy to tell me what that is? Tian's eyes were fixed on the swimming. Whatever it was, not at all. What it is specifically is a chi spirit. These occasionally appear in places with really intense levels of chi. It has taken the shape of a patron deity, a primordial spirit. Not really sure how to describe it to you. Imagine a magical beast that was a sort of embodiment of water as an elemental principle, as well as a few other things. It's hard putting words around something like this. For example, some people think the combination of turtle and snake is meant to be a representation of yin and yang, flexibility versus rigidity, but in either case, longevity. Once again, the answer has given me more questions. It's a yin-yang beast of some kind. No, it's a chi spirit that has taken the form of the totem auspicious beast that represents water and that some bored humans slap labels on. And what should I do about it? That one is up to you, but for right now, I'd keep cultivating. Check your skin. That homegirl is going to stamp her foot with jealousy. Jian looked at his hands. Somehow, despite fighting in the desert and working in a desert base for more than a year, he was even paler than he had been at the temple. His skin had turned the rich white of mutton fat, though not quite the blinding white of a goat piece. He ran a finger along his arm. It was a sheer pleasure to touch. Soft with a hidden resilience. Smooth and utterly free of blemishes. Did I get any taller? You did not. Cultivation is a scam. Tian patted his head in irritation. He was growing well, but Hong was too. Somehow, the hooligan girl was still taller than him, proof, if more was needed, that the world was ruled by a mad god. He patted his head again. He had read about things described as soft as the finest silk. Tian had never seen the finest silk, but it was probably almost as nice to touch as his hair. I still have no idea how to defeat this being, particularly since it doesn't seem to be interested in fighting you. The strange turtle was swimming through the cavern, seemingly without any purpose. It looked content, Tian supposed, until a stalagmite made the worst damn mistake of its life. The reckless fool had spent uncountable years slowly rising up, and now it would pay the price for its arrogance. It stood in front of the turtle, forcing it to stop swimming for a moment. Tian saw spirit go still. Its turtle eyes narrowed. The serpent slowly drew back. Then, it struck. The ghostly snake lashed forward, long fangs biting into the rock. The turtle wasn't going to let the snake have all the satisfaction. It lashed out with a heavy claw too. The stalagmite was too stunned to respond. The turtle snake didn't let up. The turtle actually reared onto its hind legs, clawed flippers. Tian wasn't sure what to call them, whatever they were. The spirit got planted and started slapping with both front claws while the snake struck from cunning angles. It should have looked silly. It did look silly. Tian was irresistibly reminded of the armored mortals who lined the road during the annual spars. They looked so serious and covered in armor, just like the turtle. Such fierce looks on their faces. The turtle looked pretty fierce too. And while the slapping might not be some exquisite form of boxing, if the enemy was something other than a pointy rock, they would probably be killed by it. The turtle didn't seem to be getting bored. It was laying into the stalagmite with ruthless determination. The longer Tian watched it, the stranger it became. Slap, 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 whip, bite, jab. Leaving aside the insanity of an energy spirit attacking a rock, the sheer coordination of the turtle and the snake were extraordinary. Tian was fascinated. The longer he watched, the more mysterious it became. It really wasn't some exquisite boxing technique, nor was the snake displaying some subtle art. They just moved naturally, and as one. There was a charm to it all that he really couldn't look away from. Grandpa, am I crazy or you aren't crazy? Focus. This is an immense opportunity if you can grasp it. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The turtle moved simply. Tian knew from hundreds of hours of martial arts practice. The foundation of boxing wasn't the hands but the feet. A fleshy body relied on the accumulation of momentum and shifting weight, on the explosive strength and speed of the lower body, the simple necessity of solid footing to deliver powerful blows. It was a core tenet of hard, external martial arts, and pretty damn foundational to soft arts too. The turtle's footwork was shit. It just was. The flippers were all the wrong shape and it was floating around in the air anyhow. Despite that, it didn't seem to matter. The turtle planted itself in the air and swung its claws. It wouldn't work on a human, far too clumsy. Every blow announced in advance. At least, not on its own. Because what had fascinated Tian was that the boxing was perfectly blended with the snake's strikes. They only looked like two separate animals. They moved as one. When a slap came in from the left, the snake struck from below and right. If the turtle threw an uppercut, the snake would be drilling in from the top. But the realization felt too superficial. Tian was sure there was something going on here beyond mere coordination. If it wasn't the footwork, was it the posture? The upright turtle looked silly. No matter how fierce it was, the shell, the jutting neck, to say nothing of a giant snake coming out of its rear. These are not the hallmarks of an accomplished master, but for all that, the body was rigid. Imposing, really stout, trusting in its armor for defense and focusing entirely on offense. That wasn't how cultivators fought. They relied on skill over armor. Though he had noticed some heretics made use of crude helmets and breastplates, the way Tian had heard it explained, most cultivator-grade armor was of the soft cloth variety. Thanks to the materials used, it could stop a blade as well as steel. It was just so eye-wateringly expensive. It might as well be mythical. At least, that's how it was in the outer court of ancient Crane Monastery. The armored boxing displayed by the Chi spirit was a purely offensive way of fighting. But it's not like turtles don't have predators. What else was he missing here? It couldn't just be boxing as easier if you were wearing armor. The charm was deeper than that. The mystery was more subtle. Yes, the blows were coordinated. Yes, they flowed together. No, it wasn't as simple as flowed like water. Tian had fully fixated. The same focus that saw him tracking a rat through the junkyard or a disease through his medical books had him cataloging and sorting everything he was seeing. Rigid but flexible. Coordinated but disparate in tempo and technique. Grandpa said people called it a yin-yang beast. And he could see why. But this wasn't a yin-yang chamber and this wasn't a yin-yang guardian. This was about water. He wasn't seeing it. Maybe he had to feel it with his body. Tian stood and started carefully mimicking the turtle. It gave him a very different feeling than thunderous palms. It felt very manly. For some reason. Planting your feet and slapping the life clean out of some little torag was absurdly satisfying. The rope dart, under the control of Snake Head Vine Body, was quite tricky to coordinate, but he had experience with it. It was just that he was usually keeping his body in motion as he did it, borrowing the momentum of his body to move the dart, not purely his will. It took a lot of focus, and he was starting to get tired. The chamber was flooded with chi, but his mental energy wasn't unlimited. Trying to figure out the turtle's secret was draining. It felt like the harder he reached for it, the further away it became. Tian froze. The more effort he put in, It didn't look anything like how Brother Fu moved. Nothing at all like it. Brother Fu moved forward when you stepped back, and back when you moved forward. He seemed to feel how you would move. So, he could always be standing in just the right place. The turtle wasn't doing any of that. It was just standing there, beating up on a stalagmite. Tian grinned. He knew he was on the right track. It wasn't just like how Brother Fu did it. But Brother Fu wasn't a spirit turtle thing. Brother Fu took some complicated philosophical ideas and used it on the battlefield. This was a turtle smacking a rock. It was just moving with nature as it did it. That was it. That was what Tian was missing. It was a being of pure elemental qi, created by the strangeness of this place and this moment. The charm he had been missing was nothing more or less than the spirit turtle moving in accordance with its nature and the nature of the place. It was just doing what felt right to it. So what might feel right to him? Tian started to focus on the idea before he laughed and shook his head. That was doing it wrong. It wasn't about figuring out. It was about feeling. He liked the manly feeling of planting and slapping. But it wasn't quite right for him. He didn't wear armor, for one thing. And he was entirely done with being slapped himself. He started letting his body move a bit more steady than he usually was, but still moving and swaying. Like a bamboo pushed by the wind, lots of movement up high, but feet firmly rooted below. Bending, but coming back into place with a mighty smack for whatever had pushed him back. It was, to his utter surprise, fun. More than that. He could feel that what he was learning now, this feeling, this sense of solidity and firmness, could be incorporated into his boxing. He started using the hand movements from Thunder's palm, just to see how it felt. The difference was immediate and shocking. It was still a soft, internal art. But it really didn't have to be. Tian shook his head. No, that wasn't right. The heavy palms could work with Thunder's palms, but it was trying to force things again. The art and the intention didn't line up. He would have to figure something out later. But for now, he and Senior Turtle were happy, swinging away in the dark. Fun as it was, though, he was tiring. It had been a long time since he last slept, and he didn't dare fall asleep in here. Who knows if he would ever wake again? Tian stopped his shadow boxing and started looking around the cavern once more. There still wasn't any sign of what he was supposed to do here. He certainly wasn't going to fight the giant glowing turtle. He couldn't even seem to find the door to the null chamber. This was the water chamber. It was all about going with the flow, not fighting the current or the pull of gravity. Water flows downhill. He walked to the lowest point in the chamber and touched the wall. His hand went right through it. He pulled it back. It was fine. He stepped forward, and the cavern shifted. There was a sudden moment of inexplicable dislocation, as though the world had shifted 6 inches left for no obvious reason. The air tasted different, still cool, but without that mountain stream or deep well freshness. Tian looked around the cavern. The ugly turtle had vanished. Tian took a step back into the cavern and nearly tripped. His limbs all felt jerky and uncoordinated. Everything seemed like an annoyance, and worse, like something precious had been stolen from him. Oh, that's Grandpa. Just hang out for a minute. Actually, you might as well lay out your bedroll. I'm pretty sure it's the null cavern through there. You can sleep in here now. Wait, I didn't beat the guardian. Yeah, you did. The whole room was the obstacle for you to overcome. You know this. I know you know this because you said that not even 1 day ago. The guardian was a naturally occurring manifestation of the place. The water chi that would pacify you, encourage you to sleep, and eventually drown you. Think about how you finally got out. I just went with the flow. Went where the water would go. Yeah, but not passively. Bashing against the walls didn't do it. And not moving wouldn't do it. Just flowing around the obstacles. Trusting in your understanding of water more than your lying eyes. Effortless action. I suddenly wonder what arts Brother Fu practices. It might be related. Or it might be that he's been thinking about this a long time and reading books written by people who have been thinking about it longer than he's been alive. So why do I feel like I've just been robbed? No doubt charm. Pardon. No doubt charm. No. Feeling of a higher principle of reality. The chi before was saturated with the water element. Now it's pretty pure. The same elemental density that would have killed you was also a major learning opportunity. The longer you could gut it out in the cavern, the longer you could study it, You picked up some things but reached the limit of your endurance. You left the room. The charm is gone. I assume it will reset when everyone swaps rooms, but for you, the opportunity is over. Well, you can cultivate in this wonderfully chi-rich environment, but it's comparatively nothing. Do you think all the rooms are like that? To an extent. I can't imagine it's that simple, though. Cheon thought that was reasonable. Most things are more complicated than you would expect. For all the talk of returning to simplicity and emptying your mind of complicated thoughts, actually doing it was pretty damn complicated. How long do you think we have until they swap us around? 6 days. Really? 5 chambers, 30 days, you do the math. Assuming that everyone gets an equal amount of time in each room, and why wouldn't they? Tion nodded and laid out his bedroll on a flat stretch of rock. Lost Dao charm or not, his brain was cooked. There was just so much that was felt rather than understood. Like trying to put it in words would never really convey the meaning of what he experienced. His hands suddenly stilled, his pillow suspended over the blankets. This is why so many cultivation and combat arts manuals sounded utterly cracked. They were trying to put into words something they mostly understood through feelings. They were playing that literary reference game that Brother Long was going on about. References to shared interests so that people would understand what you were getting at. It was entirely possible that the writers were just bad at writing. But maybe they were just doing their best to explain something inhuman, how they were able to make a tiny twist of the universe do what they asked it to. He put the pillow down and put his head on it shortly afterward. Maybe he had figured it out, maybe not. Either way, he was tired. The next morning, he investigated the null chamber. He stepped boldly in and launched himself right back out again like he had just stepped on an exploding talisman. Kovrach, Tian swore. What's that? I don't know any good enough swears. So I made one up. That was awful. No chi whatsoever. In a pitch-black room. Steady your breath and try again. Maybe even hold your breath. Might help. Tian tried it. It wasn't as bad the second time, but it was still intensely unpleasant. His light flickered and went out very quickly, but he could feel the door behind him. It was practically the only thing he could feel. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. Elder Root had said that this room was good for studying elemental principles, or words to that effect. He tried to feel for any sort of chi in the air, but of course there wasn't any. The only place there would be any sort of chi at all would be inside of him. Mostly in the form of his vital energy. Though, it's not like his middle danshan wasn't converting vital energy into chi, just not very much of it. Which did lead to the problem of him not having the faintest idea what use studying the elements were supposed to provide. Would understanding would better make Snakehead Vine Body more lethal. Make the advent of spring more effective. Cheon thought about that for a half-second, then slapped his forehead so hard his head hurt. Of course it would. Of course that's how things worked. Maybe not directly, but Brother Fu said it again and again and again. He was able to do what he did because he was moving with the Tao. The elements were a very high-level part of that vast system. The better you understand them, the more deeply or completely you could grasp even a tiny part of them, the greater your future potential would be. How could it not be huge? When you had mastered a tiny part of the laws of the universe, hell, it probably even improved the possibility of a revelation. More things to compare other things to at a more sophisticated level. It would definitely improve the power of that revelation. Your insight would be that much deeper, truer. Closer to the Tao. Cheon stood in the emptiness, trying not to think too hard about what he just thought. The consequences were too huge. We are now officially part of Elder Rui's faction for life, aren't we, Grandpa? Oh yeah. 1000%. At least as far as he and everyone else is concerned. Never let someone convince you they are the boss of you forever. At the end of the day, the one responsible for your choices is you. But that's not what that rude kid is up to. That magnificent bastard has been playing a long game, and a very big one. He already has at least one core disciple to his credit, and I have no idea how many true disciples. If you or Helm become a direct disciple, he's going to have a free hand to remake the outer court in his image. More than he already is, I mean. And I have the suspicion that while he may never hold the sectmaster's seat, there are elders and then there are elders. You don't think he's aiming for the top spot? His cultivation is meh, remember. At least that's what people told you. I'm willing to bet he was, at best, a core disciple. No, he's going for a power behind the throne role. Better still, someone whose patronage network includes a future sect master. It also explained why the Void Room was so important. Tian started slowly moving through Thunderous Palm. His vital energy depleted fast. But that was fine, he could feel the energy moving in him very clearly. All the brilliant threads of gaseous energy flowing through his meridians. He tried to incorporate what he felt from the strange turtle, that sense of water providing weight and intensity to each move. It was rough. It was very rough. It was only when he was nearly fainting from energy depletion that he thought he caught the barest hint of it. But it was too late. He had to stagger back into the water cavern and recuperate. Advent of spring roared into action, hauling in vast lungfuls of the pure chi and quickly refilling the depleted vital energy. Don't miss the chance. Focus on the feeling of the water chi moving with the wood. Visualize the tree. Feel the water chi adding meaning and mass to the structure and direction provided by the wood. You already figured it out once, now focus on it. Tian once again visualized the willow tree, with its long roots drawing up the cold water, growing and spreading and reaching up for the sun. Because that was the other thing about willow, wasn't it? It spread. So long as there was water, those willows could grow and grow. Someone had told him that you could plant willow whips in wet soil, and they would grow into saplings. You could make a living wall with them, so long as you took great care to maintain it. Water gives rise to wood, fueling endless growth and renewal. It adds mass and meaning. It was the stuff of life itself, the winter gathering of energy before the explosion of spring. He breathed, and the energy circulated through him. Was it filling him more quickly, more densely? He couldn't tell. He just breathed, and gave his body his full attention. The very second he was recovered, he launched himself back into the null cavern, this time using snakehead vine body. 6 days. We only have 6 days. And how much time did I waste sleeping? I was crazy to sleep. Crazy. That elder must have secretly kicked me in the head. Pace yourself. Tian could hear Grandpa chuckling. You should take advantage of every moment, but pace yourself. This is only the first cavern of 5. And who knows what finding the true center means. Probably involves the null chamber though. Focused effort, but pace yourself. Tian tried his best. He really did. But the sensation of an opportunity slowly slipping through his hands was enough to drive him crazy. What was worse was that he could practically hear Brother Fusking in his ear, reminding him that he had just seen proof that forcing things wasn't the way to progress. You were right, Brother Fu. But effortless action doesn't mean no action. And sometimes the way of nature is to get off your ass and chase something. The biggest immediate gain was in understanding something of the why behind what he had been blindly doing since he first started cultivating. It's good to visualize, but it's a lot better to know how to put that visualization to use. Tian hadn't the first clue how to transform his image of a willow tree drawing water in through its roots into usable strength. Fortunately, Myriad Blessings Child, the author of that art, was several steps ahead of him. The circulation pathways had a deeper, hidden meaning to them. Tian was sure of it. The human body had only so many meridians, but it had hundreds of acupoints placed along those meridians. There had to be a reason for the energy to route through some and not others. His instinct was that it was tied to elemental energy, but this was miles and miles beyond anything anyone had ever taught him. An art began in his mind as his will sent his intention to his vital energy. That energy was never stagnant. It flowed smoothly through the meridians all over his body, maintaining it. He then took a portion of that energy and pulled it away from its usual purpose, and directed it towards a particular course, a network of roads and way stations. And by concentrating the energy in that certain course caused changes to occur. It let him control the specially made rope and dart of his rope dart like another hand. It let him make his body lighter, or his senses sharper, or shatter the inner organs of his enemies. Then, whatever energy remained closed the loop. The return part was every bit as much of the art as the gathering and activation of strength. He could feel the acupoints delicately throb and warm as the dense vital energy flowed through them in the null cavern. It was almost impossible in the water cavern. The dense atmospheric chi flushed his whole body with energy. The tiny signals were lost in all the happy noise. It was only here, in the 6 turn caverns, that he could investigate such a magical thing so early in his cultivation journey. Tian was endlessly fascinated. If he had been at the depot, he would have been given several missions to bed already. He didn't care. He could feel the future waving at him, inviting him upwards, reminding him that he had a place in the endless heavens. If he was strong enough to leap off the heavy earth and fly, Grandpa had to use all his persuasive authority to get Tian to sleep. He was pretty sure there was barely 6 hours until the next chamber opened, and that meant Tian had less than 6 hours to sleep, freshen up, and be ready to jump into whatever the next challenge was. Despite Tian's almost unlimited supply of yes, but yes, Grandpa managed to carry the day with good, old-fashioned fear of humiliation. You don't want to be the first person to flunk out, right? How embarrassing would that be? People wouldn't even look straight at you anymore. Hong would say she doesn't have a little brother as stupid as you. Grandpa, I'm trying to sleep. Tian was snuggling down under his blankets. He had been standing with his arms crossed and an enormous frown on his face a moment ago. But naturally Grandpa was too wise to mention it. He just thought it really loudly. It turned out that Grandpa was off by about half an hour. Tian found himself and his bedroll forcibly expelled towards a previously unremarkable wall at high speed. He was able to snag everything just in time to smack, elbow first, into a stalagmite, bounce off, then fall through the wall, into the fire. Tian made a sound somewhere between a laugh and yelp, and quickly jumped up and snagged a currently not on fire stalactite. This worked for all of a few seconds as the stone was roasting hot and very slippery. He spotted a stalagmite whose top was flattish and about half the width of his foot, a bit below and to one side. With the keen instincts of someone who had been playing Grandpa's jumping games his whole life, he shoved off the stalactite and landed daintily on the stalagmite. Aha, well, I'm dead. The whole cavern was on fire. Tian had no trouble seeing. There was light everywhere. Reds and yellows and blues and greens. Patches of purples and in a few places, browns and blacks. Fire everywhere. It was fire chi. There was nothing for the fire to burn in here, but it was roasting him regardless. It would kill him. And this half-foot wide bit of stalagmite was one of the bigger places to stand out of the fire. There was a long screech, and a bird came diving at him. Tian ducked. What else could he do? The bird was 3 times the size of him. But at least it didn't have its claws out. It seemed more. How dare something exist in the space I am flying through? Tian laughed. For some reason, it seemed like the silliest, funniest thing in the world. The bird was a little chubby looking, with long tail feathers and a short beak, all perched on top of surprisingly long legs, all made of multicolored flames. It was beautiful, like a bird made from the very concept of fire itself. He thought of hot, still summer days at the temple, where even the martial fanatics didn't want to be in the practice courtyards and it was too airless to be indoors. Those were the days when the ponds would suddenly be in need of cleaning, or brothers would take missions down by the rivers. Brother Wang would usually decide to harvest herbs along the river banks on days like that. And while Tian never learned how to swim, he loved wading in the cold water, looking up at the blazing sun in the wild blue sky, cooled by the water, smelling the green vegetation and the rich brown earth. It was all so beautiful. It was all so wonderful and precious and so far from the dump. He could never go back, could he? That peace and warmth, his kind brothers and green lands, and the wonders of a life lived in the wide open, they were all gone now. All gone, eaten up by the wasteland and heretics without compassion, and Taoist masters with little more compassion than the heretics. His heart burned. He clutched his chest, as though he could squeeze the flames out. He could never go back to those hot summer days. Brother Meng slyly commenting on how hot and humid it was, and Tian not getting the joke but knowing it was smutty. Poetry Saint Ju drifting from tree branch to tree branch, murmuring about the steel blue heavens or how banners hung limp for the military funeral. A funeral? Brother Ju never got a funeral. Not that Tian ever attended. The ashes were sent home. That's what everyone said. The ashes were sent home and entombed at the temple or wherever the brother wished. Some were scattered in rivers or lakes. Tian had asked for his ashes to be mixed into the sand in the martial practice courtyards at the West Town Temple. He might reincarnate, but he wanted some part of him to be with his good brothers forever. Everyone would die. He would die. He wouldn't ever reincarnate, and his bones wouldn't ever listen to the laughing and gossip of his brothers. It was inescapable. A future he couldn't run from, couldn't hide from, couldn't fight. He couldn't breathe. He crouched down, balancing on one foot, trying to fold himself around anxiety and pain in his heart. And then the bird came screeching past again, flapping angrily at him, diving at him, making Tian dodge and twist as he tried not to fall off his literal toehold. It was too much. Tian felt the way he was flailing and could just imagine someone seeing him and laughing themselves sick. He couldn't stop his own grin. It was pretty damn silly to be putting on a clown show in a sea of fire. Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions. The grin spread into a smile. Then a manic rictus as laughter exploded out of him. It was silly. It was so damn silly. He was being dragged into the politics of his elders and dumped into magic caves, and there was a war going on for reasons he couldn't understand, and it was all just so insane. It was kicked in the head. So what was there to do but laugh? Tian laughed and laughed and laughed and hopped around on his toes, spinning in place as he waggled his limbs and laughed like a mad thing. It was all so wild, but that meant he was alive, that he was joyfully part of the world, that his efforts were seen and valued and rewarded. All his hard work was not in vain. What a joy, what an amazing, wonderful thing. Even this crazy bird made from fire was amazing too. Tian roared with laughter. He couldn't stop laughing. It was starting to become painful. He was a little worried about it. That tiny spark of worry soon bloomed into a full-blown anxiety attack. Why was he still laughing? He was freaking out. He shouldn't be laughing. Was this cavern affecting his emotions like the water cavern did? Was he supposed to be so manic? He stopped caring and jumped into the fire. Or didn't care about being on fire. It seemed quite possible. That's exactly what it is. Good job figuring it out. Now breathe steadily. Don't try to cultivate in here. You wouldn't like the results. What did Brother Wan teach you about the element of fire? Fire town summer. Found in food like red meat, pomegranates, basically anything red. Which didn't make sense then and doesn't now either. But that's what he said. Associated with the heart small intestine system. People with too much fire in their system should eat bitter grains and beans so long as they aren't red beans. And since it's associated with the heart, it's connected to emotions. Joy, the one unquestionably good emotion. And anxiety. I'm sawing back and forth between joy and anxiety. Just way too much of both. There you go. Tian drew a deep breath. Once he knew the emotions were being pressed on him from outside, they were easier to manage. Now he was just standing in a cavern that was on fire, balancing on the ball of one foot. He wasn't going to be able to cultivate his way out of this. I wonder if the exit is on the ceiling, because fire rises. Tian nodded. It's not a bad idea, but it might be too early to jump to that conclusion. Look at the bird. It's another chi spirit, right? This one to do with fire. Yes, the vermilion bird of the south. Not to be confused with phoenixes. What's the difference? So many differences. Just so many. Too many to describe in a short period. But at the most simple level, the vermilion bird is a kind of saint beast that rules a portion of the night sky, the summer months, a section of the calendar, the southern direction, and is the embodiment of fire. Phoenixes are. And you need to circle this phrase and remember it. Phoenixes are auspicious beasts that bring great fortune. Strictly speaking, they are another yin-yang breed, but most people categorize them as the embodiment of yin and the feminine counterpart to male dragons. Are all phoenixes female? Tian watched the bird bash around the cavern. It wasn't the most graceful, but it was very fast. Nope. Male and female, 50-50 split. Dragons do skew male, but there are plenty of female dragons too. Another one you can fall under: humans putting their own crap on things they don't understand. I thought Hong said something about phoenixes being female. Representation of the feminine principle in yin and yang. Look, you want proof that this is humans being weird? Phoenixes do have some association with fire. They are actually pretty multi-elementally aligned. But there is fire in their. Fire, a yang element. In the feminine, yin principle bird. Meanwhile, the supreme yang dragon, allegedly the highest level of masculine energy, is overwhelmingly associated with rivers, rain, and the clouds. Water. Yin, female. There does seem to be a bit of a gap there. Yes, There is a refreshingly straightforward explanation, however. Oh, what's that, Grandpa? Dragons and phoenixes don't give the faintest damn about the opinions of hairless monkeys, and don't care enough to correct their nonsense. Tian figured that made sense. He looked around the chamber, trying to see if there was another rock he could jump to. The answer was no, not really. There were a few promising-looking stalagmites, but they were too far. He would have to run through the fire, and that looked like a certain prescription for suffering and death. How do you think the last person got through it? I think there was a flash of red light when that first brother got kicked in. Do you think he had a fire elemental body or something? I kind of doubt it. Why, look to your right, near where the vermilion bird is. The bird was flying between stalactites. Tian had been wrong before. It was a lot more agile than he thought. It was the plumpness of the body that was deceiving. The bird itself could flow like smoke when it wanted to. Tian squinted, peering through the flames. I don't see it. On the ground, next to the spot with 3 little stalagmites close together. The shape was half wrapped around the base of the rocks. It wasn't until a flickering flame bounced a spark of reflection off a thin ring that Tian figured it out. A skeleton, burned to blackened bones. Aren't the elders supposed to step in and rescue people if they are dying? They said they would try. And that might be a totally unrelated corpse with an untouched storage ring. A ring and body whoever was in here last decided not to touch. Cultivators being notoriously respectful of the property of the deceased. Tian stared at the body, and even with the flames licking his feet, he felt cold. Fire, arguably the most young element. So, I should explode my way out of here. Sure, you do that. It was a joke, Grandpa. I wasn't joking. But you would be missing out. My opportunity senses are going crazy. We have to get into that ring. The person who jumped in before me said his name was Ma Tang. I don't know what honorable clan them are. But even if they loaded him up with 4 times what Sister Liren's grandmother gave her, that's at best a nice to have, not a need to have. True, but I trust my instincts. Let's go investigate. How, actually? That's the most important question. How do we deal with all this fire? Because I'm okay standing here for the moment, but I'm going to get tired soon. Now that, I'm afraid, is something for you to figure out. Tian looked around the room. How was he supposed to figure out walking through fire? Maybe he could swing from stalactite to stalactite. That seemed possible. Maybe, but it wasn't really useful. That was just moving around the room. The real value of the chambers came from understanding their elements and incorporating them into his own cultivation. So what could he draw from here? The chamber seemed to have more stalactites and stalagmites in it. Some even touched, forming thin pillars. Others were squat and wide. Most were long and narrow, with smooth ridges along their length. For some reason, despite there being almost no similarities, he was strongly reminded of the trash heaps in the garbage dump. You could jump between them, but there were unpleasant consequences for failing to nail the landing. Fire was associated with spontaneity. Tian grinned and jumped. He switched over to light body heavy hands. It wouldn't make him fall any slower, but it did let his jumps push him further. His foot touched on the hot stone of a stalagmite just long enough for him to gather his strength. Then he kicked off again. It felt like one of Grandpa's jumping games, each foot falling just where it needed to. But his mind focused on something else. Tian failed to appreciate how special it was that he could jump from stone to stone, never really worrying about where his foot was going to land and focusing entirely on what his path through the stalagmites would be. It didn't occur to him that, for most people, a slippery, sharply angled surface would not be considered a suitable surface to jump to or from. It was all normal for him. His grandpa didn't play jumping games with them when they were growing up. It was an 8-jump path that turned into 15 jumps due to poor planning. But none of the jumps were too dangerous. By the end, he was just having fun. Grabbing the ring was going to be tricky, however. Bones would fall apart without connective tissues. So he couldn't just grab the whole skeleton with his rope dart. He was going to have to reach into the fire. Actually, he would have lower himself into it. Not something he was looking forward to. He swapped over to snakehead vine body and wrapped his darter on a stalactite, cinching it down tight and popping the barbs for extra grip. It wasn't great. The rope kept trying to slip. Tian poured more and more of his vital energy into it, but he couldn't stop moving now. Each time his foot touched a stalagmite, He was riding a wave of momentum. Stop moving, and he would drown in the fire. He jumped for the bones, letting his weight ride on the rope as he slid lower down. He grabbed the finger with the ring on it. Got it. It was burning, searing hot in his hands. The whole bone was hot enough to sear flesh. He yanked upwards, but the bone didn't separate. Ring, bone, and the whole skeleton was pulled upwards for just a moment. The skeleton was so heavy. Tian briefly wondered if it was made of stone. Then the rope slid off the stalactite, and he stopped caring about the little things. Tian shoved the ring into a pocket on his robe and, with the instinct born of fighting in the wasteland, stowed the skeleton in his storage ring. He just needed a quick jump. He just needed to get up out of the flames quickly, and he would be all right. He started to crouch, but it was too late. Tian didn't remember how he was burned as a child. He vividly remembered what it was like to have been burned. He remembered how, in those first days of learning how to cook, he feared the fire. A long-ago memory, something he had firmly overcome, or so he thought. I can't burn. I don't want to burn. The fear, the anxiety, seized a hold of him. It squeezed him. His body flooded with adrenaline. His breath came in panic, panting hyperventilation. He ran in the rough direction of a flattish stalagmite he remembered, praying he would reach it. He could feel his body burning. He could feel his skin turning agonizingly hot and freezing cold as nerves died, reporting dreadful damage. He reached the wide base of the stalagmite, and he scrambled up, out of the fire, out of the terror. The top was barely as wide as one of his feet. It would do. 1,000 times over, it would do. Frantic hands patted his body. His shoes were gone. His feet were in agony. His trousers were mostly gone too, and big portions of his outer robe with them. Silk was a lot of things, but even the specially treated and woven silk used by the sect crafters wasn't fireproof. He ripped off everything he could. There was a moment of refusal, where he rejected the evidence of his eyes. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation. Then he started cultivating. He wouldn't live that way again. Never again. Advent of spring could heal him. It could heal anything. Tian nitrogen monoxide. The wood chi cycled and his meridians burned. Tian screamed, barely clinging to the top of the stalagmite. The fire chi that had invaded his flesh fed on the rich wood chi and vital energy and grew into a blaze. Pain made Tian stop immediately, but the damage was already severe. Without serious help, he would die. The pills Dr. Pei gave you. First eat the jade spring, then golden dew, quickly. Tian pulled the bottles from his storage ring, the tiny flecks of chi nearly making him black out from the pain. Jade spring are good for healing flesh and skin. Heavenly person medicine. He tapped a single green and white swirled pill out of the jade bottle and into his hand. Then he swallowed it dry. Tian felt the medicine hit his stomach and explode outwards like a cool fog. It spread through his body, cooling what was hot and gently warming what was too cold. The power should have been gentle. It was anything but. It was a medicine meant for those at the heavenly person realm. Tian could only struggle to stay up on the stalagmite while the pill did its work. The demon pulling art. I can't use it. I've barely begun studying it. You don't have to use it properly. Just drag the fire chi in you towards any big concentrations of the medicinal chi. Better still, concentrate it all around your heart and pull the medicine into your heart. I chose to live. Tian decisively ignored the heart advice, but was moving his vital energy as he did. The demon pulling art was both hard theoretically and practically, but Tian could roughly grasp the most basic principles. He alternated between pushing and luring the fire chi, coaxing it towards the medicinal fog within him. It was very slow going, very slow. Tian really didn't understand what he was doing and was mostly just bashing the chi along with his will and his vital energy. It was exhausting. On top of the exhaustion brought by the pain, he focused through it. Another one of Grandpa's invisible lessons. It felt like putting out a forest fire by carrying individual embers to a lake. It was successful, but it took an ungodly long time. I think I'm going to pass out. I think I'm going to pass out and fall into the fire. Drink some water. And while you are at it, swallow a golden dew pill. That focuses on recovery. And you need recovery. Another heavenly person medicine. This one was supposed to help speed along recovery. Tian swallowed it with gulp after gulp of water. Another burst of cool energy spread out into him. Water. Both pills seemed to be water element heavy. Not uncommon in healing spells and pills. If you remember your text, Tian nodded. He didn't dare cultivate properly. But there was so much energy washing through his body right now. His Danshan couldn't help but fill up. He would heal with time. And once he was out of this damned cavern, he could cultivate and really heal. Wood feeds fire. All that fire chi in me. Yes. But can you turn your suffering into a benefit? If you say you can, you can. But if you look inwards and self-reflect, maybe you will find out you can. Tian looked inward and reflected. His considered medical opinion on his current physical condition was fucked. He looked himself over again and modified his initial diagnosis. Extremely fucked. Healing. Yes. But fucked. His legs were badly burned. He knew that what he was seeing was a layer of dead skin, and the itchiness that he was fighting was new skin growing underneath it. He knew that his meridians were burned, but not destroyed. The medicine had done a wonderful job stabilizing them, and they were well on their way towards being healthy again. In time. Days, certainly. If he could cultivate. Much longer if he couldn't. That neatly paralleled the damage to his muscles and tendons. Jumping around the chamber was no longer possible. He sighed and tried to see what Grandpa Jun was getting at. His body was still sloshing with the medicinal chi, and while the biggest piece of the fire chi had been eliminated, there were still traces of it lingering. Most worryingly, it was becoming stagnant in a few out-of-the-way places. The medicine would break it down with time. But stagnant chi was always bad news. It could lead to serious and permanent injuries if not treated. Maybe Grandpa saw an opportunity to practice the demon drawing art. Maybe he saw it as an opportunity to study fire chi. Either way, Tian was too shattered at the moment to deal with it. He would take a minute to pull himself together first. And what refreshes the soul best? Loot. Opening the loot is the best balm for a wounded soul. He pulled out the storage ring. It wasn't a sect standard storage ring, which was interesting. Because if this was the brother who got kicked in first, why didn't he have a sect-issued ring? They also tracked merits and had a few other functions. Not something that could be easily replaced or discarded. This one was rather ornate. No gem, but immensely detailed scrollwork and geometric etchings. It was pretty. He didn't have a better word for it. The storage ring was just pretty. He sent his mind into the ring. It bounced straight off. He tried again. Nothing. He probed it with his vital energy. He might have well poured his water over a slab of granite. Grandpa, what is this? It's a storage ring, but it's got a seal on it. And not a seal that can be opened by just anyone. I'll need to spend more time examining it. Never mind that for the moment. Check the bones, the burnt bones. Take a look already. Tian pulled out a finger bone from his ring. It looked like you would expect. Burnt to hell. It was otherwise in pretty good shape. Heavy. Inexplicably heavy. He gave the bone a little rub, then rubbed harder. It really did feel like stone. He kept rubbing, even using a surviving bit of his robe to polish it up. The bone emerged from under the soot, a soft, creamy white, shiny with the iridescence of rainbows on a butterfly's wing. Grandpa, what is this? I was wrong. That definitely isn't your senior brother. I can't say for sure, but I think this person was. If not a true immortal, they were at least approaching it. At the apex of the heavenly person level, or even above it, which raises a lot of questions. But the biggest one for me would be, why are the bones and ring still here? The bone was quite pretty. Tian dug out a few more and gave them a quick polish. And they were all more or less the same, a dense, a creamy white color, more like stone than bone. And when the light caught them right, filled with a brilliant iridescence, like rainbows trapped in jade. Tian hadn't seen much jade, but he had pestered Brother Long to show him a couple of pieces after the cultured young man referred to a sister as a jade beauty. He sputtered pretty impressively when Tian asked him if he preferred green women. It turned out jade came in white varieties too, and this bone looked like that white jade. I wonder if it's a sculpture of some kind. Not a real skeleton, I mean. Tian softly rubbed a femur clean. It was something to do with his hands while the medicine worked. No, this is real bone. Depending on the cultivation method, this is something that can happen. The whole body transforms and becomes more intensely spiritual. I guarantee that if you looked at your own bones now, they would strike you as unusually firm and beautiful. Kind of creepy to think about. Meh. Some people work very hard for jade bones, you know. Really? Oh yes. There are whole body cultivation arts for it. I bet you this person was strong as hell when they were alive. I kind of wonder if the Six Turns Cavern was a cultivation cave they sealed up. It's not strange for old cultivators to die during a final meditation seclusion. I think it's getting heavier. The bone, yes. Or, wait, Ichan slowly waved the bone around. It's not very strong, but it seems to be pointing back towards where I found it. Interesting. Check if the other bones are doing it. They were. Qian switched to polishing the skull, purely out of curiosity. There weren't any hidden carvings on it, which felt a little anticlimactic. It was still quite beautiful. Check the ring. It too wanted to go back to where he found it. It wasn't a strong pull, but he could tell it was building. Things inside a storage ring can't break out on their own, right? Depends on the type of storage ring. Depends on the thing affecting it. But a good rule of thumb is to bet on higher realm stuff stomping all over the common sense of lower realms. So maybe a non-zero possibility that as time goes on those bones jump straight out of your storage ring and go back where you found them. Looks like there is a time limit for solving this mystery. I'm sure not going back into the flames. Qian looked around the chamber. No sign of the entrance to the null cavern. No sudden burst of insight from watching the vermilion bird flutter around. He could feel the flames trying to crank him up into a state of manic joy, but the overwhelming pain tamped that down effectively. I really have no idea what I am supposed to do here. Fire is a tough one for you. It's restrained by water and consumes wood. So it's fair to say it's the element you are most antagonistic towards. When considering your body makeup, I mean. And while you are philosophically more yin, there is more fire and yang in you than you give yourself credit for. There really isn't. Qian, one of the components of fire qi is kindness. Not a single goddamn person told you to sit with the sick and the dying. You just remembered being sick and in pain and lonely, and decided to do it all on your own, unrelated to your current situation. But if I haven't told you recently, I am furiously proud of you. As his brother Fu, brother Su. All your brothers and sisters from the West Town Outer Court are proud of you. It's a bit of a cliche, but you really do bring them enormous face. Tian was a bit messed up for a minute. When he composed himself, he said, that doesn't tell me what to do next. No, because this is a problem for you to solve. Though if you think about how I usually operate, something might occur to you. Tian was a young Taoist. The 5 elements and the study of yin and yang were everyday things to him. He might be lost saddling a horse or building a bench, but those fundamental forces of the universe had at least a little familiarity to them. So he stood on his stalagmite and thought, fire overwhelmingly yang, associated with all kinds of things, none of which help me, because I'm stuck up here and this isn't providing me with any kind of insight or helping me crack this storage ring. It was hard to be any kind of Taoist sage when you were on fire not too long ago, and the medicine is still rushing around inside of you. Actually, hey grandpa, can I run the hell-suppressing art without running Advent of Spring at the same time? This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Yes, of course you can. You will just run into a chi deficit sooner rather than later, right? But I was thinking, if I have all this fire chi in me and medicinal chi, one yang and the other yin. Interesting. Yes, by all means. Give it a try. Tian drove his attention and vital energy to the mysterious statue floating in his lower dantian. He tried to drag fire and medicinal chi towards it, with little success. Feeling helpless, he used his own vital energy to activate it. Once again, he had the sensation of a wheel spinning. He had come to think of it like a water wheel turning with vital energy. The stones made of prayers grinding down curses and poisons, turning them into his strength. The result was anticlimactic. It wasn't so much that it didn't work. It was that it did with absolutely no drama. The rampant chi was steadily pulled from his body and meridians, tamed and poured back into his flesh. His healing accelerated, and the fire chi seemed to vanish entirely, which couldn't be right, but it was hard to see what exactly had happened. It incorporated the fire chi into your body, not a massive change. You already had some in you, of course, but a tiny bit distributed well. Most of it went to your heart and small intestine, which is what you would expect. That worked really well. You are still a long way from healed. But it seems that the statue can incorporate more kinds of chi than just curses. Interesting. It's not going to save me from the fire, Grandpa. No, it won't. But then, does it have to? Think about this carefully. I have a sneaking suspicion about what you can get from this cave. Tian fiddled with the ring. The pull was tiny, but steady. Some enchantment still lingered on it. Or perhaps it was simply the nature of the thing. It, for lack of a better term, wanted to live where it always had. Presumably the way to crack the protection either took far more strength than could be reasonably expected at the earthly person realm, or far more understanding. Actually, did it vanish when the astrological alignment that triggered the caverns also vanished? Otherwise, what would have stopped that withered elder from popping in and grabbing it himself? The caves had a master. Could it belong to them? Or, the elder said the master wouldn't sabotage them, but nobody had forced Tian to try and grab the ring. It wasn't hidden, or rigged with a trap or anything. It was just lying there. Hardly the master's fault if a young trial taker made an unwise choice. What were the clues Grandpa had given him, incorporating young fire. Kindness. Balance. More fire in him than he gave himself credit for. The demon pulling art. Probably not that. But he had been repeatedly reminded that the heart and small intestine were the organ system associated with fire, and his fire chi should be directed there. The middle dantian was in the heart too, the Crimson Palace. Put a candle in the palace. It was a cute idea, but even he knew that the dantian didn't work like that. Though the triple burner meridian did run right through there, regardless of their names or elemental affinities, he was quite sure that setting your heart on fire was a classic way to die. So no. Tian balanced the storage ring on his palm. The carved patterns were still mysterious, though he liked the way the light of the flames bounced off of them. He lifted his palm up to the level of his eye and tried to sight along it, taking his finger as the spout and the ring as the belly. Could he catch a flame on the tip of his finger and make a lamp? It was just a little visual trick, but fun. It felt like he was trapping the scary fire with his fingertip, binding it. He got it lined up just right. It did indeed look like an oil lamp. Something clicked. These aren't flames exactly, are they? They are fire chi. They can still burn me, but they aren't quite the same thing as actual fire. Correct. And nothing is pure anything. The most yin place will inevitably give birth to yang. So the reverse is true too. Correct again. Which means there is a yin flame in here somewhere. Sort of yes. Sort of no. Try again. You almost have it. There is a yin aspect to the heavily yang aspected fire element. Ding ding ding. We have a winner. Ding ding ding. The sound of a bell. Not like a temple bell, a little bell, ringing when hit with a little striker. They would be used at events where a winner could be determined. Sorry, it's not free, and it's not worth the expense to explain. Grandpa's voice had gone very soft. Tian didn't hear him sounding sad often. So what's a yin aspected flame? Grandpa John didn't mind Tian hurrying to change the topic. It's a human flame, among other things. But focus on that for now. Sometimes a candle or a hearth fire, or similar, a lamp flame. Very much that kind of thing, yes. Controlled and nurturing, helpful rather than destructive. They can become destructive, of course. Fire is fire, but that's not its purpose. Cultivators must love them. They almost never try to acquire that kind of flame, actually. The only ones who might are those who pursue cooking arts, or maybe alchemy. But maybe not. The alchemy and forging guys are obsessed with super high heat flames. Sun hot, esoteric flames whose nature and origins are not easy to describe. What's the use of a flame that nurtures and supports? If you want that, just take a pill or buy new art. Grandpa's voice was sarcastic, bordering on the vicious. Unless, of course, you were full of wood chi. Then you could easily nurture the fire chi in you. Grandpa, is it even possible to trap a chi flame inside yourself? Or useful? For that matter, yes and yes. Though usually the flames require a special tool to hold them, a special art to bind them to you, or a way to merge them with your physique. And no, the hell-suppressing art doesn't count. It ripped apart the flame chi into tiny pieces and distributed it across your body. Remember, right, you just said. So how do I catch a flame? You don't. Way too hard. And these flames, while made of reasonably pure fire chi, aren't anything special in the grand scheme of things. Besides, you are hilariously underprepared to do anything like that. Tian deflated. He was so sure he was on the right path there. Grandpa had even gone along with him on that path. Human flames, nurturing. Can't take it from outside, but do I nurture my own flame? Nurture a little bit of fire chi inside of me that will help me grow instead of burning me down. He heard Grandpa chuckle. It's not like you don't have fire chi in you. Even yin phase fire is still more yang than yin. A nice midpoint for a kid who is strongly wood aligned and worried he isn't as manly as his big brothers. And what use would it be? Also, I'm not worried about that. I'm hitting my growth spurt. I'm going to be bigger than any of them. Sure you are, cough. Other than strengthening your fire chi, providing you deeper insights into the element of fire, and improving your ability to withstand fire chi due to your greater understanding. Whatever you can figure out to use it for, I suppose, I, for one, would suggest using it to find a place in this room where you can at least sit, if not lay down. Because there is definitely a limit to how long you can stand on top of a stalagmite, and I think you are going to hit it very, very soon. Grandpa wasn't wrong about how long he was going to last up on the stalagmite. He was tough. But it had been a bad few hours. So how do I? Tian, I said you have to study them and figure it out. I will say that you have the tools you need. And remember, it's not a question of making a spell or something. It's about understanding. Understanding the fire, and yourself. Once you do, you can make a home for the fire within you. Should I be doing this with all the elements? Shouldn't need to. Metal is going to be a bit of a bastard for you, but you will manage. Earth is a dawdle. Water and would go without saying. It's really fire that's your nemesis. Tian nodded and stared into the fire chi, understanding fire as a way to stop it from harming you. He really didn't see how that could work. He could understand a rock perfectly, and his foot would still hurt if he kicked a mountain. Was fire chi really something you could understand your way around? He stared into the fire, feeling his mood being forcibly elevated by the chi in the room, even as he instinctively wanted to feel afraid. He wanted to feel more afraid than he did. He remembered what it was like living with burn scars. It was part of all his earliest memories. Every move he made in the junkyard was paid for with pain. He couldn't stretch in certain ways without tearing the burns. He couldn't walk without painting them. They looked hideous. He looked so disfigured people thought he was a diseased animal. It wasn't just the burns that made him hideous, but they were part of it. A life whose bounds were defined by the pain of burns. Then he destroyed his body and rebuilt it from lotuses and venomous adders. Was that why he was so yin, so quiet and cautious? Every move had a price in pain. It was so much better to remain still. Except he couldn't stand seeing his kind brothers dying. And he loved his new body. And he loved cultivating. He loved moving so freely and rejoicing in the open sky. He wouldn't keep going around and around with tea and snacks if he didn't enjoy it on some level. He wouldn't be making friends. He wouldn't have found his dad. A father who had lit the hearth for him, warming him after he suffered the winds and the rains of the world outside the temple. He was scared of fire. He just was. He didn't trust it and couldn't forget the pain of it. No matter how delicious cooked food was, or how comforting a campfire could be, or how cozy an oil lamp made a room, there were talismans you could buy that would make light too. Other sects probably had enchanted items that would make light for hours or days, maybe. It didn't have to be fire all the time. So could he accept it? Tian stared into the flickering fire chi and watched the scarlet bird zip round. It looked pretty happy. Quite different from the stubborn turtle snake thing. It couldn't seem to focus. Always flying, never perched. It seemed a tiring sort of way to be. Could he really accept the fire into him? Could he? Tian laughed. Could he forgive the fire for all the pain it had caused him? What a silly thing to think. Could the element that made up a fifth of existence kindly repent and show remorse so that Tian could take some satisfaction in forgiving it? After all, everything he had suffered at fire's hands was clearly intentional and premeditated. How could he even bring fire into himself? He was basically a giant pile of kindling. He had just proven that. The thought made him hesitate. It wasn't strictly correct. Actually, it wasn't remotely correct. He already had fire in him. Everybody did. The real question was, could he make something of it? Could he accept it and use it as a bridge to the fire chi around him? He was tied to wood and water. If there could be a bird made of flame, there could be a lotus floating in the fiery pool of his heart. It was supposed to be a yin-aspected fire, so why not? He cast his mind inward. trying to piece together the fire chi within him. Molded according to his will. It didn't move easily, but it was already concentrated around his heart. He didn't have to push it far. He imagined the little flames licking up into the petals of an open lotus. Not a cruel fire, but a warm one, purifying. That's a lotus flame, one that brings peace and purity. Not too hot. It's a yin aspect fire. Not too cold either. It's still fire chi after all. And lotuses don't like too much cold. A nice balance. He didn't have a good feel for what the Crimson Palace looked like. He tried to imagine the lotus floating in there in solitary splendor, setting down its roots into his heart. It was a pretty picture. So why did it fill him with dread? Tian couldn't quite put it together. He stared a moment longer. Then with a heavy push, he dispersed the vital energy. Something was very wrong. He just didn't know what it was. Stolen novel. Please report. Treat it like a disease. Overwhelmed. Diagnose. Where is the injury? At the Crimson Palace. The middle dantian located at the heart. He could only sense it with chi, but visually, in his imagination, it had presented as a lotus made of little flames with a long root stretching down into the depths of his dantian. Problems, he focused in. The first problem was that he was playing make-believe while standing on a narrow stone post in the middle of a cave full of fire. The assignment wasn't imagine a fire. It was to understand the fire in him well enough that things started to click. This is why I could tolerate the water room so well, and got instantly burnt in here. It's not just because of my innate physique or how I cultivate. It's because I'm consciously rejecting the fire, clashing directly with it, rather than letting it flow. That was the whole big lesson of the water cavern. Go on. I'm fighting with the fire chi. It's not that it's harmless. Of course it's dangerous. It's fire. Same as water. But if I accept it as part of me, if I'm not constantly putting myself in the position of eating it or being eaten, it will at least be less damaging. I won't be tearing myself up. That's a big piece of it. Try to focus on just one element of the element. Don't think you can make something that represents all fire or burning or heat. The concepts are way too big. This is DOISM. As within, so without. The human is the microcosm of the universe, and the universe teaches you about yourself. That cosmic truth can only be understood through a human lens. So think to yourself, what is the aspect of fire that most calls to you? What is the part of it you like best and understand best? A campfire maybe, eating the hot food. No, that's still kind of scary to me. Tian shook his head. He tried to think of a moment in the fire. A moment where the fire felt comforting, safe, and necessary. A good fire. He remembered sitting up with Brother Long in the desert, drinking tea with him in the flickering light of a tiny oil lamp, the fading light in the old warrior's eyes. The fire chi in the tea had warmed the water, let the leaves steep, and the light of the lantern made a warm place in the darkness. To people in pain, beaten by the world around them, taking comfort in that little controlled fire. Maybe that was the Tao of fire to him. Not a sun that illuminated his heavenly rise or a blazing meteor that demolished his enemies. And not some damned lotus purifying all the sins of the world. Just a little lamp. Just enough for a few people to huddle around, sharing tea and comfort. The joy of that flame was a little thing, but it could reach into every heart. The heat wasn't much, but it could comfortably warm a tent, and it was safe, trapped in the lamp. It wouldn't spread and consume him, or those who gathered with him. It was a nasty, painful, ugly thing, being alone. Tian would never forget the dump. Being alone hurt, being despised hurt. The rock throwers were throwing rocks because they refused to share the warmth within themselves. They were people without compassion. That was his little fire chi, a light of compassion, not for the world, but for those who would gather with him. A light that would invite, not insist. A lotus floats on its pond, only permitting other lotuses around it. Underneath, it's all venomous snakes, bones and literal shit rotting down into fertilizer. All that death for just a few beautiful flowers and fake purity. That's not what I want. That's not the fire that burns in me. Tian imagined the camping lamp in his storage ring, a palm-sized clay bowl with a pinch spout to hold a bit of cotton wick, and walls that gently curved over the top to keep the oil from splashing out. He had brought it with him from the temple. It seemed right that it illuminated his heart now. He drew the fire chi together, and lit the lamp in the Crimson Palace, illuminating his heart. He thought the flame that came out of the spout looked a little purple. Tian smiled. He had no idea why it looked that way. He had never seen a purple flame. It's just what the fire chi wanted to do, so he let it. The lamp was very stable. It didn't seem to do much. That was fine. It was a lamp. It just had to be. The vermilion bird flew over to him. Tian reached out his hand as a perch. It was stupid. He would surely get burned horribly. The bird flew around him and then fluttered off, landing on a stalagmite nearby. Tian hopped off his pillar and walked over towards it. The chi fire was hot. He would be hurt if he stayed too long in one place, but it was bearable for now. The bird flew off again, moving in roughly a straight line. Tian followed it all the way to the entrance of what he knew must be the null cavern. He smiled up at the bird. The invisible membrane stretched and popped, turning the sea of fire into pure chi. He stepped into the void, feeling his vital energy wicking away, feeling the scattered fire chi being yanked off his body. He stood there, concentrating on his lamp. It was still too fragile to risk trying to remove from his crimson palace. So, he stood there, feeling it radiating out from him. Standing in the utter dark of the void, Tian felt an almost overwhelming need to laugh. Here he was, in the Six Turns Cavern, setting out his little table and inviting people to visit and have some tea. It started as a way to bribe people and earn favors. And now it was something he treasured. His little network of people. His circuit of friendly faces. People who would gather around him and tell him things. He didn't have to talk. He could just be there with them. It was such a painful, ugly, brutal world. Was it so terrible to be the person holding the light? And if someone didn't want to come for companionship, if they wanted to snuff out his light, well, he would welcome them too. Light would hide his darts as well as the darkness. Each one was filled with Sister Lee's care. Imperial Heavenly Swallows was suggested by the diligent Sister Sue at the Scripture Pavilion. His martial arts were trained into his bones by all the brothers who sparred with him. Brother Wang and Brother Fu had taught him compassion, and they were fierce as tigers. The lamp invited others in, but so much of the fuel was the gifts made by the people in his life. How could he let someone snuff it out? Standing in the utter darkness, Tian found joy in the light of his life. The 6 days passed in an odd sort of ecstasy for Tian. Odd, because he knew what he was feeling wasn't entirely natural. Fire was the element of joy. Red the color of supreme good fortune. Losing himself in the flames of his own fiery chi made everything a happy occasion. It became exhausting. Sometimes you need to just be flat. Tian healed and rested in the now pure chi fire cavern, then experienced the element of fire within him in the null cavern. He would stand in the dark, admiring the lamp in his heart until his meridians screamed from the chi deprivation, back and forth, as much as he could stand. His cultivation had never been faster. Tian felt like he was eating his way through level 6, just ripping big bites of chi from the air and chewing it down as his cultivation turned consumption into strength. If the water cavern had been about flow and providing meaning to what was already there, the fire cavern was about illumination. About seeing yourself. Tian nearly laughed himself sick when he realized how much of his behavior was based on avoiding emotional pain by accepting physical pain. He couldn't imagine changing, either. The rewards were just much too rich. His brothers and sisters brought him so much joy. One interesting thing he noticed was that the bones in his storage ring did, in fact, come flying out and return to their resting place. They became quite hard to spot, then simply became part of the cavern floor, not invisible. They were subtly covered and absorbed. The ring stayed, which was odd, as it had been trying to leave before. The 6th day came and Tian was once again launched through the wall. The ring stayed behind. Tian had no idea what to make of it all. The ring stayed then left. Maybe it didn't quite get what it wanted. Just another mystery of the 6 turn caverns. Oh nice. With Chigok. HSSDGKRK. Tian fell to his knees, clawing at his throat. His lungs were filling with something that was blocking out the air and crushing his organs against his ribs. The wood chi was running riot. Something was growing in him, and he didn't know what it was, or particularly care to find out. Tian immediately threw his cultivation into action. The chi was first milled down by advent of spring, then again by the hell-suppressing sutra. For someone as strongly wood-aligned as Tian was, it took an embarrassingly long time to bring his body back into order. It was stupid. It was so damn stupid that something as pitifully easy as wood would nearly kill him. Of all the stupid fucking things, wood is nothing. Wood isn't shit. I'm going to piss on trees every chance I get from now on. Tion swore, then took a deep breath for the novelty of it, held it for an extra moment, then explosively exhaled. Excess wood chi in the liver leads to anger, right, Grandpa? That's what your book said, yes. Admittedly, they were talking about diagnosing virulent blue ring orchid rot. Tion nodded and forcibly brought his temper under control. When wood was balanced, so was the mood, which, he realized, might pose some particular challenges for him. There was a bamboo shoot in the middle of the room. Tion didn't know why. Well, he did know why. It was the chi spirit. But why a chi spirit would take the form of a bamboo shoot in a cave deep underground, he didn't know. Bamboo did grow awfully fast. Maybe that was the reason. He really thought it would be a dragon, though. Wood's one of the trickier elements, if you ask me. Why's that, Grandpa? It's a transition, a state of growth. A seed accumulates energy, then there is a period of change where it transforms. It absorbs, then grows again and again, and again, until it reaches the height it's going to reach and starts focusing on reproduction instead. Reproduction can be considered another sort of growth, very broadly speaking. Wood is a verb, not a noun, is what I am trying to say. More than just is. Wood chi is something that is happening. How? By comparison, the other elements are a lot more fixed and stable. Yep, kind of. Maybe not so much water and fire. Look, Taoism gets really annoying when you get into the details. And even more annoying when you realize that the Taoists know that and are completely okay with it. Grandpa, I am a Taoist. I said what I said. Riddle me this. Young Taoist, a bee and a flower. Which is yin and which is yang? Do keep in mind that worker bees, the ones doing the pollinating and penetrating, are female. Do also keep in mind that flowers don't always exactly line up with human reproductive organs. We aren't even going to touch the insanity that is the life cycle of the fig wasp. That's for advanced DOISTS. Good luck. Have fun. Tion locked up for a moment. He was forced to admit that he didn't even know where to begin with that one. The elemental alignment of specific plants, certainly. The interactions between plants and bees. And what even was a fig wasp? I have no idea. Sorry, Grandpa. Don't be sorry. You haven't done anything wrong. The correct answer is they both are both, depending on how and when you look at it. Any attempt to narrowly classify things runs into this problem really quickly. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. What's the alternative? Not a conversation for today. Or maybe ever. Focus. Tion, you should be able to get a lot out of this chamber. Tion was less sure about that. If wood was about growth, then he was already there. He was all about growing. He was all about stretching out and becoming something greater than he was before. Accumulation then birth. He was 100% on board with that. No big revelation needed. Could I get a GHHKRK, KOGHFWBB or GGF? Hawk Horf. Tion furiously cycled Advent of Spring while trying to vomit out the contents of both his stomach and lungs. The good news was that he hadn't eaten anything other than fasting pills in the last month. The bad news was that whatever was stuck in him did not intend to leave without a fight. It seemed that the wood chi had only been suppressed, not completely destroyed. Tion reached out for his fire chi and quickly dragged it over to his lungs. His Tao of fire may be based on compassion, but compassionate wasn't the same as being stupid. Whatever was growing there could burn for him. I did say that wood chi is a verb, not a noun. It is the element of growing, not will grow. The advent of spring is all about endless growth. Now that you say it, it is indeed. And while snakehead vine body isn't, it is all about flexibility and constant motion. Tion slowed down and paid attention to the cultivation art. It felt more lively today, like there was more to it than just providing his body with expected vital energy. Perhaps there was something in the air. Literally. What did you say the energy in these rooms had? Tao charm. Why yes. Yes they do. Grandpa sounded downright gleeful. He was being unusually chatty since they arrived in the six-turn caverns. The benefits to Tion's foundation from cultivating in here must be enormous. Even more than he was realizing. So by really focusing on the feeling of my arts making use of vital energy, I will get a much clearer understanding of different aspects of the Tao of wood. That would be quite a good outcome. Yes, a very achievable outcome. And since you can tolerate this room a lot better than the fire cavern, there isn't really a rush to find the null chamber, is there? Tian smiled and got to work. Water added life and meaning, but wood was the structure and driving force. That was the deduction he made in the water cavern. Time to put it to the test. He started his usual meditation practice, beginning in the lotus pose and slowly drawing in the qi, letting it cycle through his meridians, filling his lower dantian before being converted into vital energy and being sent to nourish his body. The supreme virtue hell-suppressing sutra had its role to play as well, but Tian had never really fully understood just how it worked. He set it aside once again, and just focused on the wood vital energy surging through him. Vital energy, as he had been reminded again and again, was just another form of qi. It was specifically the qi that strengthened and nourished the body. But what did that mean for wood qi? Flexibility, strength, but not as much as some elements. Longevity, healing, which was another way of saying growing back what was broken. It also meant competition. Things kept trying to grow in his lungs. He wasn't entirely sure what. Fungus, maybe. He remembered Grandpa telling him one of the reasons he couldn't breathe well as a kid was a fungal infection in his lungs. Just some little plant fungus thing trying to grow, which meant he had to die. Or that giant cosmic tree that he had imagined. It sounded amazing. But how many things could live in its shadow? How many plants would be starved of water and light as the tree took it all? Balanced against that was the forest as a system. It was one of the things both Grandpa Jun and Brother Wang had taught him. Nothing grows in isolation. Everything is connected. Things grow together and often support each other. A million different components make up the forest. But there is only one forest, growing perpetually. Even if it's mature, it's still growing. Things die or are damaged, or the forest just wants to spread. Wood isn't static. Growth definitely isn't. But the change isn't always obvious. The wood element isn't a noun, it's a verb. He unbreathed and watched the vital energy seep into his flesh. He really was suited for the wood element. He looked like he was standing still. But he was always growing. He worked with everyone, but would fight like hell for what was his. Snakehead Vine body was an absolute mess. Tian had been so fixated on growth. He had neglected that flexibility was a core component of the element. Flexibility without coordination was just chaos. Tian tried to emulate the turtle snake from the water cavern, incorporating Snakehead Vine body into his palm arts. It was all still too chaotic. Trying to cycle two arts was like trying to breathe two different ways at the same time. He was confident it was possible. He just didn't know how yet. I don't suppose you have any tricks to help me with that, do you, Grandpa? For the way you cultivate. And fortunately, the answer is practice. The absolute best thing for you right now is that null chamber. It lets you see exactly where and how your vital energy is moving. Before we get to that, though, there is something I would like you to do. Focus on your pinky fingers. Tian looked down at his hands. His pinkies were still missing. The vital energy that should have gone through there and returned to the cycle seemed to just leak out. Like there was some kind of impossibly subtle barrier around the flesh of his fingers that stopped them from regrowing. He could feel the stumps growing and getting stronger along with everything else. But that was it. I expected your body to be completely restored after the first reconstruction. I'd have bet every scrap of energy I had that it would be completely fine after the second one. What's more, Young Fu told you the truth. Advent of spring should have regrown those fingers years ago. That you are being divinely screwed with is old news. The how and the why are the real mystery. You really don't have any ideas. I have. 1. Just get your head down and grind in here for the next 4 days. Day 5 and 6 will be for the void chamber training. Focus on learning as much about each element as you can and absorbing as much of that Tao charm, that essence of the element, as you can. No promises I can get it done by the time we finish our tour in the 6 Turns Cavern. But let us say we are filling the warehouses. I'm not quite ready to run wild. But while you are gathering Tao charm, I'm gathering energy. And when I make my move, I guarantee the heavens will tremble. Is it time yet? Soon. Any minute now. There was a brief shuffling sound now. Are you flying through a wall? Then it's not now. There was a little more shuffling. Then a few seconds of foot tapping. How about, Tian, I swear to dog I will hum the most annoying and inescapable melody you ever heard if you ask me if it's time yet. You will be ripped from this room by arcane forces and flung into the next cavern. It's not subtle. You really can't miss it. So would you. Kindly settle down. It's just, I'm so bored. That bamboo shoot just sat there the whole time. It had to be the dumbest, stupidest thing I have ever seen. I was expecting a dragon. Something impressive. Something more interesting than a topping for rice. You are in a magical cave with a chi density and purity like few places an earthly person could survive. Peering into the fundamental forces of the universe and understanding how they interact with you on every level, physically, mentally, spiritually, with your cultivation, with how you fight, with your personality. And you are bored. You live in a temple and work for a monastery. Cultivate patience. Yes, but the wood element is so boring. Fire and water really made me feel like I was achieving big things. After the first day, wood was just oh. Yeah, that is how that works. Yep, watch those muscles lengthen and grow. Come on, bone formation. You can do it. Infinite mysteries of the universe, and you're yawning. I think I'm a pretty patient person. But for days of staring at my belly button followed by 2 days of feeling snakehead vine body move in a literal void is more than anyone could stand. Are you, or are you not, considerably more coordinated and moving between your combat arts now, verging on seamless, in fact? Tian opened his mouth to answer when he was smashed sideways through a wall and into needle hell, which, when he tried to take a step and steady himself, he quickly learned was also caltrop hell and razorblade hell. It wasn't like there was some magically safe place to step. There were only easier and harder places to endure. Never thought the metal cavern would be blurred. Blood started to pour out of Tian's mouth. He felt his lungs filling with fluid, struggling to expand at all. Your survival suit. Put on the face mask immediately. Start running Advent of Spring and the Hell-Suppressing Sutra too. Quickly, quickly. Tian did exactly that, but the Advent of Spring struggled. When he cycled it in the fire cavern, it was consumed by the fire chi, fueling the flames. In the metal cavern, the wood vital energy was destroyed. This did not enhance his calm. Tian was currently balancing on literal razor's edges, and even a casual move would see his feet sliced open. Sliced feet meant falling and instant mutilation with a more lingering death to follow. He had to stay upright and balanced while trying not to drown as his blood filled his shredded lungs. Metal dust in the air, like breathing in tiny razors. Your suit will keep it out, but it's going to be trash in no time. Treat it like a quiz in the hospital. Orderly Tian, what does metal overcome? And what overcomes metal? Tian thought fast. It overcomes wood, as the axe cuts down trees. And it's overcome by fire as fire smelts metal. Tian tried coaxing the metal chi towards the lamp in his heart, and was relieved to see the chi breaking down into more neutral chi. It couldn't get rid of the strong metal alignment entirely, but it was manageable. Slow, hugely inefficient, but manageable. With the silk head cover blocking most of the dust from infiltrating, he was able to slowly get the damage under control. He focused intently on the flow of vital energy through his body. The rate of new cuts had dramatically dropped, but the healing was fighting the metal fragments as well as high-purity metal chi. Dragging the metal fragments into his heart was obviously a recipe for a messy death, and trying to drag all the tiny bits of high-purity metal chi was brutally slow. Too slow. He'd die if he didn't get ahead of it. What couldn't be managed with skill must be managed with brute force. Lacking any better ideas, Tian mobbed each little clump of metal chi with more and more vital energy. The metal overcame the wood, but when the quantity of wood reached a certain threshold, the metal was overwhelmed. Once the metal was broken down, the vital energy could rush in and heal the wound. Then it was on to the next little cut, one at a time, dozens of times. It required an extraordinary amount of focus. Get distracted, and not only would his progress be lost, so might his feet. Tian quickly lost track of time. It really didn't matter how long it took, so long as it got done safely. It did give him a lot of time to study metal chi, sharp, yes, but rigid and unyielding as well. It seemed to refuse to be blended with anything. A craving for purity, perhaps. Purity didn't feel quite right. More to explore. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. He was catching up on the healing. The blood that had to be spat out was carefully expelled to avoid soaking the fabric of the face cover. The tissues were mending, and the metals were being slowly, painfully, broken down into tiny fragments his body could process. The first full breath after entering the metal chamber was so sweet. It almost made him lightheaded. This, of course, triggered a wave of paranoia. Tian carefully checked his lungs over once more. The gross damage was mostly healed. The minute damage was fully healed. He hesitated for a moment about that, then focused even more intently, letting his vital energy work as tiny, feather-like fingers probing the wounds. They weren't just healed. They seemed subtly stronger. The elemental alignment of the lungs was metal, as was the autumn season and the white tiger. It was written with the character for gold, but everyone read it as saying metal. He desperately wanted to open his herbology manuals, but didn't dare risk them in the metal dust-filled cavern. Grandpa, in the herbology manual, there was an entry for iron vein briar and how it usually grows near water that comes from mountains with high iron deposits. But there was something else there too. Yes, there was. Related to how difficult it was to clear the briar and why it was so useful as an improvised camp defense. Right, the iron from the water was. Tian racked his brains and forcibly dredged up the answer. It incorporates the metal into itself, reinforcing it, making it more rigid and its thorns sharper. Something it does a great deal more than other plants, who also absorb metal to strengthen themselves. Very good. But how could that be, if metal is always trying to overcome wood? Because nothing is only one thing. Wood is yang, and metal is minor yin. So it might be overcoming wood, but in small doses, it reinforces it, strengthens and hardens it, probably helps fight off insects and things like that too. Nothing is only one thing. Nothing is only good or only bad. In nature, yes. Now, apply all that to your current situation. Too much metal is harmful for me, but I can balance and moderate the yang wood qi with some of the yin metal qi, offsetting the flexibility of wood with some needed rigidity and hardness of metal, which will also help create water qi and form a virtuous cycle. Grandpa Zhen was silent for a moment. That is a very Taoist way to look at it, and under the circumstances, not incorrect. It sounds like it's not the answer you were hoping for, though. Yes, I don't really know why I expected anything different, though. Everything you have learned leads you to the answer you gave. Well, what were you hoping I would figure out? Grandpa Zhen sighed. Don't worry about it for now. Just an old ghost swim. Try practicing Imperial Heavenly Swallows. Don't throw the dart just yet. Hold it and cycle the art. The key thing to keep your eye on is the movement of metal vital energy through your body and into the dart. Tian did and immediately started frowning. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's all wrong. Not all wrong. Tian carefully shook his head. He was still spending an awful lot of focus on not ripping his feet in half. No, it's all wrong. It's like with the Hell Suppressing Sutra. If I only send it yang vital energy, it only half runs. Same here. The tiny bit of metal mixed in with my wood vital energy isn't nearly enough to properly use the art. Used properly, it should be going through just about anything I throw it at. It lacks sharpness. Among other things, I'd look over to your left before you start experimenting. The chi spirit for the metal cavern was licking its paw as it lay curled up on a patch of knives. Its paw, Tian noticed, was larger than his chest. The white tiger, a form inspired by it, certainly. Tian looked around the chamber. He had been pretty stuck in the fire cavern as well. But there was a sort of naked hostility to this space that the fire had lacked. Every inch of it seemed to contain some variation on the concept of slicing or stabbing. He carefully crouched down and flicked a metal spike. It made a sharp ringing sound, hard enough for sure, but was it brittle? Tian didn't really want to find out. Given his luck, it would just make even more pointy, sharp shards for him to deal with. One of those boxing tips he remembered from Brother Meng was that it was completely possible to grab a sharp steel blade safely with your bare hand. Really? Just so long as your hand didn't slide even a tiny bit once you had grabbed on. Once that happened. But so long as you kept the blade from moving around. The worst that would happen is a bit of a red spot from holding a narrow bit of metal hard. So in theory, he should be able to step from knife edge to knife edge. So long as he didn't slip even a tiny bit. He certainly couldn't stay perched here forever. Tian spotted a likely-looking saber and thought it might make a decent first step. Would it be too much to ask for the blades to present the flat of the blade? Tian grumbled. Yes, look out. The white tiger had waited until Tian had lifted his foot and shifted his weight before making his move. With a flick of his claw, the tiger sent out a sharp cut of metal chi at Tian's still planted back leg. Tian yelped and quickly completed his step to the saber. It took an unholy degree of concentration and balance, but he was able to stay up. He glared over at the tiger. It was hard to tell, but he thought the big cat was grinning. It raised its claw again and Tian swore internally it was grinning. The cat had found a new thing to play with. He quickly looked around a cluster of arrowheads. He could, very carefully, stand on them. The claw slashed down. Tian moved fast. Once again, the tiger had aimed at his legs. This time, his balance wasn't as precise, and he swayed on the arrow points. This displeased the tiger, and Tian was forced to dodge a chi thread that would have removed a decent chunk of his head. It was immediately followed up by another claw towards the legs, forcing him to hop over to what appeared to be giant silvery moss, but were actually long spikes covered in hundreds of fine barbs. Tian quickly learned that the tiger had certain rules. If he stepped quickly and directly, with perfect balance and control, he got a few seconds to orient himself on the next step. If he hesitated, moved in an imbalanced way or otherwise was less than graceful, he was punished with a second claw and forced to move again immediately. It was manageable for now, but not for long. The big cat showed no signs of getting bored, and there was no obvious place in the room to hide. On second thought, I miss the bamboo. Use your needle. Forget the light body technique. Use heavenly swallows and jab at the cuts. Grandpa Jun sounded urgent. Tian didn't question it. The needle dropped into his hand, and the art circulated. The needle collided with the tearing metal chi with a sharp chime. The chi broke. The tiger made a chuffing noise and sent 3 more. Tian blocked another, but the 2 coming high and low forced him to step off his spear nest and onto a glaive rising from a nest of halberds tucked into a tall grass of pin-sharp spikes. Tian wanted to make a snarky comment about the idiocy of practicing a throwing dart art with stabbing. It's just that he couldn't seem to catch a moment to get the words out. Besides, it was actually working. The tiger's chi was unholy sharp, and the only way his dart was going to survive was if Tian poured metal vital energy into it. And not just pouring it in. He had to pour it in just the right way. It had to circulate, rigid, sharp, and filled with a circulating energy. The shock of the impact transmitted through the metal and into his body, absorbed and dispersed by his flesh. It didn't take long for Tian to reach the ragged edge of his focus and endurance. Every move had to be perfect. A lack of perfection was no different than death. His focus had to be total, yet divided between movement and defense, the synchronization of breath, intent, motion, the circulation of energy, all had to be flawless. The damn tiger was laughing. It would make little chuffing noises and send extra claws whenever he made a mistake. Tian couldn't decide who he hated more, the tiger for punishing him, or himself for making the mistakes. Sweat dripped into his eyes. How long had it been since he really sweated? Even the runs through the desert hadn't tested him like this. Metal generating water. He blinked hard, trying to keep his vision sharp. Something clicked. Something in that moment. That gesture clicked. Metal overcomes wood, but it also reinforces it. Wood gives flexibility and resilience. Water is flow, the birth of energy. His feet danced across daggers and axes as an elemental diagram formed in his mind. It begins in spring. Wood rises from the cold earth, drawing on the stored water and nutrition, rested, reaching for the fire of the summer. Extreme yang. Flexibility, resilience, growth, reaching for inspiration, for joy and spontaneity. His needle shifted its movement slightly. His hand absorbed the impact more gently and returned to place more sharply. His steps were vigorous, precise, but daring. Yang reaches its peak in late summer, the time of earth and the beginning of the yin phase. Growth changes over to reproduction, the yielding of fruit and the harvesting of grain. Earth was still missing from his arts. He would soon have it. Then comes autumn, the last of the harvests, as the energy slowly condenses and returns to the ground. Metal chilling in the nights, the sharp air piercing through the summer heat, cutting down the plants who have given everything they had to the next generation, not destroying them, returning them to the earth to nurture what comes next. No room for error now. The starving time would be on you soon. Tian's motions were sharp. There was a hidden richness and warmth to them. It was a precision born of someone who cared about what came next, not from a need to destroy what was already there. Then winter. The cold water seeping into the ground, the necessary death and stillness allowing energy to gather before the birth of spring, the condensation of autumn's efforts. Whether it was a slow death or a time of healing was down to that preparation. Because either way, winter would absorb everything it was given. Water accepted it all. Water flowed. Tian flowed too. His coordination reached a new height. There was no distinction between attack and defense, between advance and retreat. He was the center of the wheel, the pivot on the balance arm. Ragged breaths slowed and came under control. His steps slowed, still precise, but unhurried. He moved where he had to, and only if he had to. There was a restrained power to his movements now. Soon he could stand still under the bombardment of chi cuts. His dart traveled high and low, but it didn't miss. Tian stood stably on the razor's edge. There was a pause in the storm of cuts. His hand shot forward, the dart flying like a diving swallow towards the tiger. The tiger chuffed and caught the dart between two long claws. The white tiger flicked the dart back at Tian so fast, it vanished from sight. No matter. Tian snagged it from the air with a casual grab as the metal chi in the room dissolved. The guardian was defeated. Tian paid it no mind. He was already dropping into lotus, determined to preserve what he was feeling in his mind. How long had people been telling him everything was connected? That nothing was all one thing. That it was about a balance of all the elements. Yin and Yang gave birth to the elements. Yes, but the elements were an endless mystery in their own right. The interactions contained literally infinite subtleties. How could they not? They made up the whole damn universe. And they made up him. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Things moved inside of him. Iron flowing through the water of his blood. The stone and metal of his bones. The wood flexing and contracting in muscles and tendons. The fire burning in his heart, making him move. The chi of the world pulled into the golden furnace and transformed into vital energy, nourishing his flesh and rising to the crimson palace. It all worked. And it all worked together. He flung his dart out once more. It pierced through the tip of a stalagmite. He tried to recall it to his hand. It fluttered a moment, but lay where it fell. He smiled anyway. It was a lack of cultivation, not a lack of technique. Soon enough, it would move in time with his thoughts. Not long now. After he left the caverns, it would be time to start cultivating a second dart. Perhaps he was displaying his ignorance, but to Tian, the characters for the elements all seemed to contain elements of each other. Even more than that, he thought he could see the shadow for the character for a person hidden in them too. Was it a coincidence that wood looked like the intersection of earth and human? Or that fire seemed to be the middle point of human and mountain? Metal certainly had the shadow of a mountain in it, and perhaps a bit of wood too. It was probably his imagination. But the ancestors weren't stupid. It wasn't smart to bet on coincidence over capability. The elements twisted around and through him. Tian felt like an imbalanced ring. The element of earth was missing and badly missed. It was the pivot on the swing arm, the point of balance between yin and yang. For all that, he could still feel his body changing. It wasn't a bodily rebirth. It was a rebirth of understanding. He was a nexus of elemental energy. His arts, his cultivation, his understanding of the world should reflect that. Was it too big for him to understand? Of course it was. Things being too big or too complicated were only a problem if you had limited time. Tian walked the path of the immortal. Sooner or later he would either understand it or fall from the path and die. Either way, no problem. Tian felt the ocean of water roaring in him. The dissolved metal churned and swayed, washing into the mangrove swamps of his flesh and bones. He only had a faint understanding of the sea from books, but he could imagine a river easily enough, and trees growing in that water. He could imagine himself as an entire ecosystem. He didn't bother to sleep or rest. The second he had the image fixed in his mind, he raced to find the void chamber. He didn't get to experience the metal Dao charm long. He had to capture what he could as fast as he could. 6 days passed in a furious rush. He was desperately trying to dig out everything he could with every second available to him. Every art he knew was pushed to the limit. Even the demon-pulling art was studied relentlessly, particularly in the null chamber. Seeing the interaction of vital energy with the elemental forces of the body in such startling clarity was saving him months, perhaps years, of study time. The earth chamber was a grave, and one that was crushing in on him. He had a brief moment of utter terror, but was able to soothe himself with two things: his little light, and the fact that he was a would see you ultivt or would overcomes Earth. He had the room cracked in minutes. He didn't try to squabble with the enormous earthworm chi spirit. It seemed rather friendly. If anything, he just ripped apart the earth chi and fed it into his danshan for processing. As he did, he studied the Tao charm of the place. You could throw around terms like solid or nurturing, but it really wasn't the same as seeing it in person, as feeling it in person. Earth wasn't just dirt or soil. It was everything that made up dirt and soil. All the rotted down organic material, all the minerals, all the underlying stone. It was the mountains and a single grain of sand all the same. It had a rich feeling of sincerity. You might misunderstand it, but it would never lie to you. Like water, you could put whatever you liked on it, but where water would part around an obstacle and envelop it, Earth would bear up under it. Earth would endure. It would take the weight. Tian had once said that he could endure for his patients, for the wounded and the dying. Good. The Earth seemed to say, take me as your measure. Understand that time is measured in the distance between a mountaintop and a flat plain. This is what it means to truly endure, and if you can, I welcome you. The understanding of the Earth slid in with the rest of what he had learned in the caverns seamlessly. There was a terror and a majesty to Earth. There was a distinctly inhuman sense of time to it, to say nothing of Nas. But that wasn't Earth to him, for Tian. The Earth was what he dug into to find medicine. All the way back in the junkyard, some Earth tasted good and could heal him. Earth was where water and plants met to grow rice and fruits. It was the solid footing for the temple, and the mountain his ambition wanted to surpass. The Earth, Tian smiled. Down in the caves. The Earth was necessary, for without it, how could there be a sky? The five-colored wheel spun in him, and to his mild surprise, the way to the null chamber was open. The Earth chamber burst into pure chi as he stepped through. How long had he meditated, buried under the earth? His sense of time was slipping. His legs felt stiff. He had sat for longer than he realized. The null chamber was no longer empty, still devoid of chi, still inky dark. It was now inhabited. A fiery bird, a bamboo shoot that had grown into a dragon, a white tiger, an earthworm that sprouted horns and claws, and a profoundly ugly-looking snake turtle thing. They formed an honor guard surrounding a skeleton with mostly blackened bones, a few polished up to a lovely iridescence. On the skeleton's hand was a very familiar ring. Elder Root had said that if he completed all the chambers, his future path would be smooth. But if he found the true center of the six-turn caverns, he would be destined for the monastery and supremacy. Tian clenched his fists in his sleeves. It seemed that finding the center would be more easily said than done. Tian kept quite still. The skeleton had cold blue-white fires burning in its eyes. He recognized those fires. Yin flames. He remembered them from the belly of the demonic bird. It was eerie. The scene was jarringly imbalanced. The five elements were balanced between yin and yang. The skeleton was powerfully yin. Where was the yang? Excess yin could lead to demons. And nothing strong enough to make the six turns cavern was going to be at merely the earthly person level. Tian's mind raced. There were no challenges here he could overcome with violence. The guardians were to be overcome with understanding. This senior was plainly the guardian of the null chamber. The senior could not be defeated by violence, but perhaps this incomplete elemental diagram was a clue. The master of the caverns was a yin spirit, maybe a demon, maybe a ghost like Grandpa. Tian instinctively felt like the master of the place must be male, but he really didn't know. Best to stick to generic honorifics and attack. Ancient Crane Monasteries. Tian Zihao greets the senior and thanks them for their hospitality. He bowed deeply, hands clasped in front of him. The demon looked at him silently. Tian held the bow. Most people are at least alarmed when they see a ghost. The voice was soft, feminine, and cold. It seems all his guesses about him were completely wrong. Forgive my ignorance, senior. But why? The skeleton settled into silence again. Minutes passed. You are serious? Yes, senior. No fear of the dead. No, senior. Or powerful demons. I respect their strength, senior. Powerful yin spirits that have you trapped in a lightless, chi-less cavern, ready to rip away your pleasantly refined yang chi to nourish themselves. That would be alarming. Senior. But you are not alarmed. No, senior. Why? Because you are very kind, Senior. Tian had never seen a skeleton stagger before. Even harder to imagine when they were sitting down. But that's a senior cultivator for you. Always showing their juniors that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Of the 5 of you who entered my tomb, 1 is dead. 1 has been rescued by your alders. A 3rd never reached the center of my maze, and 1 is currently fighting a clone of mine. She may yet die. And you think I'm kind. The temperature of the chamber dropped sharply. The one who fled might as well stop cultivating. His path is broken. The one who hammers against the walls might yet ascend. But her Tao heart is breaking. She will live knowing that she is inferior to those she once looked down on. It is the sort of emotion that festers and becomes a heart demon. She will likely become a bitter enemy for you and your sect. As for the one battling my clone, she might accomplish something. She is hunting for a breakthrough even now. Her path will be narrow, and she will climb over mountains of the slain as she goes. A miserable sort of life. The skeleton leaned in, the flames burning brighter in its eyes. This was my cultivation cave. It is where I went into my final secluded meditation. And it's where I failed to break through. I died with regrets and unfulfilled desires. The emotions of the dead are not the same as the living. We hunger for warmth. We hunger for terrible things. All of you have guaranteed a bad end for yourselves because you came here. The only one whose exact fate is yet undecided is you. So, foolish child. Tell me again how kind I am. It seemed obvious. Who but a kind person would operate a treasured land like this? Yin spirit didn't necessarily mean demon. Probably. Maybe. Tian nodded towards the skeleton. Would Senior care for some tea? The cavern got very still and very cold. It was hard to read the expressions on a face without flesh, but Tian had the impression she was seeing if he was fucking with her or not. He smiled and set out a small table and his tea set. This is a green tea given to me by a brother. I think it suits the moment. Unless there is a different sort of tea you prefer, sit at that table, young Taoist. And you may never rise again. Respectfully, Senior. You could say that about any table and any time. I have a little red tea that might be a bit more yang. And some dark dragon tea. But I don't think it's quite as good as the red or the green tea. Does Senior have a preference? The spirit laughed. It wasn't a nice sound. The table and Tian both flew over to her and settled down in front of the skeleton. Well, now I feel I must try the green tea. I can't taste it, but I can enjoy the tea chi quite well. Tian checked his tools were all present, then softly channeled his fire vital energy into the clay teapot. The water came to a boil, and he poured it over the cups and tools, washing them. The clay tray looked like it had been caught in the rain. He took a piece of split bamboo and loaded it with the tea. Cloud Grace Peak tea, a gift from Brother Long. We drank it together as he remembered his adventures on the Green Snake River. I wonder, Senior, does the smell bring any memories back for you? The scoop was lifted over to the skeleton and floated in front of the hole where its nose should have been. Spring. I do remember picking leaves from the millennia-old tea trees in the back mountain. Bamboo shoots, spiritual rice, and the sweet first leaves of the season, the flavors of youth. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. Tian bowed slightly and accepted the returning scoop. He tipped the tea into the lidded cup, filling it almost to overflowing. He touched the kettle to hot. He pulled some of the heat from the clay, accepting the warmth and dispersing it through his body. He poured warm water over the tea leaves and gently stirred them with the lid of the cup, just to make sure they were all covered. Normally I wouldn't wash a green tea, but Brother Long insisted that Cloud Grace Peak teas all benefited from a few seconds wash. Tian moved to pour it out, but the skeleton stopped him. Pour it out. How? You have no tea pets. Tea pets, Senior? I'm afraid I don't know what they are. Please, could you instruct this little Taoist and relieve his ignorance? Tea pets. Surely you have seen tea pets. She sounded quite peevish, as though this was somehow even more unbelievable than a junior serving tea to a ghost. I did grow up utterly feral. Sorry, Senior. I really must trouble you. Tea pets. The little figurines that live on your tea tray. You bless them with the wash and any leftover tea so they can absorb the tea chi and grow in spirituality. They can even bring good fortune. Even mortals raise tea pets. I've never seen them before. I don't suppose you have some I could admire, Senior, she snorted. I have 5. The skeleton flicked a finger, and the chi spirits condensed into little figurines and landed on his tray. Turtle in the north, green dragon in the east, vermilion bird in the south, white tiger in the west, and holding down the center was the yellow dragon. A tray your size really only needs 2, 3 at most. My tray is much bigger. I always had to entertain big gatherings. Tian smiled. Well, my tea isn't as fine as what your pets are used to, but if I may, it's been a long time since they had a drink. You will need fresh leaves. The wash has lasted too long, as you say, senior. Tian poured the over-extracted tea over the little figurines. They seemed to shiver with happiness. They were funny little things, crude, almost caricatures, but with undeniable charm. Tian collected the wasted leaves into his storage ring and cleaned the lidded cup with a brush before rinsing it with boiling water again. As he cleaned, he offered the lid to the senior so that they could appreciate the awakened aroma. Your brother was an economical fellow. He claimed the quality for the price was unmatched. But truthfully, I think it was because Cloud Grace Valley reminded him of the city of osmanthus trees and Xiao Xiao playing the zither in the tea house. What tea do you prefer, senior? How could there be just one tea to rule as favorite? The first green leaves in spring, the silver needles aging and growing richer with the years, the sweet complexity of the reds and the infinite varieties of dark dragon and yellow teas. The various infusions and tisanes that get dismissed as not true teas all have their charm and their place. What is my favorite for watching autumn rains could never be the same as my favorite for welcoming strangers. Tian gave the skeleton as suspicious a look as he dared. By any chance do you know a brother Fu from West Town Outer Court? She snorted. No, but it sounds like he has a true heart for tea. Yes, he taught me, and I have fallen in love with it. Tian measured out a second serving of tea and repeated the ritual. The wash only lasted a few seconds this time. The tea pet's receiving a much thinner drink. You treasure your relationship with him. He is the father of my heart. If I may ask, senior, how did you fall in love with tea? He gently pressed the lid closed with his index finger, thumb and middle finger holding the rim of the lidded cup, resonating with the earth. The simple movements adding spirituality. He carefully poured the tea through a strainer and into the fairness cup, then split it into 2 small clay cups. Water enriched with the life and meaning he associated with that element. The natural coldness of the element warmed with the fire of compassion within him. Generosity and hospitality were the soul of a tea session. Tian certainly wasn't lacking in them. The woody herbal essence of the tea he refreshed with the spring inherent to the wood element. The ritual preparation was done with the diligence and focus inherent to metal. It wasn't merely tea. It was an act of spiritual creation. Each cup connecting its drinkers with everyone else who ever had, or would, enjoy their tea. Tian gestured gently towards the senior's cup. Please. The small cup raised up in front of the senior's face. He could see the faint tendrils of steam flowing out of it and into the nose hole on the skull. I suppose it was Sister Wang. She was always a silly creature, bouncing around the sect and dragging us into chats over tea and little cakes. I always scolded her to pay more attention to cultivation. To practice her martial arts. She would always agree, then pour another cup. The senior sounded a little irritated. That little fatty was too good at getting her way. Did she drag you into trouble? Tian took a long sniff. And he was back in the tent with Brother Long, watching the disease crawl through his body. As his mind was back on the green Snake River, carried on the scent of economically priced green tea, he took a taste. It was sweet, and a touch bitter, full of life and grief, endless trouble. She nearly got me married. And then she had the gall to tell me I would have been well matched. Well matched? To a saber cultivator. Have you ever heard of something sillier than that? I can't say I have, senior, but then, I am rather young. He poured more water from the teapot into the lidded cup. Tane could only get about 3 steeps from this tea, but that was normal. Green tea was fragile that way. I've never met a beast tamer, no. And I imagine that could be sillier. Have you met one of them, smelly bunch? And they all act as though they achieved something wonderful by tricking or beating an animal into submission. Then they bully the poor creature into believing they are inseparable. One idiot, the so-called Prince Shumesh from the Nihan tribe, claimed that he was one soul in 2 bodies, his other half being his tiger companion. Oh, he was mad when I pointed out his spirit bond would murder the tiger if it was broken. But not him. You would think a prince would have a steadier heart. And presumably not husband material. He offered the second cup. He wasn't looking for a wife. Tall, rippling muscles, and wild hair over fierce brows and a square jaw. He had lots of my sisters chasing after him. I chased after him too with a whip. I drove the stinky man off my mountain. Nobody ever mentions the smell. Do you think someone who rides around on a giant tiger would smell nice? They do not. The skeleton drank away the tea chi. She didn't dump the leftover water on the tea pets. She simply made it disappear. Tian more or less understood. Without the tea chi, she would just be getting her pets wet. Instead, you pursued the path of the 5 elements. What led you there, senior? Sister Wang once again. If only the silly goose spent her time on something so meaningful. No, it was my sect, the 5 Directions Palace. A wandering nun found me when I was about 4, I suppose, and brought me back. Even then, my talent was obvious. From the moment I entered the sect, I learned about the 5 elements, yin and yang, lack flavor. They are simply too big, too all-encompassing. But the 5 elements are the very stuff of life. Each has its own rich meanings. And each interacts with the others in infinite permutations, infinitely fascinating. To find the Tao through a sincere love of such a supreme law, Senior truly puts this little Taoist to shame. A mere servant disciple of some random little sect naturally cannot compare to the saintess of the 5 Directions Palace. Tian cleaned out her cup and served her the final steep. The tea was thin, now closer to water than the rich taste of the first cup. She still lifted it and inhaled the tea chi with every sign of enjoyment. A saintess. That's what they called me, Saintess Fenghua. Chief disciple of the 5 Directions Palace. Tian tried to stand. He was ready to say Junior Tian sees the saintess. In a carrying voice, he barely raised off the ground when everything went white. He toppled over sideways, losing his sight in the endless void of the null chamber. He could hear the senior's voice, as though it was coming from a long way away. 3 cups. And the chi grows thinning you too, little fool. Did you forget where you are? I have enjoyed my recollection. My pets and I have truly enjoyed the meal. And it's not done yet. So tell me once again, little Taoist, how kind I am. Tian's limbs had gone numb. It was a dreadful, creeping infiltration. He hadn't noticed the weakness until it was far too late. His vital energy had all been consumed enduring the null chamber over 3 cups of tea. Had his gamble been wrong? Had he misunderstood the requirements of the cavern? I would have thought rooms full of fatal dangers would have been a bit of a hint. I saw you burn yourself in the fire chamber, very nearly to death. I really thought you had crippled yourself there. The saintess' voice was cold, conversational, but cold. All the warmth that had seeped in during their chat had vanished. Any plan that relies on the kindness of strangers is no plan at all. It is merely begging for humiliation and death. At least your death will be clean and you will leave an intact corpse. I think you know that not everyone is so lucky. Tian managed to nod slightly. She was quite right. I won't even torment you for polishing up my bones. Consider it a thanks for the tea. In your next life. Do remember to ask before touching someone. That's fair, Tian thought. Was that really everything? Did you really think you could bribe a ghost with tea? Tian shook his head minutely. I passed. His voice was very thin. You passed, yes. Passed what? Has to. This isn't a test. It's a tomb. The fact that your trash sect uses it as a trial ground doesn't change that. Tian shook his head again. It was getting a little hard to breathe now, but Grandpa wasn't panicking. And if Grandpa was calm, he should be calm too. Each chamber collapsed when our understanding reached a certain point. I made tea to show my understanding. 5 elements in harmony, yang to your yin. There was what Tian devoutly hoped was a startled pause. His vision was now almost entirely gone. I see. Not so much the material aspects of the elements, but the spiritual. Although a tea session does incorporate the 5 elements materially too, of course, I can't say it really demonstrated that much understanding of the elements, let alone finding the core of the maze. There was another pause. Then, I still don't see why you think you could walk out of here alive. The elders aren't the only ones who could send us out of the caverns. That got a very cold laugh. I see. Yes, that does make sense. Incidentally, now would be your last opportunity to beg for your life. Tian smiled a little. He would if he thought it would help. His efforts would be enough or they wouldn't. Really, you are barely breathing. Your heart is slowing. Even your thoughts are going dim. I could save you. It would be trivial. He really hoped she would, but Grandpa wasn't panicking, so he wouldn't either. Maybe they would reincarnate together, into a happier life, next time. He hoped Hong was okay. She always needed so much help. He would worry about her if she was all alone. He wouldn't beg. He would insist on his right to live. He gathered the last sparks of vital energy in him, and gently organized them into a 5-pointed star, each point an element, generating the next clockwise element and restraining the element across from it. Slowly, achingly slowly, the star turned, moving, but stable, the elements in balance. The center was empty, but crucial, a void that existed because of the tension between the elements. Without it, the cycle of generation and restraint would simply collapse into an undifferentiated mass. It would return to primal chaos. There was a pop. Chi flooded into the room, dense, so thick it was foggy, nearly raining. Tian breathed convulsively. Advent of spring howling into life and dragging huge lungfuls of air in. His meridians throbbed with infusion as his dantian converted the chi into desperately needed vital energy. His body was covered with pins and needles. It was agonizing, but under the circumstances, he was happy to be feeling anything at all. That was the strangest way I have ever seen someone clear my trial. I'm not entirely sure I approve. I would have eaten you if you begged, or gave me any other excuse. I despise cowards. The voice was still chilly, but it was the coolness of an autumn evening, not a killing cold. Tian really wasn't sure how to reply to her. Usually the only reward for clearing my trial is to leave with your little life, your cultivation, and whatever understanding you have acquired. Quite rich rewards, I feel. Tian nodded. They certainly were, and they hardly cost me anything. Between the stellar gathering area and the life essence of all the juniors who die here, to say nothing of the fortune I gather from all those promising Dao paths cut short. I did tell your so-called elders, but I really don't think they understand what they are doing here. Well, that sounded more demonic. Really can't imagine where you got the idea I was kind from. I don't know whether to be outraged by your innocence, flattered, or insulted. I think I may be all three. But you did give me some of your treasured tea and gave my pets their first meal in a long time. I could grant you a spell, I suppose. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file report. Tian really wanted to say yes, but hesitated. If someone told him, repeatedly, that she was not his friend and considered him food, he should believe her. But if she said she was doing something out of the kindness of her heart, then Tian could only respectfully point out that he could see an empty ribcage. There was another matter too. Tian started laughing, his throat rasping. Senior, you saw me in the caverns. Do I seem like someone who is using their spells well? If I have learned one thing here, it's that my understanding of my own techniques are trash. Absolute garbage. I don't dare learn another technique until I can do something useful with the ones I already have. The skeleton faintly rocked back. Tian assumed it was an expression of extreme shock. My word, a self-aware junior. How much have things changed in the outside world? Would I recognize this land? Or have the seas already turned into mulberry fields? I'm afraid so, senior. Wait, what? I've never seen the sea, senior. But I've seen mulberry fields. So I'm afraid. Not a literary sort, are you? No, senior. Sorry, senior. The skeleton called a little ball of stone into its hand. The stone slowly reformed into the strangest, oddest-looking bird Tian had ever seen. A bit like the vermilion bird, but 5-colored and it was just a mess. The proportions were all wrong for one thing, even if it was a magical beast. Here, have a tea pet, feed it well, and it will repay you in time. Oh, thank you, Saintus. That's very thoughtful. He probably couldn't escape this present. If it acted weird, he would toss it deep into the wasteland. It also carries a few of my insights into the 5 elements. At your level, they will be useful, though they too are a sort of trap. Do with it what you like. Tian nodded as he pulled himself to his feet. He tried to straighten his robes and trousers, give himself a little dusting off. But after a month of struggling in the caves, he looked rough. I will treasure it, Saintus. as I will treasure the memory of our conversation. Pet, scrammed Otto. Wait. There was a sudden malevolent feeling to the skeleton. As a kind senior, I can't let you go looking like a mess. What will they think of my hospitality? I'll just tidy you up a bit. A gust of chi swirled around Tian. He felt his robes being tugged and straightened. His hair piled up into a bun, and if he now smelled a bit weird, it was probably a small price to pay. He wasn't temple tidy, but at least he wouldn't disgrace the sect with his appearance. Thank you, Saintess. The skeleton flicked her fingers once more and Tian went rocketing upwards through the roof of the cavern. Tian landed on the surface, blinded by the blue sky. The hill was thick and lush with green grass, shaded by the softly rustling leaves of the elegant old-growth trees. He distinctly remembered. More illusions. How deeply had the sect hidden the caverns? And why was everyone glaring at him? In front of Tian stood the cadaver-like elder who had been guarding the palace. Next to him was Elder Ru and another senior he didn't recognize. The wild, barefoot girl was next to the stranger, looking resentful and increasingly furious. Next to Elder Ru was Sister Hong, and Sister Hong looked like she had just killed her way out of hell. Her look grew fiercer. It seems she was short one skull to complete her collection. Torn robes, burnt flesh, dirty, shorn hair marked with long slashes of scabs, blood-soaked sleeves, shoes long gone. But her spear was still planted in the ground, spear point threatening the heavens, radiating elemental dominance and an unbreakable determination. She had grown taller, and a touch darker, like she had tanned under some underground sun. He had an overwhelming urge to shove her in a stream, just to tidy her up a bit. He refrained. He didn't want to get stabbed. He could almost hear a Dao chant emanating from her, something deep and reaching. Felt more in the chest than in the ears. So, Brother Tian has had a pleasant stay in the caverns. Her voice was prickly. He really didn't understand why. I only nearly died a few times. All in all, I think I will miss it. Everyone jerked when he spoke. He didn't know why. His voice sounded the same. He spread his hands helplessly. Brother Tian, your hands. Tian looked down. He had the usual 6 fingers. Yes, Sister Hong. Why do your hands look like that? Why do you look like that and sound like that? Tian had no idea what she was talking about. He looked to Elder Ru in confusion. Junior Tian, did you have any memorable encounters in the caverns? Well, there was a rather odd turtle that turned out to be a tea pet. Tian nodded. That was quite odd. Oh, he could hear it now. There was a sort of rhythm and undertone to his voice that hadn't been there a month ago. It felt a bit like when Brother Su would yell awaken. Like every word and breath carried a hint of his vital energy in it. Did you meet any humans? Tian considered it. Broadly defined, perhaps so. And what happened? Tian thought about it. They were directly above that unfathomably powerful saintess, after all, and he doubted that she wanted him to share what she told him over tea. We shared some drinks. She taught me a little bit about life and the relations between men and women, then tittied me up and sent me on my way. There. A complete answer with no extraneous, confusing information. Yet for some reason, the dreaded coughing disease seemed to have struck down all 3 elders. The messy girl was looking at him like he was some sort of rare animal, and Sister Hong was pointing her spear at him. Junior Tian, you are far too young for such things, far too young. And with the cadaverous elder roared. But even he seemed to not know how to speak. So, I'm in there fighting for my life. And you find some strange woman to roll around with. Sister Hong, who's your sister? Elder Ru coughed. Junior Tian, might I ask why you have lipstick on your neck? Your robes appear to be hastily put on, and your hair, likewise, appears to be done quickly and in the dark. I have lipstick on my neck. Tian raised his hand to his neck and gently touched. There was something odd there. Perhaps it really was lipstick. I have no idea. The kindness of a senior, perhaps, and the rather charming floral perfume. Well, I do naturally smell like lotuses. I don't really know why I now smell like night-blooming jasmine. The messy girl suggested. You might know better than I, sister. He smiled at her. She rocked back a little. Sister, Senior Ru, Junior Tian, I would usually congratulate you on finding and surviving the center of the 6 turns cavern. However, as an elder, as your elder, I cannot, surname Tian. Did you just have immoral relations with a woman down there, Sister Hong? The only woman down there is a skeleton. I really don't see how anything I could do with her consent could be considered immoral. Tian felt wronged. Everyone seemed so upset. Grandpa was howling with laughter, and for some reason, everyone acted like his voice had some kind of magic charm to it. Even the movements of his hands caught everyone's eye. He could understand if they were fixated on Sister Hong. She looked ready to fight 10 armies and win. Junior Tian, state matters clearly. Did you have immoral relations with the master of the Six Turns Cavern? The cadaverous-looking elder glared at Tian. I did not. Then, why do you have lipstick on your neck? Because the saintess put it there. This didn't seem to make anyone happy. Tian was very filial. But he was wondering if kicked in the headitis had reached epidemic proportions in the inner court. Why ask if you didn't want to know? Why ask if the answer should have been obvious in the first place? Why, how? Tian waited very patiently. This didn't seem to improve the elder's mood. Explain further. I went through the rooms. I found her with her pets in the void chamber. I knew I couldn't win a fight, but since we didn't have to fight, I demonstrated my understanding with a tea session. She didn't like that I called her kind, but other than that, we were able to communicate well. We had 3 cups of green tea and a chat. She then tittied me up and sent me up to all of you. I'm sorry, seniors, but I really don't understand what all the fuss is about. Wait, what do you mean we didn't have to fight? Sister Hong cut in. We didn't have to fight. We could, but we didn't have to. We just had to survive and demonstrate our understanding of the elements. Our understanding just had to reach a certain threshold, and the null chamber would open. Same as every other chamber. Sister Hong, just what have you been doing for the last month? Tian's heart ached. His poor little sister was a bit slow and a bit of a martial maniac. She must have suffered terribly. He gave her an understanding, compassionate look. This did not improve her mood. Or, interestingly enough, the mood of the other sister there. You don't have to fight. No, sister. I'm sorry. I don't know your name. I'm fine with that. What do you mean? The conversation was getting nowhere. Tian looked over to Elder Ru for a rescue. The elder, for his part, was giving Tian a strange and somewhat calculative look. He's right. Each chamber is a challenge to be overcome. And while we usually think in terms of violence, so long as your level of understanding satisfied the master of the caverns, you pass. Did you say you drank tea with the saintess? She inhaled the tea chi. I drank the tea. But she sat with you and talked with you? Yes, Elder Root. About. No, never mind. The elder shook his head. Senior Redman. The giant crane glided in and landed with casual ease. Better than some previous years. 3 out of 5. A very satisfying result. Senior Rui's smile was wretched, if brief. Come on, you two. Or will the Lin clan be joining us in the wastes? We will not. The senior behind the messy girl had been silent most of this time. Tian got a prickly sort of feeling from him. Not hostile. Exactly. Just a sense that he was being carefully watched. Senior Redmond jumped back up into the sky. Tian felt like he was soaring alone among the drifting clouds. It wasn't a moment of revelation, so much as everything was just so beautiful. The sun above, the air, the earth below. All the greens and blues and yellows and reds and everything. Existence was just so damn marvelous. It hurt. It was scary. It was ugly and smelly and too big for words. All he could do was sit and marvel at it. He drifted out of the state a little after moonset. The doubt charm is starting to dissipate, though it won't go away entirely. Very well done, both of you. Elder Rui's voice was soft and immensely pleased. You bring this old man a lot of face, even if Junior Tian looks like a young man of dissolute character. Tian coughed and quickly straightened himself up. Though the lipstick stain was oddly stubborn, he never even got kissed. I don't think the saintess liked being called kind, Tian muttered. No, I don't imagine she did. Knowing you, you were being sincere. She probably would have taken that as disrespect. Kindness so often being indistinguishable from weakness and being taken advantage of. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Tian shook his head. He could understand that, but he would have thought such a being would have the courage to be kind. I think I can explain what's going on with you two, and particularly with Junior Tian. You both absorbed and incorporated a stunning amount of the Dao charm of each of those chambers into your understanding of the elements, which is a good thing. We could only wish everyone did. But you seem to have absorbed it into yourselves to a highly unusual degree, which again, is a good thing. But it will seem like every casual act you make is going to seem incredibly significant to the people around you. Tian blinked and looked down at his lap. Should he find a private latrine, it will wear off. The reason we are willing to gamble with the lives of promising juniors in that place is because that Dao charm is so rare. Finding all 5 elements so clearly exemplified in one place is practically unheard of. I, at least, don't know of anywhere else like it. I'm sure you have already noticed the improvements in yourself. The improvements in your arts are the very least of it. The 2 juniors nodded. They really could. Tian was privately certain he could utterly demolish the him before he went into the caverns. It wouldn't even be a fight. Every move just contained so much more elemental essence and contained its own esoteric rhythm. The only way he could think of to describe it was everything was more right than it had been before. He, Jian Ziho, was more right than he had been before. Moving in time with the Tao, he instinctively knew that his breakthrough to the heavenly person realm wouldn't be something simple. It was doubtless still years away, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to start gathering some information about it. Taoists talk about yin and yang, fate, the 5 elements, the mysteries hidden in heaven and earth, the Tao path of various weapons, indeed. The myriad Tao itself definitionally contains endless multitudes of paths. Elder Root inhaled slowly, then exhaled again. We are like babies, trying to tell our friends what our parents do for work. For immortals, we have cheap mouths. He smiled over at Tian and Hong. Now you know better. You are a few good steps closer to the truth of the 5 elements than you have any right to be. Older cultivators will have a more sophisticated grasp of the scholarship around the elements, the product of the diligent work of thousands of predecessors. But you will have experienced something beyond words, more than a single aspect of a single element. You have found the center of the whole system. No matter how fragmentary or incomplete your understanding is, you did find it. Your future is limitless, truly limitless. The elder lapsed back into silence as they flew through the pre-dawn darkness, each lost in their own thoughts, and wondering what the future would hold. The next morning, they stopped by a riverbank. It was a charming place, with soft grass and fragrant small flowers hiding between the green stems. A broad-limbed tree provided pleasant shade, and the little river made a merry noise as it rattled along its bed. I think we could all go for a cup of tea. Tian, you serve. Elder Ru waved to a scenic spot and flattened the grass with the same gesture. Sister Hong nodded strongly, and even Senior Redmond looked curious. Gladly, Senior. Sister Hong. It's the cloud grace tea gifted to me by Brother Long. Oh, I can see how a ghost might like that. She looked suddenly awkward, but shook her head and firmed her expression. I'll still drink it. Elder Ru looked mildly curious, but didn't pursue it. Tian laid out his table and set out his tray. The little teapot was set on what Tian decided was the southern edge of the tray. He served the tea, making sure to infuse each moment with all he had learned in the caverns. He focused particularly on the fire chi in him, letting the little candle in his heart shine and inviting everyone to come to the table. They were all important people to him, after all. He didn't know Senior Redmond much, but the bird had shown him great care. The same was true with Elder Ru. The senior had done him favor after favor, with hidden motives. True, but they were still great kindnesses nonetheless. And Sister Hong was Sister Hong. She was always welcome at his table. Please, drink. He offered the little cups to those small enough to drink them. Elder Ru took a loud slurp and sighed. Sister Hong was a little more delicate, but she also sighed. Tian thought she looked like she had been hit. Oh, Junior. Just what did you learn in those caves? Elder Ru muttered. No, don't answer that. Heavens. I wish you were level 9, both of you. Elder, Junior Hong. Why don't you run through a spear drill for us? Gladly, Elder. She's gotten taller since we went into the caves. Not a lot, but I can see it. And yet, I didn't grow an inch. More proof that cultivation is a scam. Tian was sure he wasn't bitter. Totally sure. Completely sure. What made it worse was that she looked good running her drill. Like this was what she was made for. Every movement was filled with dreadful aggression. The spear can be used many ways. but its essence is the thrust. The full force of the wielder and weapon riding on the thin tip of the spearhead. Powerfully young, but without recovery. Without the gathering of strength. It could only exist for a single brilliant explosion. Han Liren had managed to find at least a trace of yin in the caverns. Attack like fire, recover like water, stand stable like the earth, yet constantly advance like wood. And always be fighting to pierce the enemy. It might have started as a fire-aligned art, but it was fully 5 elements per play now. Yes, I knew it. Ha! I'll want those old fossils be livid. I'll have a word with your grandmother. I don't know what is a better role for you, but you are wasted in the disciplinary squad. Such work will only dim your Dao heart. Junior Chan. Your work in the hospital, does it suit you? I like it quite a lot, Elder, thank you. It gives me a lot of satisfaction. It will do for now. We have moved past the initial hot phase of the war, and are moving into the slower, more grinding phase. Everyone's sacrifices have pushed the battlefront towards the sword fanatics and beast tamers. We will see how long it lasts, but for now, Black Iron Gorge is going to be focusing its efforts elsewhere. We have a little time to recover and strengthen ourselves. Elder Ru rubbed his slim mustache with a sly look. Perhaps long enough for us to find you to a better platform to display your talents. I will have to think about this a bit. Right now you are both too weak. And I don't intend to wait decades before making use of your talents. We won't rush back, though. Let's let time take the edge off the Dao charm. No sense in displaying your treasures too openly, even if they can't be hidden entirely. Tian quite agreed, and the journey back was leisurely. Alas, the elder's good intentions were unnecessary. Nobody at the depot was the least bit interested in two wandering juniors. Black Iron Gorge had turned their attention back to ancient Crane Mountain and Depot Number 4. And this time, they sent a whole army. 4 demonized hawks clawed at the barrier on the base. They had already dumped their payload of zombies, and more demon summoners must be hidden in the desert because there were dozens of the horrors hammering away at the defenses. Tian knew the barrier had been strengthened after the last attack. It was still holding. He didn't believe it could possibly hold for much longer. Senior Redman, can you drop the kids off somewhere reasonably safe? Not without leaving the battlefront. You know how these heretics are. There are at least 100 of them buried in the sands all around the depot. The elder stood ramrod straight, hands clasped behind his back. Good thing you got those heart shield charms. Then, if you suffer what should be a fatal hit, stay down. Am I understood? Yes, Elder. Good. Now then, I suppose you can treat this as a sort of trial too. Remain silent, but watch closely. Senior Redman flew higher. So high the zombies and birds were lost from sight. Then he folded in his wings and plunged downward. The elders must have used some magic to keep the juniors on the giant crane's back. They would have gone flying away otherwise. Elder Ru waved a horsehair whisk and started chanting. His voice was low, almost muttering, as he recited the words of a spell. The ox-driving boy cries for the weaver girl as 9 nails pierce the grand roads and the 8 stories pagoda collapses, crushing the east wind, and the 7 heroes are scattered and driven before 6 lions and 5 tigers, and the 4 stars of the generals grow dim and blacken under the rule proclaimed by the 3 swana of the heralds of the minister who rules over 2 broken paths which once were one whose perfection is denied, for even the fallen path is a false escape. Redmond flared his broad white wings. Tian felt himself slam downwards into the ancient's back, barely keeping his head up enough to see a blizzard of long feathers fly from the wings and stab downward. Screams started rising. Howls of zombies. Howls of demons screaming that they existed to hurt others, not to be hurt. Elder Ru thrust his whisk up, as though he were piercing the twilight sky. Called now are the generals of thunder and lightning. Called now are the black and white impermanences who restrain and castigate the wayward dead. Called now is the army-eating wolf and the 9 sons of the dragon, and the snake with 2 tails that brings drought, and all the calamities of heaven and earth are called now. Called now, descend. Lightning struck out of a clear sky. Tian heard a strange roaring, crackling, snapping sound. He risked a look over Elder Redmond's shoulder and saw utter chaos. Hundreds of Nantal feathers pierced demons, zombies and heretics alike, and prowling between them were horrors made of blue-white sky fire. Elder Ru choked down a gasp. Tian saw the refined senior looking suddenly haggard. Then he pulled himself together. shoving a pill in his mouth. "Disciple son, have you arrived?" His voice sounded conversational, but Tian knew better. A moment. There was a long pause. "When Mother and I are here, clear the field." "You heard her. When Mother is always overbearing. See if I don't rip out her tail feathers one of these days." The giant crane grumbled, but he was already flapping hard and shifting away from the base. There was something wrong. Tian could feel it. Some twist of the elements down in the sands. No, by the rocky hill 2 miles from the depot. They were passing near it. There was an elemental imbalance, too enormous and complicated for him to understand. He had the inexplicable sense of watching someone reach over their own head, open their jaw wider and wider, and pull it down over their neck, their shoulders, inverting their whole body through the terribly distended mouth. "Brother John, do you feel that?" "Yes, sister, elders. There is a terrible elemental imbalance over by the rocky hill over there. It feels very wrong, and it's huge, eh? I don't. How? The Dao charm is still on you? Shit, disciple son. Run, it's an ambush." Elder Ruiz swung his horsetail whisk, and thousands of brilliant threads, glistening like stars on a clear night, fell on the hill. The hill twisted and shuddered, breaking apart. Then it exploded, and a giant burst out. Tian tried to understand the madness his eyes were reporting. Redman was swearing and flapping hard, trying to gain height and distance while the giant unfolded. It was human, or at least somewhat human-shaped. No head on its naked shoulders, and where its hands should have been were axes so broad, Tian thought you could build a house on them. Redman dove hard. It cut, black and twisting like ink in water, appeared in the air where they had been. A second after, the noise arrived, sizzling and ripping, the sound of something that truly enjoyed destruction. The giant was facing them now, one of its axe hands down low. It had attacked them. Tian never saw it move. He would have died without knowing what killed him were it not for Elder Redman. Stolen story, please report. 2 more giants exploded out of the earth. How they got to within a few miles of the base, Tian didn't know. But they were there. 3 monstrous, nature-despising giants. And Elder Ru clearly didn't care to fight even one of them. 2 more trails of darkness ripped across the sky. Away from them this time, there was a high-pitched bird cry, and a sudden sharp note from a zither. "Eunuch, reveal yourself." Tian recognized the voice. Direct disciple son was hard to forget. "You dare call me that even when 3 of my pets surround you? Oh, your end will be the stuff of legends and jokes." At least in Black Iron Gorge, with a single step, the heretic appeared on the shoulders of a distant giant. Tian couldn't see him clearly in the twilight. There was an elaborate hat and complex, billowing robes. Beyond that, Eunuch was wrapped in smoke and shadow. "Funny, we already tell jokes about you on ancient Crane Mountain, and you are still technically alive. Since you have come to our depot, why don't you stay forever?" Her voice turned vicious. "Oh no, you are the guest in my redstone wastes. I must insist that you stay." The giant swung an axe in an annihilating arc, but was met with a short trill of plucked strings. Elder Redman hadn't slowed down for even a second. He was still clawing his way through the air, struggling to build speed and altitude. The giant was staying focused on them for now. There was more cunning to the axe blows than seemed right for a crude giant to have. The cuts would come aimed at the top of the bird's shoulders, forcing him to dive or at least stop climbing. Others would force him to veer, losing speed. Elder Ru looked pale, focused on chanting and waving his horsetail whisk around. What he was casting, Tian didn't know. He was staying low. "When Mother is ready." Redman's voice sounded strained, but calm. Elder Ru didn't answer. His chanting sped up, and the horsetail whisk flashed in 8 directions. "Junior." Sentinel Dirthantintinti rebuke. Redman stopped dead in the air and spun in place. His long beak opened, and Tian could see a cylinder of fire, thick as a water barrel and bright as the sun, come burning down towards the headless giant. From the other direction came a brilliant twisting spear of green wind, almost as blinding bright as the fire. Brightest of all was the lighting falling from the clear sky. It descended like fraying threads, crackling and frying the air on it. They struck the giant at the same time. Fire fed on the wood chi in the wind. Then the lightning fed into both, wind and fire combined. Something in the giant hated the lighting. He could feel the elements within it convulsing, melting away, unable to withstand some virtue of that heavenly fire. The three heavenly people combined their forces and established the orthodoxy. The chaos was suppressed and purged. The giant burned. A wide mouth opened across its belly, howling with pain, vomiting black bile and fire onto the red sands. The giant slowly collapsed, one down. Oh no, not my giant. What will I ever do? Oh wait, I have to more. His high-pitched voice creaked with a fury that didn't match his words. Good, I can shatter them like your balls, freak. The axe is chopped out, sending a stream of twisting darkness that blotted out the rising stars. I was aiming at something Tian couldn't see. Direct disciple's song, he assumed. Elder Root crammed another pill into his mouth. He had collapsed onto Redmond's back. The giant crane was panting to dot. It kept climbing, not flying quite as hard, but still clearly determined to get clear of the axes. Tian glanced over at Sister Hong. She didn't do well under the open sky. It didn't seem to be bothering her at the moment. Or perhaps there was just too much that was bothering her for her to fear falling upward. The assault on the ground hadn't stopped. Redmond and the Elder had killed a lot of heretics, demons and zombies, but far from all of them. The baser it couldn't hold. It would only take one axe blow. It wouldn't even take that. If the zombies and demons were given more time, and once they got in, it would be a slaughter. There just weren't enough cultivators on the base to stop them without the ray. The defenders were doing their best. Spells, arrows, even siege weapons were smashing out into the hordes around the base. Sister Lee hadn't lied. She and the crafters could make siege weapons, and had 3 bow ballista, shooting arrows the size of spears, trebuchets, hurling baskets of flaming tar and heavy stones, talismans that flew up and showered rains of burning needles on the monsters below. The crafters fought their war with every bit of the bloody fury of the martial cultivators. Tian knew the librarians were down there too. They had done their best months and years ago, equipping cultivators with the skills they needed. Now they got to display their own understanding. Somewhere down there was Sister Sue, proving that her choice of spells and weapons were optimal. In a target-rich environment like this, her fistfuls of darts could hardly miss. But the ones truly on the bleeding edge would be the martial artists, the brothers and sisters who adventured along the rivers and lakes, befriending the heroes of the age and battling the villains. Those chivalrous heroes who had long since left life and death to fate, who could take in a maimed, feral child, and silently put food in his bowl and hand him a spoon, who would always take time out of their own practice to help him, who sometimes teased, but were never cruel, who loved him. The battle line was drawn in the shimmering light of the protective ray, and in just a few more moments, it would be drawn in the blood of the West Town Temple, and others. But Tian's compassion couldn't stretch so far at the moment. He just wanted them to be safe, for the convent to be safe, for Auntie Wu to be safe, and Sister Lee and Brother Long and Brother John, and Dr. Pei, and everyone on his tea circuit to be safe. He even wanted Sima to be safe, because if that rat fuck was still alive, then Tian's brothers and sisters probably were too. Most of all, he prayed Brother Fu was safe. The old man barely got to use his bed. It would be reasonable if he was out of the base now. Sensible. Completely justified. He nearly crushed his hands from squeezing them so hard. Tian had no faith in the kindness of the world. Tian had no place on this battlefield, except maybe the hospital, and given everything that was about to happen, maybe not there either. Tian lurched to his feet. They were hundreds of feet up, maybe even a couple thousand. Lots of time to figure out how he would survive after he jumped down. His brothers needed him. His father needed him. Like hell he would sit around and watch. Junior Tian, sit down. I need to go to my brothers. I need to be there with them. Tian. No, Hong yelled. I have to go to them. He lurched for the side of the platform. Elder Ru snarled and made a sharp gesture. Tian collapsed, flattened against the wood. You think I don't know how you are feeling? 400 years ago. It was me down there. 200 years ago. I was picking the bones of my best friend out of my cheek after some bastard of a heretic made him explode. I know. The elder was breathing heavily, droplets of sweat the size of beans pouring down his face. But right now, you will only hurt them, not help. Right now, you are exactly where you need to be. Tian heard the words, but he couldn't believe them. He needed to go to his brothers. It was all right if he died. The last few years had been blessings enough for one lifetime. Someone else could kill the mad god. Or he could try again after he died and reincarnated, either was fine. But he had to go to his brothers. He couldn't even struggle against the pressure Elder Ru was putting on him. He knew exactly what he should learn from that fact. He just couldn't bring himself to care. I thought you would be the wild child, Junior Hong. This boy always seems alarmingly well behaved. Hong had the good sense not to volunteer a response. Tian couldn't see her face, but he was sure she wanted to jump in too. Maybe that family of hers was chaining her down. Senior Redman, I heard her. Tian hadn't. There must be some form of silent communication between the direct disciple and the elder. And the giant crane, of course. The bird made a lurch, then stretched into a long swooping turn. Elder Ru started a grumbling chant. It felt different this time. Something about the cadence and the way the stress fell on certain words. Tian shifted a bit. The elder had released him, but Tian knew that he couldn't leave the platform. He could sit quietly and keep his mouth shut, and that was it. Don't want to stand and fight. How very unlike you, bird brains. Well, I'll just slaughter this depot of yours. Unikai's voice was high-pitched and mocking. Tian softly closed his eyes. There was a dreadful sound. And that's the end of that, I think. The eunuch giggled. Senior Ru didn't break his chanting. His whisk flicked upward, as though he were shooing away the stars. Long seconds passed. Tian forced himself to watch the elder. It really was like he was gathering the stars to him. Little flickers of light had started forming a loose halo above Senior Redman. For the first time in the battle, Disciple Sung started playing on her zither. Not an angry note, but a furious melody. Deep, throbbing notes building up to sharp twangs. A song of fury and hatred. This wasn't like the spring tune that slaughtered the army of undead. It was full of righteous fury, carrying a holy will of extermination. Where do you get off being so angry? Why are you mad? All the people in the base are expendable to you? Servant disciple. That's what the saintess called me. We aren't even really part of your sect. Lay brothers and sisters. So why are you so mad? Did he make you lose face? Did he slap your face when he cut off our heads? Tane wondered. His emotions dull. He didn't speak out loud. He couldn't muster the strength. Illuminate the pavilion of eternal pine and rigid bamboo. Plum blossoms scatter over the bones of heroes. Heed the command of the guiding star. Suppress. Senior Redman swung around again. Tian felt an incredible gathering of fire and metal chi, as well as whatever the elder was doing. It was within the 5 elements, of course, but the complexity of it overwhelmed him. It wasn't as simple as a purely elemental attack, and he couldn't see through the direct disciple's attack at all. Everything was made of the 5 elements, but not everything was so easily dissected. The giants were roaring again. Rude, you old fart, your enemy is me. Hi, Disciple Sung's voice was cold. Her fingers never stopped plucking the zither's strings. Tian couldn't see what was happening below. The noise was already more than he could stand. It's my fault. That's why this is happening. I was meant to die in the trash. Then my brothers reached out to me and took me in. Everyone helped me. Everyone was kind. So they all have to pay. They defied the heavens. And now they have to pay the price. Even my suicide wouldn't wipe the slate clean. What about all the years of happiness? That can't be washed away with a single death, can it? Tian felt the heart demon draining out from around his heart and wrapping around him. He had misunderstood it before. It wasn't the heretics he hated. It was the consequences. He was blaming others for his own actions. If one arm of the scale went up, the other must go down. He had been raised so high. Food had to die for him to eat. Silkworms died so he could have clothes. His brothers died to pay for his life. His Tao heart shuddered and fractured. He could feel it breaking apart. That was fine. That was just right for him. Oh-chan, no, this isn't your fault. This isn't something you could control. Mind if I join in? Taoist sung, a new voice, strong, masculine. The clash of steel and the warmth of sunlight in it. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Wandering Sword Fae. Has Sword Peak gone insane? Or have you given up on Daggertooth Valley? Insane. Hi, without you holding down the front line. We have swept halfway to Black Iron Gorge. Our kids have turned the valley into their own backyard. Did you really think your little deception went unnoticed? Come then. Elder Ru collapsed with a gasp. I wondered what that bastard was doing here. I must have gone mad with humiliation. Even if he survives Sword Peak's Wandering Sword and Heavenly Note sung, he has no place left in the wasteland. Everyone will be hunting for him. Everyone. Humiliation, Senior. Han's voice was deathly quiet. He might actually be a eunuch. And if he did really lose his balls, he lost them in battle to Disciple Sung. Some of her songs have powerful tissue-destroying effects, and, well, soft tissue not protected by bones or anything. I see. Thank you. She sounded nearly as dead as Tian felt. Grandpa was holding him hard, but he could barely feel it. It looks like you kids will get to fight after all. The elder sounded exhausted. Even though I want nothing less. Who was there left to fight? Or rather, who was there left to save? Once the ray came down, those axes would have slaughtered most of the base. The demons and zombies outside would have cleared the rest in just moments. His disbelief must have shown in his face. Because the elder kept on talking. Why do you think I was chanting all those spells, Junior Tian? Did you think Senior Redmond was doing nothing? The main array is down, and the heretics are inside the base. But there are a damn sight fewer of them, and the axe blows didn't catch our people directly. The inner court can pin down their experts, but the outer court battle is still undecided. And you two will die if I don't let you fight. I see it so plainly in your faces. I don't know if Junior Tian can still be saved. Damn you both. The elder took a gasping breath. Redmond, race for landing. I'm coming in hard. Let's teach those bastards to fear our mountain in the few seconds they have left to live. I will be allowed to fight. Alderu. Tian's voice was very polite. Yes. Fight to your heart's content. Just come back alive. Whatever guilt you are feeling, don't run from it. Don't be a coward. Fight to win and to live. Your brothers would want that for you. Yes. Yes, they truly would have wanted that for me. He nodded dully. The rope dart fell onto the platform with a thud. He took deep breaths, cycling the advent of spring gifted to him by Brother Fu. His fingers ran along the dart made by Sister Li, using materials provided in part by Auntie Wu. Was Brother Su still alive down there? Was he still smiling? Senior Redmond landed in a flare of scything feathers and stabbing claws. His beak jabbed down, spearing demons like he was hunting frogs in a swamp. Elder Ri's whisk swung out, the hairs extending and growing until they were long enough to sweep the ground around them. There were sickening sounds of meat falling apart, and the screams of inhuman things. I should go to the hospital. There will be many dying people to comfort there, Hyun said. He grabbed a rope and slid down from the platform. He was vaguely aware of Sister Hong next to him. His soft shoes landed in torn, stinking, caustic, meat and shattered bone. I'm pretty much broke, you know. I could use the work. Tian dove into the melee. Every step was sharp as a nail and solid as a mountain. His range became an amorphous idea. His rope dart stretched and grew as he needed, wrapping around a leg or a neck, taking off an arm or punching through an ear, ripping out nothing that was being used well. The chaos of the elements around him transformed from blinding to illuminating. The will moved before the chi moved, which moved before the muscle. Every spike and shift in vital energy in the heretics and demons was plain to him. And for every move, Hyun had an answer. His arts flowed easily from one to the next, and started to blend. No need to think deeply. Light body, heavy hands simply gave way to thunderous palm, shattering the heart of someone who thought they were safe. Then it in turn ceded its place to snakehead vine body, and a horrible bat thing was ripped from the sky and flung into the eyes of a heretic who never saw Sister Hong coming. Stronger, weaker. Even the notion of fearing higher levels couldn't survive in the melee. He saw brothers covered in gore, hacking in every direction. He saw demons so maddened by the chaos that they turned on each other and their masters. It was insanity. It was a true hell of battle. He wasn't fighting individual enemies. He was fighting the battlefield itself. And then he stopped fighting it. He felt so stupid. Why was he fighting the madness? He just wanted to get to the hospital. Why fight? Yes, some obstacles would have to be removed with his arts, but that wasn't fighting. The battlefield pressed in on him, and he swayed back. As he went back, his rope dart went forward, snaking over a shield and under the chin strap of a helmeted heretic. Then he stepped forward again. Because the obstacle had been removed, the battlefield had opened a way for him. Just a few steps and a few seconds long, but adequate for his needs. Yes, there was no need to fight. Fighting meant enemies, people worth hating. He didn't have the luxury of that anymore. Not after what he did. He should never have left the dump. That was where he belonged. Tian and Hong pressed deeper into the battle, leaving torn meat and shattered bone behind them. All the lessons they learned in the 6 turns caverns had been sublimated and condensed into every move. Perhaps if they were dueling a higher-leveled heretic, they might have lost. But in the chaos of the battlefield, where there were endless distractions and endless tools for them to make use of, they were gods of killing. They made it to the hospital in a spray of gore. The hospital had its own wards, still up, but dim. The reason they had survived was the piles of good brothers and sisters are on it. Tian saw some of his brothers from West Town still up and fighting. He didn't see Brother Su. He did see Brother Fu. Brother Fu stood in front of the hospital doors, and nothing was allowed past. He fought with the strength of 10 of 20. Every move was effortless. Heretics and demons alike seemed to throw themselves onto his wide knives. Worse, he made it look easy. Brother Fu didn't dominate the battlefield. He didn't roar, or threaten, or taunt. He stood where he ought to, and defended what he should. A humble man, not a weak one. Even that humility was too much offense for someone. Chiang could feel an awful gathering of chi above him. Twists of rotten iron and corroding fire piling up in the sky. A heretic at the heavenly person level hacked at Brother Fu with a saber. The burning sharp chi cut through the air, possessing the cruel authority of a hegemon. Father! Tane screamed, and Brother Fu caught his eye for a moment. And just for a moment, the old man smiled. His eyes went wide. He looked like he understood something that had mystified him his whole life. The saber chi came crushing inwards. Brother Fu met it with a smile and a single sentence. This life is enough. Corrupted metal and fire was met with pure water. The old man's vital energy flowing strong as a mountain waterfall. He caught the sin-cut featherlight on the flat of his knife and let it spin him round. Then he gently guided it back from whence it came. A head went flying. A level 10 decapitated a heavenly person. The battlefield went silent. Chiang could feel the elements gathering around Brother Fu, rushing into him, elevating him. It should have been a moment of joy, but the battlefield was rushing away from him. Even the brothers and sisters from West Town turned and ran. A great terror descended on the battlefield, as black clouds boiled out of a clear night sky, crackling with red lighting and divine fury. Brother Fu had defied the heavens and made an achievement unequaled even in the days of old. And the heavens wouldn't stand for that. The heavenly realm cultivators were the first to run. They were closest to the gathering clouds on their flying swords or swarms of insects or lotus platforms. They could see the clouds crackling with malevolent red and purple lightning. They could feel the heavenly fury, feel the utter violence of the coming storm. So they ran. To reach the heavenly person realm required a moment of revelation. A personal grasp of what it meant to be immortal. Not one of them, heretic or orthodox, believed immortals could survive what was coming. The earthly realm cultivators chased after them. They weren't as sensitive to the chi of annihilation carried by the clouds above. But at that scale, it was really just a matter of degree. Everyone knew that if they stayed, they would die. No chance of fighting. No hope of resisting. Violent obliteration, universal and inescapable. They ran side by side, heretic and orthodox, climbing over the wounded and the dying. The wounded trying to run on broken legs, crawling for the desert, dragging their guts over the rough sands, scrambling over the ruins of the depot, climbing over each other and hacking aside anyone between them and escape. The terror pressed on them, reaching within them, and drove them out into the wasteland. No one could withstand what was coming. Nobody tried, except an old man. And to children, Fu stared into the clouds and slowly spoke. I despaired, because immortality was denied to me. My heart grew so cold I could hardly stand it. I thought hell would be a place of frozen fire that would feel just like my heart. Envy, hatred, watching those younger than me surpass me, watching those I despised reach immortality. A thin rain started. It felt stinging, somehow, as though it wasn't just water. Withered hands spread out in the rain. 2 bloody knives dropped from them. Then I learned to let go. I slept with dozens of women, hating myself a little more each time because I didn't care about them. I just wanted children, a legacy in flesh, the immortality of mortals. But the heavens denied me that too. Then I learned to let go. How can hands holding knives lift up a child? I returned to the temple and learned to let go of my self-hate, my cruelty. My insane pride. Brother Fu looked at the gathering lightning. He was smiling even as tears mixed with rain on his withered cheeks. My accomplishments. What accomplishments? I achieved nothing. I let them go. My learning. I had learned nothing. I let it go. Those I saved, those I killed. Would they have lived or died without me? Of course they would have. Taking all in balance, I saved no one. I let it go. I let it all go. I returned to the teachings of the ancestors. I cultivated virtue and the art of effortless action. I moved with nature, finding more and more within myself to let go. The only thing I hadn't let go was my crimes. My need for absolution. I gave up so much. I thought that all that was left was my regret that I would leave no legacy. A life with nothing to show for it is a fitting end for an old monster. But the Tao gave me everything. He looked down at Tian fondly. It gave me a son, someone who loved me, even knowing that I had lived as a demon. Someone who saw the horrors of the world, but could still be kind. What better immortality could there be? What better legacy could there be than this? Everything good about me will live on, and my wretchedness will follow me into the grave. I don't need immortality. Who I am now is enough. This life was enough. John smiled, his own tears lost in the stinging rain. That's the first time you called me son. You really made me wait. Nonsense. This was the exact right time to tell you. If you believe otherwise, you are lacking in cultivation. Brother Fu sounded austere. His smile betrayed him. Father, we have to run. There is no outrunning a heavenly tribulation. Little Ziho, that aura of destruction is no bluff. And it is coming for me. Junior Hong, I don't know what you are doing here. But if your sisters have run for it, I just don't want to run. It hasn't been a good day, Senior Fu. Sister Hong's tired face slowly appeared as the rain washed away the blood. She and Tian had killed their way into the base, and she hadn't been adverse to stabbing things jumping over them. Sees a tribulation cloud and thinks it's an opportunity to vent her anger. TSK. I always said that Skull Crusher Bai couldn't be trusted to raise children properly. Brother Fu shook his head. The clouds seemed to be coming together in a twist, looking saturated with lightning. I haven't seen my senior sister in a while. Do you know if? Elder Fu shook his head. I don't know. She was running deep patrols the last I heard, but at our age, we don't keep close track. She would be mad if I let anything happen to her precious little sister. So do me a favor and take this stubborn son of mine and run. I don't know if you still have time to get clear, but so long as you get some distance, there is hope. Brother Fu looked up at the tribulation clouds. I only read about these, and even the books I read were written by people who had only heard of them. The lightning crackled and snarled. The sound rolled through the wasteland, bouncing between the buildings into a cascade of noise that obliterated thought as completely as the lightning would obliterate all life. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. I am so grateful that the two of you are here, but you need to run. Now, you just learned all sorts of things about the elements. Here is an opportunity to study a literal heavenly Tao, to capture even the tiniest fragment of tribulation lighting in your own arts. Heavenly person experts would be sick with envy. But why? Why, it's not fair. Tian burst. He couldn't take Brother Fu acting casually anymore. Because the heavens have set their bounds. The hierarchy can be challenged, but not overturned. The earthly shall not cut down the heavenly, and the mortal shall not slay the immortal. I served tea to a saintess who was a skeleton. I watched an ugly turtle fight a pointy rock and learned more about your martial arts. I found the fire in me, and I lit a lamp in my heart. I have so much to tell you about, Father. I have so much to show you. I grew. I learned. I tried my best every day. Don't stay here. Run, fight. Let me fight with you. Brother Fu laughed. He sounded happy, free. Amazing. What a crazy thing. Tea to a skeleton. Really? Hyun nodded convulsively. Good, good. That's the kind of civilized wildness I like to see in my son. But this isn't something we can settle down with a good tea session. The clouds convulsed. The red lightning gathered, deepening in color and becoming brighter and brighter. I delayed. Ziho, please. At the very least, step back. Junior Hong, look after your brother. He cares too deeply about people. And I worry someone will take advantage. I will. I always do. Han's voice sounded muffled. Had she been protecting him more than what her grandmother's network was doing, he had never noticed. And right now, he really didn't care. Father, be a dutiful son. Step back and watch how your father faces the heavens without fear. It's not the damn heavens. It's not the damn Tao. Think about what you have been teaching me. Cultivation is in accordance with nature and the Tao. So if your martial arts, which is all about working with the Tao, can let a mortal kill an immortal, then that's the fucking Tao. And what part of that dog fucking hell cloud looks heavenly to you, old man, Hyun Ziho? How dare you use such disgraceful language? Set up and fight, Hyun screamed. The lighting reached down, like a lazy red dragon extending a single claw to pierce an old rabbit. Brother Fu had been distracted, focused on scolding Hyun. His reaction was instinctive. The lighting struck, but a withered arm was moving before it even reached him. A soft palm reached out and guided the lightning to the ground. There was an explosion, and a shape flipped through the rain. When the steam cleared, Brother Fu was standing, looking at his blackened arm in shock. That shouldn't be possible. Or so I believe. Anyway, heavenly tribulation is supposed to be the Tao's wrath made manifest, inescapable, the embodiment of destruction. Its slightest touch brings obliteration. It destroyed the ground but barely touched me. This Tian and Han had been knocked flat. The blast of the explosion and the remnants of the lighting were enough to paralyze them and leave them spasming on the ground. It's either not truly heavenly tribulation, or there is a problem with the heavens. What a strange, impossible thing. Brother Fu's voice was full of wonder. But it looks like tribulation lightning in nearly every way the books describe. Two lightning claws reached down for him, the color becoming darker, the lightning lines more jagged. This time Brother Fu was ready, and with a curious expression, he let his body flow. Not fighting the lightning, just riding it out, letting the lightning slide right past him. Impossible, quite impossible. I shouldn't be able to do this with real lightning, let alone whatever this is. I truly know nothing. 3 claws slashed down. Buildings were ripped apart. The ward over the hospital burst like a bubble, and the roof caved in. Fires broke out across the broken buildings and ruined warehouses of the depot. Brother Fu seemed unharmed. I move with the Tao, and the Tao is within me. I no longer contend with others, yet I am punished for my arrogance. I live frugally, yet it seems I want too much. This is unjust, without compassion or understanding. This is not the true Tao. Brother Fu's voice was slow, steady. 4 claws raked down. The red turned nearly black, the jagged lines looking more like wisps of fire. For the first time, Brother Fu frowned. He reached up, like he was welcoming the lightning, then let his body shift with it. The explosion ripped through the base once more, but this time away from the hospital. Tian and Han were 6 parts dead. They couldn't save themselves one tiny bit, but they heard every word clearly. There was a charm to them, and though they were twitching on the ground, they could still make out Brother Fu's form, reserved, but with a straight back, penniless and unashamed. Humble below the heavens. So long as they were the heavens, the true Tao is the Tao that cannot be spoken, for it is too vast, too wonderful for mere words. The true Tao. The clouds convulsed. A single point of light gathered, sun bright, but the black and crimson of drying blood. 5 claws reached out, no longer reminding one of a dragon, but seeming like a dragon's foot in truth. Brother Fu's voice changed. The charm was heavier, resonant, something so ancient and so true. The weight of it shook the air and the stones and the hearts of every being that heard it, reaching the ultimate of emptiness, deeply guarding stillness. The things of this world rise together, and that is how I watched them return. The foot of the dragon pressed down, and Brother Fu welcomed it. No technique, no exquisite arts. He reached his tiny mortal hand upwards and met a mad god's fury descending. The dragon pressed down on him, trying to crush him into the earth, reducing the old man into another stain on the wasteland, never to reach the heavens. Brother Fu let the force crush down, not resisting. He flowed with it, like water down a mountainside. And then he used that force and fury to turn. His hand lifted up once again. There is no immortality beyond the Tao, and I move with the Tao. The lighting rose from the earth and shattered the heavens. Brother Fu stood rooted on the ground, his voice a rolling chant. Each word landed like a graven tablet, like a bronze stele carrying the supreme law. The things of the world burst out everywhere, and each returns to its own root. Returning to the root is called stillness. This is called returning to destiny. Returning to destiny is called constant. Knowing the constant is called enlightenment. The sky convulsed. The dragon palm ripped apart the clouds and fell into self-destruction in a tangle with the stores of lightning that remained above. Fu's voice throbbed and dug into the ears of everyone still in earshot. Tian recognized what was happening. It was Dao charm, the same as what he and Hong left the Six Turns cavern with. Brother Fu was just carrying a lot more than they had. Not knowing the constant one acts blindly and illumined. Knowing the constant one can accommodate. Accommodation leads to impartiality, and partiality leads to kingliness. Kingliness leads to the heavens lead to the Tao. The earth shook. Tian could hear trilling songbirds and the bone-shuddering ring of ancient temple bells. With the Tao one may endure, and to the end of life one will not be in danger. The sky ripped apart. The clouds fled. The lighting faded as though it was ashamed. The starlight gathered and descended on Brother Fu, anointing him and lifting him up. He was lost in them, seeing something, seeing that revelation that had eluded him for 200 years. His own personal understanding of immortality. The starlight drifted over the base and condensed in a small area around Brother Fu. Tian felt the motes of light enter him and heal the damage done by the lighting. Then they healed the damage done by the battle. The hell-suppressing sutra found something it recognized and started running, incorporating the blessings into him. He looked over at Hong. She was lost in shock. Not that he could blame her, but as the big brother, it was his duty to remind her, cultivate. This is an opportunity. He followed his words with action, the advent of spring uncoiling within him and reaching up for the light. There were so many things to think about and remember, but one thing he would never, ever forget. When everyone else ran and his father faced the wrath of a mad god alone, Hong stood with him. She didn't run. Heavenly people did. The elder did. The direct disciple ran to. Hong didn't. He etched that into his bones. Right beside his father's love and his brother's endless care. People rushed into the empty space around Brother Fu. Tian recognized the doctors from the hospital. No amount of heavenly healing was going to stop Dr. Pei and Brother Wang, looking like death warmed over. Others quickly joined. Martial aunts and uncles gathered around Brother Fu. Tian saw the gathered cultivators looking longingly at him. And then they turned around. Tian seared the scene into his mind. It was a moment where the heavens descended, and the Tao blessed an ancient mortal, and the accepted truth of the world was overturned, and they turned around. They put their back to Brother Fu and drew their weapons. Doctors and quartermasters and administrators and monsters of the battlefield. They drew arms and stared into the darkness, ready to die to protect Brother Fu in his moment of transcendence. It was too big. Too much. Tian had seen so much cruelty, so much disregard, so much callous calculation by the monastery. They had said the base was safe, that the battlefield was elsewhere. How many died because they were so wrong? How many were deemed acceptable losses? Their deaths not in vain so long as Unikai died, but for Brother Fu. They turned their back on the chance for their own enlightenment and stood guard. What was he supposed to do? What was he supposed to feel, right now? How was he supposed to feel? 200 years of accumulation for a single moment of brilliance. The light dimmed, and the stars dispersed back to their heavenly courses. Brother Fu descended to the earth, still white-bearded and soft-eyed but no longer frail. He stood like an ancient pine, straight and tall after endless winters. His eyes flashed as he looked around the shattered depot. What he was seeing, what he was looking for, who could guess? Tian Ziho, drag your carcass over here at once, and filial beast. No son of mine is going to use that kind of language in public. And never to a senior. Not once in all my years have I seen something so disgraceful. Let's just see if these old bones can't teach you about dignity and propriety. The next few days were utter chaos. Many people gave Tian ironclad orders. He was told to stay put in the base and not move an inch. To leave the barracks at once and camp out at the hospital. To go back to the barracks. To depart at once for the inner sect or certain remote temples. He was to never leave Hong's side. And coldly informed that he would not see her again for decades at least. He politely nodded at everything, agreed to anything, and did nothing. Nobody knew a single damn thing about what was going on, elders included. And none of these people were, so far as Tian knew, in any position to order him to do anything. So, he stayed put in the base, and did his best to hide out next to Elder Root. He no longer considered the elder reliable, but as his patron, Root had an interest in keeping Tian alive. What was more alarming was the number of people who wanted Tian and Hong anywhere but near Elder Root and the newly elevated Martial Uncle Fu. Especially since Martial Uncle Fu was going to become direct disciple Fu as soon as one of the Taoist masters could be shifted over from the monastery to collect him. Tian knew it was all about politics, and he could make some guesses as to what the problem was. But since this outcome was apparently the optimal outcome the monastery was hoping for, why was everyone acting like fools? Tian went around, checking up on who made it through the battle and who didn't. Brother Su had been out of the base, as had senior sister Bai, Brother 3 Knights Huang, who had taught him so much about his perception arts, hadn't made it through the battle. His body was pulled out from under a mound of demon corpses. Even in death, his hatchets never left his hands. Brother Wang had been in the hospital and lived, but had overdrawn his vital energy and would need at least 9 months to recover. The damage to his meridians might never completely heal. Tian was sure they would. That heavenly light seemed able to fix anything. He kept his mouth firmly shut. The wounds were deemed so serious. Brother Wang was being sent back to West Town to recuperate. Auntie Wu was flying back with him. Tian couldn't get a straight answer about what happened, and he wasn't allowed to see her. She would live, he was told, and that was better than some. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Dr. Pei lived, but picked up some new scars when the hospital's wards collapsed. They turned his austere face hideous, puckering his cheeks and twisting his lips. He didn't slap the junior who offered him highest quality wound paste to make the scars vanish. Reports said he stopped his hand an inch from the idiot's face and said to waste good medicine on a scratch is disgusting when so many brothers and sisters fight for their lives. You don't have a doctor's heart. Leave and never return, lest I dirty my hand by touching something unclean. Brother Zhang from the mission office was found on the defensive line in 3 pieces. He had been kind to Tian, in his manner, a bureaucrat, but a brother nonetheless. When the defensive array fell, he ran to the battle, not from it. Brother Zhang had done Tian much kindness, keeping Sima away from him, refusing Tian small gifts but still steering the older man towards valuable missions requiring long journeys. Sima had been in the base during the attack. Tian stood over his body. The talisman pasted to his forehead was so bright, it seemed to burn Tian's eyes. All that fear, all that focus, and wrestling with the morality of murdering a brother. Disgust over the foolishness of their feud, and disgust with his own determination to end the feud with bloody blades. All worthless, all nonsense. In the end, the wasteland took Sima. He didn't go quietly. There were 2 heretics dead before him, and all his wounds were on his front. For a while, Tian had wondered if Sima had been an accomplice to the infiltrators. Maybe he was an accomplice to whoever launched this raid. In the end, did it matter? The man had been a small-minded, greedy prick. He died well, if that was really a thing. Tian didn't really believe in a good death anymore, though he certainly believed there were bad ones. The elegant and gentle Brother Long wouldn't see Tian, nor would he explain why. He screamed through his cell door for Tian to leave him alone, to go away. Tian did. The stink from inside the room hammered at his nose, and the refined young man sounded like a wounded animal. Sister Li was deep in her wine, and said that there was no crafting that could cure cowardice. She lifted the heavy jugs of strong spirits with one hand. The other arm was gone at the shoulder. Prosthetics could be made, of course, but for a crafter, her path may well have ended, except there was the example of Brother Fu. Tian's brothers had been right. It would be decades, perhaps centuries, until the temple was full again. The war had devastated the West Town outer court, devastated all the outer court disciples in Depot 4, and they were a key stronghold for the sect. It was a lot of the total strength of ancient Crane Mountain. He thought they would be heartbroken. They weren't. The level 10s had a fire in their eyes. Their steps were crisp and sharp, if erratic. You would see a senior brother break down laughing and weeping for seemingly no reason in the middle of a conversation. Others took the practice fields, driving their bodies to their utmost limits and beyond. The queue outside the scripture pavilion was so long, the disciplinary squad had to permanently detail people to maintain order. Sister Sue sat on the roof overlooking the door. A dumpster-sized bin of red earth next to her and a long lancet set on a nearby table. She spent every day keeping an eye on the visitors and replacing her dart stockpiles. She had a lot to replace. There had been reefs and bulwarks of dead demons and heretics along the east wall of the pavilion. The killing aura on her was so thick. Even the most boisterous cultivators grew quiet as they entered the library. She needed to sit. A demon ripped open her guts and nearly cut away her legs. She would walk again, but it would take a long time. She didn't look upset about it. There was madness in her eyes as well, as darts were formed with mechanical precision and stored in her rings. An old man, a true ancient, far past any hope of ascending to the heavenly person realm, had broken through. And not just any breakthrough. He had received a divine revelation. He captured a piece of the Tao within him and ascended to the heavens with a single step. The earthly had slain the heavenly and shattered heaven's punishment. Hope had tortured the level 10s for decades. Everyone hoped for a miracle, but so many grew bitter and cruel because they didn't really believe they would find one. But then there was Fu. The old certainties crumbled away. That hope which had seemed so mocking and humiliating was now tangible. It walked around the base and sat in the dining hall. Tian now had a reputation for both kindness and being impossibly foul-mouthed, but he found he could bear it comfortably enough. The father of his heart had acknowledged him publicly, and everyone else went along with it. He was willing to never speak another courteous word if that's what it took. It didn't come to that, of course. He had knelt in the rubble and listened attentively to his lecture, tears streaming down his face and smiling so wide he thought his mouth would tear at the corners. One bit of inescapable oddness was that Tian was sat down, repeatedly, with senior brothers and sisters he either knew from the hospital or were introduced by the doctors there. They were very interested in talking with him, about him, and only about him. They weren't interested in his arts, except how he visualized them and how they made him feel. They asked him about how he treated bright lights, sudden noises, his willingness to sit with the dying, and his very visible unwillingness to engage in the sort of networking and relationship climbing that was the hallmark of life in the sect. They kept asking what ambitions he had within the sect. Direct disciple, Taoist master, sect leader, a doctor or an elder, a border guarding general, or a teacher to the generations to come. What did he want to be? It rapidly got to the point where Tian answered only in monosyllables, or politely referred his interrogators to his other interrogators. He flat out refused to believe that they were there to help him, as they claimed. If they were, he would have asked for them, and he hadn't. He wasn't dumb enough to tell the truth. Tian wasn't even sure he still wanted to be part of the monastery. Not after all this. He just didn't know what else he could be, or where else he could go. Everyone he cared about was here, but he couldn't stand watching them suffer any longer. His heart was breaking. The last battle had near crippled him too, even if there was hardly a scratch on him. It all took about a month to shake out, at least on the monastery side of things. Tian had noticed patrols were staying very close in, and the supplies being shipped in for rebuilding had stopped for almost an entire week. The disciplinary squad was keeping very busy cracking down on even minor infractions. And there was a semi-official ban on gatherings of more than 4 people at a time for non-sect business, in a depot with fixed meal times and highly limited entertainment. It was practically a policy designed to fail. Another thing that didn't improve Tian's sense of calm. He could understand why someone might make that decision, though. The level 10s were getting increasingly out of hand. It wasn't just the sudden presence of hope. It was what Brother Fu had preached, and what he taught when anyone asked him about his revelation. Brother Fu's Tao was rooted in what the ancient Crane Monastery taught, but was substantially different in practice. It was fine preaching about living an austere life of nigh universal compassion to earn power. But what happens when you find someone who really did it? On the other hand, the elders couldn't just assign Brother Fu to somewhere remote or hide him away in the monastery. In a few centuries, he might well be running the monastery. And while some might entertain darker ideas, who wanted to be the first person to test a man who could bare-handedly defeat heavenly lightning? One way or another, Brother Fu's ideas would spread through the sect. 32 days after Brother Fu's ascension, They were all called together to find out how the monastery intended to manage things. The Taoist master arrived by sky barge. He didn't deign to appear before the masses. He summoned direct disciple Sun, and through her, gave instructions. A few hours after the Taoist master arrived, those instructions filtered down to Tian. Tian gathered in a hastily reconstructed reception hall. Tian assumed it was a reconstruction, anyway. He had certainly never been here before, and had no particular recollection of it. The thought that it had been specifically built for this meeting when so many barracks and storehouses still needed reconstruction was just too disgusting to contemplate. The room was filled with the smoke of incense burning in an iron burner covered in a latticework of cranes in flight. The incense smoke wound around the comfortable wooden chairs, up the polished pillars, and was lost in the high ceiling. All very tasteful. All very out of place in the militant depot 4. Also out of place were the people in the room. Tian greeted Sister Liren with a smile and a small bow, but spoke first to a woman in a wheelchair. Sister Su, I was happy to see you survive the battle. Were your darts optimal for your situation? Thank you for your concern, Brother Tian. She bowed back politely, hands clasped before her. Optimal, yes, but insufficient. The demons got behind me. I have been studying hard since then. Has Heavenly Swallows been everything you hoped? Not yet. I didn't dare cultivate a second dart knowing I would be leaving the base. I hope I will have the time soon. She shook her head. I told you custom darts weren't optimal. Tian smiled awkwardly. Heavenly Imperial Swallows looked absurdly powerful, but the cultivation time was equally long. Optimal was a situational word, and under the circumstances, Sister Su was probably right. He changed the topic. I don't believe I know this brother. Could I trouble Sister Su to introduce me? No. She blinked at Tian, like he had asked the single dumbest question she had ever heard. Silence filled the hall. Tane and Sister Su waited patiently for the other to make a verbal move. The minutes stretched on. The last person in the room, a large youth with a round face, groaned and forced himself to his feet. She can't introduce me because she doesn't know me. I'm 3 Rivers Town Outer Court Wan Shizong. A pleasure, Brother Wan. West Town Outer Court Jian Ziho. Let me introduce my junior sister Han Liren. Tian bowed politely. Han Liren rolled her eyes and followed his bow. Silence settled back in. They didn't have long to wait. They were soon joined by Elder Ru, Brother Fu, and a woman Tian didn't recognize. She was wearing the most complex and beautiful sect uniform robes he had ever seen. Tian noticed that the cuffs and trailing edge of the sleeves of her robe were embroidered with fine white feathers. A young crane, perhaps, hardening her wings and starting to fly. Let me play the host and introduce you all to direct disciple Sun. She is here delivering the will of Taoist Master Sage Thought. Elder Ru smiled a meaninglessly polite smile and introduced everyone around. Direct disciple Sun was uncomfortably pretty. Not that she was so pretty she invited awkward stares. She was so pretty she made you physically uncomfortable, like you were deformed, and hadn't realized it until just this moment. The longer Tian was near her, the more he had the irrational feeling of being grossly asymmetrical. He imagined lumps and boils growing out of him, becoming hideously visible under his robes and creeping up towards his face. The image was so vivid, he almost touched his neck to check. I apologize for what you are feeling. Her voice pressed on him, as though it was trying to make his flesh believe what his mind would not. She did look sorry, but so what? It was wretched being in the same room with her, even with the assistance of fellow Taoist Fae. I pushed myself to the utmost in the battle with Eunuch Hai. This is the consequence of that. It will pass. And it was worth it. Disciple Sung had a lovely smile. Tian thought his teeth were probably as jagged and twisted as the rock formations in the wasteland. Then he reminded himself that his teeth were essentially perfect. Then forced himself to focus on the direct disciple. He didn't think he could stand it if she had to repeat something. Tian wanted her gone. Hai's head has been presented to Master Sage Thought, who will make an offering of it to the ancestors and to appease the spirits of the fallen. The 3 giants of Ko he commanded are slain. A great loss for Black Iron Gorge. Most importantly of all, we have a new direct disciple. One whose breakthrough is the stuff of legends. Quite a successful battle, especially given that we were ambushed. Her words were light. Her tone was bitter. That is one truth. Here is another. We, and I mean Ancient Crane Monastery here, are losing this war. We were trading poorly before, but the catastrophic losses of the last battle have dreadfully jeopardized the overall strategic situation. Depot 4 is barely surviving thanks to only technically sustainable levels of support, and if, or more likely when, the depot collapses, the rest of our entire defensive line is in mortal danger. Sword Peak made Black Iron Gorge pay a bloody price for their attack, and we made them pay another. But that's Sword Peak's merit at our expense. The Righteous Alliance triumph. But our ancient Crane Mountain cannot afford any more such victories. At this rate our Crane Mountain will die even if the Alliance wins the war, either during the war or in the aftermath. Tian couldn't stop the shock from crossing his face. He knew most of that, of course, but to hear a direct disciple say it was something else entirely. What's more, she was conveying the will of a Taoist master. You see the contradiction. By our usual practice, we won a great victory and picked up a future pillar of the sect. But by our current reality, we on the battlefield are doomed and the entirety of Broad Sky Kingdom is in severe danger. Unless we change, you four have been determined to represent an intersection of potential and doctrinal change. All of you have been evaluated as first-class talents. All of you have either publicly or covertly attempted to change monastery policy, assuming you all break through to the heavenly person realm. And we do assume that you will, for the purposes of this exercise, you will all have a high chance of being elevated to the monastery as a core disciple. Competition would have been fiercer before the war, but, anyway, the long and short of it is that all four of you have a decent shot of being elders one day. And now we want to see the kinds of policies you would enact. Once you are better educated, at any rate. She shook her head, then leaned forward. Disciple Sung started emphasizing her words with a waved finger. Nobody, not one person, expects you to save the immediate situation. We don't even expect you to significantly impact the current war. What we expect and require you to do is give us no options for winning the future. Junior Fu's situation is more complicated. Here are your orders. Junior Fu is ordered to report to Master Sage Thought's sky barge and return to Mountain Gate City to begin his ascension ritual. I'm afraid you will miss the usual send-off. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Brother Fu bowed with clasped hands and a slight smile, looking entirely unbothered. Elder Ru, you are being deployed back to Mountain Gate City as well. Your proposal is approved. You will have to figure out the additional funding yourself for now. But so long as there is visible progress, the monastery will never be stingy. My thanks to the masters for their trust. Elder Ru bowed deeply with clasped hands. You know why we are doing this and why now. What do you have to be grateful for? Sister Sung sounded grim. Juniors Hong Chan, Su and Wan. Your job is to heal and pursue your Tao, as well as beginning your studies. To that end, you are to join the retinue of Elder Feng on a diplomatic mission to the Five Elements courtyard. You will all be representatives of the sect, though not formal emissaries. Elder Feng will provide you with more details as needed. Through this process, we expect you to find those paths to the future I mentioned before. She nodded and stood decisively. Those who could stand did so. All bowed deeply to the disciple, who gave a shallow nod in return, but did politely clasp her hands. Brother Fu, I will give you a few minutes to say your goodbyes. The direct disciple left immediately, and everyone looked a bit better. Brother Fu walked over and patted Tian on the head. Do your best. I always do, I know. I am very, very proud of you. Brother Fu smiled. I trust I am just going on ahead of you for a little while. Don't make me wait 200 years. I won't. I definitely won't. Good. I know a little bit about Elder Feng. Elder Feng is a caring sort, by all accounts. But because she is kind, she is hard. I think you know why. She will try her best to help you heal your Tao heart. Just give her that much trust. Tian smiled. It was a fragile thing on his face. I will. Brother Fu patted him on the shoulder, looking awkward. The moment seemed to call for a hug, but Tian was privately certain the old man would sooner swim through lava than do something so unreserved. But he didn't know when he would have the chance again. So Tian stepped forward and hugged him. Brother Fu sighed and gently hugged him back. After the current and future direct disciples left, Elder Ru took charge. Let me fill in a few blanks for you. The monastery is willing to suffer catastrophic losses by mortal standards because the belief is that only through struggle can supreme experts be forged. This is not without reason. All of our supreme experts have been found this way, as have essentially all the experts of other kingdom-dominating sects that we know of. We don't want dreadful losses, but we can accept them. He leaned back in his chair, drumming his fingers on the carved lion's head at the end of the wooden armrest. Disciple Fu has lived a life of horrifying bloodshed and suffering, which would seem to support that theory of development. However, as juniors Tian and Hong know well, he is also one of the leading proponents of my educational reforms. He is notoriously compassionate, frugal and humble, disdaining politicking but attracting many with his virtue. His diligent personal training of, and protection for, his juniors is likewise well known. Therefore, his transcendence emerged as almost a categorical rejection of the war breeds heroes philosophy. Elder Ru took a deep breath. So deep, whirlpools of incense formed in the room, then turned into a rushing stream as he exhaled. I think the outer court, and maybe even the inner court, forgets that we are a monastery. Philosophical challenges are often more serious than physical ones. What's worse is that Disciple Fu represents a shift in the political power distribution amongst the elders. I already had outsized clout thanks to the good work he and Junior Bai were doing. He sent a core disciple up the mountain less than 20 years ago, for heaven's sake. Now that I have a disciple who is a direct disciple, and the two of you who could be classified as reserve core disciples if that was a position that existed, and you two iconoclasts, and permission to roll out my recruitment, training, and educational reforms across the entire outer court. The other elders are pissing themselves, Brother Wang snorted, and even before they run dry, they are furiously accusing you of ruining their robes. Yes, there is the respectful language that had me dragging you out of the cells. Junior Wang, I'm in a phenomenal mood at the moment, but do keep in mind that Elder Feng once crucified a junior for a week as a first warning for lack of filial virtue. The fat man looked ashamed. Sorry, Elder. Your analysis wasn't wrong, though. Part of the political arrangement here is that the lot of you need to be removed from the battlefront, ostensibly for your safety. Actually to stop you earning more merits and achievements I could use to push through even more dramatic reforms. Elder Ru was looking around the room, clearly including Sister Su and Brother Wang in the conversation. A long trip to heal, along with a diplomatic mission where your greatest possible achievement would be not screwing up a vital alliance is just about perfect. Lots of opportunities for failure, limited possibilities for advancement, all nice and tidy. And this is why I have been rinsing these morons for centuries. Elder Ri's smile looked particularly nasty. You will heal. You will heal mentally and physically. You will use the time to consolidate everything you have learned since coming to the wastelands. And then you will develop it. You will, as the disciple said, provide us with options. Show us a different way of doing things. The juniors bowed. Tian wondered just what options he could possibly provide the sect. Act broke and serve tea. It seemed to lack a certain something. If you don't soak every possible benefit you can out of the 5 Elements sect, I will be extremely disappointed in you. The reactionaries wanted to send you to Sword Peak because they only have treasured lands and challenge grounds suitable for sword cultivators. Useless for you. I was able to force through a change in destination. His smile was sun-bright. You are also not in any particular rush to get there. You have all been cloistered in your temples and convents. Time for you to get out and see the broad sky kingdom a bit. Really understand what we are trying to do. I have reached an arrangement with Elder Feng. She will provide opportunities for you all to learn and test your ideas through the journey. Elder Ru straightened his spine, and Tian felt the energy in the room shift. The old man fixed their attention on him. The sheer aura on him demanded it. The road to longevity has never been one everyone can walk. The Tao has always been transmitted from master to disciple, or through books whose esoteric meanings are understood only by the fated and the wise. It is that transmission of wisdom and experience that is the faith and foundation of orthodox cultivation. It is one reason we revere filial piety and persistently cleave to tradition. Generation after generation has seen for themselves that the ancestors' teachings are true. The elder looked in each of their eyes, hammering the weight of his words home. The Taoist masters demand a radical reformation of sect practices. In other words, the Taoist masters are saying that their current teachings are wrong. Tian didn't quite shriek. He couldn't stop himself from gasping. Neither could anyone else. To say such a thing, especially in wartime and on the front lines, And the implication is that their masters were wrong too. The disciples nearly fell out of their seats. Elder Ru had just committed an act of unfilial behavior so monumental. He might as well kill them than himself. It would save time, and probably be less painful than whatever the Taoist masters decided was a suitable punishment. Don't be so dramatic. I'm not the one saying it. They are. But they see something in the four of you. Something new. Or at least a new take on something old. Something intrinsic in you and the Tao paths that you have been treading. A chance for a revelation, or a miraculous transformation. Something they need so desperately. They are willing to put at least a little of their trust in children mere decades old. Elder Ru smiled faintly. Work hard. The room was dead silent. Elder Ru was content to let them process his words. It had been a lot. Eventually, Tian stood, bowed with clasped hands and asked Elder Ru, "If I may be so bold as to ask, why though? Why are we fighting this war? What exactly do the heretics want?" He was slightly desperate to know at this point. The semi-regular motivational speeches were long on all the terrible things the heretics would do if they won. But the motives were never really explained beyond "this is how heretics are." But it was the crux of everything. If they needed to win the future, they needed to know why they were losing now. Interesting. Elder Ru gave Chan an appraising look. You are quite right in your implication. The information has been deliberately suppressed. The elders didn't lie, of course. Because most orthodox cultivators don't require much more explanation than "the murderous bastards are coming for us." Tian nodded. That did seem like a reasonably comprehensive explanation. Strange how, despite orthodox sects seemingly having every logistical and strategic advantage worth mentioning, we are outnumbered and being outfought, isn't it? Tian nodded again. Elder Rui's face twisted into a sort of smile. I can't tell you. I don't have permission. And I can't blatantly ignore the monastery's orders. What I can tell you is that your trip will provide ample opportunity for you to figure it out yourselves. And satisfying, I know. But it's the best you are going to get. Any other questions? Tian was sure everyone else had lots of questions, because he had them by the bucketful. But they all recognized the elder's tone, so they shook their heads. Good. Pack what you think you will need. But you will be traveling through friendly territory for most of this trip. You will have ample opportunity to resupply, and meals will be provided. You leave tomorrow. Assemble at the main gate immediately after breakfast. Dismissed. Hong and Tian made their way back to the barracks together. Packing would take no time at all, but their goodbyes would, as would informing their superiors about why they wouldn't be reporting for duty. Sister Hong. May I call you Sister Liren? She stumbled for a moment, but came up with an odd smile. If I can call you Brother Ziho, I would like it if you did. I have a shameful secret, Sister Liren. Only one, Brother Ziho. Only one relevant one. I don't have the faintest idea what kind of no option I could offer the sect. I don't even have an idea about how to get an idea. Easily solved. Really? Yes. Wear your shame openly. And it is no longer a secret. All the guilt over hiding your incompetence will just float away. Thank you, Sister Liren. I learned so much from my juniors. I assume you already know exactly what kind of sect-saving insight you will be presenting. Some minor details are still being perfected. Junior Brother Ziho. She looked demure. So far I'm up to let me personally kick the intestines out of my ever-growing list of scumbags. But that's not a sect-wide solution. I can't be everywhere all at once. Difficult. Do you think the monastery has a long-distance disembowelment art that would compensate for that? Or maybe a puppet art or something? Well, that's why we are going on this trip. Hong nodded sagely. Solving the how. Not just finding the what. Tian nodded, looking serious and a touch serene. Did you have a load of people asking you nosy questions about your life recently? He asked. Yes. Her eyes got tight. Hong suddenly looked a lot less demure. I didn't hit any of them. Me either. But they did help confirm something I already knew. She stopped and looked at him. Tian saw the same hell in her eyes that he knew were hidden in his. Yeah. It would be nice if we weren't keeping pace with each other, Brother Ziho. They gathered at the gate after breakfast. The red sands and jagged rocks outside the base were well trodden by now. The ground was still torn up after the battle, but the desert was quickly erasing the evidence. Enormous tears in the ground were being filled by blown sand. The scorch marks and acid burns were already buried. The poisonous chi and inescapable rock dust remained. Tian took a proper look at his new companions, Sister Sue. He never had learned her personal name, just her family name. She rolled along in a rattan wheelchair, looking indifferent about the inconvenience. There were handles in the back for pushing, but some inconsiderate sod had wrapped them in thorn vines. She moved the chair along by pushing on the oversized wheels. Sister Sue cropped her hair nearly down to the scalp. Like every woman in the sect, she had opted not to shave any pictures or patterns into it. Perhaps she felt that unadorned was optimal. Thin fingers but thick wrists, Tian noticed. He wondered how you had to train to develop like that. Her robes were tidy, but it was a routine sort of cleanliness, not making a show of looking her best. The intense look in her eyes had only deepened since he first met her, stolen from its original source. This story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. She still gave him the feeling of a kindred spirit. He could smell it on her. The wasteland had damaged her in more ways than just the physical. Tian silently laughed at himself. For once, he was more vain than his sect siblings. He had put on his freshest, most creaseless robes and fixed his hair up just so. How often had his brothers preached the necessity of a good first impression? He wasn't going to screw up something so obvious. Unlike Brother Juan. Brother Juan clearly didn't give a damn about first impressions. At all. His hair was in the sloppiest bun Tian had ever seen. His robes were tied properly, but the belt was flopping around haphazardly and it looked like he had slept in them. Worse, they were covered in dust, and dirt was caked onto his shoes and socks. Brother Juan technically met the uniform requirements of the sect, but only technically. If he had tried that look in West Town, one of the senior brothers would have counseled him into a hole in the ground. He was very clean personally, though. Tian could faintly smell scented soap. The longer Tian looked at him, the less things added up. He was fat, comically fat for a cultivator. His face was moon-round and plump as a steamed bun, but his physique was solid. He stood with his feet planted shoulder-width apart, and his shoulders back, ready to meet the world eye to eye. His hands were thick and calloused. That was another thing you didn't often see on cultivators, even those who lived with weapons in their hands. His eyes were wide open, not squinted with cunning or dull with sloth. There was a brain in that fat head, and while his eyes didn't give away much, Tian could feel it working quickly to evaluate him. Tian wondered what he saw. He wondered if Brother Wang was as broken by the war as the rest of them. He probably was. Why else would he be on this trip? And how else could he have wound up in the cells? Tian knew the violent impulses that sometimes descended on people damaged by the war. He felt them often enough. If it wasn't for Brother Sue's good advice, Tian would have gotten to know the jail cells too. He looked back over the red sands. He would be very content to never return. They were carried up to Alder Feng's sky barge on a floating cloud. It was a bit surreal stepping onto the soft, almost springy cloud, but it was remarkably comfortable underfoot. Nevertheless, Tian resolved to avoid them where possible in the future. It was a cloud, something famous for lacking substance and being changeable. Not things he liked. 1,000 feet in the air, Elder Redman, in his opinion, was infinitely better. If you couldn't trust a crane taller than most trees, who could you trust? Tian wasn't sure what to expect from a sky barge. For some reason, he thought it would be about the size of the riverboats that traveled up and down the river near West Town Temple. Summer Torrent, the enormous sky barge that carried the whole sect to war, was an oversized model. The rest were supposedly pleasure craft for elder-level figures. I may have severely underestimated just how rich these elders actually are. Either that, or sky barges are cheap as hell, he thought. Elder Feng's sky barge was, in fact, a barge. One that was almost half the size of West Town Temple. Its base was flat and rectangular, made from some dark wood covered in formations and glowing spell lines. On top of the barge was an elegant 3-story manor, a garden with a gazebo, and a rather perfunctory pond. It all looked charming. In a weird 2,000 feet in the air, this is insane kind of way. The garden, he noticed, was very well maintained. The trees and plants were in roaring health. That was interesting in a suspicious sort of way. He drummed his fingers on his leg as the cloud stopped its loop around the barge and landed on a little receiving pad next to the garden. Then, to Tian's sudden vertigo, The cloud spun into a dense plume of vapor and funneled into a jar near the edge of the barge. The passengers were left neatly stranded on the platform. There was clearly a lot going on that Tian wasn't seeing. This was probably a good thing. What he was seeing was scary enough, and strange enough. They were greeted by two fellow disciples, one of whom he thought he recognized. "Welcome, everyone." The stranger clasped his hands and politely bowed. "This one is surnamed Pan. You can simply refer to me as Steward Pan, as I serve Elder Feng in that capacity here on the Windblown Manor. I am here to guide you to your quarters and to introduce the manor to you before you meet with the Elder." They bowed politely back to Steward Pan, murmuring their appreciation. He was a dull-looking man, level 10 and reeking of contentment with his lot. Tian rather imagined he was quite dutiful. He had that sort of face, the heretic, the psychopath, the grotesque and the necrophiliac. What a fine collection of emissaries you all make. The disciple standing next to Steward Pan spoke. She had a wide-eyed fragility to her when her mouth was shut. When she opened her mouth, those eyes narrowed, presumably to keep the spraying venom out. Tian could feel the others tensing up. Han directly summoned her spear. Clearly not interested in verbal sparring. "Sister Liren, please remind me, is this the nameless failure from our last expedition?" Tian's voice was so mild it snapped every eye to him. He wasn't quite sure what boggling meant, but he had read the word once and thought their faces fitted. "Well, yes." Han nodded. "I have a name, freak." The wide-eyed girl hissed. "And I didn't fail, do you? You never said. I assumed you were hiding it after failing to pass the trial. Are you trying to avoid shaming your family?" "That's very decent of you." Tian's question sounded utterly innocent. Worse, everyone could see he was completely sincere. You dare. I usually do." "Yes, but I don't know what I am daring right now. Please, shameful failure. Would you kindly enlighten this little Taoist about what he is daring?" Tian clasped his hand together and slightly bowed his head. He genuinely didn't know. They could all tell. He really did not know, or care. "Dare you stake your life in a life and death bout, necrophiliac, with you, certainly. Though I really don't know what you mean by necrophiliac." Tian shrugged. She had 2 levels on him. It didn't matter. After the last battle, he was certain the biggest hazard she would pose was her blood staining his nicest robe. He knew it like he knew which way was down. And if she wasn't a rock thrower, he didn't know who was. "Do you deny what you said leaving the cavern, before 2 elders, no less?" She pounced, as though he had made some kind of error. "Why would I deny that?" Tian blinked at her in confusion. "By the way, is there a special dueling ground or something? It would be very rude to damage the elder's garden. Though I suppose we could trouble Steward Pan for maybe a large canvas tarp or something. Lay it on the ground. And if you promise not to, void yourself or bleed everywhere, and die with minimal thrashing. Maybe we could manage something in the gazebo." "I'm afraid not, Junior Brother Tian. There is a stone table and some antique ceramic stools in the gazebo. And the gazebo itself is millennia-old blue heart phoebe wood, quite valuable." Steward Pan interjected. "Oh, thank you, Steward." Tian bowed in gratitude. Double quotes. "Well, no matter. We can do it on this platform. It seems easily scrubbed. I speak with some authority on the subject. I have even brought my own mop, bucket, soap and water. Come, failure. I will make it as painless as possible. Then you can reincarnate as someone competent. Won't that be nice?" The atmosphere on the platform had dropped to freezing. Hong still had her spear out, but it looked like she had forgotten she was holding it. She was, instead, watching her only friend carefully fill a bucket with water, then adding a carefully measured portion of harsh soap to it. He pulled a mop from his ring, placed it in the bucket, agitated it gently to make sure the soap was properly combined with the water, then leaned the mop handle against a railing. Preparations complete, he turned back towards the bewildered-looking woman with the foul mouth. "If you have a particular weapon you favor, failure, now is the time to produce it," he gently suggested. "What the hell are you talking about, freak? You challenged me to a life or death bout. Did you already forget? Have you suffered a brain injury?" Tian looked hopeful. Tian deflated. "Pity. Anyway, please step onto the platform and ensure your will is up to date, as there will be no opportunity to alter it later." "I'm not going on there." She started backing away. "Why?" Tian looked concerned. A hidden injury prevents you from making a final show of competence. Do you want to postpone this? Dragging it out will only increase your anxiety. Please, let me make it quick for you. You don't have to linger. I'm not fighting you, freak. You are. Now or sometime when you are even less ready. Tian's voice was as calm as ever. It was as though he were discussing what might be for lunch. Although I suppose there is a second option. Tell me, what is your name? The girl paused, her face twisted. She slowly ground out the words Lin Clan, England. Tian nodded slightly. How curious that you wear our robes but don't identify what court you are from. It seems your family matters more than your sect. She staggered back to steps, her face suddenly pale as snow. Answer me this, and I will let you drop your challenge, he smiled, doing his best to project a friendly intent and gently encouraging the lamp in his heart to burn brighter. What's my name? Dean England looked murderous, but answered, Tianzi Ho. No, it isn't. That isn't how you will address me, is it, junior sister Lin? There was a frozen moment. Tian quietly crossed his hands behind his back and waited, his smile never wavering. Lin England clasped her hands and bowed deeply. You could hear something break in her. Senior brother Tian, a pleasure to meet you, junior sister Lin. I look forward to working with you. But we have kept the steward waiting. No trouble at all, brother Tian. No trouble at all. Let me begin by showing you to your rooms. Tian collected his things. He raised the bucket to throw the water overboard, hesitated, then stowed it back in his ring. Everyone was a cultivator. His near-silent mutter of waste not, want not, was heard quite clearly. The group was basically silent through the tour. The manor was just that, with a kitchen, several dining and reception rooms, a library, a small workshop in the basement, a room dedicated to painting, another for music, a half-dozen storerooms and many small bedrooms for guests. Their bedrooms were on the second floor and were a bit more fancifully decorated than the cells or barracks Tian was used to, in that there were decorations. Tian marveled at the picture of carp swimming along a river that was hung over the bed. The artist had used seemingly few brush strokes, instead letting their brush remain on the page and move as his thoughts took it. Tian thought it didn't look like a fish or a river. It looked like how a fish or a river felt, supple, flowing, alive. White plastered walls, a simple wooden bed with a rough wool blanket, a small desk and a picture. There were even a few small light formations, and a window he could open to let more light in if he wished. Though even with the window closed, the wax paper did a good job letting in just enough sunlight to give the room a comfortable warmth. Tian opened it anyway. The view of the sky was simply too spectacular to ignore. I wonder if any birds will stop by and visit. The manor would be quite convenient for them, he murmured. Alas, brother Tian, we are too high for mortal birds, and spirit animals know not to come visiting uninvited. Steward Pan smiled slightly. Oh well. Tian smiled back and shrugged. It probably made cleaning easier. He didn't often have to scrub bird dung off the back patio, but when he did, it was a pain in the neck. Amazing how much of studying medicine was studying how to keep things clean, which was why he was so pleased with the enormous bathroom just down to the left, with a remarkable indoor privy at the other end of the hall on the right. There was even an elegant sitting room, big enough for 10 people to gather in. It was simply impossible for there to be any complaints about comfort. They took a few minutes to settle in, just getting used to the space. Tian laid out his books, then put them back in his ring. What if he forgot them when he rushed out somewhere? Then he put out his favorite pillow, that seemed safe enough, and a lamp, even though there already was one. He found himself torn between wanting to make the room cozy and worrying that he would leave something behind if he had to go somewhere. He didn't know when, but at some point his storage ring became part of his sense of security. He just didn't feel right without every possible thing he could think of needing in it. There was a short knock on the door, and Hong stuck her head in. I can't always tell with you. Did you understand? Yes, and I meant every word. I just supremely don't care about the consequences of offending her. I don't care who her family is. I don't care if she is related to half the inner court. I know she's connected way up high. And if someone wants to make that a problem for me, I don't care about that either. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. He closed his eyes and breathed out slowly. I'm tired, Sister Liren. I'm so damn tired of the politics and the the interests of people who I couldn't trust behind me with anything sharper than tofu. So if someone's precious little hood ever starts going after me and people I do actually care about, mop and bucket time. The elder doesn't deserve to have guests messing up her house. I'm used to keeping floors clean. Elder Feng met them in her study, a beautiful room lined with shelves holding scrolls, rolled bundles of bamboo sticks with characters painted on them, and even texts carved into jade. There were books too, naturally, but shoved into a plainly disfavored corner of the room on far less beautiful shelves. Lighting rays dotted the room, giving everything a soft glow. Most of the light came from the back wall. To Qian's utter bewilderment, the back wall did not exist. It folded up like a screen, leaving the entire wall open to the sky. The office was on the third and topmost floor of the wind-blown manor. Yet there wasn't so much as an errant breeze stirring the scrolls. All was well in hand for the elder. A mortal might have found it vertigo-inducing. For a heavenly person cultivator, it simply made stepping into the private back garden that little bit easier. There was a faint smell of sandalwood and pine, some deep herbal smell that Qian couldn't place, but seemed to come from the inkstone on the wide desk. Welcome, all of you, to Windblown Manor. My home. I am Feng Tingwei. You may address me as Elder Feng. The 5 juniors bowed and greeted the elder. It had been surprisingly easy for Sister Su to reach the 3rd floor. A tiny flying cloud seeped out of a small tube hidden behind some latticework at the foot of the stairs and carried her to the top, all at the press of a gem. Sister Su clearly wasn't the first to visit without full use of her legs. Qian looked over their new bus leader. He wasn't quite sure how to call the elder in his mind. She was stern, handsome, her close-cropped hair subtly patterned with swirling wind. A lapis ornament hung from a thin gold chain and rested on her forehead, while 3 pearl earrings hung from each ear. Luminous white pearls on the left, inky black pearls on the right. Her robes were the same sky blue and the trousers the same white as the outer sect disciples. But that was where the similarity ended. The fabric shimmered and shifted like it was breathing. It had a radiance that came from within the weave. Fine embroidery added drifting clouds to the sleeves, and subtle gradations of color could be seen depending on where you stood and how the light struck it. The sky. Her robe looks like the sky. Who knew Elder Ru was considered low-key? The revelation made Qian snort internally. He previously thought Elder Ru always made a point of arriving dramatically. His sense of drama was clearly in need of work. Juniors Su, Wan, Hong and Qian are here to heal and work on their Tao as they support my mission to the 5 Elements Courtyard. As Elder Ru may have told you, we will be passing through the broad sky kingdom to reach the 5 Elements Courtyard. As we go, we will take the opportunity to perform a few stabilizing tasks and missions within the kingdom. This will give you the opportunity to test your theories and check your development. The foreboding gratitude. Junior Lin will primarily focus on those stabilizing missions and supporting the mission to the 5 Elements Courtyard. Elder Feng nodded at the subdued Lin. Though it seems she has some healing to do as well. I have prepared scrolls for each of you. Read them. Study them. Compare notes. We shall meet again in 3 days. They all knew a dismissal when they heard it. They bowed and turned to go. One final matter. There is to be no fighting here. That includes sparring, trading pointers, or any other frauds. There is certainly to be no killing. Qian bowed particularly low in acknowledgement. Good thing he didn't just attack the girl on the spot. It seemed that fear of one social error had saved him from another, larger one. When they were safely back out in the hallway, Qian glanced over at Hong. Read for a few hours, then gather for tea and notes in the common room. Mind if I join you? And do you think the steward would deliver tea if we asked? Wang's voice was a bit like him, heavy, and difficult to ignore. He sounded more curious than hostile. Forgive me, Brother Wan. I should have made myself clear. All are invited. And I wasn't going to presume on the elder's hospitality. I have an interest in tea, so I was intending to serve. Qian cupped his hands politely. Oh, good thought. I'll bring a few snacks. The big man nodded. Good. I'm sick of eating his. He always buys the same 3 cheapest snacks, over and over again. Hong grumbled. It had gotten to the point where she was turning up with entire side dishes and baskets of nibbles, just to discourage Qian from pulling out the same seasoned rice crackers again and again and again. Frugality is the second of the supreme virtues. I regret nothing. Tian looked down on his less moral little sister, even if that meant having to tilt his head to the point where his ear practically touched his shoulder and then leaning over to the side a bit. He had to look some ways up to look down on her these days. Tian knew girls hit their growth spurts before boys, and he was a slow grower. But he was 14, damn it all. She should be shorter than him by now. And the gap between them hadn't closed a bit, but that was fine. He would get there. One day. He would pat her on the head and occasionally use her as an end table as was fitting for her diminutive, nay, tiny stature. Sister Sue. Tian looked over at the librarian, who shrugged. I cannot contribute much, but I take excellent notes. Should we need them? Thank you, sister. Your company and insight is all I would ask. Tian hastily checked his memory. Yes, he had used the phrase correctly. These sorts of many-sided conversions were stressful. It was hard to use his usual techniques to navigate when he was talking to more than one person at a time. Junior Lin. Tian slid his eyes over to the white-eyed girl who had clearly wanted to slip away, but couldn't get past them in the hall. I'll pass. Tian gave her an inquisitive look. She grinned nastily. No fighting. So you can shove your bullshit senior brother crap. I hope you fucking die so you and your girlfriend can finally be together forever. Tian shrugged. He would simply have to triumph with virtue and moral example in the future, or revisit the topic when they were both on the ground. Serves him right for trying to make peace, really. All right, the 4 people with jobs will gather for tea, and the failure can sit quietly by herself somewhere. See you all in a bit. Sister Hong's grin was no less nasty than the Lin girls had been. Tian sighed lightly and went to his room. He unfurled the scroll on the table. On plagues, famines, forest fires, floods, landslides, and other human disasters. Not his usual thing. But it made a change from all the dull history texts. Within life there is death, and within death is life. The cycle is not to be feared but understood. With understanding comes a measure of control. If not of the cycle, then of the self. Since ancient times, the people supplicated themselves and made offerings to the heavens to guard them from natural disasters, not realizing that so many disasters were of their own making. Famine born from poor farming practices and worse trade, floods from poorly managed rivers, country slaughtering plagues that spread because doctors were considered no better than frauds. Disasters for humanity, but also disasters compounded by humanity. This, then, is a study of human disasters, made in the hopes that the later generations will honor their ancestors by learning from their suffering the proper methods. Interesting. Tian stroked his chin in a very Brother Fu manner. Very interesting. But you're missing the most interesting question. Oh, what's that? Why does she want you to read this now? Out of every possible thing, why this, and why now? The scroll was written in a deceptively academic style, seemingly dry and clinical, but laced with hidden traps for the unwary reader. Tian would never want to be a scholar, but between studying medical texts, the nakedly propagandic history texts, and Grandpa's heckling, he had honed a few basic instincts, the most crucial of which was this: what is the author choosing to write about, and what are they leaving out? The eye of history couldn't be focusing everywhere all at once, right? And 2 + 2 would always equal 4. Unless you found out there was an extra 3 that had been swept under the rug before the final tally was made. Tian quickly noticed the same for provinces kept being referenced. Certain nobles and bureaucrats featuring prominently, and seemingly neutral phrases like preferring careful deliberation to quick action or the regular farm income was considered more important than mitigating the risk of a catastrophic loss that guided the reader to a distinctly one-sided conclusion. Disasters could be mitigated by proper advanced planning and decisive leadership, and were often caused by a failure to invest in systemic mitigation methods. The failure to invest was almost always because the methods were usually some combination of inconvenient, expensive, laborious, and people had a harder time noticing things that didn't happen than things that did. Elder Feng was making a point by giving this scroll to Tian. He just couldn't figure out what it was. The conclusions seemed reasonable, but without anything else to check them against. The scroll can't be trusted. Tian muttered. Correct. Double quotes. Is he correct? I mean, Tian didn't vocalize that part. He tended to assume anything said or done even vaguely in the vicinity of a heavenly person cultivator would be observed. I can't answer that, beyond reminding you that no conclusion can exceed the accuracy of its premise. Tian went back over the start of the scroll, trying to find the flaw. It all sounded pretty reasonable. It was possible to make choices that were correct in one regard but lead to disastrous consequences. An irrigation system that led to the slow buildup of salt in the soil, turning fertile land barren. Failing to quickly suppress banditry in one province led to severe famine in another when grain couldn't be transported in time to cover localized crop failure, which ironically resulted in more bandits, creating a cascading problem that only ended after a brutal winter and an even more brutal suppression expedition from the capital. What was he missing? Like so many of these scrolls, it was entirely focused on mortal affairs. Presumably, the cultivators were above all such petty problems. Tian might not be able to divert a river with the wave of his hand, but he'd bet some of the heavenly people he had met could. Cultivators had their own problems. The hand that could divert a river could divert the head clean off your shoulders and into a thin film on a wall 3 towns over. He drummed his fingers on the desk, then looked over his notes. Nothing jumped out. He reread the anecdote about the magistrate of White Peak Town. The magistrate opened the grain storehouse to relieve a famine, not realizing that improper storage had resulted in the grains becoming infected with disease. The tainted grains made thousands, then hundreds of thousands sick. Moving to relieve the famine hadn't been wrong, exactly. It was just mismanagement months and years before the crucial event that led to disaster. The premise seemed rock solid. Tian had to shake his head reading it. A few simple preservation talismans, replaced no more than annually, would have ensured that never happened. Indeed, the warehouses at Depot kept enormous boxes of such talismans right by the doors. Practically everything that came in got one. They were apparently very cheap and dirt simple to make. Cultivators weren't like mortals who had to rely on salt for food preservation. He put his brush down and tittied up. Maybe it would become clear when he talked to the others. He reached the door before he finally managed to spot the blindingly obvious. Tian had the tea set out and the kettle nicely warmed when the others trickled in. They were somewhat hard to see behind his various history books. His brothers had insisted on him bringing lots of reading material to the wasteland, and he had never gotten rid of them. I don't think that's the scroll the elder gave you, Brother Tian. Brother Wang settled into his chair with a small smile. I'm checking my recollection of a few matters. Oh, with how much you complain about those books, I'd have thought you would throw them in the midden as soon as you could stage an accident. Han sauntered in and sprawled in one of the chairs and gently closed her eyes. I have been tempted, but the brothers thoroughly chewed me out the one time I got irritated enough to throw a book at the wall. I wound up feeling so bad afterwards. I tend to treat them like they were made of glass. Tian rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Throwing books in the library is not a bannable offense. You will be happy to know. We tried to institute such a rule, but despite the pavilion master's righteous, logical arguments, the elders decided flogging was a sufficient deterrent and an additional ban was redundant. Sister Su wheeled herself in. Tian had cleared a space for her in line with the door, so she rolled directly up to the little table in the middle of the room and set a board across the armrests of her chair. Paper, brush, and ink were laid out, as was her scroll and a tiny tray clearly intended for the tea and snacks. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. Odd. One would imagine that since it was redundant, there would be no harm by permitting it either. Brother Wang's smile would have scared a ghost. Tian silently marked the big man as another member of Sister Su's There Is No Kill Like Overkill faction. Just so. I have a black dragon tea from 6 Mountains that seems rather good. Will that suit everyone? Tian looked around and, seeing no objections, got to serving. I brought sunflower seeds and haw flakes. If we are still hungry later, I have some mung bean cakes. Juan laid out a couple of bowls. Is this what it feels like to be a freeloader? It's so nice. Han groaned and settled a little deeper into her chair. You are bringing the tea next time. Tian snorted at her and got an idle wave in return. Old friends. Brother Wang popped a few seeds into his mouth. Yes, I nearly murdered her when she was 11, and once I understood she preferred to live with her infirmities. We became friends. Tian nodded and carefully added hot water as Wang seemed to choke on his seeds. Han just groaned. It was a spar. Brother Ziho has an allergy to allegory and is malicious towards metaphors. Put another way, He tends to take posturing and insults both literally and seriously. I noticed. Sister Sue's voice was bone dry. I assume you are not actually infirm. Matter of opinion, I guess. Hong muttered. Tian caught something, a hint of real bitterness. Was there something he was missing? He gave her a quick once-over. Nothing obvious. He would have to ask later. So what's your story, Sister Hong? Brother Wang asked. Hereditary disciple. Shoved into the disciplinary squad over in Depot 4. West Town Outer Court is Elder Rui's testbed. So, I got a slot in a trial ground, excelled, and now I'm here. Brother Ziho is the same story, except he's a jungle barbarian who is becoming a doctor. She glanced over at Sister Sue. I only know you as one of the librarians in the scripture pavilion in Depot 4. Thundering Falls Outer Court, Sujingju. I have no patrons of note, nor is my cultivation of any particular interest. I'm content in the library, reading and occasionally submitting memorials to improve things in the sect. Sometimes people come and talk to me about them. Perhaps that is why I am here. Improve things. Yes. I don't communicate clearly, and fortunately, they always want to talk about how I feel or think rather than implementing the suggestions. It has been frustrating. But now that I am here, I think it has been worthwhile. She nodded seriously, then looked over at Brother Wan. The Wan clan in Three Rivers are rice merchants. So, I got shoved into logistics. I have a decent cultivation talent but nothing that special. Like Sister Sue. I read a lot, and like Sister Sue, I ask a lot of questions in the hopes of finding ways to make things better. Maybe the masters are curious to see if I can figure out any answers. He snickered. What were you doing in the cells? If you don't mind my asking. Sounds like there was a serious breach of discipline, Hong asked. Suspicion of heresy. The room froze. Tian looked up. The big man wasn't kidding. When you said you asked a lot of questions, Brother Wan. May I ask what kind of questions? Han's voice was mild. Tian carefully strained the tea into the friendship pitcher. Once he saw how much the yield was, he could equally portion it out into the little cups. His teapot had a blue sheen on it, refreshed by the wash and now reflecting some of the sky through the open window. He hoped he would not have to kill the fat man. Fairly sensible ones. I think. Exactly what is the justification for our sect, or any sect, existing? Tian nearly dropped the lidded cup. Is it something that needs justification, Brother Wan? Sister Sue asked. When a sect causes as much harm as ours does for such questionable results? Yes. Brother Wan looked grim. Did you take a look at the scrolls? Mine is on the comparative benefits of communal land stewardship. Think a village vegetable garden rather than a rice paddy rented by a farmer, or a common range nomads herd their sheep on as opposed to an enclosed field. Tian looked over at Han as she reached over for her tea. The benefits of centralized military power and meritocratic bureaucracy. Han collected her cup and gave Tian a small salute with it. A polemic about the evils of a general education. Sister Sue nodded appreciatively as she accepted her cup. How humans can make disasters worse, or create them out of nothing. Tian picked up his own cup last and toasted the room to the pursuit of our Tao. Everyone lifted their cups and drank, then set them back in their saucers with a sigh. I'm sure that's a cheap black tea, somehow. It tastes like so much more. Though more what I'm not sure. Brother Wan muttered. Skillful tea indeed. Tian smiled. He felt his skills were nowhere near Brother Fu's, but he managed to cheat a bit. Each part of his tea service was infused with his understanding of the elements. When the saintess said the teapot contained some of her insights, she was both telling the absolute truth and pulling a prank. It did. And Tian could only distantly sense them while he was making and serving tea, and only if he had given the teapot its portion in the last day or so. My thanks for Brother Wang's appreciation. I am only beginning my tea journey. The possible heretic waved off Tian's bow. I'm bringing the tea for the session after Sister Hong. I have some good stuff that I've been hoarding. Might as well let an expert make it. Tian was going to modestly refuse, but Sister Sue cut in. I didn't bring tea or snacks. Let's get to the meeting, so I'm contributing something with my notes. They nodded and Tian set to work on the second steep. He was going to get 9 or 10 steeps out of the tea, but since each serving was tiny, it was a fairly active process. Before we do, I have a question for the room. In your scrolls, were there any mention of cultivators? Tian glanced around the room and saw shaking heads. Though the glint in Brother Wang's eye suggested that he knew where Tian was going with this. Me either. Yet Elder Feng gave us all these scrolls to help us start solving the problems facing the sect. Not for random people, us. One raised outside human society, one victim of it, a marginalized reformer and a possible heretic. Tian smiled as he looked around the room, trapped in a flying manor with a powerful clan sign carrying a heart demon. Under the supervision of a mysterious elder. Brother Wang grunted, then left. How fitting. Whether we succeed or fail, from a sky barge all we can do is take the fall. The tea session was a modest success. While no definitive common points were identified across all 4 scrolls, there was a definite theme. Where unbalance should ensuring the common good be balanced against the instinct of all people to better themselves specifically, and, following that question, to what degree did it make sense to put the cost of maintaining that public good on a central authority, rather than decentralizing it? The question was surprisingly fascinating to Tian. Once it was explained to him, he really hadn't spotted the connections beyond a lack of cultivators. He assumed the correct answer was essentially what the sect did: loads of streams of income and resources funneled to a single central point, then distributed outwards again. But this was, the others told him, often very inefficient when considering things like transportation costs and time, or responsiveness to urgent needs. Sometimes it made more sense to have a regional warehouse and regional distribution that fed into local warehouses and distribution. All well and good when discussing rice, but what about soldiers? The emperor might very strongly prefer every soldier be raised under his banners, paid by him, trained by him, and loyal to him alone. But that was hideously difficult in practice. An army is expensive. How much better, then, to shove the cost onto the aristocracy, simply require that, when summoned, dukes appeared with so many trained and equipped soldiers, earls with so many, barons so many, all at no cost to the imperial treasury, although, regrettably, that did tend to lead to nobles wondering exactly why they were bending the knee and paying taxes if they were the ones with the army. Same with disaster response. A plague required incredibly responsive, granular, local management that was simply impossible to manage from a distant capital. But it also required people from outside the immediately affected area moving in coordination with the people on the spot. You needed some national power to prevent a local outbreak from becoming a plague. The outlier seems to be Sister Sue's polemic on education. Brother Wang smiled, but his eyes were narrow, saying that job training is practically and morally better than a generalist education is. An interesting view. It is a more common argument than you think, and has significant merit. Sister Sue lightly shook her head. She didn't blink quite as much as Tian would expect. It was a subtle thing, but after a while you picked up on the way she tended to stare directly at things. A librarian against education? Hong asked. Never that. The argument is that mass generalized education is inefficient to the point of causing far greater harm than benefit. A case can be made that universal literacy improves efficiency in the labor pool, and a case can be made that it is somehow morally improving for everyone to read literature or understand how to calculate the area of a circle. But no case is needed for a farmer to understand when to plant rice, nor how to harvest it, nor how to look after buffalo. A farmer's son is almost always a farmer. A fisherwoman's daughter is almost always a fisherwoman. Let them learn those things they need alone. They will spend the extra time more happily and productively. Similar to what we get in the sect, or at least how I was trained. Tian raised the kettle and looked around. He got nods. So, he made sure the temperature was just right and steeped another serving. When I think back on it, all I was really required to learn was a cultivation method and to combat arts, which says a lot about what the sect considers necessary for every member to know. Other than those things, it was here is how to venerate the ancestors. Here is how to sweep the temple grounds. Here is how we say morning prayers, and all that. All the other stuff I learned was from my brothers being good brothers, or manuals that I had to buy. He continued. Brother Fu had been the driving force there, and Brother Fu was one of only 2 outer court leaders with that mindset. Same, Hong nodded. Except a lot more of the training came from my family, and me. Sister Sue nodded. Me too. And I agree that it's alarming. Brother Wang softly rubbed the arm of his wooden chair. It brings us back into that tension between centralized control and local autonomy. The more knowledgeable an individual cultivator is, the more capable they are. But it reduces both the ability of the center to control them and it raises costs in ways that are not easily recovered, or at least the profit of the education is not easily measured. Feels like one of those things that doesn't have one always right answer. Jian checked the color and aroma of the steep. It was starting to thin out a bit, but there was still pleasure to be had in the lightening taste. He poured from the lidded cup into the pitcher, then into the proffered teacups. They sat back and savored the tea. That was one of the joys of a tea session, the way the tea changed with each steeping. Depending on the leaves, it might be strongest with the first cup and grow progressively thinner. Some teas needed a few cups to fully open up and develop their flavor. The aroma grew, evolved and shifted. Even the color changed. Each little cup was to be savored, as no to cups. Like no to moments in a life. We're ever quite the same. Still not an inch closer to having a, viable idea for the monastery. Hong sighed. Not even sure they are really pointing us towards a question they want an answer to. They aren't. Wan shook his head. It's only the first day of who knows how many. What they want us to do is wrestle with questions and get used to the struggle. Jian reckoned that sounded right. Their specific instructions were to heal and pursue their Tao. This could be considered part of testing and understanding that Tao. A higher level approach to things than he was used to. But it made a degree of sense when you looked at it from the perspective of the upper management of the monastery. They never expected the masses to achieve much. Finding the tiny few that could really change things, that was what mattered. Out of curiosity, how old are the two of you? Tian's probably 14, and I'm definitely 14. But I can't really get a grip on how old you two are. Hong asked. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. I'm 25. Sister Sue volunteered. Jian wouldn't have been able to guess, even for a cultivator. It was hard to pin down how old she was. She felt older than 25. 26. Brother Wang spread his hands. And I believe Sister Sue and I are both level 9. Sister Sue didn't respond. She hadn't been asked a question after all. Jian had to control a flinch. It took significantly longer to cultivate each successive level. If Brother Wang and Sister Sue were both level 9 in their mid-20s. Unless they had several spectacularly fortuitous encounters. Each, they were at least first-class cultivation talents. I guess that makes you to the senior brother and sister then. Hong smiled. Brother Wang gave Jian a look. I'm not sure I want the position. Seems like it might be hazardous to my health. Jian looked back wide-eyed. He had no idea the role was so dangerous. But then, it was a responsible position. Don't worry, Senior Brother Wang. Should you fall, I will definitely pick up your bones. I am very experienced in these matters. And that's where I'm calling it a day. I'm off to cultivate. See you for dinner. Brother Wang waved airily and shoved to his feet. Jian hid a small frown. They never got the mung bean cakes. And he had wanted to try them. Oh well, there was always tomorrow. Dinner was with all the disciples together in a small dining room. Not the dining room. That was reserved for far more important occasions. Merely a dining room. Jian idly wondered where Steward Pan ate, or whoever was cooking these meals. Logically, there must be servants maintaining the manor and the garden, but he hadn't seen any of them. Lin shoved her chair back with a screech after she was done eating and stalked off without so much as a polite nod. Jian thought it was fair enough that she was mad at him, and could understand why she extended the frustration to Liren. But why the other disciples? What had she called them? The psychopath, the grotesque and the heretic. He gently rapped his head. One of these days, he should really find out what a necrophiliac is. She was saying it like it was a terrible insult. Somehow, the word had just never turned up in all those histories of emperors and virtuous ministers. After 3 days passed, they were summoned once more before Elder Feng. We will be descending on the mortal city known as Burning Flag in this era. It is the bulwark Broad Sky Kingdom built to hold back the redstone wastes. The actual border is about a day's travel behind us. Which makes this city rather interesting. Disciple Wan, why might that be? A border city means a border garrison and a border garrison general. A big army of veteran troops with very senior leadership at the furthest reaches of royal control. It also means the biggest problem securing pay and supply. On the border of the redstone wastes, there will be infinite difficulties from mutated animals as well as heretic raids. Even if we have a sizable garrison here, Wang's answer was fluid. There was an undisguised glint in his eye. Well reasoned. But what is the biggest danger? Trade. The glint in Wang's eye spread out and downward, turning into a truly nasty smile. Legal, taxable trade. Conducted right out in the open. Elder Feng nodded. Double quotes indeed. But with who? They border the dreadful redstone wastes, where none may pass and live. The room turned silent, even for a rhetorical question. The disciples felt that was a bit much. Elder Feng snorted. One of the little oversights our current perilous situation has forced us to confront is the matter of Black Iron Gorge's trade routes. While trade with Black Iron Gorge is banned and punishable by death, their salt prices are so low that even honest merchants can't bear to refuse. But they do, of course, suffering immensely for their virtue. Fortunately, there are completely unrelated wandering merchants from local nomadic tribes who happen to carry tons of salt and just happen to pass by the city. So, all is well in the end. There is a reason the ancients. She shook her head and cut the sentence off. Tian felt the room start to spin. The commerce raid. Literally 24 cultivators staked their lives to take down one mortal caravan out of who knows how many. 23 dead. And the local guards could have done the same job better. Control yourself, young man. Elder Feng's voice crashed in his ears like a thunderclap. Tian was back in his body. He was circulating snakehead vine body so hard, his meridians ached. He could feel subtle twists of elemental chi dispersing around him, boiling off of him as his vital energy churned inside him. His rope dart fell on the floor with a thud. His hands ached, bent into claws. His face hurt too. What face had he been making? Probably similar to Hong's. She had her spear out and looked ready to launch a slaughter. I apologize. I will reflect on it. He bowed. He was sorry to have lost his composure. He wasn't at all sure he was sorry for having offended the elder. The elders of the sect commanded his fear, not his respect these days. Do so. Consider it part of your healing. It seemed the elder wasn't interested in pursuing the matter. A kindness of a sort. The room settled back into silence. One of many memorials sent by Junior Wang was on this point. You sent so many, in fact, that some were read properly, primarily to secure the necessary evidence for your trial and execution. Elder Feng's smile was wintry. Some of them eventually reached Elder Ru, along with the question of what to do with you. Doctrinally, the answer is quite clear. Practically it is too. But we have passed the point where the old doctrines can sustain us. Brother Wang looked like all his birthdays had come at once. I had hoped. May the heavens bless the wise elder. That got a snort. The room was silent for a moment. At a certain scale, smuggling simply becomes normalized. Then quasi-legal. Someone has to pay for the army. Why not tax the salt merchants? Why not tax them heavily, given that they are subverting the law? Elder Feng's voice dripped derision. If I may ask, Elder, how did we manage to miss this? It has to have been going on for centuries. Hong asked. There was an edge to her voice that Qian completely understood. His own voice wasn't yet under control. We, meaning the monastery, are literally and metaphorically above the food preservation needs of mortals. We, meaning ancient Crane Mountain and all its dependents, didn't miss it at all. We are some of the gorge's finest customers. That dropped the temperature in the room to freezing. Oh yes. Juniors Hong and Wan both come from merchant families, though fortunately neither family trades or traded in salt. I see the connections forming in your heads. All those mortal families and chambers of commerce. The whole economy propping up the monastery, all of it, like the mountain, rests on Broad Sky Kingdom. And the kingdom needs salt. And the merchants need money. And the army needs paying. Salt from the gorge is remarkably cheap and remarkably pure. How foolish would it be to allow mere esoteric philosophical disagreement to damage the lives of hundreds of millions of mortals, because they truly do need salt. Elder Feng lightly tapped the desk. But we are ancient Crane Mountain. We are Taoist cultivators pursuing immortality. The second supreme virtue is frugality. It is time to remind people of the wisdom of a virtuous life. Tian needed to sit down after the elder's revelations. He wasn't going to get a chance to. We are not in a position to completely dismantle the salt trade in the Broad Sky Kingdom, even if we were to disregard the familial interests of our disciples. But this is UNENDURABLE.Junior 1. Trade with other salt-producing nations. The Green Dragon Kingdom has oceans, and we share a border on the northeast. Alternatively, find new salt mines domestically that can be exploited more cheaply than the imported salt from Black Iron Gorge. Might as well wish for magically appearing salt in every warehouse. If mines were so easy to find, we would have them already. No, Elderfang sounded distinctly cool. And do you really want to put the noose around the kingdom's neck into the hand of another, better appear kingdom than heretics, Elder? And mines are hard to find for mortals, but hardly impossible. A heavily funded geological survey of the kingdom would have many benefits, not the least of which is identifying new salt mines. It's not like boiling brine requires any hidden arts either. Brine springs can be found in the Broad Sky Kingdom even more easily than mines. Once they have been found, it's just a question of expanding scale and reducing cost to the point where it's competitive with what Black Iron Gorge is producing. And the social consequences, temporary, and not our problem. Arguably a net positive if we can increase domestic production. Juan shook his head. Elderfang frowned slightly. I just told you that the mountain is one of the gorge's biggest customers through the disciples' family businesses. How is it not our problem? Since when do monastery rules bend in favor of supporting vice? Wang's words were barbed. They all knew a high degree of discretion was employed by the disciplinary squad. A squad made up entirely of hereditary disciples, who almost all had ties to mortal merchant houses. Brother Wang really knows how to stick a knife in from an unexpected direction. Tian reflected. It seems he doesn't like the squad much. That got a sniff from Elder Fang, Junior's Tian Hong Su. The three shared a look. Hong shook her head. Brother Wang's plan sounds better than anything I can think of off the top of my head. Though I will say that there is a serious risk of the country collapsing if we cut off the salt supply too quickly. That got her odd looks. Broad Sky Kingdom is hot, and a lot of it is very humid. Preserving food is hard. We can't possibly import enough ice for every peasant to use without salt. There is a real risk of famine. She shrugged awkwardly. A good point, Junior Su. I would need time to research an answer to, without sufficient data. We cannot calculate the necessary statistics needed to find the optimal solution. Brother Wang's plan does provide a starting point, however, and I would assume the kingdom has salt consumption statistics somewhere. Junior Tian. The elder's eyes and intent settled on him. Tian thought the air got slightly thinner when she did. Perhaps it was just his imagination. How to solve this problem? He had absolutely no idea. Nothing in his life or his training had ever prepared him for a question like this. And nothing he read seemed relevant. All he could think of was poison. He cupped his hands and slightly bowed. That brought the room to a halt. Pardon, poison, Elder. The salt is poison. There were discreet looks of confusion shared around the room. Elaborate. New methods of producing salt or trading for salt are good, but it will take a long time, and I'm guessing it will be expensive. But we all know the gorge is the home of heretics, and heretics love their curses and poison arts. It was one of the stratagems used by the virtuous minister Jin of Wu. Brother Fu made him read the biography. We make everyone think the salt is a slow-acting curse, or poison, or both. How do we do that? Hush it up, Elder. Now everyone was openly staring at him. Tian felt incredibly awkward and pulled out the book. The minister needed to clear the land for a new summer palace for the king. So he convinced the nearby villagers there was a plague. A little laxative in the wells, combined with hastily carting the poorly covered bodies of executed prisoners through the village, set the idea of illness in their mind. The villagers heard the public proclamations that there was no plague in the area, saw how the magistrate was harshly punishing anyone who suggested otherwise, and figured that was as good a proof of plague as there could be. Once the magistrate boarded up his house, and fled in the middle of the night with his 3 favorite concubines and eldest legitimate son. The villagers couldn't clear out fast enough. Tian flipped to the next page. The minister got a promotion for that, as well as a reward of new brushes and ink from the palace chamberlain. You wish to perpetrate a huge fraud on the whole of the Broad Sky Kingdom. Not a fraud, Elder. It's a teaching lie. The salt has weakened the ability of the kingdom to resist the heretics and harm the ancient Crane Monastery. Sounds like a curse or a poison to me. Tian nodded seriously. He was putting a lot of effort into getting better at metaphors. And his efforts were finally paying off. Or, well, there is a simpler option than all those things. But I don't think the monastery would go for it. Tian shrugged helplessly. You think it's less appealing than deceiving a nation of nearly 1 billion people, causing enormous social panic and devastating who knows how many families in the process. Elder Feng was giving him a very odd look now, which Tian thought was quite rich coming from an elder of the ancient Crane Monastery. Yes, Elder, go on. We do have those big crates of preservation talismans in the depot. How hard would it be to set up a few workshops and start selling them to mortals? The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. That did have her rocking back in her seat. Then she frowned. You really don't see a problem with that. Everyone has chi. How much could activating an incredibly basic talisman take? Tian spread his hands. You are right. The monastery would like that idea even less than adding actual poison to the salt. You haven't really interacted with any mortals since you rang the dragon bell, have you? Not really, no, Elder. She nodded slightly. Each of you will receive a little silver and be sent down into Burning Flag City. Investigate the situation there. See how what you find changes your answers. Tian blinked. That was it. That was the scope of the instructions. No, definitely do this or definitely don't do that. Just investigate. What situation needed investigating? Should they do something based on their investigation? Dismissed. The elder picked up her teacup and sipped it. It seemed that really was everything. Tian noticed that the prickly Lin hadn't been invited to the meeting. What that signified, he didn't know. Steward Pen gave each of them a small sack of silver and copper coins. Then they were ferried to the ground outside of the city by flying cloud. The dim pre-dawn light provided excellent concealment. The four exchanged looks. Sister Sue, do you want one of us to travel with you? Tian asked. It would be difficult to move around a mortal city in a wheelchair. No thank you. I expect I will be auditing the city government, so I won't be moving around much. Wait, auditing? Han looked over at the librarian. How are you going to get them to open their books? I am level 9 of the earthly realm, and I'm from ancient Crane Mountain. How are they going to stop me? The question would have sounded like boasting from anyone else. Sister Sue sounded genuinely curious. Of course they would let her look. Failure to do so would result in non-optimal outcomes for them. Brother Wan. Tian asked. Merchant's quarter for me. Time to hit the food stalls near the caravans. I'll just throw on a different robe while I look around. Change it up as needed. Wang shrugged. I don't think my answer will change much, though. I wrote that memorial after I studied the problem for weeks. Sister Hong, City Guard, Disciplinary Squad, whoever they are using to maintain order here. I'll go in my sect robes. Smuggling is still a crime. And if this is a national problem, it's worth starting at the bottom and seeing how far up the rock goes. Brother Ziho. No, I know the answer to this. Please don't. Please don't throw the face of the monastery on your very first mission for the elder. Tian was already pulling out the head-covering basket and shabby black robes of a wandering monk. It was the go-to disguise of West Town brothers when they were on missions. Rough shoes, holes carefully worn in the bottoms, hit the ground. But this is standard when dealing with mortals, isn't it? Tian carefully put a wooden bowl on top of the hat. He gave it a little pat, then started sorting out the annoying monastic robes. With countryside peasants. Yes, not in a sophisticated city. Han rubbed her forehead. Can't be that sophisticated. Still has mortals in it. He quickly shucked off his outer robes and got changed. There was more grumbling about propriety, but Tian firmly ignored them. Right. Off I go. Tian slid the bowl inside his robes and fixed the irritating head-covering basket thing by its chin strap. It was fairly roomy inside, which was a bad thing as that meant it sloshed around more. Where to? Brother Wang asked. No idea. We're Taoists. I'll just go with the flow. Does anybody know when or where they are picking us up? There was an awkward silence. I recommend a nice deep wooden bowl for your begging bowls. Something with a bit more height to the sides so any food you manage to snag doesn't spill as you squat in the dirt to eat it. Tian advised cheerfully, waving his bowl around before tucking it back into his robe. Just, In case the silver runs out before we get picked up, scram. Hong aimed a kick at him. Tian chuckled and started walking towards the city. The others spit up and went their separate ways. Tian didn't really have a lot of context for the word city. He had seen, at an immense distance, Mountain Gate City, which held the inner court of ancient Crane Mountain. He hadn't thought much about it. It was just a bit of a smudge in the distance. He had a hazy notion of West Town but bigger. And that was about as far as his imagination could reach. The walls of Burning Flag City were 100 feet tall. The red bricks were tightly packed together, not a single one missing over the vast expanse. Tian stopped a couple hundred yards from the gate and just looked, trying to wrap his head around the scale of what he was seeing. The walls, patrolled by heavily armored mortals at the top, were studded by protruding gatehouses every half-mile or so. There was already a queue outside the gatehouse nearest to Tian, waiting for the dawn and the gates to open. So far, all he could see of the city were the walls. He was almost bouncing with curiosity to see what was inside. The people in the queue were rather boring. Men had their hair long, though they tied it in the back rather than make a proper bun. Women kept theirs cropped short, but longer than the convents preferred, too long for nice patterns to be traced in the hair. Instead, they used combs for decoration. Pretty, in a bland sort of way. Why is it that everyone I'm looking at ranges from not great looking to I am so sorry? Tian wondered. You live with immortality cultivating Taoists. Good looks are a known side effect. Cultivation makes you better looking, really. Orthodox cultivation generally removes all the things that would tend to make you bad looking. Let's say up to a point. The results aren't equally distributed, but on average, the aesthetic standard is much, much higher. Look, that lady can't be over 30 and she's already missing a few teeth. You don't see that in the sect. There was a commotion coming behind him. Everyone in the line shifted off the road as a detachment of cavalry came trotting towards the city. Tian was no judge of horses or soldiers, but he thought they all looked very fine. Tall, sturdy horses with long legs and deep chests. Their riders wore long robes made of narrow iron plates stitched together in an overlapping pattern. Like scales on a lizard, they had sturdy iron helmets, and on each of their helmets was a red plume. Each was equipped with a saber and a spear, and the stern expression seemed to be universal issue too. It was a little awkward when they pulled up in front of him. The one with the fanciest plumes on his helmet and extra red cloth woven into his armor looked straight at him and said, a little far from Pure Land Temple, "Aren't you venerable?" Tian desperately tried to remember some of his brother's suggestions for suitably monk-sounding phrases. The only thing that really stuck in his mind was Brother Three Knights putting his thin hand on Tian's shoulder and saying, "You never break character. Even if they say they know who you are. Even if they are right. You never break character. This little monk has the earth for a prayer mat and the sky is an 8-layer pagoda. What better temple could there be?" That got a snort from Fancy Plume and some of the other soldiers. A little short to be a monk too, with faith. -1 is possible. His voice was quite righteous on that one. He was speaking from the heart. Remarkably young-sounding voice. Is it? It is. Why are you dressed up like a wandering monk? Because this humble one is a wandering monk. Besides, regardless of this little monk's age, it's quite good being a wandering monk. People who try to do bad things to wandering monks sometimes explode for no reason. That got more snorts. I don't suppose you are some hidden villain exploding expert, are you? Definitely not. Even this mendicant's tea service is barely at the beginner level. Tian shook his head. All right, Venerable T, follow behind us. You can have a meal at the barracks and get our critique on your tea serving ability. Tian bowed. This little monk thanks the general for his generosity. Fancy Plume nearly fell off his horse. General, I'm 10-man commander Attune. Do I look like a general to you? The name landed oddly in Tian's ear, but that clearly wasn't the issue. He nodded, the head covering basket hat going up and down with big swings. Yes, the benefactor has a big horse, a big spear and the fanciest hat. Command of an army is inevitable. This little monk thanks his lordship for the opportunity to serve. There was a peace to moving with no expectations. Tian jogged to keep up with the returning cavalry, his black robes flapping and his straw. He was never quite sure what to call it. Hats didn't usually cover the whole head, face included, in what was closer in appearance to a straw basket. Whatever it was, it bobbed around as he ran. looking as awkward as it felt. Tian didn't know what to expect from a city. The streets were wide and lined with big pieces of flat stones. There were gutters for water, though they looked shallower than the ones in West Town. The buildings looked strange to his eyes. They were taller than he expected. The buildings in West Town never exceeded 2 stories. And while the monastery had fine, soaring halls with high roofs, most of them were just a single story, taller than a 3-story building, but strictly speaking, it was mostly empty volume. Not in Burning Flag City. He wasn't even sure Burning Flag had houses as he understood the term. The buildings were all 4 stories tall. No deviations permitted. They were built out of the same stone as the streets. They had the terracotta roof tiles he was used to seeing, but they were thicker than normal. No gaps between the buildings either. But he could see that they weren't all built at the same time, nor were the exterior walls shared. When a new building was constructed, they built it like it would be standing alone, but flush against the older building. Sometimes the logic of a place could be deduced from looking at what was built there. Tian was ready to put his hand up and admit ignorance. At least the streets were colorful. Hawkers and vendors were already on the streets, greeting the dawn with simmering woks full of frying dough sticks and warm soy milk. Others, those with a heartier appetite in the morning, could buy steamed buns, or even skewers of mutton. Tian could see them laid out in neat little rows, chunks of meat the size of his thumbnail skewered on slivers of bamboo, ready to go down on the coals and be brushed, if his nose was to be trusted, with a coating of spicy oil and cumin. Tian was suddenly famished. He hadn't been a minute ago, but seeing a whole street full of cooking food, he could safely say that he was starving. But 10-man Commander Atun had promised him a meal, and there was nothing that tasted quite so good as free. Tian controlled himself. Barely. The vendors lived here. He could try them all before he left. All of them. Especially the granny with the green bandana and what looked like char-grilled green onions floating on a bowl of noodles and a light broth. She was old. At least 180. Maybe even 190. She couldn't escape. Tian almost face-planted when he remembered he was in a city full of mortals. That granny could be any age under 100. He really didn't know how to tell the age of mortals based on how they look. Beyond very old, somewhat old, but younger, 20s maybe, my age-ish, and kid. Everyone cleared out of the way of the soldiers, moving with a casual familiarity. The soldiers kept up the exact same quick-walking pace in the city. The horses' hooves now loud and clattering on the stone. The mortals kept right on chattering and having breakfast. Though they did give Tian plenty of odd looks, he looked right back. The mortals were fascinating. The people here were dressed in far more variety than he was used to. Rusty brown pants and desert sand-colored jackets, blue shirts with gold embroidery, hats trimmed in fur or felt, boots till he was used to the soft, thin-soled shoes of the temple. Not so the mortals of Burning Flag City. They had boots of felt or leather, with sturdy leather soles. It was all just so new. It was bigger than West Town by miles and miles, bigger than the depot. And he had thought Depot 4 was huge. He had never seen so many people. And it was still early in the morning. The snippets of conversation he heard hardly made sense. Still saving for our beau to get married, anything for a toothache. Oh, my back is killing me. That turtle soupy, horse traders. Not in this neighborhood. They went past every sort of store of grocers with their fruits and vegetables displayed on trays and carts. Crafters with their maker's mark proudly painted above their doors. Some with pieces on display and watched over by burly apprentices. Nobody was talking about the war against Black Iron Gorge. Nobody mentioned heretics. Nobody looked particularly worried about the fact they were on the border of a desert filled with giant carnivorous monsters. They looked like people who wanted breakfast and were chatting with their neighbors, working in wine shops and pottery shops, and tea houses, and hawking their food or trinkets from stalls. Shoveling horse dung off the streets and into wheelbarrows. People just living. The patrol trotted its way back to the stables in the military quarter. It wasn't as walled off as Tian imagined it would be. Civilians were wandering in and out of it steadily, some bringing food, others carrying bundles of what looked like laundry, or pushing wheelbarrows of dung. It seems that, like the monastery, the big brothers in the army needed a lot of servants too. Although they probably didn't call them that. All right. Barracks number 8. Lucky. Atun chuckled. You will need to get that basket off if you want to eat tea, monk. You would be surprised. 10 men commander attune. Tian mind picking up a cup and lifting it under the edge of the basket and slurping. The purpose isn't to be anonymous, but to create a sense of being in seclusion no matter where you go. His voice trailed off. People were staring at his forearm. His sleeve had slid down while he was miming drinking. How the hell are you so pale? A soldier asked. Not hostile, just tired and bewildered. I'm sorry. Tian had no idea how to answer that. Even the officers pick up a 10 out here. You look like a teacup of milk. A different soldier asked, giving himself a good scratch in the process. Still a novel. Please report. It couldn't possibly be a pitcher of milk, could it? Tian remained hopeful. The silently shaking heads of 10 men somehow managed to be 100 times more painful than just one would have been. This little monk is going to be 6'1". Just you wait, Tian muttered. His last growth spurt had stalled out a while back, but he had undergone not one but two bodily reconstructions, and he was cultivating the hell-suppressing sutra. If he couldn't reach his ideal height, he was going to hunt down every last body reforging sutra he could find and make himself the right height. Bamboo shoots and mutton. One of the men volunteered. That's what my granny told me. Bamboo. So my body knows to grow tall and straight. And mutton so it has something to build with. Tian eyeballed the cavalryman. He wasn't 6'1", but he was at least 5'11". This little mendicant will remember, and do his best to follow the prescription. Still not giving up on the monk thing? How? The commander snorted. Kid, I can see your hands. Leaving aside the fact that only the monks from Pure Land Temple wear those hat things. The commander plainly didn't know what to call them either. Tian felt a surge of vindication. I can see you have been through hard times. You don't have to keep playing the part. Tian nodded gratefully, then smiled. This little monk is happy in his role. It's got rules. One remains humble and speaks to others with respect. One doesn't start trouble, but it's okay to finish it. Everyone is your benefactor, which is nice. Even if some people don't realize they are, or have fallen into sin. Being a wandering monk is a good life, so long as you don't need much. Someone laughed. He really is the tea venerable. Here, tea venerable. See what you can manage with our red plume army kettle and the highest quality military ration tea leaves. Tian got busy. It wasn't his usual tea setup. No lidded cup, no friendship pitcher, no tea pet. Just a big teapot and an even bigger kettle. There was a little mesh strainer before the spout on the teapot. He could figure it out from there. You are putting in too many tea leaves. One of the soldiers said. Patience will be rewarded, benefactor. The troopers were pulling off armor and carefully stacking it for cleaning. Others were pulling on felt slippers, groaning with satisfaction as the heavy leather boots came off. The stink of sweaty horses mingled with the stink of sweaty people. People who probably didn't smell very nice when they got on the horse in the first place. The soldiers weren't filthy, but Tian suspected that baths were an occasional treat rather than a regular occurrence. Diseases must be a hell of a problem. How was your patrol, benefactor? He asked Attune. Quiet. It's always quiet. This close to the redstone wastes. The commander shrugged, rubbing the back of his neck with a rag dipped in water. Pardon. The wasteland is quiet. Yep. Always. Most boring post in the kingdom. The redstone wastes. That is where we are. Yes. Well, it's where we're near, anyway. The redstone wastes with its giant insects, demonic birds the size of buildings, and evil cultivators. That got him a lot of odd looks. Tian was used to those. He checked the water in the kettle. It needed to be a bit hotter. Kid, I have been posted here for 6 years and haven't seen a single one of those things. One of the troopers shook his head as he massaged life back into his feet. You have been listening to too many stories. Really? Yeah. There is weird stuff in the wastes, no doubt, and yeah. You do hear stories about sinister immortals hiding in the depths of it and all that. But hell, the wasteland is bigger than the kingdom. It would be stranger if there weren't. This from a trooper sprawled bonelessly on a bench. But none of it leaves the wastes. And we don't go in, even with heavy head wraps. There isn't safe to breathe. The nomads and caravaneers all grew up in the wastes and can stand it. Everyone else, no chance. This from the foot squeezer. Tian added the hot water to the leaves. They used black tea pressed into round cakes. Tian had to break off a chunk to put in the teapot. They grew up in the wasteland. There were nods all around the room. Yeah, apparently all the water is super salty there and nothing really grows. But they found a way to live. What it is, I don't know. The weird bastards get extra weird when you try and pin down how. Horses and camels. That's what my granddad's family does. Commander Attoon had moved on to mopping his face then washing his feet. Horses and camels give you meat to eat and milk to drink. As long as they have grass and water, the tribe can survive. The wasteland nomads have horses and camels, so they must have ways to get grass and water. Nobody had a better theory. Cheon reckoned the tea looked right and smelled right, so he started pouring. It had been interesting. He had to adjust how he would usually prepare the tea to account for the pot and kettle being made of iron, to say nothing of how a big dose of elementally rich tea would impact mortals. All the salt the caravans bring in has to be coming from somewhere, he asked. Sure, but that somewhere is somewhere deep in the wasteland, so it's not our problem. A trooper grinned as he accepted his teacup. He gave the tea a sniff, and his eyes opened wide. He gave it another sniff then a taste. Did you add anything to this? Only tea leaves and water, benefactor. Cheon kept pouring for the other troopers. It's less bitter than usual. Tastes better too. Benefactor may have been getting the water too hot and letting the leaves steep for too long to make up for a lack of leaves in the pot. Maybe. Cheon could faintly sense tiny tendrils of chi spreading out in the mortals, and noticeably small for cultivators. But he could feel it filling invisible gaps within the soldiers. Cheon hid a small smile. It wouldn't cure everything that ailed them, but he suspected that they would be remarkably refreshed and energized once they had a good night's sleep in them. Did Benefactor say the caravans coming out of the wasteland belong to people living in the wasteland? Yeah, it doesn't make sense for a merchant to travel all the way to who knows where when they can make shorter trips. The nomads don't want to leave the wasteland. Our traders don't want to leave the kingdom, and here we are, ready and waiting for both of them. The salt caravans trade here for food or something. Then Broad Sky Kingdom merchants bring it into the rest of the country. Is that right? Cheon asked. There were more nods, or something. A trooper growled. The troopers seemed to find the subject unpleasant, so Cheon changed it. Then made this little monk ask what you are on patrol for. The looks turned grim. That's the other reason I picked you out of the line, slavers. Kid, Commander Attoon leaned in. They trade salt for money and food, but most of all they trade salt and weapons for slaves. And all kinds of border tribes are only too eager to take them up on the deal. A healthy kid like you, all on his own, you would have had an iron collar on your neck and been chained to a wagon in no time. It's a miracle you weren't already. The commander blew out his lips and settled back on a bench. It's not legal, but it's the border. KAD. Even a T venerable needs to mind their little life. Slavery was a concept that only existed on paper for Cheon. He knew it existed. Something perpetrated by the heretics of the Black Iron Gorge or some ancient dynasty that died drowning in its own sin. It was also, apparently, about 20 miles from Burning Flag City, closer on some days, but never further than that. It's a big part of why we are here. The border country really belongs to the Borsky and the Rishuk, and a few other big tribes. On paper, it belongs to the kingdom, and every time the tribes act up, the kingdom dispatches an army and stomps them flat. Usually, anyway. Commander Attoon's tone made Cheon think it wasn't always quite so one-sided. But there is a hell of a lot of grassland, not a lot of water, and no settlements worth mentioning. The tribes are less unified than you might think. So the army crushing one bunch might not mean anything to a different bunch. Bands raid each other all the time, usually for horses, sometimes for women. Sometimes they raid another tribe or another band, and they come away with more people than they need. Now, they could ransom them, or kill them, but the best results are going to be trading them for salt and weapons. The weapons they will use for raiding. The salt they sell to kingdom merchants for a fortune. The commander had a fresh cloth, dipped in cool water, draped over his eyes. I see. And, naturally, anyone not selling to the slave traders will have neither weapons nor gold. Cheon refreshed the commander's cup. Exactly. Nobody's stupid, so everyone trades. It's made things a shitload more dangerous out here, but the kingdom is barely doing more than keeping the roads safe. You guess why. One of the king's soldiers leered nastily at Cheon from over his teacup. fewer tribes to deal with both now and in the future. And they don't really care what someone else does to get the salt so long as it reaches their merchants. Tian said, doing his best to hide the screaming inside his head. Hey, look at the smart tea, Venerable. Except you missed part of it. There's another option for the tribesfolk: leave the steppes. Move into the city. Of course, they don't know the language and can't do any of the jobs here other than hauling, digging and carrying, but that's fine. There is one place that will happily take every trained trooper with fighting experience and his own horses that the tribals want to give us. The soldier's leer hadn't gotten any nicer. The army, Tian nodded. He was feeling a fury bubbling up inside of him. He didn't know any of these people. It was hardly any of his business what they got up to. Yet the phrase "wash the city in blood" did keep occurring to him. Yep, it's how my family joined up. I'm third-generation army. Etan's breathing had steadied out. You are easy to talk to, T. Venerable. Well, it's how this little monk gets by. He makes tea and listens to people. The wounded and the dying, mostly. Injured by heretics who grew strong thanks to the rich city of Black Iron Gorge. Good monk. Most monks want to preach at you. One of the troopers grunted. He also looked like he was ready to fall asleep where he was sitting. It was on the early side of mid-morning. Still a long way from lunch. But the soldiers looked ready to sleep. The five-colored chi was spreading through them, gently, very gently. But even nourishment needs to be digested. They would sleep deeply and wake without the accumulated damage a soldier's life brings. Very kind of you to say, benefactor. Promised you a meal. See the iron token hanging by the door. Take it to the chow tent. Cooks will fix you up a bowl. Then you gotta scram. No civilians in the military district unless they are doing work. The commander waved Tian towards a token hanging on a hook next to the door. Stamped on it were the characters for ration. Thank you, benefactor. Benefactor, yeah. Some slaves escaped. This little monk is sure of it. How does the kingdom handle them? How it handles any homeless, half-naked person who can't speak the language. Badly. Sometimes someone takes them in. Mostly they don't. But the kingdom doesn't do shit to help. Tian bowed and collected the token. He hesitated for a moment by the door. Would you mind if this little monk said a prayer for you? Keep it short. The commander stifled a yawn. May you be safe. May you always find your way home. May you never starve. Tian pressed his hands together and bowed. He didn't consider himself particularly religious. Being a Taoist was simply how he understood the world. No different from declaring he worshipped gravity because it was always there for him. There was the mad god problem too, but the soldiers had been very kind to him. He could at least offer them the comfort of a stranger's good wishes. And it's what a monk should do. The cook was willing to dish Tian up a bowl of badly cooked rice and a bowl of worse stew. It was, however, free, which made it fundamentally good. Navigating the spoon under the head-covering basket was a challenge, but he was committed to the part. Besides, he didn't want to show his face. The urge to kill was staying at a gentle simmer. Keeping the basket on gave him some distance and helped him calm his breath. Tian silently hung the token back when he was done. They didn't notice him. It was alarmingly easy to move through the gaps in their perception. He had come a long way since his brothers first took him out for a stroll. The aches in the soldiers' bodies from 3 hard days of riding, the tension of overworked muscle, the stink of them, were all artifacts of mortality he had shed. He had found the tea borderline undrinkable. He could taste the dreadful storage conditions and the cheap processing the leaves had undergone. Worse, he was certain there was some kind of filler in there. It might even be grass, dried and processed along with the tea, and they enjoyed it. They couldn't taste it at all, stolen from its original source. This story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. It was what it was. They were content with their lives. Or they seemed to be. He certainly couldn't improve them. Immortality was not a road everyone could walk. You needed that extra something, and you were born with it or had to do something immense to get it. Could he stop the slave trading? No. He could kill individual caravans, but it would take mobilizing the whole kingdom's army to stamp it out. And maybe not even then. The thing about nomads in all those history books was that they could just move away and come back once you left. As long as gold and steel were offered, there would be someone ready to sell their kin into slavery. The real solution was to choke it off at the source. Once Black Iron Gorge lost its ability to buy slaves, people would stop selling so damn many of them. But that just brought him right back around to being a goddamn idiot. The passers-by enjoyed the rare sight of a wandering monk banging his basket-covered head against the gatepost of the military quarter. Gently and carefully, so he didn't damage it, but doing it anyway. They were mortals. He wasn't a mortal. He was currently living on a flying barge with a manor on top and a heavenly person cultivator with who knows what capabilities. Fighting nomads was only frustrating if they could run faster than you. And mortals on horses couldn't outrun the outer court, let alone an elder. The frontier was large, but it was still a much smaller space to defend compared to whatever enormous chunk of the wasteland they had been covering. It should be doable. It wasn't just doable, it was obvious, painfully obvious. If they could get Marshal Uncle Ku to deploy alongside 25 earthly person cultivators in the middle of the Redstone Desert for, what had it been, 2 weeks? It was a few days to the ambush site, that was for sure. Anyway, how much more willing would the inner court be if they could stage the same commerce raid inside the broad sky kingdom? Hell, the kingdom would be happy to. Ancient Crane Mountain could sell the salt on through its own channels. It was so damn obvious. He felt like other people must have thought of it, but the sect wasn't doing that. So, why? Tian squeezed his brain and produced not a drop of insight. It didn't make a single bit of sense to him. He sighed and drifted out into the city. His monk disguise apparently wasn't much of a disguise. He could stick with it all he wanted, but people still saw a kid underneath, which wasn't terrible. He just didn't want to look like an immortal Taoist. He dithered for a bit, then he decided he was overthinking it. There were people who sold clothes. He had money. It was an opportunity for a new experience. For the very first time, at the age of 14, Tian would go into a shop and buy something. He boldly marched into a shop, looked around grandly, spun around and confidently departed. Not a chance. It smelled disgusting in there. Wool. I think some people like that smell. Silk, nice, expensive silk, or even linen. Linen would be just fine. Not something as expensive as cotton or brocade. None of this will stuff. Plenty of options here. Might even be able to buy some used clothes even cheaper. Tian bounced from shop to shop, always managing to find a reason why he couldn't possibly buy something in them. By the time he was reduced to oily foreheads or proof of oily thoughts and untrustworthy merchants, he knew he was being ridiculous. He just felt awkward. He knew there was no reason to be awkward. It just felt weird to be walking up to a mortal and saying, please take these tiny bits of metal and give me that shirt and pants that could keep a mortal alive in bad weather. This is definitely a worthwhile trade and in your interest. No, I don't know how many stamped discs should be traded for it. I'm relying on you here. Things were much better in the sect. You need a robe, so you get a robe. Don't wear it out or damage it. The sect isn't made of robes. But if you do outgrow it or damage it beyond repair, the sect can replace it because it's only an ordinary silk robe. Eventually he just squatted on the street feeling defeated. He had flown on giant birds, fought enormous battles, grappled with the very fundamental forces of the universe, defeated by shop clerks. A pair of soft-soled felt shoes stopped in front of him. Venerable, I've watched you go in and out of a half-dozen clothes shops, and you never seem to see something suitable. I have some coarse clothes I can donate, if that would work for you. Benefactor is so generous, Jan exclaimed. The benefactor in question was an older man. White hair streaking from his temples but still fit looking. His clothes were clean but not obviously fancy. There was an understanding look to his face, as though the older man had been through his own struggles. Tian thought he smelled a little familiar, smoky, but not with smoke. Or not just with smoke. Then it clicked. Please come this way. My pottery workshop is a little closer to the wall. Benefactor has his own pottery workshop. Difficult. How can this little monk find more blessings for the heavens to shower upon him? Is Benefactor hoping for something in particular? How? Well, good health and a long life is always welcome. Truly, truly. The peculiar smoke smell clinging to the potter's body was faint, but quite unmistakable. He had only smelled it once before, but there was no risk of forgetting it. The two walked down side streets and made their way to a neighborhood of workshops. Tall chimneys jutted out of every roof, and there was already a gray pall of smoke hanging over the buildings. The Potter's Quarter is where our city gets its name from. Did you know that? Venerable. All the rising smoke flattens out and stretches when the wind catches it above the city walls. Someone thought it looked like a burning flag in the distance. And here we all are. This little monk learned something new. Has there always been a lot of potters near here? Yeah. We have the last good river before the desert running past the city. And the soil here has a decent clay content. No call for high-end stuff. But people always need new jars or roof tiles, things like that. Here's my place. They walked into one of the workshops. Tian noticed it was built like the buildings he had seen before, to thick exterior walls touching, creating a solid block of buildings facing the street. He asked the potter about it. Stops fire from spreading in a city where every square inch inside the walls is valuable. And bricks are cheap. Also helps deaden sound, which is useful. They had walked into the back of the shop. The room with the ovens had a heavy lock and chain sealing it. This monk can imagine. No need to imagine. The older man opened the door. There was a kiln in there, and a filthy table, and hooks, and long knives, and a demonic face painted on the wall in some jet black pigment. Kids really shouldn't wander around the city unattended. All sorts of bad things can happen to them. The older man shoved Tian into the room. Tian went with it. Does benefactor know why wandering monks can travel without fear? Because sometimes people lay hands on monks and just explode for no reason. Tian cracked his knuckles and chuckled. The fury in him stoked to a raging boil. Double quotes. Well, there is a reason. Let this little monk show you. There wasn't a fight. The mortal swung a mallet at Tian and watched in horror as Tian stopped it with a finger. Then flicked it hard enough to send the 4-pound sledge through the wall. Your particular brand of heresy is called the art of smoke and fire or something like that. Immortal, compared to you. Yes. Where did you get this art from? I shall never tell. Glory to the heavenly demon. Glory to he who rules in. This little monk must stop you there. Tian literally did so. It looked like the potter was reaching for something. And he didn't plan to let him suicide. Even his crude medical skills were enough to strike a nerve and paralyze the mortal's arm. It wouldn't have worked on a cultivator. Now, where did you get your scriptures from? Look at it this way. Whoever gave it to you is your best hope for revenge. So why not send this monk into their clutches? He thought he sounded very reasonable, but the way the potter was thrashing around suggested he was missing something. Not that he cared. The long metal hooks, the knives and rasps and saws and buckets that littered the workshop suggested that this particular potter liked to work with more than clay. That he enjoyed it when his medium screamed in his hands. You will never make me talk. No, I won't, Hyun agreed. Torture defiles both the tortured and the torturer. This little monk despises torture and will kill you as soon as he thinks he cannot learn anything more from you. All your dreams of immortality gone. And your soul sent to be eaten by devils for eternity. Your friends did explain that part, didn't they? The devil soul eating. What? You lie. No, Hyun lied. He wasn't very good at it. But the basket was covering his face. Every little bit helped. There is a reason real cultivators don't use it. Why are you using it? Because the heavens deny me immortality. So, I will take it for myself. The art of immortal smoke grants life eternal. I have seen it. I have seen the demon in the smoke. I have seen the ancient masters. Your pathetic tricks are no match for their dread power. The heretic was running high on terror and fanaticism, barely hearing Tian. With one hand, the Great One picks the sun from the sky. With one hand, the demon overturns the heavens. With his foot, he suppresses the earth. In all the universe, the holy demon alone is honored. So far there is a Great One, a demon and a holy demon, and some ancient masters. Are they all the same person, or different people? Sorry. This little monk is not familiar with any of this. That seemed to throw the heretic. What do you mean, not familiar with? This little monk has never heard of any heavenly demons or any of that. Ancient masters. Yes, any cultivation sect is going to have its ancient masters. But this little monk really doesn't know which ones you are talking about. Still pretending to be a monk. The heretic sneered as he slowly fiddled in his sleeve for something. This humble one is a monk, Hyun nodded. Determined not to break character, mostly out of spite. There was something about the evil crushing wandering monk character that appealed to him. Besides, he would need the black robes soon enough. And they were already dirty. No sense in changing into something clean now. Who do you? Tian hit his shoulder hard enough to shatter the bone. The heretic screamed and stumbled backwards, a small jar falling to the ground. Tian picked it up and gently tapped it. There was a rattle, a pill bottle, likely nothing he wanted. He tossed it into a corner of the room. He will kill you. The ancient master will kill you. No, he won't. Last chance to say something useful. The world will die in smoke and fire. Tian slapped the man in the chest, angling up and towards the wall. His palm was empty, but held thunder. He put his body into the hit. What remained of the heretic slammed into the wall. Some of the bones survived in recognizable fragments. None of the flesh did. Tian's vital energy infiltrated the tissue virtually unopposed, running rampant, each vibrating thread tearing apart mortal meat with contemptuous ease. The disgusting sludge slammed into the wall hard enough to bounce. The spray flew back and hit Tian. His monk costume was now coated in gore. That's not great, Tian muttered. If kind of expected. He searched the house. There was a whole chest of clothes in all different sizes and styles, many with bloody holes in them. Tian would have thought the man would incinerate them with the bodies. Maybe he liked having the trophies. Plenty of them in his size, he noticed. There were quite a few that were considerably too small. He also found a rather elegant dagger, not cursed or enchanted. Just a good steel blade mounted on a handle inlaid with silver. Not the kind of thing a blacksmith would make or a potter would own. Perhaps a jeweler made it and gifted it to him. That would be quite an interesting connection. There were to maker's marks on the blade. It might be unrelated, or it might not. He would run it down anyhow, particularly since he recognized one of them from his earlier run through the city. Tian debated changing into his new clothes and decided not to. It wouldn't be any hardship to just run over the rooftops. The odds of anyone managing to see him would be low. Besides, if he was right, he would just be getting a clean set of clothes dirty after only wearing them for a few minutes. He entered the small backyard and jumped, catching a window frame and with a light push, jumping to the next window, and so on until he reached the roof. His feet landed on the terracotta tiles, thistledown light body. Heavy hands hadn't gotten much of a workout in a while. Tian looked around, admiring the orderly rows of houses built into dense squares delineated by streets. There were 4 main thoroughfares quartering the city, then smaller streets breaking the quarters down into eighths, and even smaller streets breaking them down into yet smaller blocks. Everything was orderly and efficient. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. Sister Sue must be loving this. An optimized city. Tian chuckled and set off at a run for where he remembered seeing the mark advertised. His feet made almost no sound as he raced across the tiles. It became a nice distraction from the blinding fury that was just under the surface of his thoughts. He challenged himself to be completely soundless as he crossed the roofs. He wasn't there yet. And the city wasn't cooperating. Not only were there birds living up on the roofs, some of the tiles were broken. He nearly tripped, and once almost stumbled into someone's attic. Some of those clothes had been very small. The heretic was here. Not in the wasteland but in a mortal city under the protection of the Broad Sky Kingdom and the ancient Crane Monastery. The heretic was prospering. Maybe the heavens would allow it, but he wouldn't. He crouched down behind the ridge of a roof, ignoring the soot and bird droppings covering the tiles. The shop was just across the street. It looked like they made decorations out of various shiny metals: gold, silver, copper. Others he couldn't quite identify. He had no sense of whether they were well made or not. There were bars on the windows, but a handsome apprentice was greeting people at the door and bringing them in. Tian hesitated, not sure about what to do, then realized he was being stupid again. He wasn't a mortal. He didn't have to think or act like them either. Tian waited until no one was looking up, and jumped across the street. After that, it was just a matter of shifting away some roof tiles and disintegrating the dry wood below with thunderous palm. The house smelled of flowers, almost sickly sweet and infesting every room. Little sachets of dried blossoms were tucked under cushions. Incense smoldered in brass burners. The house was a blinding sandstorm of scent. Tian switched to counter jumper and took a long inhale through his nose. Smoke. Lots and lots of smoke, the smell of burning bodies. He drifted through the house. He could hear servants downstairs, the shop quietly busy. The upstairs were a home, a couple of tiny, cell-like rooms, clearly lived in. A much bigger bedroom, comparatively richly decorated. Women's clothes in a wooden wardrobe, faintly covered in dust. The men's clothes in the wardrobe next to it were dustless. It sounded like there were no customers in the store at the moment, just the master and 2 apprentices. Tian silently appeared before them, a black-robed monk, his head hidden inside a woven helmet, drenched in gore. There were screams. The apprentices didn't smell like smoke, 2 steps, 2 blows, and 2 young men who would be paralyzed for the next 10 minutes or so. Mortal bodies were just so fragile. He barely touched them. He tried his very best to not break anything, and was pleased to have succeeded. The 2 young benefactors don't know the nature of your faith, do they? Do you know who owns this shop? The goldsmith staggered backwards. He yanked an ornate knife off a table and held it in front of him with both hands. The way it shook suggested that even the goldsmith didn't think it would matter. This little monk awaits the benefactor's teaching. The For Treasures Trading Company. The For Treasures, you can't touch me. I have the full trust and backing of Master G. Written with the character that looks like this. Tian traced a serpentine shape through the air. Double quotes. Yes, that G family. You cannot touch me. Are you a married man, benefactor? The heretic reeled back, looking like he had been slapped. I was. This little monk always leaves room for hope. Why not buy a slave? Or steal a child from the street? That's for the outer throng. Those who have barely inhaled the sacred smoke or been initiated into the true mysteries of the heavenly demon. True power requires true sacrifice. But you know all that. I know you. Tian tilted his head to one side. Something had clearly snapped inside the crafter. He had pissed himself, then went calm. It was a kind of lucid terror, somewhat interesting to see from the outside instead of living it. You are a penitent of the Pure Land Temple. I didn't recognize you without the instruction pole. Everyone said you were a myth. That Pure Land Temple uses its body conditioning arts as a form of meditation and self-discipline. They wouldn't hurt anybody, but the rumors never went away. It's real. You are one of them, a penitent, come to repent for the sins of the world. By purging them. This little monk isn't ambitious enough to purge the whole world. He doubts anyone could live that long. Yes, long life. Not just for the immortals on their mountain, but for everyone who can seize it. Longevity. That's all I wanted. I wanted to live. The knife was jerking wildly. Tian looked at the goldsmith, properly looked at him. He was well dressed. His robe was a rich green, with faint patterns embroidered and darker greener on the cuffs and along the edges of the robe. There was a long string of bean-sized white jade beads hanging on a string from his belt, with a tassel of red silk dangling from the bottom of them. The heretic's hair was immaculate, pulled into a fine bun held in place with golden pins. There was silver at his temples, and gentle lines in his face. Older than Tian, but not that old. Was death truly so terrifying? Was hell and rebirth something to be feared so much that you would betray those who trusted you the most? He looked around the room. It looked rich, by mortal standards. Maybe not obscene wealth, but they were only 2 streets away from a main thoroughfare, a prosperous business in a busy location. The man had 2 apprentices, fine clothes, and a 4-story house all to himself. He had a wife. Once, maybe grown children, maybe not. And he chose the demon in the smoke. This little monk cannot understand you, nor does he wish to. Tian moved forward faster than a mortal's eyes could perceive. His hand slapped down on top of the heretic's head, smashing him into a foul-smelling mess on the floor. Once again, mortal meat was simply sludge beneath thunderous palm. Tian looked down. He was covered in a fresh coat of blood and liquefied flesh. He had seen less disgusting demons. He stooped down and picked out the beads from the mess. Grandpa, what is this? It's like a necklace, but hanging from his belt. A pendant of some kind. It's a rosary. People use the beads to mark the prayers they are reciting when they are saying a lot of them. See how some are a little bigger? Just a way of keeping count. Start at the tassel and work your way around. The only prayers I know are the ones we say before meals, and for worshipping the ancestors, I guess. I don't know what specific faith they follow at Pure Land Temple, but if you want to lean into the bit, I can teach you some generic ones. Better still, there are some sects that believe certain sounds are inherently holy and will repeat them endlessly in a kind of no-thought meditation. Sounds promising. Tian looked around a bit more. The apprentices were conscious. They hadn't lost bowel control. But Tian reckoned it was a near-run thing. He sighed and pressed his hands together in prayer. Still holding the bloodstained rosary. Burn in hell. Burn a long, long time. And when you are reborn, do better. For your wife. For the people you killed. Safe journeys. A good prayer. Yay. For Treasures Trading Company. That is the merchant company that belongs to Brother Long's family. Yes, it is. Which means you have a choice to make. Tian stood in the ruins of a heretic, surrounded by mortal wealth, and didn't see any of it. He gently rubbed the beads between his fingers, lost in the darkness of his thoughts. Brother Long was Tian's friend. Brother Long was an elegant young man who cultivated sophistication. He studied the four arts a gentleman scholar should master with the grace of someone who would never be pushing a plow or digging ditches for a living. He cultivated immortality the same way as a duty expected of a gentleman such as himself, though not one he enjoyed. He should have been an insufferable prig. Tian found him easy to talk to. Brother Long wanted to be friends. He wanted to share his hobbies, to bring something civilized to the barbaric hell of the Redstone Wastes. Brother Long was born into a good family. He had a distant grandfather in the inner court, and while he was the only member of that clan in the outer court, the For Treasures Trading Company had a network that included a significant percentage of the crafters, quartermasters, and beast tamers in the sect. Tian had never discussed the mortal influence of the company with Brother Long. Neither thought it was worth discussing. Maybe it had been worth discussing after all. Tian hadn't spared a single thought for those mortals. Beyond their use to the sect, they were all still rock throwers to him. He wasn't seeing much to change that opinion when the base was under attack. Sister Lee converted her workshop into an arrow-making factory. She cast arrowheads by the hundreds, made strong, straight shafts, carefully fletched each arrow. She made them in whatever shapes and sizes she could: hands, arms, back, shoulders, neck, legs, feet, all working until they cramped, then screamed with pain. Sister Lee crushed pills between her teeth to keep working, keep the production rate up, keep the fighters on the front line fighting. Brother Long's job, his only job, was to run the arrows to the quartermasters, distributing them to the fighters. That was it. All the crafters had their staff doing the same, dozens of people running back and forth under the shuddering dome of the protective array, seeing the hideous giants fighting with the enormous Redman and Windmother, seeing their elders making moves that would vaporize the little people with the aftershocks should the ray fall, back and forth, watching Sister Lee burning what life she had in a blaze of toxic pills and furious creation. Then the ray fell, horror swarmed in, even with the elders thinning out the invasion and the inner court fighting the enemy experts. It was a massive, hideous, cruel tide. The heretics weren't fighting for glory. They wanted loot. A lot of them, far too many of them, went for the crafters. Sister Lee snatched an axe off her workbench and, fueled by pills and pain psychosis and sheer fury, gave a good accounting for herself, for a crafter, for a time. Then a heretic hacked off her arm and hit her so hard, they both thought she had killed her. What actually saved Sister Lee's life was that the heretic immediately moved to steal every single thing in her workshop. No time for the dead crafter. Brother Long saw the enemy coming and ran. He ran for his cell, slammed the door shut, plastered the room with defensive talismans, concealment talismans, warding talismans, and hid. In the aftermath of the battle, he refused to leave his room for anything. The stink had nearly blinded Tian when he went to check on him. Brother Long wouldn't open the door for him. The smell came straight through the wood. The For Treasures Trading Company, a powerful merchant house with the support of a heavenly person and a cultured youngster who disdained mere wealth. Sometimes, Brother Long would show Tian one of his paintings. They weren't very good, and Tian was always at his wit's end to find something nice to say. They had spent hours and hours playing Go and drinking tea together. He couldn't just trash the man's paintings. The master of this company branch was a heretic. This was a frontier city, and not a small one. It was militarily important, and a trade hub, with the company's network and the might of ancient Crane Monastery opening the way. This Master G would be a powerful man in a crucial location. Such a person was an intolerable danger to the city and the kingdom. He could not be ignored, but his death would cause the company to lose immense face. If he was revealed to be a heretic, The loss of face would be nearly unrecoverable. Worse, it would reach the sect, damaging the ancient Crane Monastery's face too. But the most burning slap would be for the heavenly person ancestor behind the Long family. Tian dared to do a lot of things, but he was scrupulously well behaved in front of heavenly people. He had no illusions that he could fight them. The barrier was uncrossable. Since the ancient days, the heavenly was above the earthly. And while the low ones might rage, the heavens remained untouchable, except his father had done it. He beheaded the heretic and crushed the false heaven's wrath. Tian breathed out with a long sigh and stopped rubbing the bloody jade rosary. His soaked hands were only making the mess worse. He tucked the string of beads into his belt and turned to one of the paralyzed apprentices. A single touch and a gentle circulation of Tian's vital energy was enough to revive him. "Where is this?" Tian raced across the rooftops, flowing like a black cloud over the city. Grandpa tried to ease his mind a little, describing similar monks he had seen to wandering monks of the Pure Land Monastery, their humility and resolve, their astounding acceptance of life and death and boundless compassion for the suffering, the magic that they could make in people's hearts with the sincerity of their preaching. Some of it got through. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. Tian stopped to drop into a backyard to steal a broomstick. He left a silver coin and the bristles behind. The shaft was half as wide as his wrist, and tall enough to make a useful short staff. It would do. As he got closer to the G-Clan manor, he had a growing sense of a nearby presence. In a city of mortals, the breath of cultivators was hard to ignore. He half closed his eyes, stopping and reaching out with counter-jumper. The city was chaotic, a maelstrom of noise and vibration, but he was very familiar with this chi. "Sister Liren, are you hunting too? Did you find good brothers and sisters in the disciplinary squad here? Or did you bully them into taking action?" He tracked the key's motion through the streets. She was moving at the pace of a running mortal, and coming at the manor from the rear. In ambush. Then, supported by mortal forces, she must have found something to. Tian smiled softly. "Well, your big brother will lend a hand and make sure they don't see your ambush coming. Besides, it is always good to work on my young mentality and young methods." By the time he reached the manor, he could feel the chi of 4 cultivators within. 3 level 9, 1 level 5. 4-on-1 might be a challenge. He didn't slow his steps. His senior brothers could still hand him a hell of a beating on the sparring grounds. He was sure of it, but he really couldn't imagine dying in a place like this. Not to the trash that would wash up in a mortal city rather than making their way to Black Iron Gorge. Still, better to be safe. He would weaken them before he arrived. Tian hopped off the rooftop and walked the last block in the middle of the street. The street, one of the main thoroughfares of the city, emptied around him. Ran Cho Sao. Ni Rei Hu Vo Ti Lu. Joe? He let his voice carry, chanting the nonsense syllables Grandpa had suggested, trying to imbue each of them with a little of the elemental charm the sound inspired in him. On with sonorous, deep, enduring earth. Ni was sharp and jagged, a metallic sound. Ja sounded like the wind in the tree branches, the liveliness of growing wood. His wooden staff tapped gently on the paving stones, and his blood-stained rosary clattered as he counted the phrases. Occasionally, blood or worse things dripped from his robe. Shutters slammed closed as he passed, doors slammed shut, heavy wooden bars thudding into place behind them. The street was silent by the time he reached the closed gates of the manor. Not even stray dogs lingered. The gate bore the sign of the For Treasures Trading Company carved directly into the wooden doors. The gate was sized to let wagon caravans through. And the picture was equally huge. A dragon twisting around the base of a mountain, its gem in its mouth. Long means dragon and showing the dragon at the base of the mountain rather than in the air. This feels like one of Brother Long's games. References and puzzles, and we all complement each other on our shared hobbies. He took a deep breath and filled his voice with vital energy. Benefactors, if you are one who solves the worries of others for money, repent. See through the illusion of wealth and leave now. This little monk comes to purge heretics. You do not have to die here today. You have time to choose a better path. His call was met with silence. He looked at the symbol once more. There was still time for him to choose too. Tian let the broomstick stand balanced on one end, He gathered his vital energy into his palms, took a calm breath. He smashed the doors into splinters, shattering dragon and mountain alike. So be it. This little monk will die without a grave, nameless and alone, but until then, he shall not suffer a heretic to live. His words hammered into everyone who heard them. They rang with a truth so profound it transcended all mortal understanding. Some felt unspeakable terror. Others, a divine commandment to fight, to sweep evil from the world. The mercenary cultivators were made of tempered steel. Their hearts were not so easily shaken. There were 3 spearmen, one with a sword and shield, and one with a fan. Tian grabbed his staff and swept it around to point at the spearman. The other hand he flung out wide. Repent, too late for that. Monk, I always knew Abbot Whitebrows couldn't be trusted. Broken St. Hall still stands, does it, a legendary penitent. All the way in Burning Flag City. TSK. Killing you will ensure I never have to buy another round for the rest of my immortal life. The cultivator with the sword and shield snickered. It is never too late to repent, benefactor. See, your comrade has already embraced simplicity and returned to mindlessness. His reincarnation will be painless. Tian pointed at the fan-wielding cultivator. A single bead of blood slowly formed on his forehead, just between his eyebrows and a little above. The fan-carrying mercenary's third eye turned bloody, marking the exact spot where the upper dantian was. The fan-carrying cultivator dropped his carved ivory fan. Needles and sachets of powder fell from his sleeves. His knees slowly buckled, and an old monster of the rivers and lakes collapsed onto the cold flagstones. Eyes wide open, still breathing, mind destroyed. What in the hell did you do? The spearman breathed out the words softly. This monk gave him a choice and a chance for a better life. This isn't a battle, benefactor. There are neither debts nor grudges to settle. You can walk through the gate and out of the city. Money cannot buy a revelation. And where there is life, there is hope. He tried to explain. Benefactor, this little monk is not your enemy. He is the consequences. The choices of many people brought this one to this door at this time. Benefactor, it is not too late for you. You can still choose. There will be consequences. You must decide for yourself what you are willing to endure. But you must choose now. Tian entered the city with the dawn. The sun was setting now. The shadows were lengthening. As the shaken cultivators looked on, Tian slowly raised his hand in front of his covered face. The blood-stained rosary slowly churned in his hands. As he silently started to pray, the shadows lengthened with the setting sun. Then they consumed the mercenary cultivators. You are only level 6. You are doing something weird to your breath, but I can still tell. You are just a goddamn level 6 junior. The spearman's voice came slow but gathered momentum as he spoke. Tian sighed silently behind the straw helmet. The old men had made their choice, true. That wasn't some divine art you used either. You distracted us and used a hidden weapon, the spearman snarled. Fear turning to fury, also true. Old White Fan killed with a hidden weapon. The gods must be laughing. The sword and shield cultivator shook his head. But he had his shield up. He started shifting to the side, making ready to pincer Tian. This monk wouldn't know. Benefactor, tell you what. Monk, I'll give you a gift. A chance to meet the gods yourself. The spearman roared and charged forward, the spearhead twisting and diving for him. Tian threw his staff at the old man, who batted it aside with contempt, not interrupting his rhythm of attacks. An art carrying aspects of metal and water. Not special, but well honed. He spent his life fighting. Tian stepped into the spearman's attack. His palms met the shaft of the spear and guided it away from his body. The spearman recovered and thrust again and again. But each time it was deflected. The old man had lived through many calamities. Tian was sure of that. He had spent decades making his way in the brutal world of the rivers and lakes. Perhaps he had even made a name for himself. Tian could read him like an open book, decades of experience. And they wouldn't be nearly enough. Tian slapped the spear point down into the flagstones and stomped on the head. His palm flashed out and struck at the man's chest. The old monster was quick enough to twist his body away, shedding some of the blow. He dropped the spear and staggered backwards, coughing blood and desperately pouring a powder down his throat. Tian felt a rush coming from behind him, forcing him to dodge and miss the finishing blow. Old spear. The other mercenary came charging in, trying to slam Tian with his shield. The sword was low, ready to stab. sin-breaking palm. He knows that the rest was lost as the old man vomited more blood. Chunks of something sold came out with all the red. The swordsman placed himself between Tian and the puking spearman. Any more surprises? Monk, any more little tricks? Come, show your grandfather all you've got. Tian looked coldly at the swordsman. Tian had one father and one grandfather. This person was not fit to join them. Tian moved in with an explosive lunge, then cut over towards the mercenary's sword hand. His brothers had trained him well. Shields were still powerful weapons at the earthly realm. How irresponsible would it be to not know how to manage a fight against a shielded enemy? Fool, the mercenary stabbed at Tian, jabbing at his gut. It wasn't an art. It didn't have to be. Endlessly trained muscle coiled behind the blade, which exploded forward in a tight, lightning quick line. The shield was up and extended away from the swordman's body, blocking Tian's vision while letting the man stab accurately. The mercenary's strike was seamless. Attack and defense perfectly combined. Better than that. It was what Tian's sparring partners had taught him at the highest levels of mastery. Attack and defense were the same thing. This mercenary would have earned approving nods from them. Tian was sure of it. Only nods, though. The swordsman might have a small name amongst wandering cultivators, but that was it. The brothers who trained Tian were legends. The strike was perfect and missed. The arts flowed from Tian effortlessly. Light body for a single step to the side of the shield, and a light hop into the air. The shield was a large oval with an iron boss in the center. There was a luster to the wood that said it wasn't some ordinary goods. That was fine. Even better, really. Tian tightened his legs under him, and as he started falling, lashed out with a kick to the top edge of the shield. Leverage did its nasty work. The top edge of the shield smashed down on the swordman's forehead, wrenching the shield hand in the process. Tian used the momentary contact with the shield to flip and drive a heel kick down on the head of the stunned swordsman. The mercenary staggered back, not dead yet but feeling the damp of the yellow springs on his feet. Glassy eyes that struggled to focus quickly filled with blood as his forehead bled where the shield edge cut it. Old sword, hang on. The spearman was back in the fight, his eyes wide and his breath panting. Tian could smell drugs. Not some alchemist pill, but the refinement of an apothecary. Something to numb the pain and give him energy. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. The spearman was giving it his all, burning his chemical strength bright and hard. He came in a storm of stabs, trying to force Tian away from the swordsman. The spear attacked high and low. Everything was a target, and every lunge was followed by a lightning-quick recovery. Tian dodged and circled around the swordman, who was desperately trying to wipe the blood from his eyes. The spearman saw what he was doing. Tian was using the swordsman as a shield. He could wait for the chemical fires propelling the spearman to burn out. Evil monk, taste my supreme art, whitewater hell. The spearman gathered the metal and water vital energy within him, infusing his body and empowering his art. The spear shot forward, seemingly everywhere in front of Tian, yet nowhere. Impossible to block, impossible to dodge. A consuming rapid that would drown an enemy with a single spear. Theoretically, that qualifies as a supreme technique. Then what does that make this? Tian switched back to light body, heavy hands. 2 flashing steps put him behind the swordsman again. One hard kick in the back drove the swordsman into the path of the spear. The shield did its job. It blocked some of the blows. The man using the shield, however, didn't block properly. There was a frozen moment. The spearman stared in horror at the point where his spear shaft vanished into his comrade's heart. Then Tian shot out from the spearman's blind spot and smashed a palm into the old man's head. A level 9 mercenary is made of sterner stuff than a mortal. The old expert died with an intact corpse, joined even in death with his swordsman comrade. The courtyard returned to silence. Tian could feel eyes on him. No matter. He wanted them to see. The wandering monk was covered with gore. His steps left bloody footprints on the flagstones, refreshed by what spilled out of the swordman's heart. Not a drop of it was his. 3 months ago, I couldn't have survived against even one of these experts. But now they move like sleepy birds. Their flow of vital energy is so obvious. Their use of the elements is so painfully crude. It's like they hand me a polite note with their intentions before they make a move. Their cultivation counts for nothing if they can't bring the force to bear. And it had never occurred to me before. But it's clear that different cultivation arts produce different densities and purities of vital energy in a body. My level 6 is clearly far different than what theirs was. He picked up his staff and walked over to the man with the fan. Tian had spotted a fellow hidden weapon user the second he appeared. It's why Tian killed him first. Hidden weapons lost a lot of effectiveness in a head-on fight, but supporting the other two mercenaries, this fight might have taken a very different turn. Tian rested his palm on the dying man's forehead. A short pulse of vital energy, and the brain was obliterated. He invisibly collected his dart into his ring at the same time. Anyone watching would have seen that he flung out his hand at the start of the battle and drawn the same conclusions as the spearmen. They would be on guard against it, which meant they would be more cautious and unwilling to press an attack too far. Tian straightened his wretched robes and pulled out the rosary. An ren cho sa ni rei hu vo ti lu. Jo. He let his vital energy infuse the sounds, reaching for the elements they inspired in him. His stick sounded very loud as it tapped on the paving stones. As he walked towards the front door, fear makes people do stupid things. It makes them freeze and it makes them run. It weakens their muscles and causes them to hyperfocus, ironically making them miss things. He had been hunted often enough to know exactly what it was like. So he chanted and walked on. He wouldn't have guessed that it wasn't the chanting, the blood, the hidden weapon or his dreadful skills that twisted the guts of the watchers and choked the air from their lungs. It was the fact that he never once glanced at the exquisite weapons left scattered on the ground or collected a single storage ring. Rags for robes, shoes falling off his feet, a straw helmet that looked like it was fished out of a midden, a wooden staff that was plainly nothing more than a broken broom, and a rosary made from the white bones of the slain. He wasn't an immortal cultivator in disguise. He simply couldn't be. His words, his thoughts, his actions, all screamed that he was the most brutal and rigid of ascetic monks. He would kill the heretic. And he would kill anyone that got in his way, even if it killed him, even if it started a war. Someone threw a chair through a second-story window and jumped out, slamming onto the flagstones on the side of the manor and scrambling away on broken feet and bruised hands. Others followed. Some lowered curtains and slid down them, praying their knots held. Others bolted for the back door, piling up, crushing each other as they desperately fought to escape what was coming. The liveried staff of the manor, the strictly trained guards, the merchants and accountants that had huddled together in the safest place they knew, all fled directly out the back, into the waiting arms of Hong's ambush. Qian could feel Sister Liren race through the manor like a house fire. The front door opened with a touch. No one had seen any use in locking it. He found the stairs and walked towards the last strange breath of chi he felt. The person was only level 5. Sister Liren would handle him instantly, but she didn't. Qian frowned and kept walking. He reached the top floor and found the door that had been kicked in. It was a lavishly appointed study. There was a tiger on a mountain carved from green jade, a delicate screen of laughing wine immortals carved from some rare wood, fine steel blades decorated with ivory handles, and the horns of stranger beasts that could not be so easily named. The vases looked antique, though that word was a little meaningless for cultivators. The paintings hanging on the wall were so fine, even Qian's uneducated eyes could appreciate the beauty and grace of the brush strokes drawing out the charm of mountains and forests. A beautiful room. Standing in the corner of the beautiful room was a haggard man. His robes were lustrous silk, embroidered with thousands of tiny stitches. Golden hairpins held his bun in place, catching the flickering lamplight with the rubies set in them. Yet he looked wretched. The man was sweating. Droplets the size of beans tumbled down his face. His eyes rolled in their sockets, trying to see something, anything that would let him escape. Held before him was a little girl. Qian didn't know how young she was. Young enough that the man could hold her in front of his chest like a shield. One hand gripped her robes so tightly, she struggled to breathe. The other pressed a long demon claw to her throat. The barest hint of pressure, and the cursed weapon would destroy the child. Hong stood between the heretic and the door, her spear raised, ready to end the heretic once there was the slightest chance she could do so without killing the child. Aha! There is a way out. There is always a way out. You monk, madman. You want to save the world. You want to save the innocent. Kill the Taoist, kill her, and swear you will let me leave unharmed. No, escort me from the city. That's right, kill her. And take me to the nomad encampment. Then I will release this little beauty. You hear me? You hear me? Kill the Taoist, or I rip her soul away and give the heavenly demon a last meal before I join him. Tian took a long moment to try and understand what he was seeing. The girl was dressed in rather good robes. They were of fine silk, bright green with gold trim and a blindingly white underrobe, all carefully tied and belted in place. Her hair was nicely cropped, but not decorated. There was a pendant on her waist to a lovely blue stone, but what was carved on it he couldn't tell. A noble child. Ji was holding her about as high as his neck. Any attempt to sneak a headshot would be intercepted. Tian reached out with his senses, counter-jumper running hard. No strange Ji from the child. Han remained herself. No hidden traps around the room, though several of the carvings and paintings were deeply cursed. Most cursed of all was the demon's claw Ji was pressing to the child's neck. Tian could see it had been cut from a true demon, not merely crafted into that shape. Some obscene crafter's art had been worked on it to preserve and strengthen it, letting the wild-eyed heretic hold the finger flesh as a handle and use the long, dagger-pointed nail to stab with. This little monk is confused. Why would saving this little girl's life be worth more than taking yours for the cause of healing the world? Tian asked. He would prefer to save the girl. Of course he would, but he knew exactly what would happen if Ji made it to the nomads. He would become another heretic loose in the Redstone Wastes. The consequences of that would be awful. Who knows what resources and hidden knowledge he had accumulated. That is Ma Xiaobai, only child of the city lord, and granddaughter of the Red Plume general that commands the border army garrisoned here. And the reason I'm here is to rescue her. Han's voice was clipped. So my help with a diversion might not have been so helpful. I'll have to make it up to her. Ma, I've heard that name before. I see. Her death would cause a political problem. It would make the city collapse. It would turn brother against brother, father against son. The army would leave and the nomads would storm in, looting, burning and taking slaves. The border of the kingdom will be unguarded. Ancient Crane Mountain will be critically weakened. And I worked damn hard for 15 years to make it happen. It wasn't supposed to happen tonight, but you Taoist pricks showed up to run a goddamn audit. Who would believe that horseshit? Do you little shits know how much I suffered for this? Do you know how much I sacrificed? The spittle was flying from Ji's mouth as he howled at the injustice. Thank you for relieving this little monk's confusion, benefactor. There was a pause in the room. Tian thought even Xiaobai was giving him a look. No, nitrogen monoxide. What do you mean? This little monk will be enabled to kill this Taoist sister, or escort you from the city. This child's death will not spark a war. The city will not fall. You worked hard. But it is too late. The city lord and the general know who to blame now. Their trust in the monastery will be damaged but not broken entirely. And it is in their interest that this city survives. This plan cannot work. May this little monk offer benefactor another solution. Tian gently fed with qi into the burning lamp in his crimson palace, stimulating the inviting light within him. It wouldn't affect the people around him directly, but the sincerity of the compassion in his voice rang truer and truer. What then? Be quick, and no games. I startle easily, and get bored even more easily. Benefactor must understand that there is no way he can leave this room alive. But that is not a problem for Benefactor. With the right preparations, fake my death. Ji looked a little interested. No, ensure that when you die, the heavenly demon will forgive your mistakes and honor you above all others. Give him cause to raise you up as an example of the rewards reserved for his best and most powerful generals. The sacrifice of this child will not move him. She won't even fill the cracks in his teeth. You need something a bit more special. Tian smiled under his wicker basket helmet as he slowly removed his storage ring and let it drop on the ground. His staff dropped next to it. The life of a living legend should suffice. The room got very still. Ji stared, struggling to understand what Tian was saying. It's very simple. Benefactor has heard people yelling about this monk's identity from the courtyard. He may even have heard of people like this monk in the past. You thought we were mere stories. But look, Benefactor, this little monk is here before you. You have the evidence of your own eyes. And the destroyed bodies of your guards. A level 6 monk that can kill 3 level 9 mercenaries. What could he be but a legend? And Benefactor, listen to this voice. Look at these hands. Tian pulled up the sleeves of his robe, displaying his soft skin. This little monk is young, benefactor. This little monk carries the hopes of many others. Hopes that he will be a hero of the people of this world, and a deadly enemy to the followers of the demon. Tian let the silence fill the room, the light of his candle burning bright. You could kill a little girl and achieve nothing. Or you could kill this little monk and change the world. Tian opened his robes, exposing his chest, tapping a spot a little left of center. Benefactor cannot change when this life ends, but he can change everything about how the next life will begin. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Monk. Hong's voice was strained. He could see the spear point shaking. Monk, this is not the right choice. It's not even a choice for you to make. You came here because of me. No, this monk has been killing Benefactor G's subordinates as he found them in the city, working his way up to him. Our meeting here was merely fate. Oh, who died? He asked. He looked distracted, thinking over what Tian said. A potter and a goldsmith. This monk confesses that, if he ever bothered to learn their names, he has forgotten them. Oh, them. Ah, yes, not names worth remembering. I would have your name, though, monk. Benefactor G. Does this little monk look like someone who owns anything of value? How could he own something as precious as a name? You may pick one for him if you wish. No, you should die nameless too. Ji threw Xiaobai at Hong. Only endless training and superb reflexes let Hong shift her spear point enough to avoid skewering the child. Tian saw the muscles bunch a second before the throw. He spread his arms wide, welcoming the stab. Ji smiled, his face becoming a manic rictus as he plunged the cursed finger into Tian's chest. Tian's hands slammed together on either side of the heretic's head, obliterating it in a spray of blood and gray matter. Brother! Hong dropped Xiaobai and caught Tian as he collapsed. She reached for the finger, but Tian slapped her hand away. I made sure he missed my heart. If something is stuck in, don't pull it out if you don't know how you are going to stop the bleeding afterward. Get me my ring. Xiaobai was crying. Tian reckoned that was fair enough, so he let her keep at it. The curse. Does your big brother seem like someone who minds curses, although this one is? Tian spasmed as his body seemed to burn with yin flames. Pretty damn rough. Ring. Now. She grabbed it off the floor and shoved it into his hands. Swear to me that this is a coincidence. Swear that this is some weird jungle rat follows the food coincidence and you didn't come here because of me. I swear. I told the absolute truth. I spent the morning eating with some brothers in the damn. In the army, went clothes shopping, then started killing heretics. Damn, that hurts. How much does she weigh? What? Xiaobai, how much does she weigh? I don't know. 30 pounds, 40? Tian snarled and dumped 2 little bags out of his ring. 2 grains from the blue bag. Half a grain from the yellow one. Make sure she swallows it. What is just do it already? Tian heard Hong getting to it. He focused on running Advent of Spring as hard as he could, pouring the combined curse Qi and Yang wood vital energy into the hell-suppressing art. To say it hurt would be to cheapen the concept of pain. It was like every nerve had been frozen. Then the cold became so intense, it burst into flames again. Then the fire turned into little beetles covered in barbs of hatred and started tunneling into his muscles, eating and destroying as they went. The weapon was truly diabolical. He was barely keeping the curse under control. It wouldn't get better until the finger was out, but he needed to stay there for a while. He could handle the pain. She passed out. Brother, supposed to happen. It'll knock her out for a few minutes and confuse her memories. She won't forget entirely, but she will be very confused. Anyone checking will see the residue. Think she got a much bigger dose a long time ago. The less she remembers about this, the better. Tian got the words out in a rasp. His mind was flying, putting together the thoughts he had been struggling with all day. He didn't give a damn about dropping the monastery in a mess, but he really didn't want to drop his brothers and sisters into it, and he really didn't want to drop Liren in it. Liren probably thought this was something that could be smoothed over between her grandmother and the Long clan ancestor. Maybe some subtle favor trading, a little light blackmail, usual inner court things. But this wasn't the inner court anymore. It scared, wounded people, lashing out and desperately defending what was theirs. Ready to kill to keep their rice bowl full, ready to make examples. to scare off the other predators. If Han Liren was to blame for all this, then the Long clan would go to war. Why not? There wasn't enough left of the Han clan to even slow them down. Grandma Han would get a knife in her back, or more likely several, and then it would all be hushed up as loose ends were tittied. The Long family wouldn't let a monstrously talented junior survive. Who would leave that kind of future danger for themselves? Especially if she were the one to blame for their troubles in the first place. Better someone else take the fall for all this, a nameless madman, following his own Dao path. Han Liren was investigating Ji, but planned to intervene discreetly. She only stormed the building when she realized the mad monk was going to kill everyone. A nice, tidy end. Well, it would be an absolute nightmare and the kind of political headache not a single damn person wanted right now. But as tidy an end as anyone was going to get. He hadn't been reading all those histories for nothing. All the stories of court dramas and betrayals had built up in his head. This kind of betrayal was very normal, apparently. He would explain all this to Liren. But there was the minor problem of searing agony to work through. And how to convincingly fake his own death. Of course, he certainly wasn't going to die for the sect. Not now. Not after everything. Worst case scenario, he'd grab Liren and run into the jungle. Everyone else was even better equipped to look after themselves than he was if everything collapsed. All right, this is what we are going to do. Liren was talking. And fortunate, we get Xiaobai out of here. And you out of here. There should be a way to signal the windward manor. Even if we have to burn a few miles of grassland to write the characters big enough to see from the sky. We get you evacuated. Then the elder can. No, what we are going to do is, you call your men in. They collect Xiaobai and see me lying here with a demon finger jabbed through my chest. You tell everyone that I, a nameless monk you have never seen before, was stabbed with a horribly cursed weapon. That I am functionally dead, but still fighting the curse. Once my heart stops beating, the curse will explode and taint the whole city. So you need to get me far away from the city and hide my body to prevent heretics from using it as a weapon. Or something. Just make sure they see me dead. And you get me out. I'll stop my heart for a bit if I have to. I know how to do that safely. So just don't screw up. You said safely, not safely. I heard you. Brain damage has spread to your ears. Horrible. Do it now. Because this is not as easy as it looks. Damn. Why are you still here? Tian was lightheaded from the shimmering, twisting agony of the demon's finger. It had reached a point of obliteration, where the pain simply overwhelmed rational thought and demanded that the panicked animal do whatever was necessary to escape. Weighed against that was the increasingly loud chant from the hell-suppressing sutra. As the cursed chi intensified within his body, the sutra grew louder in his ears and worked more quickly. Tian had been counting on it but calculated risk in the midst of danger. He had to rescue the child, kill the heretic, save Sister Liren. Too many things to keep straight. Too complicated for him to handle perfectly. At the heart of it was the demon's finger. It reeked and shimmered with cursed chi, struggling to do terrible things. It could not be destroyed or tamed. It could only be obeyed or suppressed. Tian was the vile thing's natural counter, but not without cost. His eyes were wide open, and saw nothing. He was an empty vessel that simply breathed. The advent of spring and the hell-suppressing sutra worked in tandem to refine the demonic chi tearing apart his body and mind. But in order to protect that mind, the droning chant drowned out all other thought. The chant was just sounds without meaning to one in the state of no mind. But something in him heard those ancient holy words, some instinct, some desire for the serenity he saw in his father. Tian's left hand reached down and pulled the rosary from his belt. He let it fall, hooking it with his thumb as he grabbed the demon finger with the other hand. He didn't try to pull it out. The hand holding the rosary came up in front of his face, parallel to his nose, hand-bladed, thumb tucked against his palm, something to focus on. In a state where thought could no longer exist, his eyes slowly closed. There was only repeating breath. With every repetition, the cycle got slower and longer. Each indrawn breath filled his lungs past what a mortal would think they could hold. And each exhalation lasted longer than a mortal could survive. The smell of lotuses intensified around his body, then filled the room with divine fragrance. Where the demon finger pierced his chest, black necrotic flesh was hemmed in by a thin band of shimmering golden flesh. white smoke faintly rising from the confrontation. This was the scene that the red plume soldiers found when they came storming in. They stopped dead at the door for a moment, frozen by the scene, the smells, the feeling of the concentrated chi in the air. Then they pressed in, rushing for Xiao Bai. Each was a volunteer, willing to die for the general. Once they had her, they bowed towards the corpse and retreated. Next in was Hong Liren, accompanied by 2 old men. One was dressed in courtly robes. The other wore the same iron scale armor as the cavalrymen. They too stopped suddenly at the door. The cavalryman grunted, looking unmoved but keeping his voice soft. "What do you make of it, old Joe?" Like the honored visitor said. "He isn't dead in a technical sense. But do you feel that chi?" The civil servant's voice was no less soft, but his old friend could hear it trembling with rage. "I can smell the flowers." Lotus returned 7 severings. "There is no doubt. This venerable." The scholar chopped out each word like he was cutting iron nails. "Next time I see someone claiming to be an ascetic, I'm going to punch them in the fucking neck." Language censor. The cavalryman sounded like he would have chuckled under other circumstances. "Fuck that. What else could it be? The yang chi full of wood and water. The scent of lotuses in the air. The plainly young flesh that is burning itself alive to bind sin." The old man in courtly robes looked ready to spit with fury. All those accumulated years of power, decades, centuries, spent cultivating the lotus within, burned in a single night. My scouts reported that he was level 6 when he fought the mercenaries. G was only level 5. How far was he willing to burn himself down? The cavalryman asked. Voice still soft. The censor pointed. "That far. That's how far he is willing to go." No wonder he said he was willing to die without a name or a grave. My tortoise shell exploded this afternoon, and on the largest piece was the character virtue. The city's fortune will be purified by this sacrifice. There won't even be ashes left of his corpse at the end. All for a city he had never seen, and a girl he had never met. Meanwhile, we let our feet be nailed to the palace floor due to politics, due to interests and face. We have been too soft, old bay. We have been too understanding. Our duty is to the kingdom, not to local interests. Suffer not the heretic to live. Not one more day. Not one more hour. The cavalryman nodded slightly. The Moboy already has the kids on their horses. You just tell them where to ride. No fear, I have a list. The censor pulled out a scroll from his storage ring, then looked over at the visitor from ancient Crane Mountain. Hong, you said your name was. Any relation to the Burning Heavens Chamber of Commerce? My family once owned such a chamber, Censor Joe. Hong had been keeping quiet and letting her elders reach their own conclusions. Shame what happened to them. Damn shame. The cavalryman nodded. Hong just bowed her head. You said he wanted you to carry his body away from the city. Yes, he said he would. Seal the demon. But that a little monk should be humble. Carry his empty flesh far, far away, lest he harm the innocent by overestimating his strength. Censor Joe swung his fist out and shattered the doorframe into dust. My hand slipped. Your hand slipped. The cavalryman agreed. Go. We will speak to the others from your sect about this. There will be consequences. But we won't disrespect his sacrifice by talking about it here. Take his body and run north. Keep running until the body evaporates. I expect all that will be left is the finger and the rosary. Damn it all to hell. The cavalryman pointed in the direction she was to run in. Hong bowed and gently scooped John off the ground. The old men marked how the monk seemed weightless in her arms, and hid their shivers. She bowed again, and kicked an exterior wall out. She jumped, landing light as a feather on the ground. Clear a path to the north gate. Clear a path and salute the martyr venerable. The voice of a general roared out from the mansion and covered the whole city. Ironclad cavalry pounded down the thoroughfares, driving pedestrians into the alleys or back into their homes. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. Word had reached them about what happened. The city lord's daughter, the general's granddaughter, Little Bai, had been stolen by evil cultivators. A good monk burned away his immortal life to save her, and now his body was being carried out of the city, sealing the demonic weapon. One last service for the people by a monk without a name. The cavalry had no tolerance for slowness or disobedience. Not tonight. Hong set off at a gentle jog, running faster than the fastest horse in the army. Her every step touched softly upon the road, but the sound of her footfalls reverberated as though a mountain had descended. Han ran for the north and the steppes, watched by a wide-eyed city, a legendary immortal, carrying a legendary monk. It was a night that no one in Burning Flag City would forget. Han carried Tian out of the city and up into the rolling steppes. She ran faster once she left the road, no longer worried about damaging someone with the speed of her passing, faster and faster, then vanishing from mortal sight. The only sign of her passing was the swaying grass, and not a single stalk was bent or broken. Once she was out of sight of the city, she started pulling out talismans. Talismans to obscure her trail, to block the senses of others, to create false trails of chi. Talismans to suppress curses and purify the dead. Everyone carried a lot of those. At least anyone who had been fighting out on the red sands. She found a dip in the mostly flat land, a shallow hollow between two short rises, and lay Tian down in it. Don't pull it out without a plan to stop the bleeding. Now you actually sound like a doctor, Hong muttered. She reached out and gently pulled the basket off Tian's head. It was so stained and damaged at this point it practically disintegrated under her touch. She let out her own long exhale when she saw his peaceful face. All right, little Dr. Tian. The patient is unresponsive and smells annoyingly good for someone who is literally covered in human offal. And reasonably good. I once saw a sister hide a wagon load of smuggled spiritual wine in her belly button. And it's still not as weird as my armpits smell better than your perfume. The patient also, minor point, probably irrelevant, has the single most cursed weapon I have ever seen buried so far in his chest it's almost poking out the other side. So how do I break the curse and pull out the weapon without killing him? The only answer she got was the wind stirring the grass. She buried her face in her hands. Don't die. Just don't die. Okay, I can feel you fighting. You are always so damn mad about cruel things. Be mad about this. Fight this. And just don't die. She groped for words and couldn't find them. She pressed her forehead to her knees and fell silent, hoping Tian would wake up, waiting for something to change. In the confines of Tian's mind, there was the sharp report of cracking knuckles. I've been building this up since the Six Turns Cavern. We have the elemental charm. We have the righteous ore. We have the popular support. I've had a year to study the hell-suppressing sutra. We even have a free power supply jammed right into your chest. Time for these old bones to make a move. Hey, that rat fucker is going to be so mad. What a shame, what a shame. My grandson is just too good for your rat fuckery. Let me show you. The last words came out with the kind of growl that told cavemen that they'd never make another mistake. Ghostly hands formed mudra, and a new voice was joined to the chant coming from the statue in Tian's lower dantian. Hellbreaker, heaven-shattering, earth-consuming, nan-destroying, the annihilation of the elements, the stagnation of yin and yang, the inversion of the way and virtue. Cut. Draw the iron plow down from Melchior. Cut. The cycle of rebirth. Cut. Sage thoughts. Cut. Let nothing contend. Cut. Let nothing strive. Cut. Let the cycle of the universe end. Cut. Let nothing remain. The little valley got cold. Fast. Fog gathered around them. Han shot to her feet clutching a fistful of purification talismans, but hesitated. She touched her hand to her chest. Her face grew confused, then wondering. From the triumph of entropy, one stands. Rise. From the frozen chaos one makes order. Rise. From infinite suffering, one brings ease. Rise. One has everything and needs nothing. Rise. One becomes two. Rise. Two begets the cycle. Rise. From the cycle all metaphysics is born. Rise. As above, so below. As within, so without. Sage thought transcends illusion. The material instructs the ox-driving boy and the weaver girl, carrying their treasures to the muddy pit. Cold air rises through the many-layered pagoda, blazing the tiles and forming a treasure. Han collapsed to her knees, slapping talismans on herself and staring in horror as nothing happened. She clawed at her throat, her body. Fingers strong enough to rip stone like paper left bloody furrows in her flesh. Furrows that filled with golden light and healed before her disbelieving eyes. 3 cinnabar fields. 18 imperial roads. The long-limbed tree and the sacred lands. I call upon the pole star. I call upon the sun and moon. Obey the decree of the Jade Emperor. Let that which should be fixed, be fixed. and for all else. The demon's finger burned. The golden yang flames rose up around it, feeding on the demonic qi and refining it into nurturing yin. The healing yin qi poured into Tian. It thundered through his fleshy body, sweeping all traces of curses and sin up with it, drowning them in pure yin. Then the hell-suppressing sutra spun and transformed that yin into burning yang. Bones hardened, taking on a faint luster of jade. Veins grew more elastic, more resilient. His blood thickened and deepened in color, rich with vital energy. His muscles tightened and hardened before soft yin gentled them once more. He looked holy. He was holy. His body glowed with golden merit, the saintly aura seeping deep into him. One hand still clutched the rosary, his face at peace. Han's breath came in gasps, unable to look away. Her body was faintly wreathed in golden mist. Then it vanished as mysteriously as it came. The moment passed. Tian's body returned to normal, or as normal as his plainly not normal body got, anyway. Some instinct caused Han to look up. Clouds were gathering in the clear night sky. Red lightning cracked in them. Not a lot of clouds. Not a lot of lightning. But it would be more than enough to kill a wounded boy. Enough to kill her too, unless she ran. She had barely survived the last time she saw these clouds. And she had only caught the aftershocks. Han Liren looked up for a long minute, then stood up. She flexed her strong fingers and took a deep breath, held it, and released it. She called out a beautiful golden talisman to her hand, far more elaborate than what made its way to the outer court. The word sword was written on it in ancient script. This surely counts as an inescapable, certain death emergency, right? She held up the sword talisman gifted to her by Elder Ru what felt like a lifetime ago. She aimed it up at the sky and tore the paper. A sword, golden, city-crushing, all-conquering, flew up into the clouds. A genuine heavenly person attack talisman, capable of resolving any danger a mere earthly person might encounter. It struck mightily at the gathering storm and achieved nothing. It vanished without a ripple. Oh, that's just not fair. That's cheating. Old Mad Dog was only at level 10. And he killed one of you with his bare hands. The heavens ignored the cries of injustice, as they always did. Han stared up a few seconds longer. Something wavered in her eyes, flickering, on the verge of collapse. Then her eyes turned hard as the southern mountain. Han Liren pulled out her spear. It wasn't the one she usually used. This one was ancient. A small hammered iron head on the end of a dull wooden shaft. She gently wiped her fingers along it, then glared up at the sky. Not this time. Not again. You don't get to take this one. She gathered her strength and straightened her spine. Wild-eyed in her messy robes, tan flesh stood strong upon the earth, a sun burning in her eyes. She threw her head back, stabbed her spear at the sky and screamed, "I, Han Liren, am not someone even the heavens can look down on. Fight me, you coward heavens. I'm right here and damned if I'm taking one step back." Fairy Maiden descends from the fiery star, unafraid before 10,000 devils. Han swung her spear around with one hand, then collected it and fell into a ready stance, power gathered, ready to lunge upwards and pierce the heavens. First form, enunciation of fire. She saw the lightning come down. The same sort of lazy contempt that the tribulation had shown for Brother Fu was once more displayed. It barely looked like a dragon claw at all. Han rose to meet it, her ancient spear piercing deep into the twisting lightning. Earthly fire and tribulation lighting clashed over the step. In the end, it was the lighting that broke. Han landed hard enough to send dirt and step grass flying 3 feet in the air. Before the dust settled, she was up and out of the crater. Her robes were ripped and burned. Her face was covered in dirt, but the edge on her spear head gleamed bright, and so did her eyes. I can't announce the moves when I spar. The goddamn aesthetics of West Town Outer Court. My sisters would kick my head in. Train how you fight or die, stupid. Ziho would start shipping frog brains over and telling the whole damn convent I need to boil my head. None of them understand momentum. Her teeth pulled back into a furious smile as she looked up at the gathering lightning. You are supposed to be a myth, and here I am, seeing you for the second time in 3 months. Starting to feel a bit personal, extremely personal, in fact, but that's fine. You're Granny. I love to take things too far. Come, let's see if you can stand this next move of mine. It seems I hit harder than heavenly talismans. She stood ramrod straight, spear posted directly in front, Fairy maiden descends from the fiery star. And dimmed by 10,000 winters. Second form. The lightning lashed down. Two claws reaching for Tian. Linear flame. Spear clashed with lightning. The earthly flame rich with gold. The heavenly sky fire darkening to crimson. Han landed in another spray of dirt and grass. The hole was deeper this time. She was slow to get to her feet. She spat out a mouthful of blood, then cracked her neck. Got to hit me a lot harder than that. Thunk. Your granny has the southern mountain physique. It's already a damn problem, but you know what? She drew her spear up once again. The red in her hair fluttered and danced with her rising momentum. What storms hasn't the southern mountain weathered? I think you have enough for one more strike. Come, you shitty heavens. You child-murdering trash. You thing that loves suffering more than the demons. Let's let it all ride on the next blow. Liren swung her spear around and pointed the ancient iron head at the rolling clouds. How many empty coffins did we bury? How many orphans did we have to take in? How many of my kin did you take from me? Why did you have to murder my dads? She drew a shuddering breath and coughed out a thick clot of blood into her hand. She smeared it along the spear shaft. Traces of gold rose in the wood, an ancient script twisting along its length, its meaning lost in an era before ancient Crane Monastery was established. And now you want to take my last brother? Fuck you. Worst case, we die together. And in 14 years I'm a good woman once again. The clouds condensed, the lighting coming as thick as a water barrel. Fairy maiden descends from the fiery star. Her war banner covering the earth. She slid her hand forward along the shaft, crouching lower. Third form comet strike. 3 dragon claws reached down with convulsive speed from the knotted sky. Han Liren rose once more to meet them on their own ground. Her vital energy ignited the air around her as she rose. And at the final instant before the clash, a massive ball of earth vital energy gathered on the spearhead, flames twisting around it. No ordinary art of the earthly realm could do such a thing, nor any ordinary weapon. Han Liren crashed back to earth, her spear juddering in the ground beside her. Her arms were broken, her shoulder blades broken, ribs, knees, legs, all broken or fractured. Burns ran down her left side. Her hair had been burned away, and she was smiling. She was smiling with tears running down her face. Above her, above Tian, the lightning broke. The clouds twisted and dispersed, showering the two with drifting motes of starlight. The bones healed, stronger than before. Torn muscle reknit. Damaged meridians were soothed and gently strengthened. She managed to twist her head over. The demon finger was fading, becoming translucent and filled with golden lines. It was softly pushed out of Tian's chest. The wound healing without a single mark to show where he had been stabbed. I win. She started laughing through the tears. I'll have to tell him that his big sister acted as his Tao protector. He will definitely be very thankful. She collapsed, unable to hear the sulphurous swearing by a member of the truly senior generation that had been going since the first tribulation cloud appeared. The word cheating came up a lot, as did revenge. The tribulation clouds had barely dispersed when the stars were blocked again. This time the shape was smaller and rectangular. Is that the manner? She passed out before she got her answer. Tian heard the gentle chimming of a bell. The sound was insistent, demanding his attention and pulling him towards it from whatever gray place he currently inhabited. There was a sudden sense of dislocation when he realized that there was a hem to be pulled, and that directions existed even as an abstract concept. And then he was back in his body and opening his eyes. He was sitting in Elder Feng's office. Han was in the chair next to his, looking as bleary-eyed as he felt. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. One of the few rules that the ancient Crane Monastery ruthlessly enforces across every level of its hierarchy is the duty of filial piety. As juniors, you are used to thinking of that as a responsibility that flows upwards. I will now explain a little bit about how it flows downwards. Elder Feng took a sip of tea to refresh her throat. Tian watched the black and white pearls sway beneath her ears. They looked fancy, he decided, but he didn't love the look. Ears should not look busy. Filial piety requires elders to not covet the fortuitous encounters of their juniors. She let the statement hang there a moment. Tian was wondering what the hell she was on about, but Sister Liren seemed to open her eyes wide before composing herself. After several thousand years' worth of miserable trial and error, We have found that this rule must be enforced categorically and without exceptions for anyone of any rank. Indeed, one of those elders' take is to immediately suppress or execute any other elder we see violating this rule. That includes the sect master. That particular condition was once put to the test, and the conclusion was unpleasant, but it did prove the necessity of the rule. She took another sip of the tea. Her cup was bigger than the ones Tian preferred, but then, she was hardly doing a whole tea session. This was just for her. We don't ask where something came from. We don't ask where you learned a particular art, or found a weapon, or how you came to eat a natural treasure. We don't hint. We don't subtly encourage it. And we honestly prefer not to know unless you think it is really important to tell us. Because if that rule is not strictly followed, then you are in the position of a little mouse trying to hide its food from hungry wolves. Then the sect really would disintegrate. Morale and cohesion is already alarmingly low in the inner court. Without this rule, the mountain would fall apart entirely. Tian and Hong nodded firmly at that, then froze again when Elder Feng continued. This must be balanced against another one of our filial duties, a duty of supervision and proper instruction. I think you must have known I would have my ways of keeping track of you. They nodded again, a bit more tentatively this time. I have no idea how I'm going to report this to the sect. I'm not sure who I should report it to. For that matter, we have, in no particular order, a border city being undermined by one of our merchant houses, a cadet branch of one of our more prominent inner court families falling entirely into heresy, and actual tribulation lightning again for the second time in 3 months after who knows how many millennia. Funny, I'm not ashamed of anything I did in Burning Flag City, yet I have the overwhelming urge to transform into a mouse and scurry behind a bookshelf. She is giving me a distinctly wolf feeling right now. Tian did his best to look less guilty. Hong looked mutinous. And to cap it all off, we now have our third disciple, in the entire history of ancient Crane Mountain, who will be turned into a local deity before reaching the heavenly person realm. Possibly both of you, but definitely Disciple Tian. Well done, Junior. You have certainly made the most of your excursion. Abbot Whitebrows is going to throw a fit. He's been fighting the stories about a secret militant branch of the Pure Lands Monastery since he was a novice. My apologies to the Honorable Abbot. Why are you apologizing when you have no involvement in this whatsoever? The monk responsible for this whole mess is dead. Very dead. Extremely dead. His death has been verified by Censor Joe, city guardian and an elder of the ancient Crane Monastery who came to investigate the tribulation lighting. A careful examination of the site of the lightning strikes showed evidence of destroyed robe cloth and human parts. In a liquefied state, the residue of the monk's robe after his campaign against the heretic. Elder Feng's voice was dry enough to dehydrate sand. Jian looked down in a sudden panic. He was neatly dressed in his sect robes. He looked up at Elder Feng wonderingly. I had Steward Pen change and dress you after he washed you with a high-pressure stream of soap and water. Where he found such a tool, I don't know, and I won't ask. I will have to thank him later. Do so. You will be interested to know that the only thing we did recover from the location of the lightning strikes was the purified demon finger. Part of why I am so certain you will be enshrined is because that particular finger belonged to an actual hungry ghost, the very weakest of its kind, but a genuine demon of true substance. Not the base things you saw summoned in the wasteland. It is now a pure, translucent crystal with veins of gold running through it. There is a faint halo, visible in dim light, of righteous aura around it. Tian and Hong exchanged shocked looks. I was unconscious, Elder. You were in a state of no mind. Presumably because the pain of having that evil thing jammed into your chest overwhelmed your pain tolerance. Very similar, but not quite the same, as the remnant righteous aura seeping into your bone marrow is similar to that found on the former demon finger. But I'm not asking about any of that. I don't want to know. And I'm not asking you either, Disciple Hong. The two juniors bowed politely, if utterly confused. Tian would have to ask Grandpa what happened later. Elder Feng waved her delicate hand and carried on. It was agreed that the finger would remain in Burning Flag City to be enshrined. Since you had ignored them earlier, I also suggested they keep the storage rings and weapons of the mercenaries you killed and use an equivalent value of mortal money to pay restitution to those harmed by the heretics. This was met with strong approval. I think they expected me to fight them over it, for some reason. Thank you very much, Elder. That is perfect. Tian stood and clasped his hands, bowing deeply. It was the simplest solution. I would have to explain why we had any claim on them at all otherwise. Congratulations. By the way, was there something else? Tian straightened up in alarm. He couldn't think of what else might have happened to justify her congratulations. Just one other thing. It seems you grew a finger back. Doubtless you found it at the bottom of your storage ring. Or possibly the pocket of a spare robe. In any case, I'm not asking, and I don't want to know. You two will remain in the manor for the next little while. I plan on giving juniors Wang and Su some more time to work down in the city. They are digging up. Elder Feng paused, her eyes growing a little hazy. Painful truths. Our trip through the country might not be a peaceful one, and fortunately, which is not good for healing. Tane was really doing his best to pay attention. It was quite hard looking away from the newly regrown ring finger on his left hand. The sudden loss of symmetry threw him, but he was entirely willing to put up with it in exchange for having an almost complete left hand. The questions how and why clawed their way up his throat, but were firmly held back by his teeth. She flicked her fingers towards the door. I'm sure you have endless questions for each other. Don't ask them. While I have trained myself to ignore a great deal that goes on around me, in truth, everything in and around the Windblown Manor is within my perception at all times. I would prefer not to learn things that I have no business knowing. Even if you don't mind telling me, I will say only this before I dismiss you, Junior Chan. You conducted yourself with virtue, compassion, and more cunning than I would have given you credit for. You are also playing with the kind of forces that destroy entire nations. Don't do it again. Meditate on this. The next scroll you study will be relevant. Tian bowed 90 degrees. As you command, Elder. She nodded lightly. Junior Hong similarly conducted herself with compassion, intelligence, and the kind of guts that makes this old woman have some hope for the future. But suicidal courage is merely despair in heroic dress. You two should meditate on this. Otherwise, well done, both of you. They bowed and left the study. As the door closed behind them, they turned, looked at each other, opened their mouths, then closed them again. The two laughed softly and shook their heads. Not this time, thank you, brother. How are you in the mood to make anything after everything? I'm not at all in the mood to do a damn thing. Tian smiled, looking like he had bitten a lime. I just didn't feel like being alone for a while. Reading or meditating together would also be good. I don't really want to talk either. Now that I think about it, sounds good. Common room, sure. They walked off, both feeling awkward. Tian couldn't stop wiggling his ring finger, and Hong's hand kept creeping up to rub her bald head. Do I look like a freak? She asked. Liren tried to sound unbothered, but she wasn't looking Tian's way. No, you look like my sister. And if that Lin animal says anything different, I will use the full catalog of insults my brothers taught me, including the ones on the forbidden list. Tian's voice wasn't quiet in the slightest. I have plenty of my own, thanks. Oh, congratulations on growing a new finger. No problem. And thank you. I really do have a lot of questions, but I won't ask. He chuckled awkwardly. He idly wondered if more of her hair would grow back red this time. Grandpa, what exactly happened? Not the time for it. Just, Hong fought for you. She fought the fake tribulation lighting that might have killed you. I was just stuck into refining your body to have the energy to wake you up. I know you have saved her life a few times and aren't keeping score, but just be aware, she had a choice. She decided she would rather die defending you than live a coward that betrayed her brother. Tian silently engraved it on his heart. She wouldn't abandon Brother Fu, wouldn't abandon him. Hey, Sister Liren, yes. You aren't one of the rock throwers. I thought you were when we first met, but you aren't. So, Tian groped for what he wanted to say, and came up empty-handed. Sorry, thank you, she laughed softly. When we met, I was one of the rock throwers. It took my sisters some time to teach me better. Thank them, not me. I will then. Tian turned sharply away, and looked firmly down the hall. You could thank me too. No, you are useless. Your sisters are the great heroes of the world, second only to my brothers. SHH, we aren't talking right now. Peaceful meditation. Let Big Brother show you how to be a good Taoist. Good Taoist. Did you miss the bit where you declared eternal war on heresy? I did no such thing. Did not. Wars are organized. I don't have a plan, which is very Taoist of me. I have a literal stack of books on strategy that says you are wrong. Savor them. Marinate in the knowledge of your ignorance. The two bickered before slipping back into silence. It felt more comfortable this time, for Chun anyway. He was informed that he was tapping his newly returned finger constantly, and in an irritating way. A fact he chose to ignore. After an hour or so, Chun thought it was a good time for some snacks. He was about to pull out a bag of cheap rice crackers, when his eyes shot open. Oh no. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. What is it? I never got to try the food stalls. Chun used the quiet time to take stock of himself. His body had undergone another change, more subtle this time. Aside from the sudden appearance of a new finger, his bodily condition felt superb. Exhausted, but superb. He could feel the vital energy flowing through him quickly and unimpeded. He thought he was drawing in more with every breath, too, but it was more subtle than that. Chun felt inexplicably right with the world. He groped for the words to describe it, and failed. Grandpa, I know you said it isn't the time, but, Chun, I have about enough energy left to keep from slipping into complete silence for a good long while. I really can't tell you. Irritating. Chun tried to shrug it off, to take his mind off it. He pulled out his notes on Imperial Heavenly Swallows. It was past time he cultivated a second dart. He was not quite at the point of being able to recall the dart to his hand, but he was getting very close. It also just took a damn long time to bind each dart, so there probably never would be a perfect time to do it. Different acupoint this time, though still worryingly close to the heart. The time of day he was to do it was slightly different as well. It would still take about 99 days in total, which wasn't ideal. Chun sighed and checked the calendar. The dates weren't quite as strict. He could start this afternoon, out of curiosity. And sorry if this is too nosy, but what did you do with the hairs we got off the caterpillar thing? Chun asked Hong. Sold them to a sister who wanted to make some arrows. It took a couple of trades, but I wound up with some very useful medicine for my body cultivation art. Oh nice. Can't believe you picked arts. Javelins were right there as an option. Chun ignored the comment with dignity, largely because he had no good reply. He just didn't want to have to toss a big stick around every time he wanted someone outside of rope dart range stabbed. Was that so wrong? What do you use for a ranged option? Spear. Hong grinned. Not a ranged option. It is if you throw it. So's a chair. Why throw something they can catch and throw back? Chun decided that an attack was the best defense under the circumstances. Besides, his eyes were slipping off the scroll he was theoretically reading, and he couldn't settle himself down enough to do any introspective meditation. They chatted about nothing much. Both knew what the other was doing. There was too much noise in their heads. Too many big emotions to try and sort through. Chun eventually gave up on the conversation and set to writing. His memory was excellent, but he wanted to lay out everything he had learned in his. Had it really only been a day? No, it hadn't even been that. He hadn't spent a full day in Burning Flag City. But neither he nor the city would ever be quite the same again. He set it out plain on a clean sheet of paper, carefully painting his characters. First was a flat horizontal line the length of the page. A vertical line was drawn at either end. One was Black Iron Gorge, the other Ancient Crane Mountain. Then he marked the steps. Salt to the Wasteland Nomads. Another vertical line. Wasteland Nomads to Steppes Nomads. Salt and weapons are traded for slaves and food. Here Chun drew a line downward and noted the wars and slave raids between the nomad tribes. Back to the main line and another upward stroke. Salt for food and gold from the kingdom traders. Tax money to the city and the kingdom. Another branching line downward. Another went upward too. The traders were often controlled by the sect. He tapped his new ring finger, feeling what he was missing. First thing, more than salt came on those caravans. They had been utterly loaded with other trade goods when they did their commerce raid. More to investigate there. Second, those heretical practices came from somewhere. Did the heretics have their own version of wandering monks, evangelists of evil? It would make an awful lot of sense. How much cheaper would it be to send teachers than armies? Especially when you were spreading the good news, life eternal can be yours. Tian half closed his eyes. Didn't one of the heretics call him a rich kid or something? Something about easy living and getting what he deserved. It really could be that simple. Envy, resentment. Why do the heavens favor these clearly unworthy people and not someone deserving like me? What makes them so special? Born with an immortal destiny. What's that? Can you eat it? But there are other roads to longevity than the journey up the mountain. Sounded right. Sounded exactly right. It could be a self-funding operation too, a little dangerous. But the quality of life in the kingdom was infinitely better than the wasteland. It probably wasn't hard to find volunteers to go out and play ancient masters for the new crop of heretics. He added it to another line on his sheet, but put a question mark next to the note. Hey, how does the monastery track heretics? Not really sure. I think it relies on someone reporting heretical activity. Tian nodded. Completely passive. The more he learned about the monastery, and for that matter Taoism, the more he understood that passivity and silence weren't just laziness or inattention. They were policy. The monastery didn't contend with others within the kingdom. It removed itself from the mortal world. Grubby matters were left for the servant disciples at the base of the mountain. Tian included the inner court in that. They had seemed like impossibly lofty, godlike figures when he joined the sect. They were still vastly more powerful than he was. But the phrase servant disciple was branded in his brain. The saintess had caught him right on the chin with that line. They really all were servants of the monastery. You were part of the core, or you were sent to do menial labor. And even within the monastery, there were still ranks and hierarchies. Someone was cooking the meals in the monastery. Tian wondered who. The longer he looked at his little branching diagram, the darker his mood became. His eye landed on the merchant's stem. The kingdom got its taxes, of course, and its salt. But was that really it? There wasn't a single job in the entirety of Depot for that didn't have some element of graft in it. Different subject. How do kingdom officials get a cut of the money from the salt trade? I'm not talking about border guards, I mean city lords, or some other big bureaucrat, Grand Duke, whoever. Han looked over at Tian. Where are you going with this? You usually avoid this stuff. Working out something. I don't know about the salt trade specifically, but for most merchant houses, depending on just how big a muckety-muck they are, they can either get a regular fee, a percentage, or if they are really big power, like a duke or a civil servant who reports to the king, they might be offered shares in the company or chamber of commerce. A chamber of commerce can be considered a group of companies that work together to share markets, routes and suppliers, and to ensure they get favorable pricing when they buy and sell. A price war would be bad for everyone. So at the highest level, the actual decision makers of the country are getting a percentage of the salt trade and all the business attached to the salt trade. And the king, he has his own estates, his own business he invests in, and receives a certain amount of money in maintenance from the treasury every year. So, he is also invested in the salt trade, just at 1 or 2 removes. Han saw where Tian was going with this and was clearly making connections in her own mind at speed. Tian added a few more lines to his chart, and added the notes. Oh, that's why we are at war. The picture was quite clear. Yep. Do you think Elder Fang would mind if I demolished a wall or 4? Hong asked. Ask Steward Pan, he'd know. If you will excuse me, I need to go throw up over the edge of the barge. For some reason it feels important that I puke on the kingdom from a great height. The passive by policy monastery had let Black Iron Gorge steal the whole Broad Sky Kingdom out from under the mountain. Tian had reached his limit. He hadn't slept properly. His mind was a mess. And even bickering with Hong had lost all appeal. He would move his body a bit. Tian walked out into the garden. There wasn't any dedicated practice space, but the area around the tiny pond was mostly filled with low-lying shrubs and rather pretty little flowers. He would have to check his herbology guides to know what they were. He wasn't in the mood right now. He blew out a long, slow breath, then inhaled. Exhaled. Inhaled like a snake. Exhale like an arrow. Feel the sun on him. Feel the earth below him. Feel the rope dart in his hands. And move. Snakehead Vine Body was an art without levels or moves. The manual had a few recommended exercises and a few examples of the kinds of things you could do with a rope dart. But it wasn't really about any of that. It was an art to turn a rope dart into a living thing in your hands. Not blindly bound by momentum, but taking advantage of it. An art that grew with the user. The more you understood wood and rope darts, the more the art would come alive in your hands. Inhale like a snake and exhale like an arrow. The snake coils, its strong body like a thick jungle vine. It gathers with the inhale, strikes with the exhale. The head flies forward, putting everything into one lethal strike. Then it recovers itself. Whether in success or failure, it always gathers itself, ready for whatever comes next. The snake head can travel in a straight line, but the snake's body is never perfectly straight. It twists and moves around obstacles. It uses them to conceal itself or to trap prey. Like a vine, the snake has no impediments, merely more tools it can use. The rope dart moved in Tian's hand, then flowed. The weighted dart drifted, then struck. A blow to the front suddenly attacked straight upward, or directly behind him. It was short as a sword, or longer than a pike, always moving, always changing. And Tian moved with it. He too was a creature of wood and water. Always growing, overcoming all obstacles. Yin and yang turning as one. His feet flowed through the garden. Tian could feel the chi of wood all around him. He simply stepped where the earth was, not brushing a single petal from the small blossoms, not thinking consciously, just following the feeling the art gave him. A strong yang art, but with a core of yin in it, vine for wood. But there was a snake head. Snakes are a symbol of masculinity, and a powerful yang tonic. But they were cold-blooded creatures. Nothing was only one thing. Everything was everything. Gather like water, grow like the vine, strike hard and with precision. An explosion on a dagger point, before falling back, returning to gather momentum before striking again. Snakehead vine body was a wood-aligned art, but the 5 elements were all present. If you knew how to look, if you could feel the charm in them. Tian stopped thinking all the complicated thoughts. He breathed out his fears and frustrations. He breathed in the sky, flickering through the garden. His body told the story of a snake and vine growing together, wrapped around the tree that spanned the distance between heaven and earth. Deep inside his bones, far deeper than Tian's crude senses could detect, thin filaments of gold grew faintly, imperceptibly. His bones grew stronger and more jade-like. His blood thickened and deepened, holding more chi with every breath. Just by the most minute of amounts, but it was constant. A much more relaxed Tian sat to dinner that evening. Meals at the manor were a comparatively cold affair. Dilda ate by herself. The disciples, however many there happened to be in the manor, ate together in a small dining room. It was pretty much the only time Tian saw Lin. He was fine with that. Heart demon or not, she shouldn't be vicious to her sectmates. The tar around his own heart never completely cleared up. But even when it was at its worst, he didn't abuse people randomly. They maintained the etiquette of the monastery. Meals were eaten in silence and with gratitude. What Steward Pan got up to, Tian didn't know. Parts of the manor were subtly, then directly, marked as staff only. The directness was required after Tian assured Steward Pan that, compared to mopping up the surgery after a bad patrol came in, the kitchen mess held no horrors. It seemed that there was more to it than that. That night he meditated on what happened in Burning Flag City. He knew he would be unpacking those events for years to come, understanding the nuances of what he saw. 2 things immediately jumped out at him. People invented stories to describe what they were seeing, and people were willing to turn a blind eye to anything, so long it didn't directly and immediately hurt them. He was probably overstating that last point. He hoped he was, anyway. But the people in the city lived quite happily knowing there was an active slave market 20 miles south of the city, and that the local nomads would snatch up anyone they thought they could get away with grabbing for the express purpose of putting them up for sale. Tian would have thought that would be enough to have the cavalry actively sweeping the steppes. But of course they weren't. That would interfere with business. And as long as most of the slaves were other nomads, how was that the kingdom's problem? Which led back to people telling themselves stories about what they were seeing, rather than seeing the thing itself. It was ironic that the potter was the only one to guess right. He really was an immortal in disguise. Then the better educated, higher-ranked goldsmith, relying on a combination of book knowledge, observation and, Tian suspected, his own fears, concluded that he was some kind of legendary monk, a penitent, whatever that was. It took very little effort to turn that disguise into a reality for the whole city, and a lot of it was looking the part. And another part of it was, essentially, fooling mortals with things that were normalish for cultivators, which led to the most darkly funny part of the whole thing, the cultivators. The mercenaries believed the story about him being a legendary monk utterly. So did Jin. Jin believed it so much, he bet his afterlife on it. Jin was also, plainly, crazy, but still, they invented stories. They recognized his techniques. The elder even mentioned cultivators who examined him after he fell unconscious and concluded that he was, in fact, a monk who sacrificed his life to seal a demonic weapon. Presumably they had their own stories about him too. They must have done. Tian sold the story so well. He had become an enshrined deity. Tian's mind skittered away from that thought. The only god he knew about was the mad god. And most of what he knew about that god was based on seeing the hell he made of the world. Was this why the monastery didn't want to be involved in the mortal world? Were mortal ideas and mortal thought too fragile to stand up against the reality of cultivators? It would make sense. But the answer seemed unsatisfying. Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. Tian shook off the thoughts and slipped into cultivation. He wasn't ready to fully sort through everything, but that was all right. He had time. The next day passed quietly. Tian spent his time studying his medical texts, practicing his arts, and meditating. He got the next art started. The sensation of cultivating it was markedly different compared to the first time. He could feel the metal vital energy becoming soft in the heat from the fire vital energy in his heart before sinking into the carefully crafted dart. He didn't put the dart straight back in his ring when he was done. He sat with it in his hand and thought about Sister Lee and the hours she had poured into making each dart. He didn't know what he could do for her. He would just have to be on the lookout for something, some miracle that could change everything. Tian sighed as he stood. He got a ball of string from his ring and tied 6 individual socks into balls. The balls were then hung from a tent pole between 2 trees in the garden. A gentle push sent the balls swinging back and forth. Tian took his fully cultivated dart out and tried to get a feel for the timing. He threw it gently. The needle evaded the first swinging ball, but snagged the edge of the second. Tian set himself a small goal of consistently hitting the 3rd swinging ball today. It would make a good exercise in controlling the imperial heavenly swallows. The next 2 days passed in much the same way. Tian and Hong gave each other space. They could feel that what the other really needed was quiet and a chance to sort through everything they were feeling. Hong preferred to practice on the stone paths through the garden. Tian couldn't imagine why, but it worked for her, so it was none of his business. Tian noticed she had started covering up. Not that she had been showing more skin than anyone else in the sect. Her uniform was always very proper. She had started covering her head with a long white scarf. He thought she was afraid of sunburns on her bald head, but she was wearing long gloves too. Sometimes he saw her wearing a mask. Tian was going to ask about this inexplicable behavior, but was rescued by a memory sitting with the wounded and the dying in the hospital. Many, particularly the women but men too, were terrified of looking ugly. Burns and skin rashes were especially bad, as was any rotting disease. He had heard tens of times that they wished they had just been stabbed or chopped instead. The patients hated how it felt, and even more hated how people looked at them. The revulsion when they saw the wounds, and the instinctive fear that it might be catching. Because he had repeatedly reforged his body, Tian was quite pale. He privately blamed the giant demonized hawk for this, along with his tendency towards yin methods and yin thinking. He might not be right, but he was nonetheless resolved to make his problems someone else's fault. He had come out of the evil bird fish belly white. It wasn't nice. He had darkened a little to a more human coloration, but he was still closer in coloration to new paper than old paper. Hong had been rather pale-skinned when they first met. Now she was a rich tan. And Brother Long, as well as many others, referred to pretty sisters as jade beauties. Tian didn't agree with Hong's self-assessment. He thought the tan skin made her look more vibrant and lively, but the hospital had taught him, brutally, that his opinions were worthless. It was what the patients thought that counted. Hong was covering up, hiding from the sun. She didn't want to get even a tiny bit more tan. Well, that was not fine, but not something he could meddle in. At least her hair was slowly showing signs of growing back. That was a very good thing indeed. Tian liked the tan, but a bald head was just too much. The lack of eyebrows was just creepy. He was prepared to be stubborn on this point. Could he get a sympathy 10? No. The elder would kick him off the sky barge if he started running around shirtless. He'd have to think of something else. On the 5th day from when they went down to Burning Flag City, Brother Wang and Sister Su returned. Brother Wang strode off the flying cloud platform and made his way directly to Qian. With a flourish, he presented Qian with a bamboo platter holding a few small oranges, praying the martyr venerable for mercy. Intercede for me and strike down all demons that plague me. Ha. Qian rubbed the back of his neck and looked away. No, ignore him. Martyr venerable, I only require 80% of my demons be exterminated, and I can offer incense. Sister Su wheeled over and presented a long stick of incense. Fair to say you'd heard about it. Yep. Brother Hong shoved the platter into his hands, and Sister Su laid the incense on top of it. Never thought I'd master silent communication before the heavenly person realm, but Sister Su and I managed it. Shut up, we chorused mentally, and then we both nodded and did just that. Double quotes out. The elder did say some things. Is he actually getting deified? Hong butted in, grinning with malice. That is not the right question, Sister Hong. Brother Wang shook his head. You should ask, are we getting deified? To which I would answer yes. Wait, what? I didn't do anything. Sister Su joined Brother Wang in shaking her head firmly. In a fascinating case of the optimization of narrative, the Holy Martyr Venerable had a crane companion. There are already many stories about the crane eating all sorts of ugly frogs and causing minor problems throughout the city, which the Martyr Venerable had to rush in and resolve. However, the crane was very loyal and chose to die with the monk to purify the claw of the devourer of innocence. Hong could only blink in shock. Sister Su nodded gravely in confirmation. I was able to independently verify several of these stories. Some have as many as 20 witnesses, with sufficient variation between them to suggest they truly did witness the same event. Congratulations on mastering a shape-changing art at the earthly person level, Sister Whitefeather. Bless me with a dozen good companions, Sister Whitefeather. Brother Wang bowed, and presented Hong with her own little tray of oranges. You want some? But where am I supposed to find some for myself? Hong sputtered. I only require 10, Sister Whitefeather. Sister Su pressed a stick of incense on top of the oranges. Wait, why did I get the same number of oranges as Brother Qian but a smaller stick of incense? I cornered a deal on some produce and can be generous to the gods with the stuff too ripe to travel well. Brother Wang smiled. It is not reasonable to overinvest in a sacred companion spirit. Maintaining a fixed ratio preserves the hierarchy and maintains the orthodoxy. Sister Su did not appear to have ever knowingly smiled in her life. The sky was just such a glorious blue today, and Qian was sure he was hearing meadowlarks singing in the trees. Best of all, Steward Pan had promised Qian that he would acquire both mutton and bamboo shoots. His rise to 6'1" and the heavens was now assured, though he would have to make sure these two kept their mouths shut about the events in the city. He really didn't want Lin figuring things out and tipping off the Long clan out of spite. What kept the two of you in the city so long? Hong asked. She looked torn between flinging away the offerings and storing them. Qian had long since put them away. Who would turn down free oranges with a complimentary stick of incense? The elder's whim. Though I must say the time was productively spent. Sister Su looked grim. Things are bad. Far worse than I thought. Brother Wang shook his head. This is where Sister Su and I disagree. She sees catastrophe. I see the best chance of victory we are likely to get. They gathered in the common room to sort through what they had put together. Qian passed around his little timeline, which got grim nods of appreciation from Brother Wang and Sister Su. They came with their own stacks of notes. Sister Su took the floor first. We underestimated the importance of salt. We did, Qian blinked. He had thought mortal food preservation was an absolute top-tier importance rating already. Yes, it turns out that it is necessary for life. That got amazed looks from around the room. Sister Su pulled yet more notes. Salt deficiency leads to seizures and other health problems. It can be found in meat, dairy and shellfish. But we will get to that in a moment. It is not found in meaningful quantities in cultivated plants. She tapped a neat table on a fresh sheet of paper. Here, this is a rough statistical survey of the classes of people in the Broad Sky Kingdom. Note it only tracks households and not individuals, so the numbers are approximate. The key information, however, is quite obvious. The overwhelming majority of the subjects of the Broad Sky Kingdom are peasants. Is this right? 90%. Han fell back in her chair and slowly rubbed her temple. I thought it was just around the mountain. The peasant census is actually the most accurate part of the survey, as they also make up the majority of the tax base. While there have been instances of nobles and tax collectors attempting to manipulate the numbers, such short-term deviations quickly vanish when the census is examined over a longer period. Peasants engaged in agriculture make up 90% of the population of the Broad Sky Kingdom, and a majority of them are engaged in rice farming. And rice doesn't have salt in it naturally. Tion nodded. Double quotes yes. Historically, the kingdom has built cities based on proximity to salt, or the ability to transport sizable amounts of salt. The body doesn't require large quantities to maintain health. But since the days of the ancients, the importance of salt has been known. Apparently, Sister Sue snorted. Tion dug out one of his medical textbooks and dug through it. Salt was listed as a vital nutrient. It was way down at the bottom of the list. It seemed the author could hardly imagine cultivators who couldn't get their hands on enough salt. It looked like he was including it for the sake of thoroughness. The redstone wastes are on the southern border of the Broad Sky Kingdom, and I'm sure it hasn't been flooding the salt market since the kingdom's founding. So how did the kingdom meet its salt needs historically? Han leaned forward, curious. There are several places where brine wells can be found. Cities were founded near them. In a feat of quite brilliant mortal ingenuity, they use the flammable gases that rise from the wells to boil iron pans full of brine. This is more labor-intensive than you might imagine. And it is apparently a poor, miserable life for the hereditary salt-making households. Desertion is common. The reason Brother Wang thought there was no domestic salt production is that those salt-producing locations have been reduced to a bare minimum level of production. But Brother Wang will explain more about that. Isn't that production method exactly what Black Iron Gorge is supposed to be doing? Tion asked. Indeed. So, how is Black Iron Gorge outcompeting local producers? And why did local producers reduce production down to almost nothing? Tion asked. This is where I come in. Brother Wang smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Roughly 1,000 years ago there was a great debate in court. There were two schools of scholars. The first proposed that the state impose a monopoly on the manufacturing, transport, and sale of salt. This would both guarantee supply and act an indirect tax, funding the government while minimizing resentment. The other school argued that this was a too expansive role for the government to play, and it was better handled by merchants who could then be taxed more harshly than the peasants. Merchants being theoretically the lowest social class. The merchant side won. Hong said. Yes. The king decided to make the existing practice official policy and peasants would have hereditary rights to produce salt, and had to sell it to approved merchants at a fixed price. Then the merchants sold the salt to the public at a fixed price, and were taxed at a fixed rate. Profits were modest, but extremely stable. All right. Tion wasn't sure where this was going. So what happens if you dump thousands of tons of salt produced outside the kingdom into the mix, at prices lower than what the merchants have to pay when they buy it from kingdom peasants? Peasants die first. Hong nodded. Then the salt merchants buy up the salt-producing land to choke off even the possibility of competition. Pretty much. Then the big merchants, or the ones with the best supply of Black Iron Gorge salt, start acquiring the smaller salt merchants. Either that, or they force them into other industries. In any case, control of the salt industry is now in the hands of just 3 or 4 cartels. The kingdom hasn't allowed production, transportation, and sale to be combined into one company yet. But the difference in practice is almost nothing. Brother Wang's face looked mild, but there was malice in his eyes. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. And those cartels are backed by ancient Crane Mountain merchant families. Hong concluded, as, by complete coincidence, were the scholars who argued against the creation of the monopoly a millennia ago. I recognize the family names. The path of the Tao requires the virtuous sovereign to do the least, giving the most freedom to his subjects. It is by virtuous example and wise forbearance that all calamities may be avoided or overcome. The malice in Brother Wang's eyes became far more justified to Qian. You want to create the monopoly system, close Black Iron Gorge out of the market entirely and break the salt trading merchants. Tian sat back with a little smile. He didn't hate that idea one bit. No, that's Sister Sue's idea. The wheelchair-bound cultivator nodded. Brother Wang tapped his broad chest. I want to integrate the Broad Sky Kingdom and Ancient Crane Mountain into a single entity. Black Iron Gorge is, ultimately, a single city that survives by subterfuge and the internal weakening of their enemies. By unifying the monastery and the kingdom, we can purge that corruption and create a better kingdom for everyone. Black Iron Gorge wouldn't stand a chance against just our sect. Never mind the rest of the alliance. What followed was 2 hours of completely unproductive, but wild, conversation. Brother Wang's thoughts were simple but deep. Monopoly didn't go far enough. In practice, it would just shift the graft from the merchants to the officials. On the other hand, cultivators as civil servants would alleviate most of these problems. Not enough salt production. A few earth spells should see those brine springs gushing. Not enough transport. A few storage rings and a quick job by an outer court member would guarantee freshness and security of delivery. Heretics causing trouble. Not when the local school was taught by outer court disciples. In such an environment, what use would merchants be? Buy low in one place, sell dear in another. Good luck on the international stage. Domestically, the divine kingdom would ensure every subject was fed, housed, and educated. The resentment heretics fed on would be choked off. And not a single person with the potential for cultivation would slip past. And how would we cultivate? Hong asked. Brother Chan is an exception. I, for one, need a quiet place and focused mediation to cultivate. Most people do. But so what? How many hours a day do you cultivate for? You couldn't squeeze out 8 hours to oversee a harvest or guard a border post. Wang rubbed his big hands together. We already have the issue of what to do with all the level 10s. Thanks to Brother Fu, we know they aren't wastes. They just need more experiences outside of combat, more types of experiences, rather than just doing more of the same things over and over. Well, how about a century of working with the people of the kingdom, seeing their lives up close? That is hardly everything disciple Fu required. Such an idea has been tested in the past, repeatedly, and without meaningful results. Sister Sue's voice was clipped. Tian had largely dropped out of the conversation, half closing his eyes as he tried to connect the disparate threads of what he had seen and what he had studied. There were cultivators working for the kingdom and the city lord already. There had to be, or Jin would have been running the city. So it would be fair to assume there were already a few cultivators in key positions throughout the country. Though the ones in Burning Flag City clearly weren't affiliated with Ancient Crane Mountain. The thing he kept coming back to was that what Brother Wang was describing didn't sound like cultivators to John. They just didn't. Cultivators had adventures. Cultivators battled bandits and heretics, or delved into ancient ruins looking for treasures. Sure, you got trash like the mercenaries hired by G, but John took his brothers as his yardstick. The civil service cultivators Brother Wang was arguing for didn't measure up. John frowned minutely. He was thinking too casually. There were cultivators who worked as administrators. Andy Wu and everyone else in the quartermaster division were an obvious example. Brother Jean was the soul of bureaucracy in the mission hall, but still fought like a hero when the raid came down. Even in the West Town Temple, someone had to take an inventory of the grain, if only to make sure the mortals weren't skimming. The optimal solution in your system wouldn't be integration but absorption, a cultivator king, ruling wisely and justly for centuries or millennia. Sister Sue's voice was cold, or neglecting the kingdom entirely, leaving things to his virtuous ministers, and we are back where we began. It was a good point. If the monastery was using the kingdom as a resource base, why didn't they run the country directly? He kept feeling like he was missing something obvious. Grandpa, every generation thinks they invented sex and economics. You are on the right track, John. Keep going. The strongest cultivators had the least to do with mortal affairs. They couldn't be bothered. Nobody had mentioned the existence of the immortals holding down the city. Everyone talked about the army. And the army claimed they basically never ran into evil cultivators, which was them missing what was right in front of them more than anything else. But it pointed to an assumption that, as a firm rule, mortals and immortals did not coexist, even if they were geographically mixed together. There was presumably a reason for that. Even if there was a cultivator who pursued the Tao of administration or tax collection or something, it wouldn't be hard to imagine cultivators that pursued the Tao of farming. Cultivation was something the outer court did all the time. There was something missing. Brother Fu had experienced just about everything a body could, but none of it had been enough to break through. It wasn't just a question of more life. Tian would coat himself in a savory sauce and throw himself to the wild dogs before he would believe someone like Ku had thought more deeply on the nature of the Tao than Brother Fu had. Yet Ku, and who knows how many other ordinary heavenly realm cultivators, all transcended before him. He tried to breathe and settle back into cultivation, but his mind was being invaded by these irritating questions. It wasn't that resolving them wasn't important. It was vital. It was why the monastery had sent them out in the first place. It was just that once they left, concrete things like the nomads, the ones right over there, are selling slaves and acting as middlemen for the salt merchants, he lost interest. It had taken the full force of Brother Fu's moral persuasion, backed up by a variety of threats, to make Tian read those history and ethics books. He was damned if he was going to live them. Find the bleeding, stop the bleeding. See a heretic, kill a heretic. It might not fix the issue on a wide scale, but it was what was right for him. But he was stuck in this damned room, arguing with people as helpless to fix things as he was. And just like that, his mediation was lost in a spike of irritation. He had to focus to recapture his breathing. His chest was feeling stuffy from all the stopping and starting. The answer landed on his face like a falling salt block. Mortal air. His lungs craved the breath of immortality, but here he was, squabbling over how to best order the brief lives of peasants. His thoughts were a jumble, jumping from topic to topic, unable to focus or find flow. He was choking on mortal air. Tian clapped his hands together. The loud noise shocked everyone out of their argument. We are going around in circles. We should take a break here. May I trouble Sister Su to compile the notes into something readable? Certainly, Brother Tian. Tian retreated to his room to meditate. Big problems require big solutions. If the illness has reached the bone, the cure may be nothing less than amputation. Tian was an orderly who had read some medical books and gotten a bit of field experience. He was under no illusions that made him a competent doctor. So if he didn't trust himself with a single patient, how was he supposed to doctor an entire nation? What's more, did he even want to? Meditation wasn't happening. He could feel himself descending into a mood. He demolished a few dozen rice crackers, then a cold roasted chicken leg from his ring. He had stocked up before leaving the depot, and was glad of it. His appetite had gone berserk. The food didn't do anything to cheer him up. That made him irritable. His brothers would no doubt tell him to meditate to settle his heart. Instead, he opted to run through calisthenics and gourmet for the first time in ages. His body hadn't forgotten the movements. They flowed effortlessly, each form perfectly executed. Tian remembered struggling to complete even one or two forms when he was in the dump. Every move pulled on his burn scars. He persisted through the pain. The entire world was his reward. There was probably a lesson there. He didn't care to learn it just now. Instead, he started running through all the forms for Thunderous Palm. He pushed himself to go harder and faster than he had ever managed before. He didn't neglect the vital energy circulation either. He was trying to exhaust himself. It didn't work. Just what the hell is going on with my body? 3 things. The first one is that you underwent a subtle, but powerful, bodily enhancement recently. It's not particularly dramatic, but your efficiency in using your vital energy is up, as is your overall strength, and some other, far more dramatic things you are going to find out about a long time from now, so don't ask, but it's a good thing. The second thing is that you regrew a finger, which means you are storing more energy and the energy you already have is flowing more smoothly. All very good stuff. The third thing is more of a mixed bag. Net positive, and it has some upsides that I think you will really like. But you are going to be in for a rough time of it, and that rough time will last years, I'm afraid. Your puberty is picking up the pace. It's wild to watch, out of the blue. Your endocrine system just went crazy. Your whole body is flooded with all kinds of, well, you don't know what hormones are, but don't worry about it. The good news is that you are going to get taller. The bad news is that you are going to have mood swings like nobody's business. Be hungry all the time. and have a much higher likelihood of doing spectacularly dumb things. Oh, and the growing thing can start and stop and start again at random times for random intervals. So that's fun. Yep. And I know you got the talk from that kid Wong. But let me add something that your brothers have already told you a dozen times. The only one who decides when you're ready for sex is you. No one else. And you don't get to decide that for anyone else either. You are going to live for a very, very, very long time. No need to rush, I know. I'm also just not really interested. That will change. I don't know if it will really. I mean, Tian, do you fully grasp how thoroughly developed and redeveloped your body is, including the parts that crank out hormones? Did you miss the bit where you have highly active kidneys in the Taoist medical sense? Your libido is going to change. Just remember, you have time to make whatever choices you want. Your body will be putting pressure on you. You have disciplined yourself in so many other ways. Make this one more. They were another week in the air. Elder Feng had sent out another round of scrolls. Tian's was about a particularly bloody revolt led by a messianic figure who claimed to be the younger brother of the Jade Emperor. The message he preached was quite benevolent and egalitarian. 20 million people died in the chain of civil wars and insurrections. That total included disease and famine as well as the battlefield dead. What bewildered Tian was that not one person under the revealed Prince of Heaven tried to stop the madman before the collapse started. They had policy differences. Yes, and a few tried to take the descended celestial throne for themselves. But the central assertion of divinity, the social programs, the way he strictly divided the sexes and reordered land ownership all in the name of replicating the heavenly order on earth. No problems there, none at all. Tian might have called the divinity into question once the harem hit triple digits, and checked for demonic influence once it hit 4 digits. But not the honored ancestors. Perhaps they saw it as proof of his celestial father's blessings. The scroll didn't mention how many women joined the harem voluntarily. Tian had a suspicion that anyone laying a legal claim to so many people wasn't really interested in those people's opinion on the subject. Sister Liren, didn't you say once that you had several dads? He asked her when they were practicing out in the garden. Yes, 5. Tian saw the pain in her eyes. He hesitated, then decided it was better not to ask. Ask. No, I don't, Brother Ziho. Just ask. If you say something stupid, I'll just stab you a few times. Just until I feel better again. What an understanding little sister you are. Tian smiled benevolently, then frowned again. Were they all part of your mom's harem? Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not Stolen Virgins. It seemed even Sister Liren wasn't immune to the choking disease. He would have to check himself for signs of infection. Harem, I'm guessing no. Good guess. She banged her chest and got herself under control. No, it was an arranged marriage. No concubines. Or like a private household for them or anything. All one family. Just not necessarily. I don't know if Mom even had. Well, I was really young when they died, but I can remember seeing 2 of my dads kissing. So, you know, seems unlikely. So why did they go? You told me this. Marriage on paper. Combining businesses and influence networks in reality. My dads all came from good families. Our Burning Heavens Chamber of Commerce was pretty sizable. And marrying in was an easy way of mixing in smaller companies and families with good lineages who had fallen on hard times. My dads all married in and took the family name. Mom is the bloodline descendant of my grandma. Did they get along? Hong went quiet. The 2 were resting after practicing their martial arts. And Tane thought the sight of her shaded by a namu tree softened the lines of her face. The hair was just starting to grow back. But she still looked rather ferocious, almost alien. And, in the shadow of the tree, she looked sad. I was young. They never argued in front of me. They bickered sometimes. In a way that I remember felt friendly. They seemed to get along with Mom too. But I know I missed a lot. They were kind to me. I knew some of my friends had very cold relations with their other moms and dads. Only getting love from the ones who gave birth to them. She sighed and rubbed the back of her neck. Is that what you want for yourself? A big family? Jian asked. Not even slightly. Not even one tiny bit. She shook her head vehemently. It sounds warm. Jian wouldn't have minded several dads. If they were all like Brother Fu. Just having the one dad was 1,000 lifetimes of blessings though. Frugality was a supreme virtue. He would be very content with the one parent, it was, but like I said, that wasn't common. All those marriages mean getting tied into all the business and politics of Mountain Gate City and no, just no. Maybe you are rubbing off on me, but I honestly would rather peel off my skin and jump in the sea than get into that snake pit. I know you have been supporting your family, yes, I have, and I will keep supporting them, but, brother, I refuse to be chained down by them. Unless I die or somehow fail to break through, I am destined for the monastery, just by existing. I will give the Hong clan both face and power. I don't need to make a good marriage. And I don't want to either. So, at the risk of sounding even more unfilial, anyone looking to make me marry their idiot sons better be ready for one hell of a fight. Tian smiled and applauded. Hear, hear. What about you, brother Ziho? I, too, refuse to marry their idiot sons. Hong pressed a hand to her forehead. You are also destined for the monastery. Your adoptive father is already a direct disciple. You are an elder's protege. Best of all, you don't have any awkward family to negotiate with. You don't come with any money. But as a political and military marriage, you would be fantastic. I could find you a half-dozen wives now, let alone when you ascend. Oh, Tian frowned, then shook his head. It wouldn't work. Can't fit them all in a cell. I've measured, brother. My dream, for as long as I can remember, is to fly, to soar through the sky and explore the mountains and valleys in the clouds. Tian glanced at Hong, then looked up into the blue heavens. The only family I really know is Brother Fu, and until recently, there were some nights I couldn't sleep because I was scared that an old man might not wake up in the morning. So if I didn't sleep, he would also be awake in the morning. I can't imagine what it would be like if there were more people I had to worry about that way. You need someone who can fly with you. Tian didn't answer. He just looked out into the wild skies. The next stop for the Windblown Manor was another sect. You have seen a mortal city, and most of you have had some dealings with mortals before you rang the dragon calling bell. I don't believe any of you have dealt with other sects before. Now it is time to see an immortal sect. Bamboo Medicine Hut is a minor sect in the Broad Sky Kingdom. Their speciality is in growing herbs and formulating medicine. An honorable sect, if unimpressive in most regards. Their medicine is quite good, however, and the monastery has significant business ties with them. Technically we are allies, though in practice our relationship is more hierarchical in nature. Elder Feng called the disciples into her study the night before they were to arrive. Remember to comport yourself with dignity. Uphold the rules of the sect, and do your best to cultivate good relations with your peers. Elder Feng's smile was brief. You never know when you will need good medicine. After all, Junior Lin, you will be accompanying the others on this trip. I will expect you to make introductions and smooth over conflicts as needed, to the extent you can, of course. The wide-eyed girl cupped her hands and bowed in acknowledgement. The 5 of you will go around the sect and make friends, or at least make new acquaintances. While I have a cup of tea and a chat with their sect master, the conversation might stretch as long as a few days. So don't feel the need to rush anything. You may have an opportunity to do some trading too, but that's up to you. Go prepare. We arrive a little after breakfast. They bowed and turned to go. Before they reached the door, Elder Feng added if challenged, you may defend yourself. Exchanging pointers with our hosts may be beneficial, but as always, there is absolutely no fighting allowed between the 5 of you. I trust I am clear. She was. The next day, the disciples gathered on the Flying Cloud platform. Brother Wan, who knew you tittied up so well? Tian smiled over at the big man. First impressions at a new sect. Naturally, this young master must look his best. Wang pulled a fan out from his robe and casually fanned himself. There was a picture of mountains displayed on the back of it, as well as a couplet in beautiful calligraphy. Unlined clothes are good for dancing. No wine means getting drunk on song. Brother Wan, did you compose that? Sister Hong's recovering eyebrows shot up. She still had her head covered in a scarf and was still wearing the long gloves. It lent her an oddly holy look. Haha, not me, not me. It's a poem by a mountain hermit, part of a longer piece, but it's good. So I had it put on my fan. And you, Sister Sue? You never look sloppy, but I see you have done up your hair today. Tian nodded appreciatively. Yes, Sister Hong assisted me. She nodded plainly. You, on the other hand, appear unchanged. Though I haven't seen you with that rosary before. A souvenir from my last trip. Tian smiled slightly. He felt nervous about meeting new cultivators. And there was something about fidgeting with the beads that was calming. Tian looked over at Sister Lin and nodded politely at her. She shot him a venomous look. He shrugged. It saved him from having to find something to compliment. The manor drifted to a stop, and the flying cloud shot out of its storage jug. Tian silently ran his fingers along the rosary. This trip should be peaceful. A nice, peaceful trip to meet some fellow medicine appreciators. The beads started moving through his hand. His mind could proclaim optimism. His body was a little more honest. The disciples started walking onto the flying cloud when Tian spotted a dreadful, expedition-destroying problem. We never resolved the issue of seniority, Tian exclaimed. Quickly, which of us is the senior brother or sister? Brother Wang and Sister Su have the highest cultivation. And Brother Wang is the oldest. By default. He should be the senior. Any disagreements? Yes, me. My disagreement. Brother Wang shook his head. I can play the leading man, but I prefer to be underestimated and fade into the background. Sister Su carries a wise and austere air. She will make a fine senior sister. I to decline the honor. I suspect there will be combat challenges, and my current infirmity leaves me few non-lethal options in a duel. So long as I am in this chair, I do not fight. I only kill. A logic that would also rule out Brother Chan, as he is likely to take boasting and threats as literal statements of fact, leaving shattered bodies in his wake. Han Liren smiled brilliantly and related. But do you hear meadowlarks? What other bird could sing so sweetly? It's a crow. The brain damage in your ears is worsening. Tian could happily acknowledge others as senior, but orthodoxy forbade Sister Liren sitting in the elder's seat. Obviously, as the elder. I'm the senior. You don't know your birthday. I do. It's 1 week before yours. Oh, then when's my birthday? Han gave him the look of someone who knows their brother can't be bothered to remember what month it is. 1 week after mine. Tian shook his head. Asking such an obvious question just showed how unfit Han was for serious responsibility. Actually, wasn't it about time for their birthdays? He hadn't been keeping track, but it felt like it had been around a year since his last birthday. Sister Su coughed. Tian was suddenly worried about her lungs. That didn't sound like a proper cough at all. I'm afraid that it must be either Brother Wang or Brother Chan. Brother Wang for the reasons Brother Chan identified. As for Brother Chan, I'm afraid battle record trumps age. Then I beat him there too. Han looked mulish. I'm willing to miss the opportunity. Apologies, sister. But when did you kill? Wang asked. Then let his words trail off. Sliding his eyes towards Sister Lin, Tian jolted. It seemed he didn't need to remind his companions about the need to keep certain matters private. Tian looked over. I no need to bring all that up. Still though. Wang stroked his chin contemplatively. Right, sure, great. But I've Hong slammed to a stop. Then glanced back at the manor. She visibly struggled for a moment, then spread her hands and cried to the sky, the heavens are blind. Except when they see to damned well. The elder appeared on the platform in a sudden breeze. Everyone is ready. Good. Don't throw our face. Don't start unnecessary trouble. Let's go. The flying cloud descended over a lush valley. A charming little river ran between rich fields and orchards, while on the hillsides, terraced fields were being cultivated. Fine homes and halls were scattered through the valley, seemingly standing in guard over the fields around them. Just below the peak of one hill was a deep bamboo grove, and within that grove was an ancient temple. It had much the same deliberate humility Chan remembered from the West Town Temple: white plastered walls, black terracotta roof tiles, simple carvings of wood and stone for decoration. There was a definite medicinal motif. Tian noticed that the statues were of sages carrying a peddler's medicine box, or of pill furnaces. It was a little funny to Tian. The temple had statues and things, of course, but they were indoors and tended to be honored ancestors, or altar root, just in case. Most of the outdoor stuff was decorative vases or good-looking rocks a brother picked up somewhere. He couldn't imagine decorating in birds. Tian tapped his chin with a finger. Now that he was thinking about it, a few statues of Senior Redman might look very nice. Not life-sized, obviously, but a 9-foot-tall miniature or something. They could put it right next to the pond near the martial practice courtyards. Lined up in front of the temple were 20 cultivators. Tian noticed their uniforms were green and brown, with a pill surrounded by trailing wisps of fragrance emblazoned on their chests. You could quickly sort out the ranks. The outer court uniforms looked no better than what Tian was wearing, and the heavenly people's robes were better, but not spectacularly so. Not too many heavenly people, though, and they all gave Tian the sense of being old. The elders and disciples of the bamboo medicine hut greet Elder Fang and the disciples of ancient Crane Mountain. The cultivators below bowed deeply as the clouds settled on the fine blue flagstones in front of the temple. Elder Fang led them in the reply bow. Her bow was polite, but only polite. Tian didn't dare be so bold. He bowed as though he were saluting elders of his own sect. Courtesy was always the right approach. Brother Fu was extremely firm on this point. There was a mercifully brief exchange of greetings, welcomes, compliments, and other social frippery. Then the disciples were dismissed. The sectmaster offered to have one of the elders show the juniors around, but in the end it was agreed that everyone would be more comfortable if they were shown around by disciples roughly their age. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Toshin's quiet shock. That meant cultivators in their 30s who were only level 7. One of their guides was 15 and barely level 4. He knew he cultivated faster than many other people, but he didn't think it was to the point of being outrageously quick. Would the monastery rate these people as third-class talents or something? Was there such a thing as a fourth-class talent? So, where would you like to start the tour? An older disciple smiled and asked. The smile seemed a bit forced to Tian, but he thought it was fair. He wouldn't be too social if someone dropped in out of the blue and demanded they be shown around the temple. Tian glanced at the others, who collectively shrugged, except for Lin, who seemed like she was looking for someone. We admired the fields from there as we came in. Maybe you could show us how you grow your herbs before taking us around to see the medicine being made. Tian suggested. Double quotes gladly. They started chatting, their host steadily relaxing as they found Tian and Wan easy to talk to. Tian seemed endlessly interested in everything, constantly asking questions about different plants, or how they irrigated the fields, or how the rain in spring affected diseases like brown leaf rot in the fall. Brother Wang had a warm laugh and never asked questions, however. All his statements seemed to make people want to talk. You must be breaking your back hauling those baskets around. No fear of that, fellow Taoist. We use specially treated red-tip pine wood to weave baskets we can carry on our backs. Even fully loaded with yellow vein cold root, you can stroll up and down the hill without breaking a sweat. Whoa, hard to imagine doing it without storage rings. Oh, we use rings for some things, but other herbs must be kept in very, very precise conditions to preserve maximum medical potency. Sister Su looked quite interested, but rarely asked questions. She did, however, frequently pull out a board, rest it on her armrests, and take some notes. Sister Hong stuck to nodding appreciatively now and then. Ling couldn't be bothered to speak, which the others appreciated. Tian couldn't understand why she was so miserable. This was a wonderful place. Every inhalation carried a rich wood chi with it. The aroma of herbs and fragrant grasses filled the valley. The ground was soft and yielding and rich. The river was cool and sweet, making a gentle harmony with the sharp sounds of hoes and sickles as disciples tended the fields. Even the sun above was just warm enough but without the poisonous intensity of the wastes. He looked out at all the green and life and people working hard to grow and to heal others, to make medicine that would give life and strength to strangers. Nobody here was fighting for their life. Nobody was getting dragged in by their brothers and sisters, trailing so much blood the water in the mop bucket needed to be changed twice before the floors were really clean again. His mood crashed. They could live like this because his brothers, those that still lived, were fighting in the wasteland, and none of them would be out there if the sect had been taking care of business rather than navel-gazing for the last 1,000 years. He could practically taste the coppery blood being spilled on black sands, even surrounded by all the vibrant green. Taoist Tian, a sister in a green robe, smiled tentatively. She was the 15-year-old level 4. Are you all right? Yes, sorry. You have a truly wonderful sect. Truly wonderful. Sorry. Memories. Tian forced himself to be in the present. He had felt himself slipping in time. The horrors of the wasteland never seemed far away. "Did you grow up on a farm?" she asked. Tian took a better look at her. Pretty, but orthodox cultivators generally were neatly dressed for the formal occasion. But her hair was a little long to be temple tidy. Not so long as to be mannish, of course, but the little flowers carefully shaved and had their lines blurred and softened. She seemed a little intimidated by Sister Hong, but she was polite and friendly with Tian. "No, I grew up in the jungle and on the fringes of human settlements. But the memories weren't that. A few weeks ago we were in the Redstone Wastes and, well, I work at the hospital. I expect you know what that's like. You are a doctor." She didn't quite shriek in surprise, then looked mortified at her loss of decorum. Tian and the others from Ancient Crane Mountain chuckled. "I'm an orderly and a field medic. More orderly than medic, if I'm being honest. I'm studying to be a doctor though. And I did work for a little while as a herb boy. So this really is all very interesting to me. That makes more sense." She patted her chest. "I don't know what I would have done if you were both a cultivation genius and a genius doctor. I spend too much time trying to study my books to be a genius anything." Tian racked his memory for a moment. She had introduced herself, but so had a lot of other people. Her name was. It was Taoist Xu Xiaoling, wasn't it? "What do you do here?" "Same as any disciple. I tend an herb garden. When I reach a high enough level, I will start learning medicine formulation." "Oh, there are cultivation requirements to make medicine." That got all the cultivators from the bamboo medicine hut nodding firmly. "Oh yes." Fellow Taoist would be surprised. Even the most basic fever-suppressing medicine must be purified and blended to extremely exacting standards. The sensitivity required, to say nothing of the pharmacological knowledge needed, is enormous. Xu Xiaoling looked wistful. "I really don't know when the day will come when I can step into the pill forging hall." Tian widened his eyes. "I had no idea it was so difficult. Could you show us your field?" "Oh, but senior brother Jin's field is much more impressive. He has managed to grow a whole row of shadow bells." She waved a little desperately at a nearby plot. Tian thought about it for a moment. There was no brother Jin in the tour group, and Tian would be pissed off if strangers tramped through his field just to look at things that were no business of theirs. "I don't know Taoist Jin, but I know Taoist Xu. I'm sure I could learn a lot from seeing what you are cultivating. But if it's inconvenient, we can move on to other things." The sweetness of the air and the kindness of the place was just so marvelous, so wonderful after everything that he couldn't help but smile. His eyes lost themselves in the clouds as the lamp in his heart blazed with the joy of the moment. Then a cool breeze blew through. How many brothers had died dreaming of a place like this, and here he was, still alive because they died, because he hid, because the elders were taking extra special care of him. And for what? The smile subtly changed. There was pain in it now, and reminiscence. There was a long silence. Tian glanced over at Taoist Xu, who was staring at him with glassy eyes. "Taoist Xu, what? Oh. Yes, of course, please, I have plot 407. At the foot of I-Bomb Hill." She shot off ahead of the group. Hyun sighed internally, but refrained from a rueful headshake. There were scatterbrained people everywhere, but it would be rude to point it out in someone else's sect. Though why Brother Wang and Sister Hong were laughing in that strange way he didn't know. His sect siblings could be terribly rude sometimes. "So you grow the red heartline grass in rows for easy reaping, but the cold-eye flowers need to be grown in an array with these other plants?" Tian asked. "Yes, well, no, you could kind of grow it by itself or spaced out in rows or something, with enough soil amendments and regularly applying supplements. But it grows much better and much more productively if you grow it in a sect." Tian blinked and looked over at the suddenly awkward Taoist Xu. She was blushing and looking away. "Why? He didn't know. A sect, Taoist Xu. It's just what we call it. There are plants that grow better together. Get the light and temperature right. Make sure they are oriented properly. The water is right. All that stuff. And once things are planted, they support each other. How to make these groups of plants is one of the ancestral teachings of the sect." Tian squatted down in the dirt, temporarily ignoring the rest of the tour group. "May I touch it? I will be very gentle." "What? Oh. Yes, please." Sister Liren and Brother Wang are snickering again. Clearly she is saying something funny. But for the life of me, I have no idea what it could be. I should ask later. He slowly ran his finger along the stem of the tall Kolde flowers. The leaves had been carefully pruned, leaving only an upper story of their delicate furlobed limbs to catch the sun. Tiny buds clustered in their dozens, waiting for the last week or so to pass before they could burst into bloom. He could feel the wood chi flowing through the plants, the way they seemed to breathe together and harmonize the 5 elements together as one. It wasn't as crude as this flower has that kind of elemental chi. This vine has another. Everything had a bit of everything in it. The effect of the sector it was happening on so many layers he was bewildered. Everything from shade and moisture control to the composition of the soil, to attracting beneficial insects. Every plant was contributing and maintaining the overall balance. Double quotes beautiful. Really beautiful. You can feel them thriving together. I've never seen anything related to growing things that remotely matches this. Nothing even a little bit close. What an incredible thing you are doing, Taoist Shu. Tian honestly praised the work. It was a revelation. It made complete sense. Of course, you saw plants and animals cooperating in nature all the time. But to deliberately make such a system in your garden, not for just 1 or 2 plants but dozens of varieties, well, I spend all my time working in the garden and it's satisfying to see everything growing together, and you sort of go cross-eyed reading in the library, so it just makes sense to get out in the dirt and get your hands dirty. Oh heavens, are my hands dirty? Easy, Sister Shu. Easy. One of her older sect siblings patted her shoulder. Maybe our guests would like to see the medicine halls next. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Tian bowed apologetically. They had been standing around in the field for a while now. He had no urge to be a gardener or a farmer, but it was fun learning something from someone who really loved their craft. The rest of the tour was pretty interesting too, with the drying sheds, the specialty grinding tools, ovens with such precise temperature controls that Tian genuinely couldn't sense the difference in temperature. The disciple operating the oven pulled out 2 stalks of grass, seemingly identical. He put one in and, 2 minutes later, it came out as unusable ash. The disciple then showed Tian the control array, and with a single finger, shifted a talismanic character fractionally left. Then they put the other stalk of grass in. 2 minutes later, the grass was fragrant and ready to be ground into powder for compounding. Tian had no idea how it worked, but he was impressed regardless. Why have I never seen anything so useful in our sect? He muttered. Because we live in West Town Outer Court, and our martial siblings treat making anything more complicated than a fist as darkest witchcraft. Han's voice was as dry as the roasted herb. Tian's instinct was to defend his beloved temple, but paused with his finger in the air. Then he sighed and retracted the finger. Fair. The brothers all had hobbies and things, but other than maybe Brother Wang, I don't think I ever saw anybody craft anything. I certainly don't know how to craft anything. Another company. He would say he knew a little about making medicinal teas and the like. At the moment, he would sooner be beaten to death than display his slight skills. I'd tease you about that, but I don't either. Ang muttered. You don't study a craft? One of the older disciples of the bamboo medicine hut asked. From his tone of voice, it sounded like he couldn't imagine anything so strange. Well, I suppose you are studying to become a doctor, Taoist Tian. Actually, it's pretty common in our sect. Brother Wang shook his head, big hands spread wide and helpless to make something useful of themselves. Anyone with an interest in crafting gets streamed into a crafting-focused temple or convent early. Same with making formation arrays, or divination, or any other specialized skill. That was the first Tian had heard of it, but then, he had never asked. Had he? And thinking back, Brother Wang's medicine hut was pretty basic. Herbs drying on a string and ground with a mortar and pestle. Weighed on a brass scale. Nothing at all like the immaculately clean stone-top workbenches at the bamboo medicine hut, each equipped with arcane devices he couldn't identify. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. So you just work as an orderly all day? Sister Shu asked Tian. He sighed internally. It's not that he minded answering, but she kept asking him all her questions. There were 4 other people here. Fed them around, working as an orderly, studying, cultivating, training, meditating, mighty circuit, more training, more studying. He smiled. It was a fulfilling life, most days. even if it was starting to make him feel smothered. Tea circuit. One of their hosts asked. Brother Tian is notorious for turning up with tea and snacks. Sister Sue nodded calmly, though complaints have been recorded about the excessive frugality of both the snacks and the tea leaves. Frugality is a virtue, and rice crackers are a lovely complement for tea. Tian knew his methods were righteous. Although I'll admit good tea is both more expensive and harder to come by than I might wish. Entire categories of tea are simply not available in the Redstone Waste Stout green tea. The really good kind that was picked in the first week or two of the growing season was rarely fresh enough to be properly enjoyed by the time it reached the wastes. Yellow and black dragon teas were by far the most common, with red in a distant third place. Even Brother Long was helpless, as the distances were just too far to cover in a timely way without a sky barge coming directly from the source. We have some tea trees here, Disciple Shu said. Would you like to try our tea? Our tea producing master is pretty great, if you will forgive my boasting. Tian looked at the others, and got a variety of nods and smirks. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Disciple Shu. Some tea sounded wonderful. One of the senior disciples led the party over to a pavilion near the river. Tea sets were brought out and Tian was startled to see they were considerably more elaborate than his own. Instead of a lidded cup, they used a big teapot like the soldiers had. Only, rather than being made of steel, the disciples of the bamboo medicine hut favored hammered silver, decorated with swaying grass engraved along the base and inlaid with aged brass. The handle was a warm yellow bamboo stem, curved to fit a hand just right. Tian envied their teapot immensely, even if he felt smugly morally superior for his humble lidded cup. Perhaps a compromise could be reached. Was it still frugal if he stole the teapot? Probably not, but maybe. There was also a little wooden vase without wooden implements sticking out of it set on the tray. A pokey stick, a scoop, a pair of tongs. Even the wide-mouthed funnel top of the vase appeared to be detachable from the body. Tian soon learned that the formal tea-making he had come to love was considered quite crude. The first thing he noticed was that the older disciple making the tea never touched it with his hands. The tea leaves were scraped out of the jar and onto a little plate with one of the wooden tools. The plate was then passed around for the leaves to be admired and smelled. As that was happening, he took the kettle and splashed hot water over the cups, the pitcher, and the tray. But not like Tian would. Each implement was cleaned in what was clearly a ritual order and manner. Key to the operation were the tongs. The cups were moved and emptied with the tongs. The pitcher was moved with the tongs. Everything was a tong-based operation. Tian more or less understood. The host was showing hospitality by ensuring nothing that his guests would touch or drink was touched by his hands without being purified with boiling water. A rather cold approach, in some regards, but he could see the warm intentions underneath. He toasted the hosts and took a long slip. Only the rigid training of Brother Fu on the subject of decorum stopped his head from snapping back and his fist from smashing into the table. Good tea. It really was dew and aged white tea, combining plenty of buds with the first leaves of the season, and then properly withered and dried. It had the usual sweetness of a white tea, the floral, fruity aroma that was so delightful. But there was a medical taste to it, not a bad taste. Simply deeper and more complex, with a touch of astringency and an aroma that was no longer asking for your appreciation. It demanded it. Ha! The mortals around here have a saying: 3 years for tea, 7 years for a treasure, 10 years for medicine. But we age our white eyebrows longevity tea for 50. One of their hosts boasted. My heavens, Brother Tian, have you been serving us grass clippings? Sister Sue muttered. I'm starting to wonder about that myself. It's not like I'm cheaping out. Or I didn't think I was. Auntie Wu scolded me for spending too much of my earnings on tea and gifts. He laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. This really isn't too expensive. US juniors can't get our hands on the really ancient tea. I think we are selling it for 15 spirit stones a quarter pound. One of the hosts looked around for confirmation, and got nods from the others. The Cloud Grace Peak tea that Brother Long had gifted Tian was 3 spirit stones a quarter pound. At the time, he had thought it shockingly expensive. It seems he had too limited a vision. Brother Long had taken hours to die, betrayed by his own kingdom and his own sect. Though doubtless the kingdom and the sect wouldn't see it that way, but Tian did. It snapped into place with a shocking immediacy. 1,000 little brushes of ink gathered everywhere which merged into a picture you didn't know you were assembling. They had been betrayed. The servant disciples had been betrayed, and some of them had even sold themselves, never acknowledging they had done it. Did his go-playing one-time brother know? He always sneered at the merchant life, wanting to focus on being a gentleman scholar. Did he watch the wave of heretics come crashing through the defenses and think about how his family had profited from this? How they helped make it happen? "Oh, Brother John, Brother Ho, come on over." One of his hosts was yelling to someone, but John couldn't pay attention to that. He was back in the desert, back at Depot 4, trying to carve his way through the battlefield to the hospital, killing salt monsters that fed on the blood of the kingdom's people on so many levels. He didn't give a damn about the broad sky kingdom, and he was still sickened by the thought. His hands started shaking. He managed to carefully lower the cup to the table without breaking it. "Cousin Lin, is that you?" Cousin John. "It's been a long time." Lin sounded polite, but John only listened with half an ear. The shock at her ability to speak like an actual human being couldn't quite break through all the other shocks. The mood was lively, Brother Wang and Lin leading the noise, with the others jumping in from time to time. It was just John who stayed seated when everyone rose to greet the newcomers. He didn't know he was sitting there. He was lost in the war in his mind and sickened with the guilt of a peaceful life. John realized he was being rude about 10 seconds after people started staring at him. He jolted to his feet and cupped his hands towards the new arrivals, bowing almost 90 degrees. "I am sorry. I was completely lost in my thoughts." "Understandable. You were just out in the desert, weren't you?" This from a Taoist of around 30 years old. John pegged him at the 7th level of the earthly realm, which for the bamboo medicine hut made him something of a talent, in multiple senses. "Yes, sorry. I missed fellow Taoist's name, Bamboo Medicine Hut, Jun Pengshi. This is my apprentice Brother Homukin." He introduced the sallow-faced man next to him, and like everyone else John had seen in this sect, Ho carried a wide saber stuck through the belt of his robe, also level 7. John was somewhat fascinated by him. The man had the most remarkable mole just under his left eye. John hardly ever saw cultivators with moles. "A pleasure to meet you both." He bowed again. Ho grunted and looked away, while John cupped his hands and returned the bow. Taoist John is cousins with Sister Lin. Brother Wang chipped in. "Oh, what brought you to the bamboo medicine hut then?" John asked. Well, the main line of the family is based on ancient Crane Mountain. All aside branches of the Lin family scatter out to other sects in the kingdom. My Jun family has been here for 12 generations. He glanced over at Lin, who shrugged and wiggled her hand. "I see. I had no idea the Lin clan was so huge. Are you also herb cultivator?" That got a round of laughter from the table. "You really don't know our clan at all, do you?" Jun shook his head. "I'm afraid not. I didn't grow up in the sect. That might explain it. Most of the time we are animal tamers, sort of. More like we help animals and birds cultivate rather than use them to fight. But animal tamer is easier to say. Fascinating. And the rest of the time," Jun chuckled, subtly straightening his back. Jian could see Lin doing the same out of the corner of his eye. "The rest of the time we help animals awaken their spiritual intelligence. If you have ever met a guardian beast of a sect, or almost any animal that has its intelligence for that matter, odds are good that it was someone from the Lin clan that helped them awaken." Jian had the inexplicable feeling that the world stumbled for a second. He wasn't able to keep up with the sudden shifts in his mind. "Sorry. Your clan makes animals smart, makes them talk. Makes them might be too strong a phrase. We train them. We help them cultivate. And should an animal have the potential to unlock its spiritual intelligence, we help it examine whether it wants to do so. Then, if it has resolved to walk that hard road, we do our best to assist it in awakening, leaving its bestial thought patterns and becoming closer to human in mind." Jian shook his head, trying to process the idea. How many animals were capable of cultivation? Should he take up vegetarianism? Why would an animal with the potential to awaken its spiritual intelligence not do so? Sister Sue asked. Jun smiled. "They become a lot worse at cultivating for one, and suffer more. The better question might be, why do they choose to awaken? They get worse at cultivating." Brother Wang was openly disbelieving. "Sure do. You can ask Cousin Lin if you like." Think of it this way: an animal cultivating in the wild is following its instincts. However, his cultivating is as close to perfect as it can manage, given its circumstances. Humans might not be so smart or lucky. It has no extraneous thoughts. It's not worried about anything other than food, shelter, predators, and mating. And it's only worried about that last one at certain times of year, or even every few years. For a lot of species, but human minds are full of noise and desires. Tian could agree with that, certainly. More tea, Taoist Tian. Disciple Shu gestured towards the pot. Gladly. Thank you. Tian smiled and handed back his cup. The conversation swirled on around them, going back and forth over the virtues of self-awareness as opposed to an animalistic no-self. Tian reckoned he was a long way from having a useful opinion there. He liked to think, but sometimes he really needed to stop thinking for a while. How could he say one is better than the other? Taoist Tian has a lot on his mind, if I may ask. Shu scooched a little closer to Tian, keeping her voice soft and low. It's a bit bleak for the tea table, I'm afraid. It hasn't been a good. Tian tried to think. How old was he when he left the temple? 12, 13. 13 felt right. So, he had been out for almost 2 years. It has been a difficult couple of years. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. You were in the wastes the whole time, pretty much. Violence was like the dust, it got into everything. He smiled bitterly. Even my mind, it seems. But as a doctor, you would have been kept out of it, right? Shu asked. Not a doctor. I was an orderly. I mopped up floors, moved patients between beds, made sure they took their medicine, changed bandages, things like that. Hauled bodies to be incinerated, calmed frantic sex siblings, sat with the wounded and the dying. And that was when I was on base. I didn't do that many patrols, really. Not compared to many others. Was it terrible? She asked, voice even softer. Terrible. Yes, it was terrible. But so are a lot of things. Terrible, awful, cruel, stupid. What cheap words. How do you explain what it feels like to fight with actual monsters and monstrous people? Watching your sect brothers and sisters get hurt and die on you, all for a cause you don't understand. How do you explain that it wasn't just living through that? It was the coming back home to peace and people. Oh, who could imagine it was terrible if they were required to think about it? And they didn't think about it unless they were required to. How do you explain feeling betrayed by people who never met you, never heard of you, and who probably consider themselves patriots? He took a long drink of the tea, letting the sweet flavor and floral aroma seep into him, letting the tea carry away some of the bitterness. It truly was good tea, and worth savoring. He sighed and set the little porcelain cup down with a soft clack on the stone table. Sorry, I really don't want to talk about it. I mean this in the nicest possible way. But you can't understand, and I don't want you to understand. Not really. Why? She looked hurt. Because you would have to live through what we did. You seem like a nice person. Why would I wish that on you? Tian tried to smile. It didn't come out well. The solo host snorted from across the table. I have no interest in understanding a coward's thoughts. The conversation stopped dead, as though every throat was slit. Things got messy and now you are all broken up about it. Pathetic. Ho didn't deign to look at Tian, slurping his tea noisily. Tian and Shu had been keeping their voices low, but everyone at the table was a cultivator. Ho had been listening in. And do you know anything about things getting messy, Taoist Ho? Sister Hong's voice was silky smooth. Who do you think is keeping the bandits down while you are playing slap and tickle with the heretics in the desert? Not you. Tian was quite proud of the way he kept his breathing steady and his hands flat on the table. I'd believe it was this little Sister Shu before I believed you got that saber bloody. Oh, are there many bandits around here? Sister Sue asked. If you didn't know her, you might miss the killing edge to her words. Not anymore. Ho finished off his tea with a loud slurp and jabbed his cup towards Shu with a leer. Top me up. She silently poured for him. Tian didn't even glance her way. He could feel the shame radiating off of her just fine. Saber cultivators are known for being straightforward and domineering. I see Taoist Ho is true to form. Brother Wang sounded downright friendly. Tian couldn't remember anything about his battle history. Actually, he didn't know anything much about Brother Wang. Funny. Hours and hours of conversation. But the big man said nothing personal about himself after the initial introductions. For someone who acted so sloppy, he was quite careful. That said some interesting things. When the screaming in his head stopped, Tian would definitely reflect on them. Elder Feng had specifically permitted exchanging pointers with the disciples of the bamboo medicine hut. From the context, it sounded like another word for sparring. I see clearly and speak plainly. Any who disagree are fools, if they don't like my judgment. That is their own weakness speaking. Ho took another sip and smacked his lips appreciatively. Good tea, but wine would be better. Strong wine is a warrior's water. That is some remarkably bold boasting. Speaking to a level 9. Or does he think? He does think that. Sister Sue is level 9 and incapacitated. She can't fight him. It would be bullying for Brother Wang to fight Ho. He doesn't put Sister Hong in his eyes at all. He won't even look at her, like she's something disgusting. So naturally, he will fight me. I'm 1 level below him, and maybe half his age. But he will find some nonsense excuse to justify the level difference. Tian took a slow breath and looked over at his setmates. Sister Hong met his look, and the fury in her eyes almost had him jumping from the table. She had worked out exactly what he had. Tian opened his mouth to say something, but she beat him to it. Funny. I was just thinking the only way you would find the guts to kill a chicken was if you were dead drunk. And here you are, straightforwardly and domineeringly admitting it. She smiled at Ho. I've been stepping over corpses since I was 5 years old, and killed my first heretic before I turned 12. I've been in the field for what feels like half my life. And here you are, sitting around and waving your toy saber like you did something. Like you earned a shred of respect from actual warriors. She finished her own cup, fragrant tea. Not fragrant enough to cover the smell of a bitch coward. After you piss yourself enough times, the smell soaks into the skin. No matter how much you scrub, it never quite comes out. And you aren't one for soap, are you? She leaned on the table, resting her chin on her fist. You aren't going to challenge me though. You are going to come up with some bullshit reason about how it's below your dignity. Or you will be blamed for bullying a girl or some other transparent lie. Or worse, you mean it. And the only reason you could think that is because no woman thought you were worth correcting. Not even your own mother thought you were worth teaching. And you know what? She was right. Ho was turning a remarkable series of colors, ranging from dead fish white to centipede guts purple. Tian would have happily matched them to various conditions in his medicine manuals, but he didn't remember a diagnosis severe enough for what Han was doing to the subject. Eventually the man sputtered and shot to his feet. Do you dare? Let me stop you there. Ho, Tian slowly rose from the stone table. Before you say something that gets you killed, I'm permitted to exchange pointers. Why don't we skip all the lies about why you couldn't possibly fight Sister Hong and all the posturing and puffing to try to get me to fight above my level? You are quite right. I really do dare fight above my level. At least, if it's you I'm fighting. And while I haven't seen Brother Wang fight, I can tell you that your remains would be collected with a mop and bucket if you fought Sister Sue. So no one expects you to challenge above your level. Tian smiled and bowed apologetically to the table. I'm sorry I gave you all a bad impression earlier. Usually, I'm scrupulously polite. I assure you, I meant no disrespect whatsoever to the bamboo medicine hut, or to fellow Taoist Jun. I am even willing to extend a shred of courtesy to this Ho. So is there anyone here who likes him enough to drag him away before I break him in front of everyone he knows? Word got around bamboo medicine hut quickly. By the time the tea party reached the martial practice courtyards, a sizable crowd had gathered. Han huddled with Tian and gave him some last-minute instructions. No matter what he says, don't kill him, don't cripple him, don't destroy his cultivation, don't castrate him, don't hit his face either. That's important. Han was rattling through a list of exchanging pointers do's and don'ts single quotes t's mostly don'ts. Though let him show off a bit first was a pretty mysterious do. Sure, this is a teaching match, right? Tian asked. He had already categorized Taoist Ho as a child, despite the man being older than him. There was a lightness to Ho that made Tian think that way. Not a light body art, but a lack of substance. Double quotes yes. But no, he's fighting for face. That's what all this is about. The puffed-up fool has doubtless spent his life lording over the vegetable farmers about how he is a true warrior. Now, he gets a chance to prove it somewhere he won't get seriously hurt if he loses. He even covered his ass by insisting on boxing instead of fighting with weapons. That way, when he loses, he can say it was only because he handicapped himself. You can't let him win or you are throwing our face. Though, I don't think there is any chance you would do that. Just let him show off a bit. Try to make sure there are no hard feelings from his sectmates. Then win decisively. Of all the overcomplicated nonsense, Hyun muttered. He couldn't stand to listen to any more advice. He walked out onto the flagstone square and clasped his fist in a martial salute. Ancient Crane Mountain Cheonzi Ho. Let's learn from each other, Taoist Ho. Bamboo Medicine Hut Ho Jinpei. I shall test the might of the strongest sect in the Broad Sky Kingdom. Cheon smiled politely and gestured for Taoist Ho to begin. Prepare yourself. The young man dropped back onto his right leg. Left extended out in front of him. Sallow face set in a ferocious frown over the green and brown of his robes. Ho's fists wheeled through the air, gathering in a vaguely pincer shape next to his head. Windstar fists. First alignment hammerfall. Tion bit back a swear. He could set out a table and brew a fresh pot of tea while he waited for this so-called warrior to do whatever it was that he was doing instead of sparring. He'd have time for snacks. The young man launched off his back leg, thrusting forward with both fists. Tion took a slight step to one side. The fists went wide. It was the single most idiotic thing Tion had ever seen on a sparring field. The attack took seconds to launch and wouldn't have done much if it hit. Vital energy was completely scattered. No unification of breath and strength. Tempo was a non-dash factor. No sense of distance. Worse, the stupid attack overextended, leaving the young man trapped and helpless to respond to any counterattacks. How exactly was he supposed to let this go on? Was there some way to do this without looking like he was bullying the boy? Nice footwork. But can you dodge this? Twin star fists, second alignment, star of calamity. Ho roared. Tion slowly lowered his hands and clasped them behind his back. A slight step and subtle twist let him avoid another comic lunge. Fast feet won't make Tion stop listening. He avoided the attacks with utter ease. It wasn't a case of reading the young man's elemental energy. Ho's control over his energy was too incompetent to make following the flow useful. The young man was just slow and sloppy, and seemed to have never sparred before in his life. Worst of all, he really seemed to think he was doing something. Could this really be considered boxing, even in a peaceful sect? Tion spared a glance for the still gathering crowd. The disciples from Bamboo Medicine Hut seemed awed, and cheered their sectmate on. Lin seemed determined to pretend she was reading a book rather than watching the scene. Brother Wang and Sister Su looked stoic on the surface, but Tion could read the contempt in their eyes. Sister Su's expression was rapidly shading towards open disgust. Sister Hong already looked faintly disgusted, and, oddly, embarrassed. Actually, he found her embarrassment completely reasonable. He was embarrassed just standing here. His fury was being choked by the shame of taking this imbecile's words to heart for even 1 second. But more than shame or the insult Ho gave him, was a new and rapidly growing fury that anyone could consider this actual training. Pincer strike, charging. Tion raised his hand and stopped the young man. Fellow Taoist Ho, why do you insist on shaming us both with this display? He had tried to keep his voice mild. He really had. Judging by the deathly silence, he failed. If your skills, my skills, Taoist Ho, are not the problem. If you want to spar, spar. If you want to put on an exhibition, tell me and I will help you. But this, mockery. Tion struggled to put into words what he was feeling. This humiliation of training to not get beaten to death is fucking obscene. He blew out a shuddering breath, clawing back some of his composure. This trash wouldn't last in or in the wastes. Wouldn't last in or in West Town Temple for that matter. He felt dirty. Tion didn't want to imagine what his brothers would say if they saw him playing along with this fool. Brother Fu would be disappointed by his disgraceful display. He should treat the child like a child, taking no offense from his stupid words and stupid behavior. Brother Fu had shown Tion immense patience. Maybe he could offer a bare smidge of that to this Taoist. He glanced back at Ho, who looked like he had been slapped. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. Taoist Ho, I'm going to assume the best and treat you as ignorant. I will attack you now. I'm going to pull my hits. I'm even going to tell you what art I'm using. It's thunderous palms. By the way, a soft yin-yang art that uses exclusively palm strikes. I won't use a light body art or anything else. I won't even knock you out. This will finally be an actual exchange of pointers. And, Taoist Ho, here is the first one. I won't strike your head, but you are still going to want to tighten up. Tian flew forwards, his blue robe fluttering behind him. Ho raised his hands in front of him. It was possible that it was some sort of guard stance. Tian didn't even need to strike a hand aside to plant a palm directly over Ho's heart. Dead? He shifted to the right and slapped a kidney. Crippled, he kept moving, striking the base of the spine. Paralyzed. For more slaps landed sharply across Ho's back before had even started turning to face Tian. Dead, 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 dead. Tian kept circling and slapping. Dead, crippled, dead, gelded, dead, cultivation destroyed, dead, mutilated, crippled, eventually dead, dead. Tian was generous and gifted Ho 50 palms. The once britful man was staggering and swaying by the end. Barely able to keep on his feet, Tian stepped back and cupped his fist. Let's call it there, Taoist Ho. This has been educational. My thanks. Ho's voice was slurred, and his eyes seemed to be having trouble focusing. He still managed to cup his fist and approximate a bow. Tian was sure he hadn't put enough strength in any of the blows to do real damage. But maybe he was wrong. The crowd looked shocked. Had none of them ever really fought? Was that even possible? Some of them must have fought with their lives on the line. It's not like heretics didn't exist in the kingdom, and they were sitting on a fortune in herbs and medicine. Someone would have relieved them of their wealth by now if they didn't have some way to defend themselves. Is there anyone, at any level, who wishes to actually spar? Tian asked the crowd. Anyone below the heavenly person level is welcome. There was silence. Tian managed to feel worse. It was disgusting what the bamboo medicine hut was teaching as martial arts. But now he just felt like a bully. Anyone? Does anyone have an art you want to test? A skill you want to hone? Is there anyone who just wants to measure themselves, so they don't make a fatal mistake in the future? He was trained by the best in the kingdom, equipped with powerful arts, and had undergone the trial of the 6 Turns Cavern. He had fought battles of life and death since he woke in the garbage. He had fought heretics and Guen demons. He had fought mercenaries who valued money over their lives. Of course, a bunch of doctors and farmers weren't going to be his match. There was silence. Tian slowly closed his eyes. He had humiliated them. He hadn't wanted to, but he did. All because he wouldn't pretend, and couldn't tolerate a 30-year-old child. He should at least show them what actual sparring looked like. Just so they got the idea, they needed to understand. He looked over at the pavilion where Elder Feng was having her discussion with the sectmaster of the bamboo medicine hut. It was several hundred yards away, but he had a certain suspicion. He cupped his hands and bowed towards them. Elder Feng. This junior asked permission to invite Sister Hong to put on an exhibition with him. Denied. There was a sudden rush of air and Elder Feng appeared. You and Hong shall both test yourselves against me. Come, both of you. Tian had his dart out and moving before the sound of her command finished echoing off the buildings. There was a sharp crack, and he could feel Hong rushing in from the side. Spear leveled. His body twisted, elbow catching the rope and swinging the dart at the elder's head in a whizzing blur. While it was in the air, he switched to light body. Heavy hands and closed distance with explosive speed. His heel stomped down to crush her in step as he returned his weight to normal. The elder wasn't there by the time his attack arrived. She drifted back just enough to make him miss, then retaliated with a fist that had Tian ducking and sliding to the side. Hong shot into the gap, thrusting fast at the elder's face before shifting to flank her target. Tian recovered his dart and whipped it around, aiming at Elder Feng's knee. Elder Feng slipped away again, this time snagging Hong's spear and sending a crushing kick towards her ribs. Hong blocked the kick with a kick of her own, and the sharp crack of their shins meeting had the crowd wincing. Tian flicked the rope upwards. Snakehead Vine Body made the soft rope rigid as he stabbed at his senior's belly. Elder Feng hopped backward and kicked the head of the dart back towards Tian at speed. It didn't go through his neck. There were at least 2 hair widths between the dart and his jugular. Tian snarled and yanked the dart back around as Hong came in like a forest fire. The spear struck faster and faster. the red tassel twisting and flying as the spirit up drilled in high and low. Fire feeds on wood. Tian grinned like a skeleton and shifted tactics. Where Hong struck swiftly and directly, he was more insidious. The rope dart was always in motion, nipping in to snag a wrist or ankle. The elder dodged, of course, but that was fine with Tian. He kept advancing, the relentless pressure of a creeping vine, choking a tree before the fire swept it up. Hong didn't need any words to understand his plan. She adapted to his changing pace. Rather than wasting any attacks trying to pin down Elder Feng, she made every attack fatal. Head, heart, tin. Always pressing. Always moving forward. Elder Feng didn't just stand around and let herself be passively beaten. If Tian and Hong were an encompassing vine and raging fire, she was the winter wind. She dove into the weapon's range, using the smallest possible movements to evade or guide the weapons past her, then punishing any opening with a harsh kick or punch. She seemed to know every attack before it was made. Yet she remained unreadable to Tian's senses. He really wanted to know how she was managing that. Saying she's a heavenly person wasn't a satisfying answer. Tian felt Elder Feng shift, using Tian as a shield against Hong. Winning the spar was obviously impossible, but he owed something to Bamboo Medicine Hot for humiliating them. Not a very big something, but they should at least see what a spar was. It might save their lives. The rope dart snapped around, the heavy head coming parallel to the ground at exactly temple height on the elder. The elder snorted and slapped the dart down hard enough to wedge it in the flagstones. Tian rushed in, dropping the rope and swinging his palms. He ate a solid kick to the gut for his pains, folding him. He stayed folded, wrapping himself around the leg and slapping at the knee. Hong used the moment and stabbed at Elder Feng. Well done, both of you. Elder Feng caught the spear point between thumb and forefinger. Very well done. I think you have shown what you wanted to. Tian scraped himself off the elder's leg. She had been very careful. Nothing was broken. Bruised, yes, but not broken. A lesson there, perhaps. So many lessons flying around. It was hard to pick one to actually learn from. Yes, elder. He looked over the stunned crowd. He could see Taoist Shu in the middle of the crowd. He couldn't tell what expression she was making. I just hope it was enough. They retired for an early dinner. Tian felt like a bully and kept his head down. The others from ancient Crane Mountain were all still barely concealing their anger. Tian suspected they shared his confusion. How was it possible for immortal cultivators to exist without knowing how to fight? He was sure they weren't just relying on ancient Crane Mountain for their defense. If they were, they would have been overrun centuries or millennia ago, or annexed. The monastery could always use more servant disciples. And doctors take a long time to train. Tian begged off any more touring and asked if there was a quiet tree or something he could cultivate under. They found him a nice one by the side of a little river, wide branches, softly rushing water, and the sound of insects singing in the grass as people worked contentedly in cultivated fields. It was about as far as you could get from the redstone wastes. Tian tried to do what he was taught and focus on his breathing. The thoughts would come, but they wouldn't stay. It didn't work. He wound up running in circles inside his mind. There was nothing wrong with the sect being peaceful. Wasn't this the goal, the ideal? Maybe not for him and his brothers, but a peaceful home was in no way a bad thing. And when you got right down to it, if you were going to be making medicine and training doctors, you probably wanted to be far away from any fighting. He was mad anyway. So mad he felt nauseous. His brothers were fighting and dying even now. Tian sat under a tree and enjoyed the cool air and tasted the freshness of the river on the breeze while they bitterly struggled through the poisonous dessert. And some random girl who was just trying to be nice asked him if it was terrible. Why yes, Taoist Shu, it was extremely unpleasant. I don't think referring to it as terrible would be excessive. While it wasn't without opportunities for growing and learning, on balance, I wish we had all just stayed home. Tian breathed in and out, letting the wood and water chi flow through him, subtly breaking up the earth chi and drawing it in, accepting and channeling the fire chi, letting that fire of compassion in him grow a bit warmer with every breath. She really was trying to be nice. She didn't understand. It was just, he really didn't want to explain it. Tian wasn't sure he could explain it. You had to have been there. You had to have seen the tiger to know its terror. You had to survive the tiger to know the pain of living when others didn't. Meditation didn't seem to be calming him the way it usually did. There was a tightness in his chest, a growing sense of anxiety that the breathing wasn't overcoming. He sighed and stood, dusting off his robes. It really was a very pretty spot. If he lived here, he would love cultivating under this tree. Did you cultivate well, Taoist-chan? Well enough. Thank you, Taoist-chu. Were you waiting long? He smiled at the girl with soft flowers trimmed into her hair and who loved to organize her plants, so they all got along and helped each other. Not long. I thought you would cultivate for longer. Actually, I just wanted to show you something. Yes, our hospital. They walked quietly to a long and low building set well away from the fields. It was quite a bit larger than the hospital in Depot 4, and there was a subtle sense of power on it. I don't recognize the ray. She nodded. You wouldn't. It's not the kind of thing you can set up just anywhere. She started pointing at various hills around the sect, then drew his eyes over to the meandering rivers and streams running through the farmland. The hospital was situated on a geomantic node that provides both balanced chi and improved chi density. Thanks to the specifics of our sect, the land favors earth, wood and water chi, but our ray masters are able to balance it out. Besides, those are nothing bad in a hospital. Amazing. I have heard of that kind of land, magic, but I have only heard of it. Tan shook his head. His knowledge of rays wasn't deep enough to even qualify as pathetic. I got permission to bring you in. You will see even more on the inside. Shu led Tian into the building. Close set tile floors, Tian noticed approvingly, with smooth, wide tiles, easily mopped. It's much greener than I would have imagined, and ornamental fountains, really. It was rather amazing. Plants were potted and growing on, or even in, some of the walls. There were fountains and tiny indoor ponds scattered seemingly everywhere, many with plants growing in them. No lamps here. Lighting was handled by spirit crystal-powered rays. This no doubt contributed to the fresh, sweet air circulating through the hospital, though nothing was going to overcome the harsh smell of soap. Tian smiled a bit at that. Some things were constant. Yes, it is the art of wine and water. We use water to gather and direct the chi, and specific plants to help nurture healing chi. It all helps stabilize the chaotic chi and encourages tranquility for patients and staff. And all of it is tied into the greater geomantic formation the hospital is built on. She was practically vibrating by the end of her explanation, her eyes bright and her hands waving happily. She rushed over to a little fountain at the intersection of two large corridors. Love this story. Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. See what we have here, Taoist-chan. Do you recognize it? It's a lotus. A sudden memory jolted him. A dustless lotus. You got it. I don't know where you get your perfume, but it smells exactly the same as dustless lotus's perfume. Taoist-chu. I've never worn perfume a day in my life. John leaned over, carefully checking the water for snakes. There were little fish darting around in the pond, but he didn't recognize them. It appeared to be snake-free. But, forgive me, Taoist-chan. But, she groped for words. Tian smiled and took pity on her. It's just how I smell. I actually have the dustless physique. Shu's jaw dropped. Thank you for showing me this, by the way. I haven't seen a dustless lotus since I was 10. And none were as nice as this one. It's almost at the heavenly person level, isn't it? Yes. You have a dustless. How do you? Sorry. I'm snooping. Sorry. She pressed her palms together and bowed. Nothing to be sorry about. My physique is no secret. Could you show me more of the hospital? I've never seen anything like this. Gladly. And there are some people I would like you to meet too. She led him through the corridors, showing him the various treatment rooms, hot rooms, cold rooms, rooms full of devices for things he couldn't even guess at, but made the testing device at the West Town Temple look simple and safe. He mentioned that to Shu, who laughed and hauled him into a room with two testing machines. Except these ones had a lot more needles than he remembered. Sounds like you were tested with an older model. These ones test both the yin and yang organs as well as bone age and are much better at finding hidden physics. That is, a physique that hasn't yet shown itself. Usually because it needs to be triggered by something. It happens more than you would think. Tian could only shake his head in wonder. They chatted amiably enough. But Tian couldn't quite get over feeling awkward, and there seemed to be something on Shu's mind. She only came back to her full liveliness when she was describing features of the hospital. It turned out that, while she enjoyed growing herbs, it was the art of wine and water that was her true passion. The arrangement of herbs into sects was related to it, she said. Compounding medicine fascinated her, and it was a requirement for advancement within the sect. But a geomancer capable of harnessing nature itself, that was the stuff of dreams. And Shu wasn't afraid to dream big. Is that little Dr. Tian I hear? And chatting with a pretty sister, no less. Now I know I'm going to make it. A rough voice called from one of the ward rooms. Shu smiled and invited Tian to go in. Can't be him. I heard at least 2 words that weren't swears. The room was filled with outer court cultivators from ancient Crane Mountain. Tian recognized some of them from Depot 4. Brother Boo, I am relieved to see you recovering so well. Brother Pei, how are you? Tian bowed and greeted everyone he knew, then asked for introductions. Then he started asking everyone, everything. How they were recovering. Did they ever write to their old friends? Where to find the best beef tendon soup in Soaring Cloud City? His hands moved without thinking, resetting their pillows in the ways he knew they liked and checking they had water nearby, checking that the window was providing plenty of fresh air, and that they were neither too hot nor too cold. Casually inquiring when their next medication round was due. Not that he had anything to fix. They were recovering well, which, given that he thought they were all dead, was impressive. I didn't know we did medical evacuations for the outer court. Tian smiled over at a brother. We didn't used to. Apparently we are the first batch. There are some martial aunts and uncles here too. But the inner court are old customers here. Old customers. Yes. Our bamboo medicine hut has been providing medical care for the ancient Crane Monastery's inner court for more than 1,000 years. Shu spoke with quiet pride. We don't just supply medicine and medical devices. Our hospital is the best in the kingdom. A lot of cases that couldn't be treated out in the field get ferried here by sky barge or some other means. Tian could remember inner court disciples being flown into the depot hospital. And unlike outer court disciples, they were flown out sometimes. He had never asked where they were going. He always thought they were just recovering in Mountain Gate City. He could see the chilly logic of it. Outer court disciples were cheap and plentiful, making them more economical to replace than to repair. Inner court disciples were much rarer, and contributed a lot more to the sect. But now that math had changed, all of a sudden, these servant disciples were potential treasures and no longer plentiful. I am more than glad. It's past time, long past time. I have always said that the senior brothers and sisters of the outer court are true heroes. I don't think there is anyone here who will be surprised to know I have been very frustrated with how you have been treated. That got a rough laugh from the room. We know. Everyone knows. Nobody could change bed linen so murderously without a lot of frustration built up. Brother Bo snickered. Remember when he used the light body technique to scrub the ceilings? He was going up and down the hallways like a lizard. A furious janitor lizard. Another brother chimed into more laughs. It's incredible to me. In our bamboo medicine hut, a heavenly person automatically becomes an elder of the sect. Peak level 9 becomes a sect deacon. But for ancient Crane Mountain, they are just martial aunts and uncles. And the warriors of the outer court, Shu said. It's not a bad thing. Different names for the same things, really. And, little doctor, we heard about old Mad Dog becoming a direct disciple. We just about write it in the ward, I tell you. Brother Pooh, who was missing an eye and most of a cheek and 2/3 of his bowel and who knows how much of his lower intestine, was grinning like a madman. I believe you. The disciplinary squad practically ordered Depot for confined to barracks before Brother Fu headed for the monastery. Tian smiled back. Did he really acknowledge you as his adopted son? A brother Tian didn't know asked. Yes, Tian choked. He couldn't squeeze out more than a single word. The old warriors cupped their hands, and as best they could, bowed from their beds. Congratulations, congratulations, they cheered for him. Laying in pieces, the old heroes cheered for the boy who found his family. Disciple Shu sat with Tian at a little table outside the hospital. It seemed that where there were hospitals, there must be patios available for the exhausted doctors to cover their eyes with cool cloths and rest. I just wanted you to see what we are doing. Shu fiddled with her fingers a bit. You seemed so angry and so sad. You said you didn't want me to understand you, but you really looked like you wanted us to understand you when you dueled. When you beat the hell out of senior brother Ho. Tian nodded. She was right. And then you fought Elder Feng. I've never seen anything like it. None of us have. I don't think the elders have. You and Taoist Hong. She looked away, letting the sentence drift off. You were saying this is what a fight is. This is how hard you should be training. Nobody gives a damn about flowery fists and embroidered kicks. Tian nodded again. He didn't know what flowers or embroidery had to do with anything, but he more or less got what she meant. And I thought about the wounded we were treating. I'm not working in the hospital yet, but we are a small sect. I heard about them, and I wanted you to understand that we don't understand fighting like you do, but we do care. We work hard. We work really hard. Her voice got smaller and smaller. Shu's voice trailed off and she hunched in on herself. It was a beautiful night. The stars seemed a little hazier here than in the desert, but there were still so many of them. They still seemed like a miracle. An impossible wonder, uncountable twinkling gems scattered across the dark sky. Jian looked out into them, and for a moment, he wondered if you could fly to them. Could you pick them from the sky? Collect a pocket full of stars? Probably not. There wouldn't be any stars left if you could. Someone would have stolen them all ages ago. I can tell. I couldn't do what you do. His voice was soft and strong. Well, the sect of Taoist Chu. I couldn't do what you do. He leaned in, catching her eyes and keeping them with his. She looked lost for a minute, staring into his eyes before blushing and looking away. She coughed lightly, hesitated, and visibly gathered her courage. Then why are you so mad? Tian groped for the right words for something he couldn't even explain well to himself. He couldn't find them. So, he just shook his head and sat back. Would it be all right if I came back to the ward? Pardon, you mean? To visit the wounded from ancient Crane Mountain? Yes, I think so. Thank you. He needed to talk to someone, and the omnipresent Elder Feng made talking freely in the manner difficult. But his senior brothers and sisters in the wards had been in the same hell he had. They had survived when others hadn't, and been pulled from the field. They would understand him. Taoist Chu fiddled with her fingers again. Senior brother Ho is fine. By the way, he needed a bit of medicine for some organ bruising and internal bleeding, but nothing too serious. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret. So he's going to have to suffer a shattered reputation. He had a reputation as a fighter. Disciple Shu laughed bitterly. Would you believe he had won several internal tournaments? He had even accompanied our guards on bandit suppression missions. His great-uncle, Elder Ho, had accompanied a few caravans as a guard and healer. And senior brother Ho always claimed he was inheriting the martial tradition of the family. Your guards. We hire mercenary cultivators to provide external security for the sect and to accompany our inbound shipments. Though after today, I think a lot of us are seriously questioning that. It made sense before. The finger fiddling had reached the point where Tian began to worry she might never be able to separate them. Why spend time on something you will hopefully never use, when you could more productively spend the time studying or tending your fields? Tian's voice was gentle as the night breeze. Yan, she nodded softly. Exactly that. Tian sighed. If the monastery was flying out his brothers for treatment, it meant the monastery was paying for that treatment too. They were putting real resources behind this. It was insane that things had to get this bad to force the sect to make an obvious change. But at this point he was just glad anything could make them change. How the hell do you solve a problem like Black Iron Gorge? How do you solve a problem when the problem is you? He rubbed his rosary, then smiled. He couldn't solve that problem. It was too big and too complicated. But Taoist Chu was kind. She wanted to help, to explain. She gathered around the lamp in his heart. So really, there was only one thing to do. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. Taoist Chu, could I interest you in a comparatively terrible cup of tea? Morning came with a silent breakfast, followed immediately by not particularly quiet ribbing. So, you and Taoist Chu, alone, together, the dark of night. Tell big sister everything. Leered. We went to the hospital, then had some tea and admired the stars, Hyun said, his voice plain as lukewarm water. There was a pause. Well, that's no fun. Brother Juan shook his head. I mean, there's material to work with there. But you aren't blushing or looking away or anything. Why would I do that, Brother Juan? Han cracked up. I knew it. I absolutely knew it would turn out this way. Heavens have mercy on that poor girl. You really did just visit the hospital and drink some tea. Or at least, that's all you think happened. That is all that happened. What else could I possibly have been doing? I know you aren't that innocent, Brother John. Juan shook his round head in mock disappointment. Nor are you that young. 14 is a fine time to start feeling your heart flutter as you stare deeply into the eyes of a gentle little sister. The silence landed with a thud. Really, nothing? Sister Sue looked curiously at him. I'm not particularly romantic myself, but really nothing. She seems nice. And was nice to talk to. Does there have to be something more? This was met with general grumbling. Tian shook his head at his excessively free seckmates and walked towards the hospital. Brother Tian, where are you off to? Brother Wang asked. Going to sit with the wounded and the dying. What else can I do in a peaceful land? He was greeted with another cheer by the wounded brothers and sisters, but this time, he had a different sort of question for them. How do you accept living when so many didn't? It wasn't the happiest conversation, but they had all been out there. They had all lost people, even before the current war. For some, this was their second war. One brother still tasted a bitter memory of his mortal days, watching his family die of plague. Then he staggered into a temple and rang the dragon-calling bell. How was he supposed to square that? How was that fair? They all had stories of survival through no virtue of their own. A brother that took a blade for them, or a sister who found the demon in the bushes and paid with her life. Some had bitter platitudes, and others just shook their heads. That was when I started spending serious time in the cells, one brother explained. Sister Wei and I were close. We weren't talking about marriage, but hell, we had been together for 20 years. And then some no-name bandit with half a teaspoon of cultivation and a lousy bow art managed to put a poisoned arrow in her neck. Out of the blue, we were talking, and then she grabbed her throat and tried to rip out 3 feet of wood. The bastard had been aiming for me and missed. Slipped right over my shoulder and got her.